They have one in Haryana, which we are told Randeep Singh Surjewala and Kumari Shelja are eyeing. They have a seat in Chhattisgarh. We don't know who that seat will go to at the moment. So they have a very few seats available at the moment. The grand old party simply cannot distribute the loaves and fishes of office to those who in the past hoped to use the Rajya Sabha route to stay relevant in politics. Kapil Sibal recognized this and therefore has decided that I might as well take this opportunity with the Samajwadi Party and retain my so-called independence by taking on the Congress leadership, not the Congress Party, but the Congress leadership. So a bit like Sanjay Jha, who's with you, I don't think Sanjay Jha is taking on the Congress ideology, but he has been taking on the Gandhis in particular.
Right, Rajdeep, you know, it's also very interesting to note that the Samajwadi Party, who have barely 3 candidates that they can push to the Rajya Sabha, has decided to back Kapil Sibal as one of them. A man who's not even joined the Samajwadi Party formally, but just because of the kind of equation that he's had with Akhilesh Yadav, it appears they've fully backed him for Rajya Sabha as an independent. Rajdeep, stay with us. Maushmi has been tracking developments within the Congress. Maushmi, what's the reactions within the Congress Party? Have you heard from anyone? Are people reacting to this? Is the Congress more relieved than Sibal?
See, Nabila, clearly, the bandwidth of Kapil Sibal with his, he was a veteran lawyer, had fought many critical cases for the Congress Party, was a big voice for the party in crucial critical scenarios as far as the legal battles is concerned. So that being set aside, the past few months saw a very, very tense relationship between the Gandhis and Kapil Sibal. The last nail of Kapil Sibal ending his association with the Congress came when the G23 rebels actually ignored and sidelined Kapil Sibal. And that was when Kapil Sibal actually had said that the Gandhis should step aside, attacking Rahul Gandhi, that if he was not interested in continuing leading the party, he should step aside. And that came just on the eve of the dinner of the G23 rebels. And perhaps the leaders realized that Kapil Sibal was simply out of control as far as even the rebellion, putting voice to the rebellion is concerned, because that was agreed upon that nobody would speak in the media. And thereafter, there were many attempts by Kapil Sibal to hold the dinner again with the G23 and other alliance partners, alliance leaders, but that didn't work out because the G23 perhaps.
Maushmi, we're going to come back to you, Maushmi, and fix that line there. But here is Kapil Sibal, seemed quite happy and joyous right after he filed his Rajya Sabha nomination as an independent candidate. Came out to speak to the media to say that he has filed his nomination as an independent candidate and he's always wanted to be an independent voice in the country. He says goodbye to the Congress on 16th of May itself. Kapil Sibal confirms.
We are all constrained by the fact that we are members of political parties and we have to therefore abide by the discipline of those parties. But I think it is important to be an independent voice. और मैं समझता हूँ कि जब एक निर्दलीय की आवाज़ उठेगी तो वो लोगों को फिर ऐसा लगेगा कि किसी पार्टी से जुड़े हुए नहीं हैं। हम चाहते हैं कि 2024 में एक ऐसा माहौल बने हिंदुस्तान में कि मोदी सरकार की जो खामियां हैं वो जनता तक पहुंचाई जाएं और हम इसका प्रयास करेंगे। मैं खुद इसमें अपना इसका प्रयास करूंगा। 16 मई को मैंने कांग्रेस पार्टी से त्याग पत्र दे दिया है।
आज कपिल सिब्बल जी ने किया है, वो समाजवादी पार्टी के समर्थन से राज्यसभा में जा रहे हैं। तो हमें उम्मीद है कि देश में जो बड़े बड़े सवाल हैं आज देश किस रास्ते पर है। आज बेरोजगारी सबसे ज़्यादा है, महंगाई रुक नहीं रही है, कानून व्यवस्था ध्वस्त होती चली जा रही है, हमारी सीमाएं सुरक्षित नहीं हैं, चीन लगातार हमारी सीमाओं के अंदर आ रहा है। तो इन तमाम बड़े बड़े सवालों पर मुझे लगता है कपिल सिब्बल जी समाजवादी पार्टी और अपने विचारों को रख पाएंगे।
All right, Akhilesh Yadav there confirming that Kapil Sibal, with the help of the Samajwadi Party, has filed his nomination. In fact, Akhilesh there confirming that Samajwadi Party has wholeheartedly backed Kapil Sibal because the man...
ऐसा है कि जब तक मैं कांग्रेस में था तो मैं इधर उधर की टिप्पणी कर सकता था। अब मैं कांग्रेस में नहीं हूँ ठीक है ना, तो मैं कांग्रेस के बारे में कुछ नहीं कहूँगा।
आप सीनियर कांग्रेस लीडर रहे, मतलब
मैंने बोला ना, जब तक मैं कांग्रेस में था तो मैं टिप्पणी कर सकता था, ठीक है ना। हम G23 में भी रहे, अब मैं कांग्रेस के बाहर हूँ, मैंने इस्तीफा दे दिया है। मैं नहीं समझता कि उचित है कि मैं कांग्रेस के बारे में कुछ कहूँ।
कुछ अफसोस कहीं सर है?
मैंने बोला ना, मैं कुछ देखिए, किसी के साथ संबंध रहे 30-31 साल, ठीक है ना, तो संबंध छोड़ना कोई आसान काम नहीं होता, इतना ही काफी है।
थैंक यू सर।
कपिल सिब्बल जी हमारे साथ मौजूद हैं।
All right, that's Kapil Sibal, who says he wants to stay mum over the fissures within the Congress party. He does not find it within his rights at this point, considering he's quit, to speak of the Congress party and its organization or its leadership. He is out of the party and now wants to refrain from commenting on the kind of the issues that the grand old party may have. Kapil Sibal says it's also difficult for him to leave the party after 30 long years of association. It's not been easy, but he's now decided to be an independent voice. He's filed his nomination with the Rajya Sabha with the help of Samajwadi Party as an independent candidate, confirming that he's always wanted to be an independent voice, and now he finds the opportunity to be just that. In fact, Kapil Sibal was flanked by Akhilesh Yadav, Samajwadi Party chief. He was fully backed by him, but very interesting that he's not formally joined the Samajwadi Party. He stayed as an independent candidate while he's filed his nomination. Sneha has also been tracking those developments. Sneha, Kapil Sibal has not joined the Samajwadi Party. He's only quit from the Congress, has taken an independent stance here to file his nomination in the Rajya Sabha. So it appears that his fight here is not against the Congress anymore or the Congress's ideology. He seems to be very, or given up hope rather, over the Congress's infighting and the fissures and the factionism within the party itself, that he's now done and dusted with that. He wants to move on, be an independent voice. But it appears that his fight still remains the BJP as his central focus.
You know, what I think Mr. Sibal is trying to do, and I wish he'd answered that question himself, is that he's trying to use this to his advantage. The very fact that the Samajwadi Party is offering to give their side of the quota to him to enter the House of Elders, the upper house of Parliament, at the same time is leaving that little window of opportunity open as far as his decades-long association rather, with the Congress party, Nabila, is concerned. His problem has always been, and he's been very vocal about it, I told you earlier as well, among the G23 leaders, he is somebody who said, why can't we look beyond the Gandhis? He says it on the record, he says it off the record. Not many leaders in the G23 have spoken about this on the record. Sibal does so time and again. Is he then trying to ensure that he doesn't really burn his bridges with the Congress party, and hence is expressing his disappointment by wanting to go as an independent candidate with some support from the Samajwadi Party, which has been forthcoming now. It was forthcoming earlier in the year 2016 when the Samajwadi Party had supported him even the last time around. I think that is an option clearly that Sibal, Nabila is looking at.
Right, I'm cutting across to Maushmi, who's with Pramod Tiwari, a congressman. Let's cut across. Maushmi.
Right, Nabila, we are joined by Pramod Tiwari, who is a senior leader of the Congress party and has worked closely with Kapil Sibal and all the veteran leaders of the Congress. Hardik Patel going, you have several leaders just leaving, you have Sunil Jakar and now Kapil Sibal, who goes to Lucknow and files his nomination from your state, from the Samajwadi Party.
मुझे इस पर कुछ नहीं कहना, इसलिए कि मेरे पास विस्तृत विवरण नहीं है, इसलिए मैं इस पर कोई प्रतिक्रिया नहीं करूंगा। जहां तक आने जाने का सवाल, राजनीति में जाना भी लगा रहता है, आना भी लगा रहता है।
नहीं, अच्छा ठीक है, आप उस पर मत कहिए। उत्तर प्रदेश से उन्होंने भरा है नामांकन, आप उत्तर प्रदेश से आते हैं, समाजवादी पार्टी ने उनको समर्थन दिया, तो कांग्रेस क्यों नहीं दे पा रही थी? उन्होंने कांग्रेस छोड़ दी।
मैंने कहा ना, इस संदर्भ में जब तक विस्तृत विवरण सब नहीं आ जाता, मैं कोई प्रतिक्रिया नहीं।
समाजवादी पार्टी को सहयोगी दल मानते हैं कि नहीं मानते हैं आप? सहयोग तो कई लोग कह रहे हैं कि सहयोगी दल के पास ही गए।
इस प्रकरण में जब तक विस्तृत विवरण नहीं आ जाता, तब तक मैं नहीं।
जी, तो यहाँ पे you are hearing what Pramod Tiwari is saying. We were trying to seek a reaction from the Congress leaders. Now, Pramod Tiwari is well aware of the local state politics of Uttar Pradesh. There's not even one seat that the Congress can actually get. With its MLAs just dwindled to 2. And that's a very sorry state of affairs, despite Priyanka Gandhi Vadra being in charge of Uttar Pradesh. And then you have a Neta, a veteran Congress leader who's been a law minister in the UPA government. He goes and he quits the Congress, joins the Samajwadi, in fact, takes the ticket from the Samajwadi Party. He hasn't yet joined. But that speaks volumes about how dissension has rocked the Congress Party, how, it had come, the end of the road for Kapil Sibal had come as far as his journey with the Congress is concerned.
Mashmi, while you're there at the Congress office, what's the sentiment among the Congress leaders? Because we know that Kapil Sibal, as much as he's been vocal, he's not got complete support from the party insiders either. So he almost was like a lone warrior within the Congress party trying to make his point, but not much support he received from the veteran leaders. None of them really had the courage to point fingers at the Gandhis or question the Gandhis' leadership. Kapil Sibal was the only man who really spelt it out time and again that one must look beyond the Gandhis. Do you think, considering that the Gandhis eventually sidelined him, was this a deliberate targeting that Kapil Sibal may have faced within the party because he questioned the leadership?
Nabila, I don't think it is in black and white, because even despite the G23 rebellion, there has been no disciplinary action against the G23 leaders. So it isn't that the Gandhis are going to throw him out or expel him from the party, despite his scathing attack at Rahul Gandhi. It is more about Kapil Sibal had lost friends in the party. He had lost friends even in the group that was raising.
Sibal lose strength within his own G23 delegation, which he was one to found.
Absolutely, yes. That's what I'm saying, that he lost friends in the G23. Nobody was returning his dinner invites. And somewhere they thought that Kapil Sibal was speaking out of turn. And he was not playing as a team player. It was more about when he wanted to speak, he would speak, despite an agreement between the G23 after Sonia Gandhi's outreach. So after falling out from the Congress leadership, if you remember, I still remember that in the Congress Working Committee, when the G23 were voicing their opinion, Kapil Sibal had put out a tweet saying that if Rahul Gandhi is saying that we are colluding with the BJP and we are acting at the behest of the BJP, and he named Rahul Gandhi in that tweet, then this is actually going too far. And Rahul Gandhi, in fact, saw the tweet in the Congress Working Committee that he never meant that the G23 were working with the cahoots with the BJP or working at the behest of BJP leaders. That's what happened during the Congress Working Committee, that had a lot of fireworks with the G23 pressing for their demand.
Right.
And the Congress.
Right. Mashmi, stay with us. Abhishek Mishra also joining us. He's speaking to someone there.
हमारे साथ खास बात के लिए मौजूद है कपिल सिब्बल जी। आज आपने नामांकन दाखिल किया, आपने कहा कि इंडिपेंडेंट तौर पे, पहली बात ये सब फैसला क्यों? इस तरीके से फैसला क्यों इंडिपेंडेंट तौर पे?
ये तो मैं चाहता था कि अगर मैं वापस, और मैंने पब्लिकली बोला था कि मैं किसी के दल में पेश नहीं होगा, शामिल नहीं होगा। आपको याद होगा मैंने एक पब्लिक स्टेटमेंट की थी। तो एक बार मैं पब्लिक स्टेटमेंट कर दूं तो उसके पीछे मैं कैसे हट सकता हूं? मैंने हमेशा जो कहा उसी का पालन किया, और इसी को सोच, इस बात को सोच पे रखते हुए मैंने अखिलेश जी को कहा कि मैं चाहता हूं कि मैं राज्यसभा में जाऊं, लेकिन एक ही शर्त में कि आप मेरा समर्थन कीजिएगा एज ए निर्दलीय।
बिना किसी शर्त के आपको समर्थन दिया अखिलेश?
बिना किसी शर्त के। कोई ऐसी बात हुई ही नहीं। किस बात की शर्त? किस बात की शर्त हो सकती है? वो ये मुझे एक मौका दे रहे हैं, मैं क्या शर्त रख सकता हूं? शर्त
आपने समय समय पर खुले तौर पर अपनी बातों को सामने रखा है, लेकिन कांग्रेस से इस्तीफा देने की प्रमुख वजह क्या रही?
नहीं, कोई वजह नहीं है। ये एक परिवार से हम जुड़े हुए थे 30-31 साल के बाद। लगा मुझे कि अब वक्त आ गया है कि मुझे एक निर्दलीय के रूप में, अगर मुझे सदन में जगह मिलती है तो मैं एक निर्दलीय के रूप में आवाज उठाऊं। यही एक वजह है। मुझे कांग्रेस से कोई खटाव नहीं है, कोई ऐसे कंप्लेंट नहीं है। मेरे संबंध आज भी बड़े अच्छे हैं, लेकिन इस्तीफा देने का वक्त आ गया था।
आप लगता है लीडरशिप को लेकर के जो सवाल कांग्रेस में चल रहे हैं उस पर आप क्या कहेंगे?
ऐसा है, जब मैं कांग्रेस में था तो मैं कुछ सवाल उठा सकता था, अब मैं कांग्रेस में नहीं हूं और ये सही नहीं है कि मैं अब क्योंकि मैं कांग्रेस में नहीं हूं, मैं कांग्रेस के ऊपर सवाल उठाऊं। ये उचित नहीं है, मैं ऐसा करूंगा नहीं और न मैं करना चाहता हूं।
समाजवादी पार्टी के साथ में पहले भी आपने उनका सहयोग किया है, आजम खान को बाहर लाने में आपकी भूमिका रही, ये भी एक रिलेशनशिप आप मायने रखता है?
बिल्कुल, बहुत मायने रखता है। मेरे वैसे तो सभी विपक्षी दलों, हिंदुस्तान के सभी विपक्षी दलों के नेताओं से मेरी बड़े अच्छे संबंध है, इनके साथ तो खैर बहुत ही अच्छे हैं।
उत्तर प्रदेश से आप करते हैं, हमारे साथ प्रमिला जी भी हैं। प्रमिला जी, आप उत्तर प्रदेश से तो आपका नाता है, ससुराल है एक तरीके से, किस तरीके से देख रहे हैं एक बार फिर से राज्यसभा का?
अब तो दूसरी बार आ रहे हैं और उत्तर प्रदेश से नाता टूट नहीं सकता। मेरी पैदाइश बरेली की है, मेरे फादर की पैदाइश बहराइच की है, वो यहाँ लखनऊ यूनिवर्सिटी में पढ़े, मैं लोरेटो में पढ़ी, तो संबंध वो जीवन भर का संबंध है, बाकी संबंधों का पता नहीं। पर यहाँ पर जो लखनऊ से मेरा संबंध वो जीवन भर का है।
सर, आखिरी सवाल लूंगा, आपने 2024 में गठबंधन को मजबूत करने की बात की है और आप उसमें सहयोग देंगे, क्या भूमिका हम देख सकते हैं? राज्यसभा तो आप जाहिर है
अभी वक्त है, अभी 2 साल बाकी हैं, अब दिखाते हैं आपको।
क्या गैर कांग्रेसी संगठन होगा कि कांग्रेस?
देखिए, ऐसा है कि ऐसी बातें इस समय जब मैं अपना नॉमिनेशन फाइल करने आया हूँ, ऐसी बातें उचित नहीं है।
साफ तौर पर कपिल सिब्बल सीधे तौर पर बात करते हुए और आज जिस तरीके से नामांकन उन्होंने किया है उस पर सीधे तौर पर ये बात कह रहे हैं कि गठबंधन को मजबूत करने के लिए ये नामांकन किया जा रहा है और साफ तौर पर कांग्रेस से इस्तीफा देने की बात को सीधे तौर पर साफ नहीं कर रहे और कह रहे हैं कि एक लंबा नाता रहा, लेकिन अब समय था कि वो कांग्रेस से अलग होकर के एक स्वतंत्र तौर पर राज्यसभा पहुंचे। लखनऊ से कैमरामैन।
All right. Abhishek Mishra there, who's tracking Kapil Sibal. He's just spoken to him, asking if what was the real reason and the grounds for him to resign formally from the Congress party. Kapil Sibal refuses to comment. He says a long association with the Congress for 30 years. He's stayed with one family. Ek parivar ke saath jude hue the. He says one family. He's been associated for 30 years. It's now time to go his own way. He wants to be an independent voice, and that's what he's done by filing his nomination as an independent cabinet. Let me cut across to Tariq Anwar, who's currently with Maushami right there at the Congress office in Delhi.
जो है भर दिया है।
देखिए, वैसे तो कपिल सिब्बल जी बहुत लंबे समय से कांग्रेस से जुड़े हुए थे। कांग्रेस ने भी उनको तमाम जो महत्वपूर्ण जिम्मेदारी होती है, प्रतिष्ठा होती है, सम्मान होता है, सब दिया। लेकिन वैसे तो हर व्यक्ति अपने भविष्य के फैसला लेने के लिए स्वतंत्र है, लेकिन कम से कम उनसे
All right, Supriya there, India Today's correspondent, currently with Tariq Anwar. We're going to try and patch that connection there. Of course, Congress leaders reacting to this. It certainly has come as a big jolt because he was a legal beacon for the Congress party, undoubtedly. He certainly was one of their strongest voices, a great insight for the Congress when it comes to anything legal. Kapil Sibal was the man to look to. This strong senior Congress leader that once was has now decided to call it quits and disassociate from a family after 30 long years of association. He says, I want to cut away from the Congress party, from the family who've been at the helm of affairs after 30 years. It isn't easy, but I now want to be an independent voice. Let's take a listen again. In fact, Kapil Sibal, as he spoke, I'm going to cut across to what he said. For now, we're slipping in a short commercial break. We'll be right back. Do stay with us.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com or call 9999892171.
pollution has killed over 2.3 million Indians in 2019. Nearly 1.6 million deaths were just due to air pollution. This is the latest Lancet report on pollution and health that's unveiled such data. The report also blamed pollution for 9 million premature deaths globally. According to that report, modern forms of pollution were particularly evident in South Asia, East Asia, and Southeast Asia. And India is one of the worst affected countries due to
History is at a turning point, from the war in Ukraine to the climate and food crisis. From the much-wanted metaverse to unstable cryptocurrencies, get a ringside view to the ideas and challenges that are shaping the post-pandemic world. Catch me all through this week on India Today and Business Today as I bring you all the latest from a World Economic Forum that's being held this time in summer in Davos.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India Today.
All right, a massive blow to the Congress party, veteran leader and one of Congress's biggest legal voices. Kapil Sibal has dumped the Gandhi family. Sibal, who fronted the G23 rebel group calling for Congress reforms repeatedly, has said that he quit the party on 16th of May itself. Today, he was accompanied by SP Chief Akhilesh Yadav while filing his nomination for the Rajya Sabha on an SP ticket in Lucknow. After filing nomination, he said that he wants to be an independent voice in the Rajya Sabha to take on the Modi government's shortcomings. Sibal is believed to share a warm relationship with many SP leaders, including Akhilesh Yadav. He also managed to secure bail for Azam Khan. He recently represented Azam Khan in the Supreme Court, helped him secure bail at a time when he was in need. He seemed to have stood up for the Samajwadi Party even in 2017 when he helped Akhilesh Yadav manage to secure the bicycle symbol for the party. This comes after Patidar leader Hardik Patel, Congress's Punjab face Sunil Jakhar have both quit the party. This is the third senior Congress leader who has given a big blow to the grand old party at this point. According to sources, in fact, we're looking at Hardik Patel, who is now currently mulling over joining the BJP, while Sunil Jakhar openly was invited and joined the BJP with JP Nadda present as part of that induction ceremony there for Jakhar. But now Kapil Sibal has filed his nomination as an independent candidate. He's not formally joined the Samajwadi Party, but has been fully backed by the SP.
पूर्व कांग्रेस नेता कपिल सिब्बल ने आज राज्यसभा का नामांकन दाखिल किया है। उत्तर प्रदेश से हमारे साथ खास बात के लिए मौजूद हैं। कपिल सिब्बल जी, आज आपने नामांकन दाखिल किया, आपने कहा कि इंडिपेंडेंट तौर पे, पहली बात ये सब फैसला क्यों? इस तरीके से फैसला क्यों इंडिपेंडेंट तौर पे?
ये तो मैं चाहता था कि अगर मैं वापस, और मैंने पब्लिकली बोला था कि मैं किसी के दल में पेश नहीं होगा, शामिल नहीं होगा। आपको याद होगा मैंने एक पब्लिक स्टेटमेंट की थी। तो एक बार मैं पब्लिक स्टेटमेंट कर दूं तो उसके पीछे मैं कैसे हट सकता हूं? मैंने हमेशा जो कहा उसी का पालन किया, और इसी को सोच, इस बात को सोच पे रखते हुए मैंने अखिलेश जी को कहा कि मैं चाहता हूं कि मैं राज्यसभा में जाऊं, लेकिन एक ही शर्त में कि आप मेरा समर्थन कीजिएगा एज ए निर्दलीय।
बिना किसी शर्त के आपको समर्थन दिया अखिलेश?
बिना किसी शर्त के। कोई ऐसी बात हुई ही नहीं। किस बात की शर्त हो सकती है? वो ये मुझे एक मौका दे रहे हैं, मैं क्या शर्त रख सकता हूं? शर्त
आपने समय समय पर खुले तौर पर अपनी बातों को सामने रखा है, लेकिन कांग्रेस से इस्तीफा देने की प्रमुख वजह क्या रही?
नहीं, कोई वजह नहीं है। ये एक परिवार से हम जुड़े हुए थे 30-31 साल के बाद। लगा मुझे कि अब वक्त आ गया है कि मुझे एक निर्दलीय के रूप में, अगर मुझे सदन में जगह मिलती है तो मैं एक निर्दलीय के रूप में आवाज उठाऊं। यही एक वजह है। मुझे कांग्रेस से कोई खटाव नहीं है, कोई ऐसे कंप्लेंट नहीं है। मेरे संबंध आज भी बड़े अच्छे हैं, लेकिन इस्तीफा देने का वक्त आ गया था।
आप लगता है लीडरशिप को लेकर के जो सवाल कांग्रेस में चल रहे हैं उस पर आप क्या कहेंगे?
ऐसा है, जब मैं कांग्रेस में था तो मैं कुछ सवाल उठा सकता था। अब मैं कांग्रेस में नहीं हूं, और ये सही नहीं है कि मैं अब क्योंकि मैं कांग्रेस में नहीं हूं, मैं कांग्रेस के ऊपर सवाल उठाऊं। ये उचित नहीं है। मैं ऐसा करूंगा नहीं, और न मैं करना चाहता हूं।
समाजवादी पार्टी के साथ में पहले भी आपने उनका सहयोग किया है, आजम खान को बाहर लाने में आपकी भूमिका रही। ये भी एक रिलेशनशिप आप मायने रखता है?
बिल्कुल, बहुत मायने रखता है। मेरे वैसे तो सभी विपक्षी दलों, हिंदुस्तान के सभी विपक्षी दलों के नेताओं से मेरी बड़े अच्छे संबंध है। इनके साथ तो खैर बहुत ही अच्छे। वी आर ऑल constrained by the fact that we are members of political parties, and we have to therefore abide by the discipline of those parties. But I think it is important to be an independent voice. और मैं समझता हूँ कि जब एक निर्दलीय की आवाज़ उठेगी तो वो लोगों को फिर ऐसा लगेगा कि किसी पार्टी से जुड़े हुए नहीं हैं। हम चाहते हैं कि 2024 में एक ऐसा माहौल बने हिंदुस्तान में कि मोदी सरकार की जो खामियां हैं वो जनता तक पहुंचाई जाएं, और हम इसका प्रयास करेंगे। मैं खुद इसमें इसका प्रयास करूंगा। 16 मई को मैंने कांग्रेस पार्टी से त्याग पत्र दे दिया है।
आज कपिल सिब्बल जी ने किया है, वो समाजवादी पार्टी के समर्थन से राज्यसभा में जा रहे हैं। तो हमें उम्मीद है कि देश में जो बड़े बड़े सवाल हैं, आज देश किस रास्ते पर है। आज बेरोजगारी सबसे ज़्यादा है, महंगाई रुक नहीं रही है, कानून व्यवस्था ध्वस्त होती चली जा रही है, हमारी सीमाएं सुरक्षित नहीं हैं, चीन लगातार हमारी सीमाओं के अंदर आ रहा है। तो इन तमाम बड़े बड़े सवालों पर मुझे लगता है कपिल सिब्बल जी समाजवादी पार्टी और अपने विचारों को रख पाएंगे।
Well, one thing is clear that today the Congress party is no longer a party, it's only about Parivar, and therefore there's no space for dissenters, only for Darbari. Whether it's Hardik Patel, whether it's Mr. Chakad, whether it's Mr. Sibbal, then you are shown the door. And more than 177 Congress people, MPs, MLAs have left in the last few years. So clearly this shows that the party has neither any neta, niti or netritva, and there's a complete loss of confidence in the Congress leadership. This is also a reflection of the internal democracy or the lack of it within the Congress party. It in fact has as much democracy as the Republic of North Korea or China.
All right, let me cut across to Supriya Bhardwaj, who's been tracking those developments there. She's spoken to some of the Congress leaders too. Supriya, do you believe that the Congress is possibly now saying good riddance? Who is more relieved, the Congress party or Kapil Sibbal? What sense did you get from the senior Congress leaders you spoke to?
Well, Nabila, as far as Mr. Kapil Sibbal is concerned, the Congress party leaders as well as workers who are present at the AICC headquarters where we are at the moment are saying that why only just for the sake of one Rajya Sabha seat Mr. Sibbal has taken this step. When we spoke to a lot of leaders, they said that what not party has given to him. He was the minister, the union minister. He was coming to Rajya Sabha from various states. At the same time also they are saying he was one of the tallest leaders in the party in last 10 to 15 years. leaders, and they're saying only just for the sake of a Rajya Sabha seat, he decided to leave the party and get fielded as an independent by support of Samajwadi Party in Rajya Sabha. What is really interesting is that Congress party leaders are maintaining that the party is going through a tough phase, and right now party people have to come together and ensure that party is strengthened more. Instead of that, they are saying if people are going to worry only about their personal gains, then that is not going to happen in future. They cannot say, because there will be leaders who will be leaving the party for only for their personal gains. This is what the Congress party is maintaining. When we spoke to Tariq Anwar, he said categorically, Sibal Saab se ye umeed nahi thi. When we asked that why are you saying so, that he said that because party had given a lot to Mr. Sibal. There was a lot of respect. There was also the Rajya Sabha seats, the union minister post. Then Mr. Sibal, when party is going through a very tough phase, decides to leave and go just for the sake of Rajya Sabha, doesn't behave well. This is what Mr. Tariq Anwar said. When we spoke to other section of leaders, they said that there are many leaders in the party, there are many workers in the party who have been working for decades altogether, but party hasn't given them any post or position or ministership, but they are still associated with the party, because right now the battle is all about the ideology. And at the same time, some of the leaders, Nabila, are pointing towards Rahul Gandhi's statement which was given yesterday in the Cambridge University, where he said that party is going through transition phase and they will be opening doors for millions and millions of youngsters, people who want to come and join the Congress party and fight this ideological battle. So they are saying that certainly what Tariq Anwar and other leaders we spoke to are maintaining that a lot of people will come, a lot of people will go. Party is not going to, have a huge dent because of Mr. Sibal going, because they are saying
go
that
on, but at the end of it, you're losing out on assets like Sibal. He could have been pacified, even if the Congress is looking at Kapil Sibal's move as hunger for power. At the end of it, Kapil Sibal was the same man who constantly pointed fingers at the kind of the dilapidated state within the Congress party. They could have listened to him and rectified it maybe, instead of sidelining him after one point, because we know he also lost out support from the same G23 delegation. So after no response and really no reaction from the senior leaders of the Congress, Kapil Sibal may have taken his decision. He's like, why stay here if I'm getting another opportunity to be part of the Rajya Sabha, even if that means I file as an independent candidate, even if that means Samajwadi Party has to support me. So he got a great chance, which he took an opportunity.
Well, Nabila, Mr. Sibal was invited at the Chintan Shivir, the Nav Sankalp Chintan Shivir, which was in a way being seen as a massive exercise by the Congress leadership to pacify all sections and to be battle ready for 2024. But Mr. Sibal didn't turn up there, and rather what is very interesting is in his statement that it was on 16th of May he resigned from the Congress party. On 15th May, the Chintan Shivir ended in Udaipur, and we know that the leaders came back to Delhi and there was a meeting going on at AICC headquarters as to what is going to be the road ahead. But Mr. Sibal, who was invited at the Chintan Shivir, didn't go there, and rather he said today that he had resigned on 16th of May. So the Congress party is maintaining that they had reached out to Mr. Sibal, that come, let's sit down and discuss the entire issue.
But was
just
Chintan
like in the case of
was the Chintan Shivir the real place for the Congress party to pacify a leader who has been long upset with the party? Was that the space to actually try and reconcile? Not too sure about that. He may have needed special attention, at least for the moment, considering he's had that kind of animosity with the party, has been constantly pointing fingers at the senior leadership. He should have been invited for a separate meeting altogether instead of involving him with a crowd as part of that Chintan Shivir. These are just our views at this point. What could really have gone behind Kapil Sibal deciding to call it quits from the Congress party? But let's have a listen at what suspended Congress leader, political analyst Sanjay Jha had to say about Sibal's exit. Let me quickly cut across to Sanjay Jha, who was a former Congress leader. He could give us a perspective on what really happened. Mr. Jha, thank you very much for joining India Today. Here is Kapil Sibal, another tall senior Congress leader who's decided to call it quits.
He was frustrated to a great extent as being one of the linchpin of the G23 group within the Congress who have been talking about reforms and changes. So I guess he was terribly disillusioned, probably did not see the Congress party reforming at the pace or having the intent to kind of make the changes that were drastically needed. So, although he moves over to the Samajwadi Party, I think what is encouraging is that he will continue to kind of take on the current establishment, which in my opinion where I agree with my very senior colleague that it is a very anti-democratic setup we have in India. And as long as Mr. Sibal succeeds in that crusade, I think the Congress party can still try and kind of ensure that it doesn't lose more good people. In my opinion, losing elections is bad enough, but losing people is awful because replacing talent takes a long, long time. And especially when you are losing people like Mr. Sibal or Mr. Jhakar, who have been with the party for decades and have gone through ups and downs that have hung in there, I think that to me is very, very sad and tragic because I know that at the core, ideologically, Mr. Sibal has been a very true congressman and somebody who I think has always believed that the BJP needs to be taken on. He's aggressive. Everybody in the Congress, I think, wants to stop this juggernaut.
Doesn't seem like his word was ever taken well. He was always looked at as a betrayer for the Congress party. He was looked at someone who was trying to defame the Congress, and his points were never taken. Eventually, Kapil Sibal went on to be his own man. He led the G23 delegation. He hosted dinners for the G23 team. It almost became a parallel leadership within the Congress led by Kapil Sibal.
Even though he's left the Congress party, I do hope people in the Congress recognize that, you got to have dialogue with people. I'm of the fundamental opinion that the leadership must engage with those who are actually questioning you, who are critical of you, because they only do that when they care. There are two kinds of people in politics in my experience. Those who remain quiet and are sycophantic and will never tell you the truths. And those who are vocal, who are critical, who care. And if you're going to ignore those very people who are putting their own political career in jeopardy because they believe that they're actually not doing anything wrong. But, if there's a perception going to be created that anybody who's critical of the party is a pro-BJP guy or, he's a conspirator or he's somebody who wants to disturb the paradigm, that's wrong. Challenging a system that is not delivering is exactly what democracy is all about. So I do hope, the Congress leadership kind of wakes up to this reality that while you can lose a Hardik Patel who was there for a couple of years, losing Mr. Jhakar, who's, I think, in my opinion, a very committed congressman till he's now joined the BJP, unfortunately, I would say. But Mr. Sibal, I'm glad is staying on, at least with a party that to has been a Congress's political ally. And I know Mr. Sibal well enough to tell you with a lot of confidence that he is not going to compromise on his ideological stance. And that, to my mind, is a lesson for all those people in the Congress that you need to stop these leakages. You got to work on it with the determination to say, listen, today I will make a list of 25 people in the Congress who are unhappy. Then we're going to reach out to all of them, listen to them with respect. You're not doing anybody a favor. If the Congress party is to defeat the BJP, it has to start by first getting its house in order. That's what people in the party want. That's what people like Manish Tiwari or Milind Devra or, Prithviraj Chavan, you talk of Shashi Tharoor. All these people are people who have a deep ideological commitment. They want a passionate, robust fight back by the Congress. But when you're going to lose people, how are you going to take on the BJP? They're a monstrous machine.
Sanjay Jha, I want to ask you, given that Congress is losing elections, state after state, its quota obviously in the upper house is going to come down. I would expect more such desertions within the Congress party. It's happened in the past where Abhishek Manu Singh, we got a ticket from the TMC to contest the Rajya Sabha elections with the TMC support, but didn't quit the TMC here. Sibal has quit the Congress. He's no mass leader in that sense. He didn't win the Lok Sabha elections the last time around and even before that. But in one sense, this is a huge setback because this is the old guard of the Congress party, essentially. Troubleshooter during the Anna Hazare movement, sitting minister in both UPA 1, UPA 2. The optics of this is terrible for the Congress, isn't it?
It is. And I'll tell you something, one of the mistakes we very often make is to attribute a mass following only to if somebody is a Lok Sabha MP. Mr. Sibal is well known, perhaps more than many Lok Sabha MPs today. So, the following doesn't have to be necessarily at the ground level, although I agree with you that if you have that ability to influence millions of people, that's fantastic. But not everybody can be that pan-India leader. But Mr. Sibal's reputation is phenomenal. His extraordinary grasp of the legalese is kind of noted by one and all. But you're right. The Congress has to do something about it now. Now or it's never. Because there must be so many other people within the Congress who are disillusioned or, kind of demoralized today, who are not speaking up. And, my concern is Mr. Sibal is leaving, and that's a headline. But what about the thousands of workers who are today joining the BJP or other parties at the ground level, unsung heroes who actually work for you at the booth level? Can you imagine that loss? You cannot replace losing anybody. A Congress ideologue has to be stopped from getting out of the door. And Mr. Sibal, well, of course, with Samajwadi support, he'll be there. So in the Rajya Sabha, the Congress will have somebody who will be fighting for a similar cause. But you need such people in your own team, formally, informally, in every sense of the word. Because, parties can only survive and thrive if they encourage a lot of conversation within, especially those that are critical of your failures, especially that question your leadership fault lines, especially those that actually tell you what could be an alternative way of looking at problems instead of following a status quoist approach.
कपिल सिब्बल जी जो पार्टी के इतने वरिष्ठ नेता हैं, उन्होंने पार्टी से रिज़ाइन कर दिया और जो है अब इंडिपेंडेंट के तौर पे सपा के सपोर्ट से राज्यसभा का नॉमिनेशन जो है भर दिया है।
देखिए, वैसे तो कपिल सिब्बल जी बहुत लंबे समय से कांग्रेस से जुड़े हुए थे। कांग्रेस ने भी उनको तमाम जो महत्वपूर्ण जिम्मेदारी होती है, प्रतिष्ठा होती है, सम्मान होता है, सब दिया। लेकिन वैसे तो हर व्यक्ति अपने भविष्य के फैसला लेने के लिए स्वतंत्र है, लेकिन कम से कम उनसे ये अपेक्षा नहीं की जाती थी कि वो एक देश के माने हुए वरिष्ठ वकील भी है, तो उनसे ऐसी उम्मीद नहीं थी।
कितना बड़ा डेंट है कांग्रेस पार्टी के लिए?
देखिए, अब ये तो ऐसा कुछ नहीं है। कांग्रेस एक राष्ट्रीय पार्टी है, नेशनल पार्टी है, लोग आते हैं जाते हैं, तो उससे कोई पार्टी का बहुत बड़ा नुकसान हो जाएगा, ऐसा नहीं।
Now, Kapil Sibal's exit is indeed a big embarrassment for the Gandhis. While at Cambridge just a few days ago, this is what Rahul Gandhi had to say about the state of flux and implosion that the Congress is currently in.
All political formations go through transitions, right? If you look at the record of the Congress party, everybody gets excited that, we are now not in power for 7 years, we're in power for 70 years, right? And we've played a significant role in developing the country and in bringing India to where it is. Of course, we need to reinvent ourselves.
That's right.
We need to rethink. We need to rethink what our role is. We need to rethink how we interact with the people.
So what would be the first thing you would think requires a rethink?
The first thing that requires rethink is opening the doors of the Congress party and bringing in millions and millions of youngsters into the party.
So a new,
That's the first thing.
All right, let me quickly cut across to Ashwini Kumar, who was once part of the Congress party, joins us on the phone line on this. Ashwini, here is Kapil Sibal, a tall leader of the Congress, who's now called it quits, filed an independent nomination for the Rajya Sabha, backed by the Samajwadi Party. What do you think may have happened? Do you think the Congress failed to pacify him, or was it a bid for the Congress to send him off, and this was possibly the best? Kapil Sibal walked out himself.
Well, I think Mr. Sibal must have thought long and hard before he took his decisions. I've already said good luck to him. He's entitled to chalk out his own strategy and his own political future, and nobody should have any quarrel with it. Whether the Congress party was successful in retaining him or conducted itself in a manner that led to his leaving the party is in the realm of conjecture, and much has been known and said about it. I don't want to comment on it.
Right, but here, Mr. Kumar, we know that you yourself quit the Congress party. You weren't very happy with the way the party functioned at that point. So speaking of experience from your end, would you look at this as inevitable?
The situation speaks for itself. One after the other, senior Congress persons known for their long loyalties to the party are leaving the party. Obviously, something is not right. It is only for the leadership to look inwards and see why this is happening, and that these things are happening soon after the Chintan Shiva in Udaipur tells its own story. I don't think there is any rocket science in determining why these things are happening. But I still wish Congress party the best of luck, and I wish all my colleagues who are charting a new political path for themselves, also good luck.
Right. Mr. Ashwini, a quick word. Is dissent taken well? Is criticism taken well within the Congress party? From your experience, have you raised a red flag on the functioning of the party? Was it ever received well?
Well, what I did and what I did not do when I was a member of the Congress party, I would not like to comment on it. I did speak out and I was listened to as well. Whether things happened in a particular way or should have happened in a different way is now history, and I would like to reopen that.
All right, Mr. Ashwini, thank you very much for joining us with those details. Well, here we're looking at a string of exits. The latest, Kapil Sibal now resigns from the Congress, joins as an independent candidate for the Rajya Sabha backed by the Samajwadi Party. This comes just days after Hardik Patel from the Congress Gujarat called it quits, and then you had Punjab's Sunil Jakar, who bid adieu, joined the BJP, certainly coming as a big embarrassment for the Congress Party ahead of the big 2024 poll battle. We're going to continue tracking those developments. It's now time for a short break. Our continued focus here on the big setback for the Gandhis as Kapil Sibal now dumps the Congress. More details up next. Stay with us.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com or call 9999892171.
Black holes. Did you ever worry that Earth could get sucked into one of them? Black holes do have a massive gravitational pull that allows it to swallow anything that gets in its way. Let's find out more about them. Black holes have been lurking in the galaxies for billions of years. The most powerful known forces in the universe, their gravitational field is so strong that nothing, not even light, can escape from them. They're actually packed full of space matter, so they're not really holes. There are at least two types of black holes. Stellar mass black holes form when a huge star, more than 10 times bigger than our Sun, burns up all its fuel and collapses in on itself. Scientists say there could be billions in our galaxy, the Milky Way alone. They grow by gobbling up other stars or merging with other black holes to become a supermassive black hole, millions to billions of times bigger than the Sun. Humans can't even see black holes, but we can observe their effect on matter close by. When normal stars are sucked in, they accelerate and heat up, emitting X-rays which are detected by orbiting space telescopes.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India.
In association with LG Refrigerators, stunningly stylish.
A very good afternoon. You're watching India Today with me, Nabila Jamal. Our top focus here, Kapil Sibal quits the Congress party. In fact, a huge embarrassment coming in as he files the Rajya Sabha with the help of the SP. Here are the top headlines. He has a big setback to the Congress party as Kapil Sibal, the tall Congress leader, now goes independent, files his nomination with the help of the Samajwadi Party. Is it Gyanvapi's rerun in Karnataka's Mangaluru after Hindu temple-like architectural design found allegedly beneath a mosque? BHP vows to perform puja near the disputed site. No stopping horrifying street murders in Chennai. BJP functionary hacked with sickle 2 days before the Prime Minister Modi's trip in the city. Heat on Stalin government. 9-year-old Safa inflames the entire nation. Terrorists killed her father, Constable Saifullah Qadri, and shot her. India prays for her recovery. Anger erupts over targeted killings of innocents. Pakistan's heart bleeds for terrorist Yasin Malik, but not for 9-year-old Safa. NIA court to pronounce a quantum of punishment for Yasin Malik in terror funding case at 3:30 p.m. A teen gunman kills 19 children, 2 teachers. Right, here's a massive blow for the Congress party as veteran leader and one of Congress's biggest legal voices, Kapil Sibal, has dumped the Gandhi family. Sibal, who fronted the G23 delegation calling for Congress reforms repeatedly, said that the party eventually he decided to quit the party on the 16th of May itself. He says he's given out his resignation. Today he was accompanied by SP Chief Akhilesh Yadav while filing the nomination for Rajya Sabha on the SP ticket in Lucknow. After filing the nomination, he said that he wants to be an independent voice in the Rajya Sabha to take on the Modi government's shortcomings. Sibal is believed to share a warm relationship with many SP leaders, including Akhilesh Yadav. He also recently represented SP's Azam Khan, who was jailed in fact, in the Supreme Court. He managed to secure Azam Khan an interim bail. This comes after Patidar leader Hardik Patel and Congress's Punjab face Sunil Jakar have quit the party. According to sources, Patel is now mulling to join the BJP while Jakar has already joined the Saffron camp.
पूर्व कांग्रेस नेता कपिल सिब्बल ने आज राज्यसभा का नामांकन दाखिल किया है। उत्तर प्रदेश से हमारे साथ खास बात के लिए मौजूद हैं। कपिल सिब्बल जी, आज आपने नामांकन दाखिल किया। आपने कहा कि इंडिपेंडेंट तौर पे, पहली बात ये सब फैसला क्यों? इस तरीके से फैसला क्यों इंडिपेंडेंट तौर पे?
ये तो मैं चाहता था कि अगर मैं वापस, और मैंने पब्लिकली बोला था कि मैं किसी के दल में पेश नहीं होगा, शामिल नहीं होगा। आपको याद होगा मैंने एक पब्लिक स्टेटमेंट की थी। तो एक बार मैं पब्लिक स्टेटमेंट कर दूं तो उसके पीछे मैं कैसे हट सकता हूं? मैंने हमेशा जो कहा उसी का पालन किया और इसी को सोच, इस बात को सोच पे रखते हुए मैंने अखिलेश जी को कहा कि मैं चाहता हूं कि मैं राज्यसभा में जाऊं, लेकिन एक ही शर्त में कि आप मेरा समर्थन कीजिएगा एज ए निर्दलीय।
बिना किसी शर्त के आपको समर्थन दिया?
बिना किसी शर्त के। कोई ऐसी बात हुई ही नहीं। किस बात की शर्त? किस बात की शर्त हो सकती है? वो ये मुझे एक मौका दे रहे हैं, मैं क्या शर्त रख सकता हूं? शर्त
आपने समय समय पर खुले तौर पर अपनी बातों को सामने रखा है, लेकिन कांग्रेस से इस्तीफा देने की प्रमुख वजह क्या रही?
नहीं, कोई वजह नहीं है। ये एक परिवार से हम जुड़े हुए थे 30-31 साल के बाद। लगा मुझे कि अब वक्त आ गया है कि मुझे एक निर्दलीय के रूप में, अगर मुझे सदन में जगह मिलती है तो मैं एक निर्दलीय के रूप में आवाज उठाऊं। यही एक वजह है। मुझे कांग्रेस से कोई खटाव नहीं है, कोई ऐसे कंप्लेंट नहीं है। मेरे संबंध आज भी बड़े अच्छे हैं, लेकिन इस्तीफा देने का वक्त आ गया था।
आप लगता है लीडरशिप को लेकर के जो सवाल कांग्रेस में चल रहे हैं उस पर आप क्या कहेंगे?
जब मैं कांग्रेस में था तो मैं कुछ सवाल उठा सकता था। अब मैं कांग्रेस में नहीं हूं और ये सही नहीं है कि मैं अब कांग्रेस, क्योंकि मैं कांग्रेस में नहीं हूं, मैं कांग्रेस के ऊपर सवाल उठाऊं। ये उचित नहीं है, मैं ऐसा करूंगा नहीं और न मैं करना चाहता हूं।
समाजवादी पार्टी के साथ में पहले भी आपने उनका सहयोग किया है, आजम खान को बाहर लाने में आपकी भूमिका रही, ये भी एक रिलेशनशिप आप मायने रखता है?
बिल्कुल, बहुत मायने रखता है। मेरे वैसे तो सभी विपक्षी दलों, हिंदुस्तान के सभी विपक्षी दलों के नेताओं से मेरी बड़े अच्छे संबंध है।
Now, will Sibal join the Samajwadi Party? For now, he said that he has filed his Rajya Sabha nomination as an independent candidate. Let's take a listen to what Akhilesh Yadav said on that.
We are all constrained by the fact that we are members of political parties and we have to therefore abide by the discipline of those parties. But I think it is important to be an independent voice. और मैं समझता हूँ कि जब एक निर्दलीय की आवाज़ उठेगी तो वो लोगों को फिर ऐसा लगेगा कि किसी पार्टी से जुड़े हुए नहीं हैं। हम चाहते हैं कि 2024 में एक ऐसा माहौल बने हिंदुस्तान में कि मोदी सरकार की जो खामियां हैं वो जनता तक पहुंचाई जाएं और हम इसका प्रयास करेंगे। मैं खुद इसमें अपना इसका प्रयास करूंगा। 16 मई को मैंने कांग्रेस पार्टी से त्याग पत्र दे दिया है।
आज कपिल सिब्बल जी ने किया है, वो समाजवादी पार्टी के समर्थन से राज्यसभा में जा रहे हैं। तो हमें उम्मीद है कि देश में जो बड़े बड़े सवाल हैं आज देश किस रास्ते पर है। आज बेरोजगारी सबसे ज़्यादा है, महंगाई रुक नहीं रही है, कानून व्यवस्था ध्वस्त होती चली जा रही है, हमारी सीमाएं सुरक्षित नहीं हैं, चीन लगातार हमारी सीमाओं के अंदर आ रहा है। तो इन तमाम बड़े बड़े सवालों पर मुझे लगता है कपिल सिब्बल जी समाजवादी पार्टी और अपने विचारों को रख पाएंगे।
Now, we spoke to Sanjay Jha, who is one of those Congress leaders who was suspended. He also had his own animosity with the Grand Old Party. Here's what he said after Kapil Sibal resigned.
You know, he was frustrated to a great extent as being one of the, linchpin of the G23 group within the Congress who have been talking about reforms and changes. So I guess he was terribly disillusioned, probably did not see the Congress party reforming at the pace or having the intent to kind of make the changes that were drastically needed. In my opinion, losing elections is bad enough, but losing people is awful because replacing talent takes a long, long time. And especially when you are losing people like Mr. Sibal or Mr. Jhakar, who have been with the party for decades and have gone through ups and downs that have hung in there, I think that to me is very, very sad and tragic. But, if there's a perception going to be created that anybody who's critical of the party is a pro-BJP guy or, he's a conspirator or he's somebody who wants to disturb the, the paradigm, that's wrong. I mean, challenging a system that is not delivering is exactly what democracy is all about.
कपिल सिब्बल जी जो पार्टी के इतने वरिष्ठ नेता हैं, उन्होंने पार्टी से रिजाइन कर दिया और जो है अब इंडिपेंडेंट के तौर पे सपा के सपोर्ट से राज्यसभा का नॉमिनेशन जो है भर दिया है।
देखिए, वैसे तो कपिल सिब्बल जी बहुत लंबे समय से कांग्रेस से जुड़े हुए थे। कांग्रेस ने भी उनको तमाम जो महत्वपूर्ण जिम्मेदारी होती है, प्रतिष्ठा होती है, सम्मान होता है, सब दिया। लेकिन वैसे तो हर व्यक्ति अपने भविष्य के फैसला लेने के लिए स्वतंत्र है, लेकिन कम से कम उनसे ये अपेक्षा नहीं की जाती थी कि वो एक देश के माने हुए वरिष्ठ वकील भी है, तो उनसे ऐसी उम्मीद नहीं थी।
कितना बड़ा डेंट है कांग्रेस पार्टी के लिए?
देखिए, अब ये तो ऐसा कुछ नहीं है। कांग्रेस एक राष्ट्रीय पार्टी है, नेशनल पार्टी है, लोग आते हैं जाते हैं, तो उससे कोई पार्टी का बहुत बड़ा नुकसान हो जाएगा, ऐसा नहीं।
Well, one thing is clear that today the Congress party is no longer a party. It's only about Parivar, and therefore there's no space for dissenters, only for Darbari. Whether it's Hardik Patel, whether it's Mr. Jhakar, whether it's Mr. Sibbal, then you are shown the door. And more than 177 Congress people, MPs, MLAs have left in the last few years. So clearly this shows that the party has neither any neta, niti or netritva, and there's a complete loss of confidence in the Congress leadership. This is also a reflection of the internal democracy or the lack of it within the Congress party. It in fact has as much democracy as the Republic of North Korea or China.
All right, let me cut across to Supriya Bharadwaj, who is reporting from Delhi, tracking the Congress and the reactions coming in from the party. Supriya, you spoke to some of the party leaders. It appears that seemingly the Congress may be just relieved that Kapil Sibal has quit the party. They didn't have to do much. The man walked out himself. Good riddance. Is that what you believe the Congress is thinking right now at this moment? We know Kapil Sibal's sentiments. He's displayed it and expressed it explicitly all along.
Well, Nabila, it seems that the separation is amiable because Mr. Sibal didn't attack the Congress party. He said that whatever issues he wanted to raise, he has raised within the Congress party's platforms. And now because he has left the party, he doesn't want to talk about the party. On the other hand, when we spoke to a lot of Congress leaders now, they are saying that good luck to Mr. Sibal. This was a time when the party is struggling. He should have stayed with us and fought for the ideology. Party has given him a lot of position, posts and man-samman across the country. He has made Mr. Sibal, the party has given Mr. Sibal, the party made him the union minister also. But now when he has decided to part ways with the Congress party, they are saying that only thing that they can do now is wish him luck for his future endeavors. But one thing is for sure, that as far as the Congress party is concerned, the leaders we spoke to, they said that the message is loud and clear when in Chintan Shivir, Congress president has said the time has come to pay debt to the party. And they said now, because the party is going through a very tough phase, people have to come together and fight for the ideologies, and people have to stick around. There are many leaders and workers who have been working for the party for decades altogether, but they haven't got either the post, the position or the ministerial berths, but still they are fighting day in and day out with the Congress party. Also, what we are hearing from the sources is that a lot of leaders are saying that the finalization of the names of Congress party's Rajya Sabha nominees will also take place within a couple of days. And they are also referring, Nabila, to the statement which Rahul Gandhi gave yesterday in Cambridge University, saying that the transition is happening. A lot of young blood would be brought in. A lot of people with the ideological background will be pushed into the system. As far as we know, in the Chintan Shivir, this was one main issue as to how to stop this desertions which are taking from the Congress party, and to ensure that good leaders and people from various sectors are brought into the Congress organization. And this is what the Congress leaders are referring to. They are saying that there is a transition phase going on. The only thing they can say is that this is the time for party to struggle. And they are also referring to what Rahul Gandhi has said in Cambridge University, that the party will be opening the doors to the youngsters, millions and millions of them. Also, what we are hearing from the Congress leaders is that within the fortnight, there will be massive changes coming into the picture. There will be a structural change in the party also, as it was decided in the Chintan Shivir. Yesterday only, there were 3 crucial committees which are set up. One being the Political Affairs Committee, second being that of the task force, and third being that for the committee which is going to look into the Bharat Jodo Yatra. So they are saying that people will come and go. The organization, the strengthening of the organization is the topmost priority of all the leaders as well as the workers as far as Congress party is concerned.
Right, Supriya, thank you very much for joining us with those details. Now, let's take a listen. Sibal, as soon as he filed his nomination as an independent candidate backed by the SP, flanked by Akhilesh Yadav, here's what he said on his exit from Congress.
2024 में एक ऐसा माहौल बने हिंदुस्तान में कि मोदी सरकार की जो खामियां हैं वो जनता तक पहुंचाई जाएं, और हम इसका प्रयास करेंगे। मैं खुद इसमें अपना इसका प्रयास करूंगा। मैंने दे दिया है 16 मई को मैंने कांग्रेस पार्टी से त्याग पत्र दे दिया है। नहीं, कोई वजह नहीं है। ये एक परिवार से हम जुड़े हुए थे 30-31 साल के बाद। लगा मुझे कि अब वक्त आ गया है कि मुझे एक निर्दलीय के रूप में, अगर मुझे सदन में जगह मिलती है तो मैं एक निर्दलीय के रूप में आवाज उठाऊं। यही एक वजह है। मुझे कांग्रेस से कोई खटाव नहीं है, कोई ऐसे कंप्लेंट नहीं है। मेरे संबंध आज भी बड़े अच्छे हैं, लेकिन इस्तीफा देने का वक्त आ गया था। मैं यहाँ जो नॉमिनेशन फॉर्म जो मैंने भरा है वो निर्दलीय का भरा है। अच्छा, निर्दलीय का भरा है, इंडिपेंडेंट का भरा है। और मैं आभारी हूँ अखिलेश जी का कि उन्होंने मेरा समर्थन दिया है। As an independent, I'll be going to the Rajya Sabha after scrutiny and everything is in order. I have always wanted to be an independent voice in this country, and I'm glad that Akhilesh ji understands why that is so.
Now, Kapil Sibal's exit is certainly a big embarrassment for the Gandhis. Now, while at Cambridge a few days ago, this is exactly what Rahul Gandhi had said about the state of flux and implosion within the Congress.
All political formations go through transitions, right? If you look at the record of the Congress party, everybody gets excited that, you know, we are now not in power for 7 years, we're in power for 70 years, right? And we've played a significant role in developing the country and in bringing India to where it is. Of course, we need to reinvent ourselves.
That's right.
We need to rethink. We need to rethink what our role is. We need to rethink how we interact with the people.
So what would be the first thing you would think requires a rethink?
The first thing that requires rethink is opening the doors of the Congress party and bringing in millions and millions of youngsters into the party.
So a new,
Right. That's the first thing.
All right, now shifting focus here to Tamil Nadu. Following a spate of murders in Tamil Nadu's Chennai, BJP's minority wing leader in Tamil Nadu's Chennai has now been hacked to death by 3 miscreants on Tuesday, 24th of May. 30-year-old Balachandar was murdered brutally by an unknown gang in Chennai's Chintadripet. Balachandar was, in fact, said to have received death threats, was later provided with a personal security officer as well to ensure security for him. The incident occurred when Balachandar was on a street speaking to a few men when his security officer had gone to have a cup of tea. At that exact moment, 3 men surrounded him, brutally hacked him to death. The gang then got onto their 2-wheelers, escaped from the spot before Balakrishnan, who was Balachandar's security guard, could even return to save him. The death of another BJP functionary has raised critical questions here about the law and order situation in the city. On May 18th, 2 spine-chilling murders occurred in the capital. Both were caught on CCTVs. Opposition leader Edapadi K. Palniswamy has also criticized the law and order situation, claiming that Chennai had turned into a murder city, as 18 murders have occurred over the last 20 days alone in Chennai.
Another murder in Tamil Nadu's capital raises the question if Chennai is becoming the murder capital. This is a word from the opposition leader Edapadi K. Palniswamy, who said that within the past 20 days there have been 18 murders, 19th being on Tuesday around 6:30 p.m. at this location of a BJP functionary. Balachandran, who was the Central Chennai president for SC/ST wing, was brutally hacked to death at this spot. This is one of the busiest spots in Chennai called as Chintadripet, where he was hacked to death by 6 people. The shocking part is that Balachandran is also being provided with a PSO as he had threat to his life. And in this area, when he was talking to a couple of his friends, he was surrounded by 6 people who hacked him to death within a couple of seconds and escaped in motorbikes. The shocking part here is that this area is under CCTV surveillance, which you could see on that junction. There are multiple CCTVs over there, and not just that. As we are showing the CCTV on the right side of this road, from this area, not even 200 meters, you have the Chintadripet police station, thereby raising questions about exactly what is happening to the law and order situation in the state of Tamil Nadu. Now, the Commissioner of Police, Shankar Jiwal, says that in the past 20 days, only 10 murders have occurred. If you need to include this, it will become the 11th, and police are doing whatever they can. But the bigger question is that how come gangsters and such elements have become bold, and how come such murders are occurring in broad daylight? In fact, on 18th of May, 2 murders occurred in Chennai. Both were captured on CCTV. Brutal murders. 2 men hacked to death with sharp weapons, sickles, and even now, the strange part is that the Tamil Nadu police is claiming that they are trying everything to make sure that the public is safe. But the question is, are the public safe? This is Vivian, Pramod Madhav, Point Today.
All right, now coming up on the other side of a short break, a teen gunman kills 19 children, 2 teachers in Texas school shooting. Biden calls for fresh curbs on firearms. More details up next. Stay tuned.
After 2 years of paralyzing pandemic, the world is ready to bounce back. Will shifting power centers make this India's big moment? Risk, resilience and revival on the agenda. What's India's role in the global rebalance? India's top world watcher takes you to the front lines of the global high table with top minds from politics and business for the biggest global brainstorm. Live and exclusive coverage only on India Today TV. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching
There's a big breaking coming in. Fresh plea in the Gyanvapi case. Fast-track court, a fast-track plea now. Seeking for prayer at the mosque. The plea sought mosque be handed over to the Hindu side. The plea for immediate prayer, a darshan at the Gyanvapi mosque has been made. A fresh plea in the Gyanvapi case, fast-tracked. The court fast-tracks the plea seeking prayer at the mosque. Remember, there's been much talk about the court taking up this matter. First of all, deciding on the maintainability of the plea from the Hindu side, whether or not this case can be looked into as per law, considering there are obstructions like the Places of Worship Act 1991. While that said, here you have another plea now seeking for a fast-track decision on prayers or a darshan to be allowed at the Gyanvapi mosque. The plea asks for immediate prayer or darshan at the Gyanvapi mosque. This is a plea the Varanasi court has in fact fast-tracked. A plea now in the Gyanvapi case that now makes it all the more curious for the petitioners to find out what the court really has to say. The court fast-tracks this plea seeking for prayers at the Gyanvapi mosque. The plea has sought the mosque be handed over to the Hindu side. This is a massive development coming in at a time when there's much controversy and debate on whether lost Hindu heritage within the Gyanvapi mosque must be reclaimed. Now, of course, the Muslim side objecting to any kind of survey or intervention, considering or they're citing the Places of Worship Act of 1991, which does not allow for a religious character of a religious site to be changed, whatever that stood post-independence, post-1947. So since the law is in place, the Muslim side's condemning that the first place, the survey itself that was allowed was illegal. It was done against the law. Now a plea has been filed, another plea has been filed by the Hindu side, asking for the mosque to be handed over to the Hindu side and also asking for immediate prayers to be allowed, for darshan to be carried out within the mosque premises. We know that this is a sensitive issue. This has certainly raked up communal tensions, undoubtedly on both sides, the Muslim side and the Hindu side, both wanting to gain ground within this case, wanting to retain their control over the Gyanvapi complex. The Gyanvapi Gauri Shingar complex, as it's called. In fact, the survey that was carried out by the survey committee after the Hindu side had petitioned asking for a survey to be done to try and see what kind of Hindu symbolism is present within the Gyanvapi mosque. That survey managed to find several symbols like the shivling, like the damru, like the lotus, like the pan leaves inscribed on the walls of the Gyanvapi mosque on the basement. Many of these symbols really extensively signify that there possibly could have been a temple that may have been demolished for a mosque to be built. But remember, this is centuries ago, during the Mughal period, when the Gyanvapi mosque was built. At this point, now in 2022, we're looking at the Hindu groups claiming that they want to retain their lost Hindu heritage. They want to claim back their legacy, their cultural legacy, their religious lineage. And now that they've managed to find those religious symbols within the mosque premises, they're asking for prayers or a darshan to be immediately allowed inside the Gyanvapi mosque. Now, the court, we believe, has fast-tracked this petition, has fast-tracked this plea now, which asks for the mosque to be handed over to the Hindu side. A huge development, and again, not surprising. One would have imagined that this would have come to this point, where the Hindu side claiming that there are Hindu religious symbols found inside, including the shivling and several other symbolism. They want that place to be opened up for darshan or worship to be carried out at the Gyanvapi mosque complex. So this, again, was no surprises that an intervention like this would come up, a plea like this rather would come up, a request of this nature, of this ground would come up by the Hindu side, where they're now asking to give up rights, asking for the Muslim side to give up complete control of the mosque and hand over the mosque to the Hindu side. Huge development on the Gyanvapi mosque controversy, and this was expected. Now, even as the court decides to reserve the matter until the 26th of May, here is another plea that's been fast-tracked, asking for the Gyanvapi mosque to be handed over to the Hindu side. All right, that's it for now. For more news and updates, you could log on to indiatoday.in. You could also download our app for more. Stay tuned. Our India Today Entertainment Special on the other side.
متحف المستقبل أول ككتلة هي كتلة غريبة بالنسبة للناس، وبعدين كسر لجمود الكتل الموجودة حوالينا في دبي على أساس أن يكون نوع من الجذب موجود فيها على مستوى العالم وعلى مستوى الدولة. العبارات المقروءة كانت نحن قدام تحدي أن تكون العبارات مقروءة مش مجرد عبارات منثورة، فالعبارات المقروءة دائما فيها نوع من التحدي، كيف تشبك هذه العبارات في
Hello and welcome. You're watching In the Club. I'm Akshita Nandagopal. And first up, let's get you details from the Cannes Film Festival, where jury member Deepika Padukone opted for an Ashi Studio creation for her fourth red carpet look. But the actress was kind of struggling to even walk, or for that matter, even stand in the gown at the Cannes Film Festival. Here's the complete story by my colleague Chetty Narula.
Deepika Padukone walked the red carpet in a dramatic Ashi studio dress. Only that she couldn't walk, stand, or take photos without any help. It looked like the struggle was super real. One wonders if she wore the dress or the dress wore her. This orange custom-made dress was paired with green earrings to color block the attire. Interestingly, the heels were of the same orange color, but it was the dangling earrings that were used to color block the orange splash. The strapless orange taffeta gown with a floor-grazing hem and weightless drape around her shoulder wasn't as extravagant and maximalist like her 2018 attire from the same designer house. Her looks this year have been keenly watched, right from Louis Vuitton Somme to Sabyasachi and Ashi Studio. Her looks this year seemed like a course correction from the over-the-top Jimbatista Bali gown until this particular Ashi Studio attire that was probably and perhaps just meant for the mannequin. In New Delhi, Chaiti Narula for India Today.
New footage of Ranveer Singh taking a casual stroll in the French Riviera and obliging fans with selfies are doing the rounds on social media. This comes a day after Deepika made her third red carpet appearance. Ranveer Singh, who joined wife Deepika Padukone at Cannes, made the most of his time in the French Riviera, and these latest photos as well as a video of him are proof of that. A day after the Cannes jury member Deepika made her third red carpet appearance in a black Louis Vuitton gown, these visuals of her husband and actor went viral on social media. In the video, he's seen venturing out of his hotel to take a casual stroll, while other posts show him obliging fans with selfies. Earlier, several other photos of both Deepika and Ranveer made it to the internet. In the pictures, Ranveer was seen having a gala time at Cannes while posing for the camera along with Deepika at a Dior event. Accompanying the duo for the event was also Rebecca Hall, who was a member of the prestigious Cannes jury, just like Deepika. For the event, Deepika opted for a Louis Vuitton outfit, while Ranveer made an impression in an animal print shirt. According to India Today's sources, Ranveer's Cannes visit was apparently a last-minute decision. Sources further reveal, and we quote, Ranveer has been very busy promoting his latest release, Jayesh Bhai Zordar, and also shooting for Rocky Aur Rani Ki Prem Kahani with Alia Bhatt. This is his first break after the exhaustive promotional schedule. Ranveer, in fact, in an exclusive interview with India Today, mentioned that he's missing Deepika a lot as they've not been able to get time for each other due to their work commitments.
I'm really missing her. She's been busy shooting Pathaan. I've been busy shooting Rocky Rani.
It was on May 20th that Ranveer Singh left for Cannes, where the International Film Festival is being held. And now, after his first pictures, these new visuals from the French Riviera are breaking the internet. Entertainment Bureau, India Today. The trailer of Kamal Hassan's Vikram has received a thunderous response at the Cannes Film Festival. The superstar is in the French Riviera to promote his film and has also rocked several looks since the time of his arrival. Superstar Kamal Hassan, who is a part of the Indian delegation for the 75th edition of the Cannes Film Festival, has been making appearances in the French Riviera, and his new set of photos are going viral on social media. In the pictures, he can be seen making a strong sartorial statement in a custom-made black ensemble designed by designers Shantanu and Nikhil. The outfit featured a breezy kurta with an asymmetrical hem. The actor wore it with matching black trousers and a jacket that had patterns and dainty embellishments. Kamal Hassan arrived in the French Riviera to promote his upcoming movie Vikram, and in fact was seen doing the same when he flaunted the NFT poster of the film a few days ago in a plain white t-shirt which he teamed up with an ironed blue blazer and matching pants. Kamal Hassan has rocked several stylish outfits ever since he arrived for the 75th edition of the Cannes Film Festival, and this yellow suit is one of them. The actor also wore Gaurav Gupta's black suit for one of the events. The trailer of his film Vikram was also screened at the Cannes Film Festival 2022, and the video received a thunderous response from the audience present in the vicinity. Apart from Kamal Hassan, the film also stars actors Vijay Sethupathi, Fahad Fazil, Chemban Vinod and Narayan, and is directed by Lokesh Kanagaraj of Kaidi fame. Indian actor Surya Shivkumar of Jai Bhim fame is also a part of the film and plays a pivotal role in Vikram, which has been produced on a grand scale by Kamal Hassan and producer R. Mahendran. Vikram will hit theatres on June 3rd with special premiere screenings in the United States on June 2nd. Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
Vikram. Vikram.
Vikram! Let's fly 7 seas across to Hollywood and check out the biggest newsmakers from the West. Here's our fully foreign segment.
Kids, get to popcorn now. Let me tell you the story of the space Viking, Thor Odinson. He was no ordinary man. He was a god. After saving planet Earth for the 500th time, Thor set off on a new journey.
The trailer of Thor Love and Thunder is out, and it shows Thor going back on track and becoming worthy again of his ex-girlfriend Jane, played by Natalie Portman, and steals his thunder in more ways than one.
As the one and only Thor. Oh, spoke too soon. Jane?
With sparks of their old romance being rekindled.
The old ex-girlfriend.
What's it been like? 3, 4 years?
8 years, 7 months and 6 days, give or take.
Am I sensing feelings?
Well, you're right.
The new trailer is significant because it introduces Christian Bale's Gore, the God Butcher in white robe, white makeup and stark yellow eyes, and also gives a glimpse of Russell Crowe's character.
So this is my vow. All gods will die.
You are not like the other gods of kill.
Because I have something worth fighting for.
Thor Love and Thunder is the 4th in the franchise after Thor.
Now.
Thor Dark World.
All yours.
Anyone else?
And Thor Ragnarok in 2017. The film, which released in theatres on July 8, has been directed by Taika Waititi, who also plays the role of Korg.
He's just my first bad guy.
You never forget your first.
Let's see who you are. I take off your disguise. And flick.
Oh, you flicked too hard, damn it!
Shall we help him? And eventually, grape.
Lloyd. I got an urgent locate and destroy.
That could be fun. The man's got some street cred.
The makers of Grey Man have finally released the trailer, and it gives a sneak peek into the world of spies and espionage. The film explores the story of Ryan as CIA operative Corey Gentry, who goes by the codename Sierra 6, who is hunted by his former CIA worker. It is based on the novel The Grey Man by Mark Graney.
Of killing the infamous Sierra 6.
Directed by Anthony and Joe Russo, the film stars Chris Evans, Ryan Gosling, Dhanush, Anna de Armas, and Billy Bob Thornton, among others. The action thriller film will roll out in theatres on July 22. Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
Maybe not anybody.
It's the Platinum Jubilee celebrations for Queen Elizabeth II in June, and on this special occasion, the Sotheby's is hosting a special show called Power and Image Royal and Aristocratic Tiaras, where the tiaras from the royal family will be put on display. Chetin Arora gets you this special report.
It is Queen Elizabeth's Platinum Jubilee celebration in June. There is always much intrigue about the British royal family, and especially Princess Diana. The public interest in Diana has always been stupendous. Sotheby's is hosting a special show called Power and Image Royal and Aristocratic Tiaras. This exhibition will feature approximately 50 tiaras of aristocratic and royal provenance, with some pieces exhibited publicly for the first time ever. Biggest draw here is Princess Diana's priceless wedding tiara. The show is all set to feature 40 striking pieces of fine jewelry from the royal family. This ornate diamond tiara that Princess Diana wore for her wedding to Prince Charles in 1981 at the St. Paul's Cathedral will be on display for the first time ever in decades. This envied piece will be showcased for the first time since the 1960s. Reportedly, it was the go-to accessory for Diana, who wore the piece 7 times between her marriage in 1981 and her death in 1997. This Spencer tiara features a garland-style design. It has a heart-shaped motif set with diamonds, star and trumpet-shaped flowers, also set with diamonds. It was originally created in 1987. The design is known to have changed over the years as it was passed down in the Spencer family. This is one of the most important pieces of the Spencer history. The tiara is being loaned to Sotheby's by Earl Spencer, the late Diana's brother. This is not it. Many who have loved the history of the British royal family will get a first-hand view of Queen Victoria's most ostentatious crowns. Even the tiara worn by Queen Elizabeth for her 1953 coronation will be on display. Tiaras continue to gain popularity even today. Whether it is popular culture or auction sales, the collectors are always ready to add to their collections. In New Delhi, Chetin Arora for India Today.
Time for us to slip into a short break here on In the Club, but there's lots more coming up on the other side, so don't go anywhere.
You are watching.
Kartik Aaryan, who's basking in the success of his film Bhool Bhulaiyaa 2, visited the Kashi Vishwanath temple in Varanasi to seek blessings along with T-Series honcho Bhushan Kumar. His film is breaking all records at the box office. The Anees Basmi directorial managed to rake in over 70 crores in just 5 days of its release, making it Kartik's career's biggest opening and this year's highest grossing Hindi film.
15 साल बाद इस दरवाजे ने फिर दस्तक दी है। इसके पीछे कोई साधारण आत्मा नहीं है, काला जादू करने वाली मंजुलिका है।
I can see dead people. बचपन से भूतों के बीच पला बड़ा हूं मैं। वहां खड़े खड़े मेरा मुंह क्या देख रहे हो? देख लो, रमेश से बात करो। आपके पीछे जो 2 आत्माएं खड़ी हैं, उनसे बात करो।
Bhool Bhulaiyaa 2, starring Kartik Aaryan, Kiara Advani and Tabu, had a successful first weekend at the box office. After registering a good opening of 14 crore rupees on May 20th, it went on to see immense growth during the weekend. The film minted 18.34 crore on the second day and raked in around 23.51 crore at the box office.
इससे तो अच्छा हो तो बिग बॉस में चलो जा, तो कम से कम वहाँ पे बेइज्जती के पैसे तो मिले।
पंडित जी ने कहा है कि शुक्रवार को कुत्तों को खाना खिलाने से पुण्य मिलता है। लो लो, ठूस लो।
Taking its total first weekend collection to over 55 crore in 3 days of its release.
भूल भुलैया। बहुत सी आत्माओं से बात की होगी तुमने, लेकिन मंजुलिका सबसे अलग है रूहान।
चीचा, यस। जब से यहाँ आया हूँ मंजुलिका सुने जा रहा हूँ। Coming to get you, मंजू। तुम मंजुलिका कैसे हो सकती हो? डोनाल्ड ट्रंप के ट्वीट और चुड़ैलों के फीट हमेशा उल्टे ही होते हैं।
According to reports, Bhool Bhulaiyaa 2 has become Kartik Aaryan's biggest opening till date.
मंजुलिका बाहर आ गई है, उसने मुझ पर हमला किया। अब भी मिलना चाहोगे तुम मंजुलिका से?
हमारी वजह से मंजुलिका बाहर आई है, सबकी जान खतरे में है।
तो भागते हैं यहाँ से।
हम ठाकुर हैं और हम मुसीबत से कभी भागते नहीं हैं।
हाँ तो हम भी रंधावा हैं, मुसीबत आती ही ना निकल लेते हैं।
किथे गई आए मेरे दिल दी शौरी, oh my god oh लगदी हौरी, मैनू भी ओ कर गई नौरी।
His 2019 film Pati Patni Aur Wo had earned 35.94 crore, while 2019's Luka Chuppi had managed to collect 32.13 crore in its first weekend. What's more, Kartik's 2020 release Love Aajkal raked in 28.51 crore at the box office in its opening weekend.
so
2018's Sonu Ki Titu Ki Sweetie, on the other hand, minted 26.57 crore rupees. Even his Pyar Ka Panchnama 2 could only collect 22.75 crore, and 2011's Pyar Ka Panchnama managed to earn only 3.25 crore at the ticket counters on the first weekend. Kartik Aaryan, who is an outsider and has carved a niche for himself in the industry, left no stone unturned to promote Bhool Bhulaiyaa 2.
जब भूल भुलैया 2 की बात करता हूँ तो ग्रैटिट्यूड ही आता है, बिकॉज आई रियली फील कि यहाँ तक ये इंटरव्यूज़ में भी बैठना उस टाइम हमारे लिए बहुत प्रिविलेज था। इंटरव्यूज़ भी कि हमारे इंटरव्यू कर लो भी बहुत बड़ी बात थी। सो आई फील रियली happy and I feel really privileged now कि ये सब हो रहा है. So and I feel कि और भी बढ़ता रहे ये सब.
Even after its release, the actor visited Gaiety Cinemas in Mumbai to not only meet his fans but also to watch his film, but found the show to be houseful. For the Unversed, directed by Anees Bazmi, Bhool Bhulaiya 2 is a standalone sequel to Akshay Kumar and Vidya Balan's 2007 hit Bhool Bhulaiya. Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
And let's get you a roundup of what's keeping our celebrities busy. Here's all that's trending in Tinseltown.
Alia Bhatt's first ever production venture, Darlings, alongside Shah Rukh Khan's production house Red Chillies, has taken a digital route. The film will now be released on streaming giant Netflix. Alia took to social media to drop this announcement video as she confirmed the news regarding the same. In the video, the cast of the film, including Alia Bhatt, Vijay Varma, Shefali Shah and Roshan Matthew, can be seen talking about Darlings coming on Netflix in hushed voices.
Is it true? We heard Darlings is coming on Netflix.
What?
Sir, your next film, Darlings, is coming on Netflix, right?
Maybe not.
Shefali ma'am, could you tell us about your next project? We've heard it's coming on Netflix. Sir, can you please confirm the news?
To be or not to be is really the question. Not this.
Sir, आप नोट करोगे तो भी चलेगा.
They're here now for the meeting.
Netflix? Sir, Darlings?
अरे मेरे चाचा जी का नाम Netflix है.
Ma'am, Darlings is coming on Netflix, right? Darlings. Netflix. Darlings. Sir, I am Malayali.
क्या बोलना है सबको?
Ma'am, ma'am, sir, ma'am, 1 second. Ma'am, please. Ma'am, अरे यार.
See you soon.
Touted as a dark comedy, Darlings is directed by Jasmeet Kareen and has a blend of soulful songs from Gulzar and Vishal Bharadwaj. For the Unversed, Darlings marks Alia's debut as a producer, and when the actress started shooting for the film, she penned this special note on her social media. It read, "Day one of Darlings, my first film as a producer, but I will always be an actor first and forever. In this case, a very nervous actor. I don't know what it is. A night before I start a new film, I get this nervous, tingling energy all over my body. I dream all night about messing up my lines, become jumpy, reach set 15 minutes before time, fearing I'll be late. I guess this feeling will never go away. And it shouldn't, because being nervous and feeling unsure means you really, really care." Meanwhile, Alia will be seen next in Ayan Mukherjee's much-anticipated mythological trilogy, Brahmastra, opposite her husband Ranbir Kapoor. Part 1 of the same will hit cinemas on 9 September 2022. She also has the Hollywood film Heart of Stone alongside Gal Gadot and Jamie Dornan in her kitty. The shooting of Rohit Shetty's debut web show, Indian Police Force, is currently going on in Goa. The filmmaker took to social media to share this behind-the-scenes video of the same, where he can be seen filming a fight sequence with actor Siddharth Malhotra. The cop first Universe Maestro captioned the post as, "It's weird how glass breaks, body hits and staircases fall as normal for us. By the way, the camera weighs 27 kgs. Apart from Siddharth Malhotra, this mega-scale action-packed cop series will also feature Shilpa Shetty and Vivek Oberoi in key roles. With Shilpa on board, she is now the first female in Rohit Shetty's cop universe. Earlier, the makers had also dropped the welcome on board posts for the key characters including Siddharth Malhotra, Shilpa Shetty and Vivek Oberoi.
अपन का दो बाप है, गॉड और जनता। दोनों ने बोला आने को, तो अब बुला रहा है।
It's a wrap for Tiger Shroff's next, Gunpat. The actor, who was shooting for the final schedule of his action thriller in Ladakh, took to social media to announce that he has completed the most challenging schedule of his life and that he can't wait to show it to his fans. Directed by Vikas Bahal, Gunpat also stars Kriti Sanon and Eliav Ram in key roles. The film is expected to hit cinemas in December 2022. Apart from Gunpat, Tiger also has Rambo and Bade Miyan Chote Miyan co-starring Akshay Kumar in his kitty. Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
And that's all we could pack for you in the show today. Till next time, thanks for watching and goodbye.
Mars exploration missions are exciting, but nearly 4 years after its launch on Mars, the InSight lander will have to end its activity. The US probe will soon be out of power. There's too much dust on its solar panels. Using an ultra-sensitive French-made seismometer called SEIS, InSight carried out its mission to map the interior of the red planet thanks to recording of 1,300 Mars quakes. Scientists are now able to confirm that the core of Mars is indeed liquid, that the thickness of the planet's crust is less thick than expected, and that it is probably made up of 3 layers. The seismic activity could be a result of temperature anomalies caused by the mantle of planet's crust. The InSight mission did experience one failure, with its heat flux sensor HP cubed. It had to be buried 5 meters below Mars' surface to measure its temperature, but it could not dig down far enough and the effort was abandoned.
You are watching You are watching India Today.
Thanks so much for being with us here on India Today. I'm Chaiti Narula joining you with all the top stories. Let's start off this afternoon with the headlines first. Another big setback to Gandhis. Kapil Sibal dumps the Congress party, files Rajya Sabha nomination on a Samajwadi Party ticket.
16 मई को मैंने कांग्रेस पार्टी से त्याग पत्र दे दिया है। चाहते हैं कि 2024 में एक ऐसा माहौल बने हिंदुस्तान में कि मोदी सरकार की जो खामियां हैं वो जनता तक पहुंचाई जाएं।
Is it Gyanvapi rerun in Karnataka's Bengaluru after Hindu temple-like architectural design found allegedly beneath a mosque? VHP vows to perform puja near the disputed site. No stopping the horrifying street murders in Chennai. BJP functionary hacked with sickle 2 days before Prime Minister Modi's trip to the city. Heat on Stalin government. Nine-year-old Safa inflames the entire nation. Terrorists killed her father, Constable Saifullah Qadri, and shot her. India prays for her recovery. Anger erupts over the targeted killings of the innocent. Pakistan's heart bleeds for terrorist Yasin Malik, but not for a 9-year-old girl. Safa NIA court to pronounce quantum of punishment for Yasin Malik in the terror funding case at 3:30 p.m. A teen gunman kills 19 children, 2 teachers in Texas school shooting. Biden calls for fresh curbs on firearms. Shooter Ramos Salvador also killed his grandmother before unleashing the carnage. Massive blow to the Congress party. Veteran leader and one of Congress's biggest legal voices, Kapil Sibal, has dumped the Gandhi family. Sibal, who fronted the G23 rebel group for calling for Congress's reforms repeatedly, said that he quit the party on 16th of May. Today, he was accompanied by Samajwadi Party chief Akhilesh Yadav while filing a nomination for Rajya Sabha on a Samajwadi Party ticket in Lucknow. After filing this nomination, he said he wants to be an independent voice in the Rajya Sabha to take on the Modi government's shortcomings. Sibal is believed to share a warm relationship with many SP leaders, including Akhilesh Yadav and Azam Khan. Recently, he represented Jail Khan in Supreme Court, helped him secure interim bail. This comes after Patidar leader Hardik Patel and Congress's Punjab face Sunil Jhakar quit the party. According to sources, Patel is mulling to join the BJP while Jhakar has already joined the saffron camp.
पूर्व कांग्रेस नेता कपिल सिब्बल ने आज राज्यसभा का नामांकन दाखिल किया है। उत्तर प्रदेश से हमारे साथ खास बात के लिए मौजूद हैं। कपिल सिब्बल जी, आज आपने नामांकन दाखिल किया, आपने कहा कि इंडिपेंडेंट तौर पे। पहली बात है, ये सब फैसला क्यों? इस तरीके से फैसला क्यों इंडिपेंडेंट तौर पे?
तो मैं चाहता था कि अगर मैं वापस, और मैंने पब्लिकली बोला था कि मैं किसी के दल में पेश नहीं होगा, शामिल नहीं होगा। आपको याद होगा मैंने एक पब्लिक स्टेटमेंट की थी। तो एक बार मैं पब्लिक स्टेटमेंट कर दूं तो उसके पीछे मैं कैसे हट सकता हूं? मैंने हमेशा जो कहा उसी का पालन किया, और इसी को सोच, इस बात को सोच पे रखते हुए मैंने अखिलेश जी को कहा कि मैं चाहता हूं कि मैं राज्यसभा में जाऊं, लेकिन एक ही शर्त में कि आप मेरा समर्थन कीजिएगा एज ए निर्दलीय।
बिना किसी शर्त के आपको समर्थन दिया?
बिना किसी शर्त के। कोई ऐसी बात हुई ही नहीं। किस बात की शर्त? किस बात की शर्त हो सकती है? वो ये मुझे एक मौका दे रहे हैं, मैं क्या शर्त रख सकता हूं? शर्त
आपने समय समय पर खुले तौर पर अपनी बातों को सामने रखा है, लेकिन कांग्रेस से इस्तीफा देने की प्रमुख वजह क्या रही?
नहीं, कोई वजह नहीं है। ये एक परिवार से हम जुड़े हुए थे 30-31 साल के बाद। लगा मुझे कि अब वक्त आ गया है कि मुझे एक निर्दलीय के रूप में, अगर मुझे सदन में जगह मिलती है तो मैं एक निर्दलीय के रूप में आवाज उठाऊं। यही एक वजह है। मुझे कांग्रेस से कोई खटाव नहीं है, कोई ऐसे कंप्लेंट नहीं है। मेरे संबंध आज भी बड़े अच्छे हैं, लेकिन इस्तीफा देने का वक्त आ गया था।
आप लगता है लीडरशिप को लेकर के जो सवाल कांग्रेस में चल रहे हैं उस पर आप क्या कहते हैं?
जब मैं कांग्रेस में था तो मैं कुछ सवाल उठा सकता था। अब मैं कांग्रेस में नहीं हूं, और ये सही नहीं है कि मैं अब क्योंकि मैं कांग्रेस में नहीं हूं, मैं कांग्रेस के ऊपर सवाल उठाऊं। ये उचित नहीं है। मैं ऐसा करूंगा नहीं, और न मैं करना चाहता हूं।
समाजवादी पार्टी के साथ में पहले भी आपने उनका सहयोग किया है। आजम खान को बाहर लाने में आपकी भूमिका रही। ये भी एक रिलेशनशिप आप मायने रखता है?
बिल्कुल, बहुत मायने रखता है। मेरे वैसे तो सभी विपक्षी दलों, हिंदुस्तान के सभी विपक्षी दलों के नेताओं से मेरी बड़े अच्छे संबंध है। इनके साथ तो खैर बहुत ही अच्छे हैं।
Will Kapil Sibal now join the Samajwadi Party? For now, he said he's filed his Rajya Sabha nomination as an independent. Listen in, rather, to what Akhilesh Yadav said about this.
We are all constrained by the fact that we are members of political parties and we have to therefore abide by the discipline of those parties. But I think it is important to be an independent voice. और मैं समझता हूँ कि जब एक निर्दलीय की आवाज़ उठेगी तो वो लोगों को फिर ऐसा लगेगा कि किसी पार्टी से जुड़े हुए नहीं हैं। हम चाहते हैं कि 2024 में एक ऐसा माहौल बने हिंदुस्तान में कि मोदी सरकार की जो खामियां हैं वो जनता तक पहुंचाई जाएं और हम इसका प्रयास करेंगे। मैं खुद इसमें अपना इसका प्रयास करूंगा। 16 मई को मैंने कांग्रेस पार्टी से त्याग पत्र दे दिया है।
आज कपिल सिब्बल जी ने किया है, वो समाजवादी पार्टी के समर्थन से राज्यसभा में जा रहे हैं। तो हमें उम्मीद है कि देश में जो बड़े बड़े सवाल हैं आज देश किस रास्ते पर है। आज बेरोजगारी सबसे ज़्यादा है, महंगाई रुक नहीं रही है, कानून व्यवस्था ध्वस्त होती चली जा रही है, हमारी सीमाएं सुरक्षित नहीं हैं, चीन लगातार हमारी सीमाओं के अंदर आ रहा है। तो इन तमाम बड़े बड़े सवालों पर मुझे लगता है कपिल सिब्बल जी समाजवादी पार्टी और अपने विचारों को रख पाएंगे।
India today spoke to suspended Congress leader Sanjay Jha, who had a reaction, and there are some more reactions coming in on this as well. Listen in.
You know, he was frustrated to a great extent as being one of the, linchpin of the G23 group within the Congress who have been talking about reforms and changes. So I guess he was terribly disillusioned, probably did not see the Congress party reforming at the pace or having the intent to kind of make the changes that were drastically needed. In my opinion, losing elections is bad enough, but losing people is awful because replacing talent takes a long, long time. And especially when you are losing people like Mr. Sibal or Mr. Jhakar, who have been with the party for decades and have gone through ups and downs that have hung in there, I think that to me is very, very sad and tragic. But, if there's a perception going to be created that anybody who's critical of the party is a pro-BJP guy or, he's a conspirator or he's somebody who wants to disturb the, the paradigm, that's wrong. I mean, challenging a system that is not delivering is exactly what democracy is all about.
कपिल सिब्बल जी जो पार्टी के इतने वरिष्ठ नेता हैं, उन्होंने पार्टी से रिजाइन कर दिया और जो है अब इंडिपेंडेंट के तौर पे सपा के सपोर्ट से राज्यसभा का नॉमिनेशन जो है भर दिया है।
देखिए, वैसे तो कपिल सिब्बल जी बहुत लंबे समय से कांग्रेस से जुड़े हुए थे। कांग्रेस ने भी उनको तमाम जो महत्वपूर्ण जिम्मेदारी होती है, प्रतिष्ठा होती है, सम्मान होता है, सब दिया। लेकिन वैसे तो हर व्यक्ति अपने भविष्य के फैसला लेने के लिए स्वतंत्र है, लेकिन कम से कम उनसे ये अपेक्षा नहीं की जाती थी कि वो एक देश के माने हुए वरिष्ठ वकील भी है, तो उनसे ऐसी उम्मीद नहीं थी।
कितना बड़ा डेंट है कांग्रेस पार्टी के लिए?
देखिए, अब ये तो ऐसा कुछ नहीं है। कांग्रेस एक राष्ट्रीय पार्टी है, नेशनल पार्टी है, लोग आते हैं जाते हैं, तो उससे कोई पार्टी का बहुत बड़ा नुकसान हो जाएगा, ऐसा नहीं।
कांग्रेस पार्टी को लीडर क्यों छोड़ रहे हैं, इसका निरीक्षण तो कांग्रेस के नेतृत्व को करना होगा। चिंतन शिविर के बाद ऐसे कई लोग हैं जिन्होंने पार्टी को अलविदा कहा है। मैं समझता हूँ कांग्रेस पार्टी इस पर कहीं ना कहीं विचार कर रही होगी। इस पर मैं टिप्पणी नहीं करना चाहता। जहाँ तक किसी व्यक्ति विशेष के पार्टी छोड़ने का सवाल है, उन्होंने अपने विवेक के मुताबिक अपना फैसला किया है। मेरी उनको शुभकामनाएं हैं और हर व्यक्ति को ये अधिकार है कि अपने विवेक के मुताबिक अपनी रणनीति, पॉलिटिकल रणनीति तय करे।
Well, one thing is clear that today the Congress party is no longer a party. It's only about parivar, and therefore there's no space for dissenters, only for Darbari. Whether it's Hardik Patel, whether it's Mr. Jhakar, whether it's Mr. Sibbal, then you are shown the door. And more than 177 Congress people, MPs, MLAs have left in the last few years. So clearly this shows that the party has neither any neta, niti or netritva, and there's a complete loss of confidence in the Congress leadership. This is also a reflection of the internal democracy or the lack of it within the Congress party. It in fact has as much democracy as the Republic of North Korea or China.
Let's listen in again to what Sibal said after his exit from the Congress party.
2024 में एक ऐसा माहौल बने हिंदुस्तान में कि मोदी सरकार की जो खामियां हैं वो जनता तक पहुंचाई जाएं और हम इसका प्रयास करेंगे। मैं खुद इसमें अपना इसका प्रयास करूंगा। मैंने दे दिया है 16 मई को मैंने कांग्रेस पार्टी से त्याग पत्र दे दिया है। नहीं, कोई वजह नहीं है। ये एक परिवार से हम जुड़े हुए थे 30-31 साल के बाद। लगा मुझे कि अब वक्त आ गया है कि मुझे एक निर्दलीय के रूप में, अगर मुझे सदन में जगह मिलती है तो मैं एक निर्दलीय के रूप में आवाज उठाऊं। यही एक वजह है। मुझे कांग्रेस से कोई खटाव नहीं है, कोई ऐसे कंप्लेंट नहीं है। मेरे संबंध आज भी बड़े अच्छे हैं, लेकिन इस्तीफा देने का वक्त आ गया था। मैं यहाँ जो नॉमिनेशन फॉर्म जो मैंने भरा है वो निर्दलीय का भरा है।
अच्छा, निर्दलीय का भरा?
निर्दलीय का भरा है, इंडिपेंडेंट का भरा है। और मैं आभारी हूँ अखिलेश जी का कि उन्होंने मेरा समर्थन दिया है। As an independent, I'll be going to the Rajya Sabha after scrutiny and everything is in order. I have always wanted to be an independent voice in this country, and I'm glad that Akhilesh ji understands why that is so.
Sibal's exit is a big embarrassment for the Gandhis. While at Cambridge a few days back, this is what Rahul Gandhi had to say about the state of flux and implosion in the Congress party.
All political formations go through transitions, right? If you look at the record of the Congress party, everybody gets excited that, we are now not in power for 7 years, we're in power for 70 years, right? And we've played a significant role in developing the country and in bringing India to where it is. Of course, we need to reinvent ourselves.
That's right.
We need to rethink. We need to rethink what our role is. We need to rethink how we interact with the people.
So what would be the first thing you would think requires a rethink?
The first thing that requires rethink is opening the doors of the Congress party and bringing in millions and millions of youngsters into the party.
So a new,
Right. That's the first thing.
millennium. Okay.
Now to an India Today exclusive showing Qutub's truth from annals of history that shows ancient proof of Hindu past of Qutub. India Today's access 1871 British Raj ASI report that seeks to settle Qutub debate. The report clearly mentions Lakshmi idols, Hindu pillars, Anantnag in Qutub Minar Mosque. The report says pillars erected by Hindu king Prithviraj, and this is on never seen before British era Qutub fact check. Take a look.
The report mentions that earlier it was not a mosque. All the evidences shows that it was a temple, and the evidences were hidden by the Muslims, and then they had set up a mosque over there just above the temple.
Quite likely that the corridor and the domical structure over it, the trabeate kind of domical structure, they are the elements of Hindu temple architecture that exist over there. But the core area, the sanctum sanctorum or the mukh mandap or vestibule and things like that, the core elements of the temple existing within that area, somewhere near the iron pillar, that whole area, the surface is all covered, so we cannot say. But the corridor as such, which we see, is the existing one, and now it is part of Quwaitul Islam Mosque, but quite likely it might be of the temple.
The Mandir Masjid showdown in Karnataka's Mangaluru escalates. Hindu group Vishwa Hindu Parishad is going to perform a puja near the disputed site. According to BJP MLA Bharat Shetty, Hindu rituals will be performed near the site by locals to see if there's any power in the mosque. BJP has also demanded a proper investigation by the ASI. Meanwhile, Section 144 has been imposed for 500 meters around the masjid till 26th of May, 8 a.m. A survey has been demanded after a Hindu temple-like architectural design was purportedly found underneath an old mosque during the renovation. Hindu groups claim that a temple existed at the site before the mosque was built.
Right now we are standing in the Bhajana Mandir, which is where the Tambula Prashne to be held, and we can see that all the leaders of VHP and Bajrang Dal is present, and in front of Gopal Krishna Panikar, the expert from Kerala who is conducting this particular ritual here. Also, he has been accompanied by the local Tantri called Polalagiri Prakash Tantri. The team is to find out whether the mosque or the inside the mosque is there any God's power or not. The procedure is to conduct till the evening, and the rituals is happening right now. We can see that the tambola, which have the betel nuts and betel leaves, has been exchanged already. Now keeping the Graha Deshe, where the Hindu, according to Hindu rituals, these things are important. Now it's a long procedure where the finding of God's presence in the mosque will be declared by evening. That is what it has been informed.
There was an incident while renovating one of the masjid, the Juma Masjid near Tenkavulipadi Grama, Malalipeta. There were like some structures similar to temples were found, and there were like some issue created within. Police and local revenue officials, they handled the situation. We conducted a cursory meeting, and even the masjid management committee, they have assured us they are like fighting that case in the court. Whatever rituals conducted by whatever organization, there we don't have to like hold it in a legal perspective. All these things will be looked after in the court. Court will take the appropriate decision.
One thing is the Vishwa Hindu Parishad and Bajrang Dal have taken a stay on the demolition process. They have taken a stay on the demolition process. They have said the demolition should not take place and a proper investigation should be done. My stand as an MLA is also I am also of the same view that a proper survey by the archaeological department should be done. Every time you say a mosque is built or a temple, you go and hide behind the 1991 Place of Worship Act. No, it is not we. It is not like I am doing it or one organization doing it. This is the local wanted to do Tambula Prashne. We can't go and tell don't do it because it's a part of a culture here. It's a part of a belief system and they want to do it.
Our Karnataka is a global state. We all are living and there is no issues which have to be reckoned up. They are unnecessary because of the election. They are taking all these of issues in the coastal area and in the entire state. Chief Minister is in Davos. He is signing agreements with various minority institutions where other friends to come and participate here. Now, I think this BJP outfits are creating a lot of problems. It is a very big damaging to the state.
All these controversies are being manufactured by fringe elements just to polarize the society, polarize the state, and this is totally unwarranted. The BJP and their allies, they are involved in all these things. I condemn it.
Slipping to a break. When we return, no stopping horrifying street murders in Chennai. BJP functionary hacked to death now. Details in just about a bit.
You are watching India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com or call 9999892171.
watching India Today.
Following a spate of murders in Tamil Nadu's Chennai, BJP's minority wing leader in Tamil Nadu's Chennai was hacked to death by 3 miscreants on Tuesday, May 24. 30-year-old Balachandar was murdered brutally by an unknown gang in Chennai's Chintadripet. Balachandar was receiving death threats and was later provided with a personal security officer to ensure security. The incident occurred when Balachandar was on a street speaking to a few men when his security officer had gone to have tea. At that exact moment, 3 men surrounded him, brutally hacked him to death. The gang then got into two-wheelers, escaped from the spot before Balakrishnan, who was Balachandar's security, could return. The death of another BJP functionary has now raised critical questions about the law and order situations in the city. On 18th May, 2 spine-chilling murders occurred in the capital and both were caught on CCTV. Opposition leader Palaniswamy also criticized the law and order situation, claiming Chennai had turned into murder city as 18 murders have occurred within the past 20 days.
Another murder in Tamil Nadu's capital raises the question if Chennai is becoming the murder capital. This is a word from the opposition leader Edappadi K. Palaniswamy, who said that within the past 20 days there have been 18 murders. 19th being on Tuesday around 6:30 p.m. at this location of a BJP functionary. Balachandran, who was the Central Chennai president for SC/ST wing, was brutally hacked to death at this spot. This is one of the busiest spots in Chennai called as Chintadripet, where he was hacked to death by 6 people. The shocking part is that Balachandran is also being provided with a PSO as he had threat to his life. And in this area, when he was talking to a couple of his friends, he was surrounded by 6 people who hacked him to death within a couple of seconds and escaped in motorbikes. The shocking part here is that this area is under CCTV surveillance, which you could see on that junction. There are multiple CCTVs over there, and not just that. As we are showing the CCTV on the right side of this road, from this area, not even 200 meters, you have the Chintadripet police station, thereby raising questions about exactly what is happening to the law and order situation in the state of Tamil Nadu. Now, the Commissioner of Police, Shankar Jiwal, says that in the past 20 days, only 10 murders have occurred. If you need to include this, it will become the 11th, and police are doing whatever they can. But the bigger question is that how come gangsters and such elements have become bold, and how come such murders are occurring in broad daylight? In fact, on 18th of May, 2 murders occurred in Chennai. Both were captured on CCTV. Brutal murders. 2 men hacked to death with sharp weapons, sickles, and even now, the strange part is that the Tamil Nadu police is claiming that they are trying everything to make sure that the public is safe. But the question is, are the public safe? This is Vivian, Pramod Madhav, Point Today.
In the case, நம்ம தற்சமய investigation, hospital and weed protection க்கு தனியா டீம் போட்டிருக்கோம் 3 டீம் 4 டீம் தகவல் படி வெளியே போயிருக்காங்க மொத்தமா 7 டீம் இருக்கு டிசி நம்ம முதல்ல இந்த பந்தோபஸ்தில் எல்லாம் போட்டிருந்தோம் அவர் வெளியே எடுத்ததை இந்த வேலைக்கு மட்டும் ஸ்பெஷலாக வச்சுருக்கோம் அங்கே கூட ஆள் தனியாக போட்டோம் இன்னும் இன்ஸ்பெக்டர்ஸ் அண்ட் ஏசிஸ் ஒர்க் சொல்லியிருக்கோம் இந்த ஏரியாவில் வேலை செஞ்சனால தேவைப்பட்டால அடிஷ்னல் அந்த டீம் நம்ம பயன்படுத்துகிறோம்
சார் அந்த சிசிடிவி பொறுத்த வரைக்கும்
See, most of these cases, vengeance. As the BJP functionary must have been involved in any crime. So the tit-for-tat action is taking place in every part. Now police are very active. That is why so much of murder cases are coming to know to the public. DMK is not controlling police. Police is acting independently. And they are supposed to act independently in case of any crime. They have arrested even DMK men while they were also found guilty of some crime.
Lawlessness is there in DMK's blood. Whenever they come to power, the L&O, the law and order of the state will go for a toss. And this is yet another testimony. I challenge DMK. If they were to give out the data, 1,000 deaths would have been so far after Stalin resumed power. It was 660 murders and deaths in 6th or 7th month of MK Stalin's rule. It's now 1 year, but I'm sure that it will be 1,000 plus. And every day, the law and order deterioration is at its peak.
This is not the first instance of such a brutal murder taking place in broad daylight on the streets of Chennai. The DMK government is doing precious little to ensure the law and order of the state and particularly of Chennai is maintained. In fact, today, the entire Dalit Lives Matter lobby is eloquently silent and not raising a single question, perhaps because it is inconvenient to do so.
அதுக்கப்புறம் லாஸ்ட் வீக் 3 days பிஃபோர் வந்து என் தம்பியை வழியில பார்த்து உங்க தம்பியை விட மாட்டேன், உங்க தம்பி சாவியை கையில தான் அப்படின்னு சொல்லிட்டு மிரட்டுறாங்க. மிரட்டினோடனே சண்டே நைட் நான் வந்து எஃப்ஐஆர் போடுறோம், அவங்க மேல இது மாதிரி மிரட்டுறாங்க, கொலை முயற்சி பண்றாங்கட்டு. எஃப்ஐஆர் போட்டேன், இன்னும் அவனுக்கு பிடிக்கவே இல்லை. ஆனா என் தம்பி தான் உயிர் விட்டான், ஜவாகரன். என் தம்பி உன்னை பிடிச்சிருந்தா என் தம்பி செத்துருக்க மாட்டான், உன்னை பிடிக்கல, இன்னும் தேடிட்டே இருக்கிறாங்க அவங்கள.
We're slipping to a break. When we return, NI court to pronounce the quantum of punishment for Valley butcher Yasin Malik in a short while from now.
You are watching India Today.
Wearing a blue and grey hooded sweatshirt, silently watching the court proceedings from behind a reinforced glass box. This 21-year-old Russian soldier has been sentenced to life imprisonment for killing a Ukrainian civilian. The man he killed was 62 years old and unarmed. In the first war crimes trial being held in Ukraine since Russia's invasion, a young tank commander, Vadim Shishimarin, pleaded guilty to killing Alexander Shelipov. He was killed by the young commander on Feb 28th, 4 days after Russia's invasion. The Russians saw the elderly man riding a bicycle and talking on his phone. He killed the man to prevent him from reporting on their location. As per the judge, Shishimarin had fired several shots at the victim's head from an automatic weapon on the orders of a higher-ranked soldier. The judge stated, given that the crime committed is a crime against peace, security, humanity, and the international legal order, the court does not see the possibility of imposing a shorter sentence.
Шишимаріна Вадима Євгенійовича, 17.10.2000 року народження, визнати винуватим у вчиненні кримінального правопорушення, передбаченого частиною 2 статті 438 Кримінального кодексу України, та призначити йому покарання у виді довічного позбавлення волі.
While the baby-faced soldier showed no emotion upon hearing the court's verdict, his bowed head and shaky hands told a different story. The trial is of huge symbolic importance for Ukraine as it has accused Russia of atrocities and brutality against civilians during the invasion, claiming that there are more than 10,000 possible war crimes. The court reached its verdict 5 days after holding its first full hearing. There has been no response from Russia to the trial yet, previously stating that it has no information about the trial either.
You are watching India. You are watching India Today.
There's breaking news just coming in. Delhi court is set to pronounce quantum of sentence for Yasin Malik any moment now. The JKLF leader is accused in a 2017 terror funding case. The NIA is pushing for a death sentence for Yasin Malik. That's the breaking news coming in any moment now. This particular quantum of sentence will be out. The NIA has demanded death penalty, remember, for convicted Kashmiri separatist leader Yasin Malik, who had earlier pleaded guilty to charges, including those under UAPA in a terror funding case. The Delhi court is going to be pronouncing its verdict on the quantum of punishment. The time given was 3:30. It is 3:30 by the watch, exactly. So any moment now, we will hear what happens. The sentencing will be out any moment now. Arguments from what we're picking up has been concluded and the court is going to be giving a verdict any moment now. 3:30 was the set time, so a couple of minutes more and this verdict. This is a big story we're tracking today. The defense in fact has asked for life imprisonment instead of the death penalty, so it's a wait and watch in terms of what the verdict is. The Delhi court is going to be pronouncing the verdict any moment now. That's the big story you're breaking at this point. Delhi court set to pronounce quantum of sentence for Yasin Malik any moment now. We will know what happens. We have Kamaljeet Sandhu joining us for the very latest. Kamaljeet, the 3:30 was when the quantum of punishment was going to be announced. Any moment now, are we going to be expecting the quantum of sentence for Yasin Malik? And if you could just walk our viewers through the case as well.
Dramatic set of events which took place inside the court. The NI pleaded that he should be given death sentence, which is the maximum sentence. But Yasin Malik's lawyer has clearly contested that, saying a minimum punishment should be given. And when Yasin was supposed to speak, he basically said that he had given up, he had shunned the path of violence. He had given up the guns and taken up the Gandhian path. He also said that at least 7 prime ministers had met him, and that if he was somebody involved in terror activities, why would that be? So yes, now this is up to the sagacity of the judge as to pronounce the order. But clearly, in 3 decades of terrorism in Jammu and Kashmir, Yasin Malik has been an important leader of JKLF and then separatist leaders. He has pleaded guilty, so under sections 16, 17, 18 and 20 of UAPA, there is waging war against the nation, which is the 120 BIPC. All this has been charged against him, but clearly this is a case of terror funding of 2017, where the likes of Hafid Saeed and the others have also been booked. But when it comes to taking action, I remember months before 2019, when Yasin Malik was being taken away, he had almost banged his head against the wall, and many said this was done because he wanted to show the atrocities being done against him. But that sort of a thing did not go down. He was and he has been serving in jail while this entire arguments have been put forth in the court. And today is obviously the big day. Another big turn of events came in when Digvijay Arvind Negi, who is the IO of the case, was himself arrested in another case of helping a Pakistani and passing on information in the Khurram Parvez case. But clearly, this is a larger case of terror funding, conspiracy, being part of terror activities, of terror funding.
Back to you, Kamaljeet, in just a bit. Hang on right there with us. Any moment now, we'll know what the court has decided. But Sunilji Bhatt also joins us from Jammu. Sunilji, what is the situation in the valley at the moment? Because I believe so that there are parts of Srinagar that were shut today ahead of today's verdict, and heavy security has been deployed on the back of this development.
Well, Cheti, Yasin Malik was the chairman of the Jammu and Kashmir Liberation Front, and at one point of time he was one of the most dreaded terrorists in the Kashmir Valley, and he carried out some of the most horrific crimes in the Kashmir Valley in early 90s. He has murdered people, he has carried out killings, and right now I am at the residence of Nirmal Khanna. She is the wife of late squadron leader Ravi Khanna. Ravi Khanna was one of those Air Force personnel who was, assassinated by Yasin Malik in January 1990. It has been a very long battle, legal battle for the families of the victims. However, this case pertains to a terror funding case of 2017. But nevertheless, since Yasin Malik has been convicted in this case, it has emerged, it has come as a ray of hope for the families of the victims, who now hope that Yasin Malik will be brought to justice. He was somebody who had carried out, some of the most gruesome killings in the Kashmir Valley. His organization, terror organization, JKLF, they kidnapped people, they tortured people, they even indulged in rapes. And we have so many cases which are pending against the terrorists belonging to JKLF. And since Yasin Malik was one of the main commanders of JKLF at that point of time, he himself carried out killings. He carried out the killing of the then director of Doordarshan Srinagar, Lassa Kol. He even was involved in the kidnapping of Rubia Saeed, the daughter of then Home Minister of the country, Mufti Muhammad Saeed. So Yasin Malik is not an ordinary criminal. He is one of the most dreaded terrorists. He carried out some of the most gruesome crimes in the Kashmir Valley, and now the families of the victims are hoping
Delhi court sentencing on Yasin Malik at 4 p.m. today. That's the big breaking news coming in. Delhi court is going to be giving out that sentence at 4 p.m. The time given was 3:30, and now in half an hour from now, the Delhi court is all set to give quantum of sentence. That's the big breaking news coming in. Delhi court set to pronounce quantum of sentence for Yasin Malik at 4 p.m. now. 4 p.m. is the time given, viewers. The JKLF leader, who is accused in 2017 terror funding case, the NIA is pushing for a death sentence for Yasin Malik. All eyes now on what the Delhi court decides. Shreya Chatterjee joins us live for the very latest. Shreya, 4 p.m. is the revised timing. What have been the arguments for and against? If you could walk us through what happened in court.
Well, the hearing now, the order rather, will now be read out tentatively around 4 because the court is still writing the order. We do know that it was reserved earlier today when the NIA has sought a death penalty in the terror funding case for Yasin Malik. Now we have to wait and watch whether it's a death penalty or a life imprisonment that is in the fate for Yasin Malik. Remember, this is the 2017 terror funding case that was lodged by the NIA, where Hawala routes were used to get in money from UAE, Pakistan via ISI sources and then create unrest in the valley. It was following the time of 2016 after the death of terrorist Burhan Wani, where Yasin Malik and the likes of Altaf Fantoosh, Asya Andrabi, Zahur Vatali were also named in the same very case. To just give a brief idea about what this case is, remember there were shell companies that were created by Zahur Vatali through which funding was actually pumped in from ISI via Pakistan and UAE. This came from the likes of Hafiz Saeed, Saeed Salahuddin, and the NIA had evidence that there was money received by Yasin Malik from Zahur Vatali, which he had used to actually create furor and unrest in the valley. There were notes recovered from during the raids in the matter, where there was clear indication given that people involved in football tournaments should be disengaged, and these youths should be used for stone pelting. This is the same period of time when 89 cases of stone pelting was actually registered in the valley. So this is the entire matter, and now the court will pronounce the order. 4 p.m. is the revised timing, and we will get to know what hangs in the fate for Yasin Malik, whether it's death penalty or life imprisonment. But clearly, NIA has sought for death penalty, saying that they want a deterrent punishment in the matter.
All right, I'm taking this across to Sunil Ji Bhatt as well. Sunil Ji, you were also getting us some reactions right there, because not just the terror funding case, there are many families there in the valley who are waiting for justice, and they want to see this particular death penalty come in for Yasin Malik as well, on the back of the other crimes that he's committed in the valleys as well. Of course, this case pertains to the terror funding one.
Absolutely, Cheti. The families of the victims are hoping that the court will pronounce, death sentence to Yasin Malik. As far as the family of late squadron leader Ravi Khanna is concerned, they have said that they will be speaking to the media only after the verdict is out. We are at their residence, and I'm just holding the picture of, squadron leader Ravi Khanna. He was waiting for his bus near Rawalpura in Srinagar in January 1990, and there were many other, IAF officials who were unarmed, and they were waiting for their bus. And suddenly Yasin Malik and other terrorists belonging to the JKLF reached that spot, and they fired indiscriminately at the Air Force personnel. 4 Air Force personnel were martyred in that terror attack, which was carried out by the JKLF commander Yasin Malik at that point of time. And since then, the families of the victims have been, fighting a long legal battle. All although this case, where hearing is right now on at Delhi's NIA court, the court is set to pronounce quantum of punishment against Yasin Malik. This case pertains to a terror funding case, but nevertheless, the families of the victims say that it has come as a ray of hope for them. There is a separate trial going on at Tada Court in Jammu, which pertains to IAF personal killing case as well as Rubia Saeed kidnapping case. The trial is going on at Jammu's Tada Court, and recently, the trial resumed after 30 long years. So you can understand what the family members of the victims must have gone through all this while.
We're coming back to you. Hang in right there. We're getting some reactions just trickling in. There are some reactions coming in. Listen in.
देखिए यहाँ तो ये तो मैंने पहले भी कहा एक सियासी मसला है जम्मू कश्मीर। यहाँ पहले भी कई लोगों को फांसी दी गई, उम्र कैद हो गई, फांसी हो गई, उससे तो मसला कश्मीर हल नहीं हुआ बल्कि और उलझ गया। तो मैं तो समझती हूँ कि ये जो इनकी मस्कुलर पॉलिसी है गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया की, इसके नताइज बरक्स होंगे, इसके नताइज अच्छे नहीं होंगे बल्कि इससे हालात जो है दिन ब दिन खराब होते जा रहे हैं।
7 प्राइम मिनिस्टर के साथ काम कर चुका हूँ इंडिया में, और अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी जो है उन्होंने तो मेरे को पासपोर्ट भी दे दिया था। तो उन्होंने ये भी बोला, और जो है फिर मिटिगेटिंग जो फैक्टर्स की बात हुई कि मिटिगेटिंग फैक्टर्स कैसे होनी चाहिए क्वांटम ऑफ पनिशमेंट में, फिर उन्होंने बहुत सारी चीज़ें बोली। उन्होंने कहा कि अगर मैं वायलेंस पे रखता तो वाई इंडिया वुड सेंड मी टू हार्वर्ड एंड अदर उसमें। तो ये सब बातें हुई। अब देखिए उसके उन्होंने बोला कि वाइल बेसिकली टेकिंग एनी पनिशमेंट अगेंस्ट मी और ग्राइंग द इन सेंटेंस, तो कोर्ट को बोला कि आप इन सब चीज़ों का ख्याल रखिएगा। ही वॉज वेरी काम एंड ही हैज टोल्ड द कोर्ट दैट कि मैं कुछ नहीं बोलूँगा, आई विल नॉट से एनीथिंग, आप अपने दिल खोल के पनिशमेंट दीजिए जैसा भी आप दे सकते हैं, बट आप जो है ईमानदारी से पनिशमेंट दीजिएगा। आप जो भी मेरे को रखें, मेरे सारे सर्कमस्टांसेस, सारे मिटिगेटिंग फैक्टर्स को ध्यान रखते हुए आप पनिशमेंट।
Yasin Malik is a terrorist. There should be no doubts about it. The court has convicted him. He's involved in terrorist activities. He's involved in supporting on terrorism in Jammu and Kashmir. He has been a sympathizer. He has been a tool of the Pakistan ISI.
Amidst the radical Islamist jihadis that are killing innocent people in the valley, Pakistan Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif bats for terror convict Yasin Malik. On Tuesday, terrorists opened fire at a 9-year-old Safa after she tried to save her father, Constable Saifullah, in Srinagar Sora area. Earlier, the Pakistan Prime Minister Sharif openly supported terror convict Yasin Malik. This comes after Yasin has been pleaded guilty in 2017 terror case. Pakistan Prime Minister took to Twitter and urged the world to take note of the Indian government's mistreatment and call Yasin a political prisoner. Sharif also alleges that the terror charges on Yasin and the killings of the Kashmiris are fake. Does the terror sympathizer Shehbaz Sharif's heart bleed for this terrorist and not for the 9-year-old Safa? That is also a big question. Breaking news coming in. IGP Vijay Kumar says terrorists responsible for killing of Saifullah Qadri have been identified. He has been identified as Adil from Gandarbal. Cops identify the terrorists who killed Saifullah. That's the latest coming in. At the moment, cops have identified the terrorists who killed Saifullah. IGP Vijay Kumar, he is the one who has said terrorists responsible for killing of Saifullah Qadri been identified as Adil from Gandarbal. That's the latest that is coming in at the moment. You do remember that the Jammu and Kashmir police constable was killed. His 9-year-old daughter was injured as well when the terrorists opened fire on them in the Sora area, which is in the outskirts of Srinagar. On the back of this, the latest development, this is one incident, viewers, that is shaken the entire nation. These visuals are so distressing and has shaken the soul of the entire nation. Now, IGP Vijay Kumar has said terrorists responsible for killing of Saifullah Qadri have been identified. So this is good news coming in that at least the identification has happened. He has been identified as Adil from Gandarbal. We'll get our reporter to join us for more details on this. A Jammu and Kashmir police constable was killed while his 9-year-old daughter was injured when terrorists opened fire on them in Sora area on the outskirts of Srinagar. According to sources, constable was going to drop his daughter for tuition classes when they were attacked. Here's more.
This is 9-year-old Safa. Blooded by terrorists in Kashmir while her father was shot dead. On Tuesday, terrorists fired indiscriminately at Saifullah Qadri, constable of the Jammu and Kashmir police, who was on leave. He was targeted right outside his house in Saura's Ganai Mohalla in Srinagar. Watching the shots fired, this 9-year-old girl ran to save her father, clung to his arms as he battled for life. Heartless terrorists did not spare the child either and fired at her. Both received critical gunshot injuries and were rushed to the hospital, where the policeman succumbed. The child has suffered heavy blood loss, but is said to be stable at present. The area around Ganai Mohalla is cordoned off and a search is on to nab the terrorists. The police have vowed to bring the killers to justice.
पूरी सोसाइटी कश्मीर सोसाइटी एज ए होल सोसाइटी को इसका क्रिटिसाइज करना चाहिए, इसको करना चाहिए, हम सब क्रिटिसाइज करना चाहिए और टेररिस्ट की फैमिली को भी समझना पड़ेगा कि उनकी फैमिली को भी आगे आके टेररिस्ट के खिलाफ बोलना चाहिए.
One more innocent life has been snuffed out by radicalization and terrorism in Kashmir. Bureau Report, India Today.
The murder of the Jammu and Kashmir police constable and attack on his 9-year-old daughter in broad daylight has now sent shockwaves across the country. Massive protests have erupted against the deadly attack on civilians. People of Jammu and Kashmir have been taken to streets demanding justice. Kashmiri Pandits United Front is also leading the demonstration. They are raising anti-government slogans and are asking the administration to take concrete steps to teach Pakistan a lesson. They are asking the government to devise a strategy to deal with Pakistan terror infiltration and rampant killing of civilians. Meanwhile, BJP leader and former Deputy Chief Minister Kavinder Gupta has alleged that opposition is shying away from naming and blaming Pakistan. He said that opposition is emboldening the terrorists. Earlier yesterday, a Jammu and Kashmir police constable, Saifullah Qadri, died after terrorists opened fire at him in Srinagar Saura area. His 9-year-old daughter also got injured in the incident as she was trying to save her father.
They want that government must take concrete steps to teach Pakistan a lesson, and they must also hold Pakistan accountable for the crimes it is committing in the Kashmir Valley. We will talk to some of the protesters here. कल भी एक पुलिस कर्मी की हत्या आतंकवाद.
बस सारी एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन फेल हम तो यही बोलेंगे हमारे लिए कुछ नहीं कर रही है गवर्नमेंट.
You can just hear that the protesters here are saying that vulnerable sections of the society are being targeted in the Kashmir Valley, and they are paying the price of the lackluster attitude of the government. That's what they are alleging. They are saying that the government is not serious as far as mitigating the sufferings of the innocent people are concerned. They want that government must take concrete steps to deal with this recent spate of targeted killings. They are saying that how long innocents are going to suffer, how long innocents are going to be targeted by the terrorists. Enough is enough now. Time has come to teach Pakistan a lesson, and the government must devise a new strategy to deal with hybrid terrorism.
Attack after attack bleeds the valley. Terrorists won't even spare kids. No end to targeted killings in Kashmir, and the killings have been on the rise in the last 5 months. Take a look.
Rajouri, Bandipora, Baramulla, Sunjwan, Pakistan-sponsored terrorism continues to bleed Jammu and Kashmir, molding itself into new forms such as hybrid terrorism and now narco-terrorism.
पाकिस्तानी टेररिस्ट जो है पिस्टल यूज करता है, इधर पूरा इनकाउंटर हो
चाहे हैदराबाद का इनकाउंटर हो या खनियार का इनकाउंटर हो, इसमें जो पाकिस्तानी टेररिस्ट मारे गए सारे के पास से पिस्टल मिला है। पिस्टल से इसको कंसील करने में ईजी होता है, मूवमेंट में दिक्कत नहीं होती है और टारगेटिंग करना ईजी होता है। ये हम लोग के लिए एक इमर्जिंग नया थ्रेट है।
In a span of just 5 months, targeted killings have been on the rise. Hindu minorities, security forces, all are in the line of fire. Not just the mode of terror, the network itself is getting a revamp. New terror outfits have sprung which uses cadres of banned terrorist organizations like Lashkar-e-Taiba, Jaish-e-Mohammed and Hizbul Mujahideen. While forces across the border are trying hard to revive terrorism with sustained operations carried out by our security forces, at least 145 terrorists have been killed this year alone. The Naya Kashmir that is taking shape will not bow to terror. Bureau Report, India Today.
Slipping into a short commercial break. When we return, court to pronounce judgment for Yasin Malik in the terror funding case shortly. Stay tuned.
You are watching India Today.
History is at a turning point, from the war in Ukraine to the climate and food crisis. From the much-wanted metaverse to unstable cryptocurrencies, get a ringside view to the ideas and challenges that are shaping the post-pandemic world. Catch me all through this week on India Today and Business Today as I bring you all the latest from a World Economic Forum that's being held this time in summer in Davos.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India Today. You are watching India Today.
Fashion industry is all about new designs, styles and creations. Well, now fashion designers have a new playground for their creations, the metaverse. This digital world where, thanks to an avatar that gives us a virtual twin, we can evolve and act just as we would in the real world. We enter it through wearing a virtual reality headgear or by watching a computer or smartphone screen. The metaverse is a space for experimentation and testing out new products, allowing designers to push the boundaries of their creativity. This has economic advantages too. By testing out their collection in the metaverse, they can then analyze public reaction in it and adapt demand accordingly to avoid surplus production and unsold items in the real world. In other words, an eco-friendly approach. For other designers, their creations will stay digital. On specialized platform brands, commercialize their virtual clothes by attaching to them an NFT or a non-interchangeable unit of data stored on a blockchain that can be sold and traded using cryptocurrency. This kind of marketing saves brands from their worst nightmare: fakes flooding the marketplace. With the second-hand market booming, reselling a pair of virtual shoes associated with an NFT will give the designer royalties on each transaction. Some brands link a virtual fashion item with its counterpart in reality.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India Today. You are watching India Today.
Very good evening. Thanks for being with us here on India Today. The big story at the moment is 4 p.m. We're all standing by for the quantum of punishment to be announced by the Delhi court for Yasin Malik. But first up, let's begin with the headlines. Another big setback for the Gandhis. Kapil Sibal dumps the Congress party, files Rajya Sabha nomination on Samajwadi Party ticket.
अब वक्त आ गया है कि मुझे एक निर्दलीय के रूप में, अगर मुझे सदन में जगह मिलती है तो मैं एक निर्दलीय के रूप में आ सकता हूं।
Is it Gyanvapi rerun in Karnataka's Bengaluru after Hindu temple-like architectural design found allegedly beneath a mosque? VHP vows to perform puja near disputed site. No stopping to the horrifying street murders in Chennai. BJP functionary hacked with sickle 2 days before Prime Minister Modi's trip to the city. Heat on Stalin government. Nine-year-old Safa inflames the entire nation. Terrorists killed her father, Constable Saifullah Qadri, and shot her. India prays for her recovery. Anger erupts over the targeted killing of the innocent. NIA court to pronounce the quantum of punishment for Valley butcher Yasin Malik in terror funding case in just moments from now. A teen gunman kills 19 children, 2 teachers in Texas school shooting. Biden calls for fresh curbs on firearms. Shooter Ramos Salvador also killed his grandmother before unleashing the carnage. Big breaking news coming in. Delhi court is all set to pronounce the quantum of sentence for Yasin Malik any moment now. Any moment now. 4 p.m. is the time given, and any moment now. It's 3:59. All right, it's 4 p.m. by the watch. So any moment now, the quantum of sentence is going to be out. I promise you, viewers, we're going to stay on the story and get you the latest details. The entire nation is really waiting by for this sentencing. The JKLF leader, remember, has been accused in a 2017 terror funding case. We're getting you details in just moments from now in terms of the arguments for and against in the court as well. And the NIA now is pushing for death sentence. So while the quantum of punishment is for the terror funding case, many are awaiting justice for the killing of Kashmiri Pandits, as Sunilji Bhatt was mentioning earlier as well. We're all waiting by for the Delhi court to set and pronounce the quantum of sentence for Yasin Malik any time now. Death penalty has been the demand. The National Investigation Agency has demanded capital punishment for convicted Kashmiri separatist leader Yasin Malik, who had, remember, just to give you a background, earlier pleaded guilty to all the charges, including those under the stringent Unlawful Activities and Prevention Act, or UAPA as it's popularly known, in a terror funding case. The Delhi court any second now will be pronouncing the verdict on the quantum of punishment in this particular case. Kamaljeet Sandhu now joins us. Kamaljeet, what have been the arguments for and against, and what is going on in court? Any moment now we will know whether the quantum of sentence and what exactly it is, while the NIA is pushing for capital punishment. Kamaljeet, can you hear me?
So let me tell you, I'm at the Patiala House Court. This is the NIA Special Court. You'll see this is jam-packed because a lot of media presence, a lot of security presence out here. We do expect that Yasin Malik, for the quantum of punishment, will be taken up from the lockup right here towards the court inside. And for the very first time, after conviction, we will know the quantum of sentence. Now, the NIA itself has pleaded and said they want death sentence, which is maximum. Now remember, as far as this conviction is concerned, this is under section 16, 17, 18 and 20 of the UAPA. Besides that is also section 120B, waging war against the nation. So they've gone for the maximum punishment. Meanwhile, the lawyer of Yasin Malik has pleaded that, he has shunned the path of violence. In fact, Yasin Malik himself spoke and said that he had taken on the Gandhian principle, that the 7 prime ministers had met him, that should be taken into consideration, and said with an open mind, one should give that punishment, but also keeping in mind the circumstances. But clearly, as far as Yasin Malik is concerned, the JKLF top commander, he's been behind several of the terror acts, and the conviction is for terror activities. Now, one has to remember this particular case of 2017. The terror funding case was the original case, which is one of the first to be booked against the terror ecosystem in Kashmir Valley. The NIA went after big guns, whether it was Shabir Shah, whether it was Zahur Watali, the others who were part of the eco-terror system, the likes of Hafiz Saeed as well as Saeed Salahuddin. Both of them were also named. They've been absconding and are in Pakistan. But very clearly, when it came to action on separatist leaders, remember Yasin Malik being a big player, and he has confessed. Now, many say what he said in the court today is actually quite opposite of pleading guilty. That could be to actually soften the stance of the court, that he has made an open admission of guilt, yet he said that he's shunned violence. Now it is up to the court to
take this across to Pooja Shali. Pooja, did the NIA Special Public Prosecutor tell the court anything about probably Yasin Malik in part being responsible for the Kashmiri exodus and the killing as well? While this case we do understand is with regards to the Kashmiri, the terror funding, was there a mention by the prosecution?
Today is a very important day, Chaiti. This is not just with regard to the terror funding cases, but for the Indian Air Force, for the armed forces, where there are accusations against Yasin Malik of having shot them down. For the Kashmiri Pandits, he's accused of killing, all of that, and definitely for funding, specifically with regard to the Terror Act that has been placed against him. Remember, NIA court has been, NIA specifically prosecutors have been very defiant. They have very categorically said and demanded death penalty, because they have said these may just look like funding charges, but they are definitely also about waging a war against nation. And importantly, Yasin Malik has decided to not contest these charges, and therefore it will be very pertinent what the NIA court also goes ahead and decides today. I just want to tell you about basic 5 charges: indulging in an act of terror, raising funds for terrorist activities, conspiracy to commit the act of terror, links to a terror group, anti-India activities. Yasin Malik, remember, has been the face of terror for Kashmir for a very long time. So even if, of course, the Defense Council is trying to come across to say that he's given up arms, he's taken the Gandhian route, yes, right now, but also likely because at this point, this conviction proves that it's not just been about funding, but much more. And therefore, it will be pertinent to see what the judge of the NIA court also decides. But the prosecutors are very clear and have demanded a death penalty over this.
Prosecutors have demanded a death sentence, death penalty for Yasin Malik. Well, let's take this across to Shreya Chatterjee as well, who is joining us. Sunilji Bhatt also joins us from Jammu. But Shreya, to you first. While the prosecution demands death penalty, has the defense gone ahead and made any arguments against that? What happened in court? Because we're all waiting for the quantum of sentence to be announced for the convicted terrorist Yasin Malik.
Well, first and foremost, Yasin Malik is a lawyer case, and it's an amicus curiae who's there, and it was the NIA special prosecutor who's sought for a death penalty. The words that he used was that they want a deterrent punishment in the matter. Now, we do know that this is a case of terror funding in 2017, but obviously he's being tried on the charges of UAPA and other sections as well. Now, one of the other interesting point that to be met under section 121, it is very clear that if someone wages war against the country, can be tried for death as well.
To be out any moment now, and the Delhi court will give the quantum of sentence. We're waiting for that to take place. Meanwhile, let's take a look at what's happening in Srinagar in the meanwhile. Ashraf, over to you.
Absolutely, Cheti. Basically, the security has been enhanced in the area where Yasin Malik lives here in the Srinagar city. He's from the Maisuma area, which is very close to the Lal Chowk, the heart of Srinagar city. We have seen the shutdown there. The shopkeepers brought down the shutters early in the morning today. There was a kind of a strike in that particular area in the Srinagar city against this proceeding of what is going on in the NIA court in Delhi. But meanwhile, we have seen that the political parties have already reacted in the Jammu and Kashmir, mainly those parties who are Kashmir based. They had come in the support of the Yasin Malik and said that he was going for the non-violent politics for last many decades now, almost more than 2 decades, when in 1996 Jammu Kashmir Liberation Front unanimously declared the ceasefire and decided not to go for the violence in the Jammu and Kashmir. That is the positive point so far with the Yasin Malik and JKLF here in the Jammu and Kashmir. As far as this case is concerned, as many of the reporters mentioned, that it is a case of 2016 when Burhan Wani was killed in an encounter in the South Kashmir. Then we have seen a month-long clashes, curfews and in fact unrest across the Kashmir Valley, and those are the specific charges against the Yasin Malik in this particular case, where he has been booked for sponsoring those anti-national protests and the unrest in the Kashmir Valley. Now it will be very interesting to see what kind of what judgment and what kind of punishment comes from the court, and finally then we could come to know that what will be the response of the Kashmir Valley. But it is the clear that before this important verdict here in the Kashmir Valley, security has been beefed up. Many parts of the Kashmir are in the protest, particularly the residential area of Yasin Malik, and things will develop when this quantum of the punishment will come from the court.
Absolutely. Kamaljeet Sandhu is also joining us with the latest details. Kamaljeet, while Yasin Malik has already pleaded guilty, the arguments for the quantum of sentence, have they concluded? Because the country is standing by for that particular verdict, which is going to come out any moment now. But have the arguments concluded at the moment?
Yes, the arguments have concluded. A final word was given to Yasin Malik before the court decided that the verdict would be given at any point of time after 4 o'clock. So we were waiting that. We'll just show you how the security has been beefed up. Meanwhile, yes, the arguments have been made, and yes, as far as NI is concerned, they have demanded the maximum sentence of death penalty. This is going to be very huge. Usually in these kind of cases, we've seen a life term, but it'll be unusual if the court does go in for a death penalty. Now remember, as far as evidence is concerned, that's been mounting up for several years, and many would say that as far as the valley is concerned, the Hartal calendars are concerned, a systematic way as how things would churn out in Kashmir Valley rally, specifically on agenda of separatists, how the funding was coming in from Pakistan, from various other countries, and this is how it was being channeled. But leaders, especially the separatist leaders like Yasin Malik, Shabir Shah, and in specifics, we've seen whether it was stone pelting, whether it was incidents of hartal as far as financing is concerned. So several of the youth who were misled, misguided, who joined terror ranks, all this is now going to be part of it. And remember, as far as the finances are concerned, how it came through the businessman tycoon Zahur Watali. It's also known that as far as the separatists, whether it's Fantoosh or whether it is the likes of members of Saeed Ali Shah Gilani's family, many of those members were named. Importantly and interestingly, the absconders, including Hafiz Saeed and Saeed Salahuddin, all of these members who have now been named. But clearly when it comes to conviction, Yasin Malik stands convicted. Now it's the quantum of punishment. And this is, for a long time, Yasin Malik would go to jail and come back. It was only for a temporary time. But this is the first time when a conviction takes place.
To Kamaljeet Sandhu as well. Let's fix that video of hers and bring her back on. Shreya Chatterjee is also with us. Sunilji Bhatt joins us from Jammu. Ashraf Vani is joining us from Srinagar as well. Let's go to Pooja Shali also, who's standing by in the newsroom. Pooja, it's interesting to note that while the quantum of punishment for convicted Kashmiri separatist leader Yasin Malik is going to be out any moment, and he's pleaded guilty to the terror funding charge as well, he's getting support from Mehbooba Mufti, Omar Abdullah and Pakistan Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif.
Pakistan expectedly will be supporting Yasin Malik like they have been supporting all the terror groups, the terrorists, and given shelter to anti-India activities as well. So that is clearly not surprising. But I will make a mention here, if you look closely at the videos of Yasin Malik coming to the court today, he's carrying a file with him, and the reason for that is that he's chosen to fight the case himself. So a lawyer not representing him, he's directly putting forth an amicus curiae was there to explain the charges to him, but Yasin Malik has gone forward and done it. But importantly, when he says, I have dropped weapons now, I have followed the Gandhian principle, the question remains, when he had the weapons all those years, it led to killings, unrest, communal violence, exodus of a minority community and their killings as well, their ethnic cleansing, attacks at the armed forces. So all of that is now coming back to haunt him clearly, even though he says he's become a Gandhian.
While all of that will always haunt him, and the victims and their families today will seek justice. Today they want justice to come in full circle as well. But as far as this case is concerned, Pooja, will the arguments be entertained as far as those instances are concerned, or is the court going to be strictly restricting the arguments as far as the terror funding case is concerned and his defense for the death penalty as asked by the NIA?
That is a very important point and a question, Chaiti, because yes, today is primarily about funding terror, indulging in terror activities or anti-India activities, but primarily it were about the Hawala transactions, the financial dealings that were done, to which he's already pleaded guilty and he's not contesting the charges, which means it is likely to be as minimum as it can get a life term, as maximum as it can get a death penalty. It will be interesting to see what the NIA court eventually decides. But to your question, about the ethnic cleansing, exodus, all of that and the killings of Indian Air Force personnel may not be directly brought in and considered by the court at this moment. The court may want to make an observation on that. We cannot speculate. But today is primarily about financing terror and anti-India activities. But because Yasin Malik is a known former terrorist, he's a figure whose cases have been out in the open. So it's not that these need to be even mentioned.
Hence, Pooja, has there been any kind of legal precedence where there has been death penalty announced in the terror funding case? Because while there is a large sentiment and the NIA wanting capital punishment, because everyone knows about the Kashmiri exodus and the genocide as well in the valley, and the victims today await justice. This particular case, I come back, is on the terror funding bit. Are you picking up from legal somewhere that it perhaps could be life imprisonment. What are you picking up?
Well, ideally, we cannot speculate what the court will decide, Chaiti, but I can tell you that the minimum sentence appears to be, given the charges against him, of life imprisonment, and as maximum as it can go will be of the death penalty. And therefore, how the court examines it, because it does mention anti-India activities, it does mention waging a war against nation, it does mention financing terror, all of that can be considered on the whole of the accusations and allegations against Yasin Malik. But remember, it's also a very sensitive case because Yasin Malik has tried to come forth as some sort of a hero. He has now become a Gandhian, all of that. So he's made a very interesting public image of himself. And therefore, there in the valley as well, the situation, the security status had to be updated and had to be tightened. But I can tell you that at this point, this is a very big day. It could set a precedence today, even if there has not been earlier, because today's conviction can then decide further. There are already cases going on at the Tada court. Bitta Karate is behind prison on a similar charges of funding terror. Today's precedence and decision by the court at NIA can actually set a precedence further also, Chaiti.
Oh, absolutely. Pooja, please continue to stay back with us. Pooja Shali, who has been tracking this story and developments rather very closely, will come back to you. But Shreya Chatterjee, I'm being told, has been patched back on the broadcast. She's been tracking all the developments from the court. Shreya, do you have an update for us at the moment?
Well, the judge is yet to arrive inside the court. The bench is still not sat, so we'll have to wait and watch for some time before the quantum of sentence is pronounced. But as Pooja was pointing out very pertinently, that today's order will actually have ramifications on the proceedings, because remember, dozens of the separatist leaders were actually involved in the terror funding case. So after Yasin Malik, there are others like for the likes of Asia Andrabi, we have Shabir Shah, and also the likes of Zahur Watali. So they also will be facing similar framing of charges. So definitely today's case will have a ramification in this matter, because there are others who have also been accused in this very case. Yasin Malik has pleaded guilty. It was on May 10th that he had pleaded guilty, and he fought his case on his own. But today the NIA has sought for a death penalty. They very pertinently use the point that they want a deterrent punishment. So they want an example to be set, because under Section 121,
yes, hold on right there. Ashraf Ani is joining us from the valley as well. Ashraf, what is the mood like? I believe the security has been enhanced as well, and also give us a bit of a sense of the of what you're picking up from leaders like Mehbooba Mufti, Omar Abdullah. They've been giving reactions on this. What are you picking up from them?
Absolutely, Chaiti. Basically, there is a kind of atmosphere across the Kashmir Valley, particularly all eyes on the quantum of punishment, because it is not a single case here in the Kashmir Valley. We have seen the unrest and the militancy in the Kashmir Valley for last more than 3 decades. There are hundreds of leaders. There are dozens of organizations who were involved in the 90s in the anti-India activities, in the terrorism, in other activities. But this quantum will definitely set a benchmark, set a precedency for other political leaders too. Basically, we have seen after the abrogation of Article 370, there was a huge crackdown on the separatists and their political parties and their organizations across the Kashmir Valley. Almost every separatist leader is behind the bars. Only Mirwais Umar Farooq, who is the chairman of All Parties Hurriyat Conference, he is detained inside his residence. He is not allowed to move out of the home. So there are all eyes, not only of the people in the Kashmir Valley, but particularly of the political parties on these developments going on in the Delhi. But meanwhile, the Yasin Malik's case is being seen in that way, because his party, Jammu and Kashmir Liberation Front, has been considered always a kind of a party which is not pro-Pakistan, which has not been supported as well by the Pakistan as the other separatists and militant groups in the Kashmir Valley. So that is something which the Pakistan wants to sell on the international standard. That is why the Prime Minister of Pakistan openly defended Yasin Malik, as well as the Imran Khan, the former Prime Minister of Pakistan, and in fact also the political leaders and former chief ministers of the Jammu and Kashmir. Now, as far as
all these cases which are being looked after today, which on the basis of which the quantum of punishment will be decided today, those are some kind of cases which are not only with the Yasin Malik but with other separatist leaders. In fact, today there was a development. One of the youth leaders of the Mehbooba Mufti, Wahid Parra, was granted bail in one of the such cases. He was also being booked by the NIA on the charges of terror funding and supporting the different militant groups. So it will be very interesting to see that how this quantum of punishment will be given. And as far as the Kashmir is concerned, as I have said, that the security has been put on high alert, particularly in the Srinagar's Maisuma area, because Yasin Malik comes from that area. We have seen unrest for years, for days, for months in that particular area in the Srinagar. When there is any kind of a protest, any kind of a stone pelting, that starts from that area, because Yasin Malik lives there, his family lives there. In fact, we are just getting visuals from the family of the Yasin Malik. They were protesting, some of the ladies, some of the relatives of the Yasin Malik, that the harsh punishment and the quantum should not be given to the Yasin Malik. So these things will be clear when
so
once
these are separatist sympathizers. These are separatist sympathizers who are showing their sympathies towards Yasin Malik, and we have those reactions with us as well. We'll play them out for you in just moments from now. But I want to take this across to Pooja Shali, who's joining us from the newsroom as well. Pooja, if you could just paint the lay of the land as far as Yasin Malik is concerned, one from the point of view of the terror charges and the arguments in court today, and we're all awaiting for the quantum of sentence because he's already convicted, and the other in terms of the larger sentiment vis-a-vis Yasin Malik in the valley, especially when it comes to Kashmiri Pandits.
Remember this, Chaiti, that since 1989, when the killings and assassinations started in Kashmir, for the survivors of the families of the victims who were allegedly killed by Yasin Malik, the then JKLF terrorist, it would be a moment perhaps they had been waiting for so long, and the time had stood still. Whether it was Doordarshan director Lasa Kaul, whether it was squadron leader Ravi Khanna, their families will be watching today. Even if the charges are primarily of financing terror and anti-India activities, they were not just statistics. These are families who were uprooted and their lives changed forever. So today when Yasin Malik says, I've given up weapons and I have become a Gandhian, spare me, the question is, will the court consider that, or perhaps all those families who've been fighting legally and democratically for so many years? So today, of course, in just a short while, when we'll have the final verdict and the order coming in from the NIA court today, the prosecutors are saying needs to be death penalty. The charges of financing terror Act has been put against him. There is also of a waging war against nation. All of these will be specifically legally considered by the court. But as you're asking of the larger sentiment, I can tell you that yes, he's been a known figure. He's had a share of support as well. But today, Yasin Malik clearly stands isolated, specifically in court, specifically in the larger sentiment. And with daily killings still ongoing in Kashmir, the fact is what Yasin Malik started, the repercussions of that violence are still
Pooja, what do you think, what made up his mind to not go ahead and face trial?
That's a very interesting question. Now, one of the reasons could be perhaps he realized that his time is up. He realized that at this point, fighting arguments as well, when the charges are very clear and there is solid evidence with the National Investigative Agency, that there is no point really going forth with the arguments. So even though, yes, he is defending himself as much as he can, primarily to try and not get death penalty, according to him, he could also want to try and come across as a hero, that I'm fighting my own case and these are primarily the charges that I can speak against. But for now, it is imperative that he was offered all legal options. He chose to fight the case himself, but eventually it will be what the court decides today. Chaiti.
Absolutely. We have Sunilji Bhatt joining us from Jammu as well. Sunilji, at the moment, what are you picking up in terms of the situation in the valley as the entire nation is waiting with bated breath for the Delhi court to pronounce the quantum of sentence for the convicted Yasin Malik in the terror funding case?
Well, Cheti, I will just tell you that right now I am at the residence of Nirmal Khanna. She is the wife of late squadron leader Ravi Khanna. Ravi Khanna was, martyred in a terror attack which was carried out by JKLF terror commander Yasin Malik in January 1990. 4 Air Force personnel were martyred in that terror attack. And Yasin Malik is also accused of kidnapping Rubia Saeed, daughter of then Home Minister of India, Mufti Muhammad Saeed. And as far as the families of the victims are concerned, they are waiting for the verdict. They want that Yasin Malik should be given death sentence. I spoke to Nirmal Khanna few days ago. She clearly said that she wants death penalty for Yasin Malik. Although this case pertains to a terror funding case, but nevertheless, it has come as a ray of hope for the families of the victims who have been, fighting a long legal battle. It has been more than now 3 decades that the families of the victims have been fighting a legal battle. Behind me, you can see the picture of squadron leader Ravi Khanna. He, along with his colleagues, was waiting for his bus. He was unarmed. His colleagues were unarmed. They were waiting for their bus at near Rawalpura in Srinagar in January 1990 when this terror attack was carried out by JKLF terror commander Yasin Malik and his other associates. So, Cheti, it's not only these crimes. Yasin Malik had also killed the then director of Doordarshan Srinagar, Lassa Kaul. So he has carried out some of the most horrific
breaking news,
crimes.
Delhi court sentencing on Yasin Malik anytime now. That's the big breaking news coming in. We're waiting by, stand by, because India Today will be the first channel to get you the order shortly as soon as the court pronounces it. The Delhi court sentencing on Yasin Malik any moment now. That's the big breaking news coming in. The Delhi court set to give quantum of sentence for our viewers who have just tuned in. Delhi courts all set to give the quantum of punishment for convicted Kashmiri separatist leader Yasin Malik any moment now. The JKLF or Jammu and Kashmir Liberation Front leader is facing death penalty, was produced in court. He was produced in court after being convicted in the terror funding case. He has also told the court that he earlier shunned weapon and is following non-violent principles of Mahatma Gandhi. Sunilji Bhatt joins us from the valley. Sunilji, over to you.
Well, the verdict is expected any time from now, but as I said, that the families of the victims have been waiting for justice for last more than 3 decades. I am at the residence of Nirmal Khanna. She's the wife of squadron leader Ravi Khanna. And Ravi Khanna was one of those 4 Air Force officers who were, they were martyred in that terror attack which was carried out by Yasin Malik in January 1990. Although the case, this case pertains to a terror funding case, and NI is going to pronounce, quantum of punishment against Yasin Malik. There is a separate trial going on at Tada Court in Jammu. The Tada Court is hearing the cases which pertain to Air Force personnel.
News break just coming in at the moment. Security has been hiked in sensitive parts of the Kashmir Valley, and verdict in minutes now. And drones to keep tabs in Srinagar also there. That's the latest coming in at the moment. Security hiked in sensitive parts of the Kashmir Valley. Verdict any moment now. There are drones that have been deployed to keep tabs in Srinagar, in parts of Kashmir as well. And Sunilji, are these drones around Yasin Malik's residence as well?
Well, Cheti, Yasin Malik's residence in Srinagar is in Maisuma locality, and Maisuma is a very notorious place because whenever stone pelting used to happen, mostly people from Maisuma locality used to come out and pelt stones at the security forces. In early 90s also, it was a very notorious colony because at that point of time also, the separatists as well as their supporters used to come out and they used to carry out violent protests. So now the security agencies don't want to take any chances, and that is why security has been beefed up in most parts of Srinagar city, particularly in Maisuma locality. The security forces want to ensure that there is no untoward incident after the verdict is out. But Chaiti, this is huge. This is huge because just like, when nobody had thought that Article 370 will be abrogated, similar kind of feeling had creeped in most of the people that Yasin Malik will never be punished. But the time has now come. Yasin Malik is going to be punished now. Quantum of sentence will be pronounced shortly by the NIA court in Delhi, and the families of the victims are waiting for this judgment. They have been fighting a long legal battle, but as I said, that this is not the case pertaining to the killing of the Air Force personnel. Right now, the quantum of punishment that is going to be pronounced is related to a terror funding case. But nevertheless, it has come as a ray of hope for the families of the victims. And I have been also talking to the Kashmiri Pandit community. They are also waiting for this judgment, because the Kashmiri Pandits community has been accusing Yasin Malik of, committing heinous crimes against their community members. Whether it was Lassa Kaul. Lassa Kaul was the then director of Doordarshan Srinagar. He was killed by Yasin Malik and his terror associates. Similarly, most of the killings of the Kashmiri Pandits that were carried out in Kashmir Valley in 1990 were carried out by JKLF terrorists. So that is why it has been a long pending demand of the Kashmiri Pandit community that cases against Yasin Malik should be expedited. He should be brought to justice. And the Kashmiri Pandit community also has a grievance against the civil society of the nation. They have been saying that the civil society has been rolling out red carpet for him for last 30 years, when this man should have ideally gone to gallows long back. But nevertheless, it may have taken 30 years, but finally there seems to be some semblance of justice as far as Yasin Malik is concerned. He will be now, today punished. He will be given punishment, and all eyes are on Delhi's NIA court. And the victims' families have clearly said, I spoke to Nirmal Khanna a few days ago. She clearly said that Yasin Malik should be given death sentence. Right now, she is not talking to the media. She has said that she will be talking only after the quantum of sentence is pronounced. But few days ago, she spoke to me exclusively, and she said that Yasin Malik should be given death sentence. She has been fighting a long legal battle. And if I just ask my camera person, you can see this is the picture of squadron leader Ravi Khanna. He was among those 4 Air Force personnel who got martyred in that terror attack that was carried out by Yasin Malik and his terror associates in 1990 in January. So victims' families hope that they will get justice today. And they also want that the trial in other cases against Yasin Malik should be expedited now. Day-to-day trial should take place. I have been talking to other victims also. They also want that day-to-day hearings should take place now. Tada Court is hearing the Air Force personnel case in Jammu, as well as the Rubia Saeed kidnapping case. Rubia Saeed, remember, was the daughter of then Home Minister of India, Mr. Mufti Muhammad Saeed, when she was kidnapped in Srinagar by JKLF terrorists, including Yasin Malik. And when Rubia Saeed was kidnapped, then there was some negotiations between the government and the terrorists, and finally the terrorists were released in exchange for safe release of Rubia Saeed. And many
Sunilji, I'm coming back to you. But Pooja Shali is joining us from the newsroom as well. Pooja, today could just be a historic one. In moments from now, the Delhi court will be pronouncing the verdict. All eyes are on this verdict. Even though this is the terror funding case we're talking about, it perhaps could be a historic one, whether he's given death penalty or life imprisonment.
It could definitely be a historic day for 2 clear reasons, Chaiti. One, of course, this is about terror funding charges. It is a beginning, a start for the crimes of Yasin Malik, who's been the JKLF terrorist for a very long time and has been accused of killings as well. But the woman we just had a look at, Nirmal Khanna, a young wife of a young Indian Air Force officer who had just walked out of his house to go on duty. He was unarmed. This was not even in an encounter situation. He was just walking out of his house when he was shot dead, allegedly, by the JKLF, Yasin Malik and his men. This woman had to again restart her life. What was her fault? What was the fault of Lassa Kaul's family, who was shot by the terrorists? And today, even though I can tell you many of them have been fighting legally and otherwise for years, this may not be a case that directly pertains to them, but the verdict today could give confidence to many families who had, after 30 years, started to lose hope that their terrorist who had killed their family members could actually be getting the deserving punishment that Yasin Malik and other terrorists did. So we cannot speculate what the court will decide on financing charges, but I can tell you that it could pave way for many more cases, whether it's Bitta Karate, Asia Andrabi, Shabir Shah, or any other separatist leaders, terrorists who've been accused of killings behind bars, or actually victims to become confident enough to come
I'm pretty sure the Kashmiri Pandit community wants all these cases to be expedited and justice to come in full circle to them, even if it's many years later.
Well, absolutely. You know, for some people, 30 years may be a long time, but I can tell you, because I speak to the survivors in Kashmir who've been attacked by terrorists whose lives have been completely uprooted. For many, the time has stood still. They still talk about their houses, their families, and their culture of thousands of years that has suddenly been uprooted and changed, and they had to restart because of terrorists of JKLF and others, and terrorism that still continues. So it's not just about only one community. It is about anyone who's tried to speak against terrorism, like we saw Saifullah Qadri of the Jammu and Kashmir police shot dead in front of his child, who was also hit at yesterday. She is stable. The trauma that Kashmiri children like that who have been orphaned will have to now deal with, and have been dealing for the past few years, only because they've been fighting against terrorism. So Yasin Malik, fighting his own case today, says, I have dropped weapons, I've become and lived a Gandhian way of life. But what about the accusations against him that have caused unrest and violence in Kashmir, that has not only destroyed the paradise but has never been able to go back to its peaceful existence prior to 1990? And all of that may not be considered today, but the order and the verdict today by the court could pave way and give confidence to many more victims who may realize that the Indian courts are still willing to hear these petitions, take it up, and ensure that the terrorists don't have an easy way out of what they did years ago.
You know, Sunilji Bhatt is also with us at the moment. Sunilji, on a very different tangent, the man is convicted in the terror funding case, and we're awaiting the quantum of punishment any moment now. And there have been many separatist sympathizers who have sympathized with Yasin Malik to Bitta Karate. You know, there was a certain narrative that was created around making people like him a hero as well. And today is going to be rather historic in that sense as well, once the quantum of punishment is really announced.
Absolutely, Chethi. As I said, that the families of the victims want justice. They want justice to be delivered. And finally, there is a ray of hope for them. And in this terror funding case, Yasin Malik has been convicted. Today, the quantum of punishment is going to be pronounced by a NIA court in Delhi. We will talk to the families of the victims, but as I said, that Ms. Nirmal Khanna has said that she will be talking to the media only after the quantum of punishment is pronounced. But few days ago, I spoke to her, and she clearly narrated what happened that day when squadron leader Ravi Khanna, her husband, was assassinated by JKLF terrorists, including Yasin Malik. She has been fighting a long legal battle. So have been the other families of the victims, but there was no justice that was delivered. In fact, Nirmal Khanna ji has been telling me that when Yasin Malik was, greeted by the then Prime Minister Dr. Manmohan Singh, he was seen, laughing with him, shaking hands with him. She was pained to see at that point of time, because she has always idolized Dr. Manmohan Singh. But when she saw Dr. Manmohan Singh shaking hands with Yasin Malik, she was, at that point of time, she had a feeling that somehow she feels betrayed by the system. And another aspect she has been, highlighting and emphasizing is that her husband's, valor was never recognized. It took so many decades for the authorities, for the government to recognize her husband's valor. But now she wants justice to be delivered. Justice is of paramount importance. She has been fighting this legal battle for more than 30 years. And Yasin Malik, in all these 30 years, was, was, received as a hero in many, seminars, in many, discussions. Red carpet was rolled out for him by the civil society of the country. She says that she feels betrayed. What happened in all these 30 years, that there was nobody from the civil society who could come and meet her and, listen to her, what happened with her and about her struggles and the pain she went through. And she clearly said that the system betrayed her, civil society of the nation betrayed her, and now finally her hope was, she was pinning her hopes on the judiciary. Although it has been, a delayed justice, but nevertheless justice is going to be delivered. But as I said, this pertains to a terror funding.
All right, I just want to take a moment and go to Ashraf Wani as well, who's joining us from Srinagar. All right, Ashraf is not with us on this broadcast, so this question goes out to you, Sunilji Bhatt. Drones are out, heavy monitoring and patrol is taking place, security beefed up. Tell us a little about that situation, as well as the nation stands by for the court to announce the quantum of punishment.
Well, Chethi, as far as the security situation in Srinagar is concerned, as I said, that security has been beefed up in many areas of Srinagar, particularly the Maisuma locality where Yasin Malik's residence is. And as per the latest reports, some of his family members and relatives have come out of the house and they are indulging in sloganeering, and they are saying, they are coming up with their own theories that Yasin Malik has been, he has been convicted in fake cases. And this is something which Pakistan has been peddling. These lies Pakistan has been peddling in the last few days. We have seen whether it's Prime Minister of Pakistan, Shehbaz Sharif, or the cabinet ministers, or even the opposition leaders. We saw that yesterday, former Prime Minister of Pakistan, Imran Khan, said that, Yasin Malik was being, persecuted by the Indian government and the international community must take note of it. So Pakistan is rattled because Yasin Malik was their blue-eyed boy. They sponsored him, they provided arms to his group, which is the JKLF terror group, and that is why Pakistan somehow feels rattled that now Yasin Malik is being brought to justice. But Chethi, there is another important thing which everyone must ponder about, that Yasin Malik was even, what many people say, that the snakes like Yasin Malik have been fed by the successive governments here in our nation also to buy temporary peace. So what people want is that the mistakes of the past should not be repeated. It's time to deliver justice. This man, Yasin Malik, should have gone to gallows long back, but it was the system.
And he should have gone to gallows long time back, and you rightly mentioned that, Sunilji Bhatt, because the crimes committed by him were against humanity mainly. And that's a very important point. But the case that is being heard right now is on the terror funding one, for which he's convicted, and the quantum of sentence is going to be announced any moment now. Pooja Shali also joins us. Pooja, very interestingly, Yasin Malik is representing himself in this particular case. How is he defending, if you have any updates from the court?
Well, it's very interesting. It is important to understand who Yasin Malik is today. He's not a young man who had become a terrorist in the 90s. Today, he's known as a separatist leader. He has his supporters and has managed to get a following at foreign platforms as well, has support from Pakistan. Within India as well, he's managed to build an image of himself. So today also, when he walked into the court, clearly knowing that he's convicted of serious charges of waging a war against country, illegal activities, funding terror, he had a sly smile on his face. He was carrying a file with him. Why was he carrying a file? That is because Yasin Malik is representing himself legally today. He's chosen not to have a lawyer represent himself. He was, of course, given the option, but then, because he was representing himself, an amicus curiae was appointed by the court who could explain the charges to Yasin Malik as his procedure, tell him the consequences, to which he has now also decided to come forth and defend himself. How is he defending? One of the reasons he's defending is possibly trying to escape death penalty. And it's very interesting. I want to tell you here, apart from the Gandhian angle that he has brought in, he has also said that, give me the punishment that you think you want to give. So he's, of course, trying to come across as he's some sort of a hero, because that is how he got opportunities to project himself as. But it is important to put in perspective that today he may not be directly using weapons, but he has used them in the past, and that background is also important to be considered. So he's fought the case today. He's put forth his defense. He said to the lawyer, you decide whatever punishment that you want to give.
And you rightly mentioned that there are certain factions that are painting him like some hero, like some Gandhian of sorts as well. But we must all remember, the man is a convicted terrorist.
Chaiti, India is a democracy, and even to a terrorist like Yasin Malik, he's been given opportunities fairly to now that he says he's given up weapons to give his point of view, and that is perhaps the significance and power of our democracy. Nevertheless, the law is eventually catching up with Yasin Malik. The court is about to pronounce a verdict. The matter, remember, has been taken up legally as well. But in all these years, he may have wanted to believe that people and victims have forgotten the past, and they have not forgotten. He may want to come across as a hero, Chaiti, because he believes he has support in many parts, supporting his activities.
All right, breaking news just coming in at the moment after Pakistan Prime Minister. More support trickling in for Yasin Malik. Yasin Malik is a hero, remember, for Pakistan, but for Indians, he'll always be a convicted terrorist. Now there is more support coming in for the separatist Yasin Malik. That's the big story. Envoy to India Abdul Basit has tweeted backing Malik, saying the world should wake up before India under Modi turns itself into an irreversible fascist state. Shahid Afridi has also put out a tweet saying fabricated charges against Yasin Malik. So there is more support coming in for a man who is convicted terrorist. And Pooja, since you were mentioning the amount of charges against him, the kind of crimes against humanity that he has committed as well, and when you see these factions coming out there and putting out this support, openly tweeting in support of Yasin Malik, I guess the world will remember who these supporters are and the separatist sympathizers are.
Well, one, we shouldn't be surprised that it is Pakistan coming to the support of separatists and terrorists who are creating unrest in India. Pakistan has blatantly supported terror activities, given shelter, given arms training to young men, and sent them with the weapons into India to disturb not just law and order, but completely change the peaceful character of Kashmir and made it literally a hell that it is for so many people fighting against terrorism today. Shahid Afridi, remember, is a well-known international level cricketer. He's also had fan following here in India, but he's also been a known anti-India baiter when it comes to Jammu and Kashmir. He has pointedly this time supported Yasin Malik. He has used this opportunity to say that all of these are fabricated charges. I need to also add here that Yasin Malik is married to a woman who has been from Pakistan. She also, of course, her origins are in Pakistan. She lives in England.
But live visuals on your screens right now are of the drones in the valley where the security has been beefed up. Take a close look at the visuals that are coming in. These are drones that have been deployed in the valley to enhance security and to monitor the situation very closely in the valley. These visuals are from the valley where there is drones that have been deployed to monitor the situation as we speak. There's drone surveillance as well outside Yasin Malik's residence. Sloganeering taking place outside Yasin Malik's residence. That is the breaking news trickling in at this point of time. Security has been beefed up outside the residence of Yasin Malik and several other parts of the valley too, with these drone surveillance cameras being deployed. You can see one of them on your screens very clearly. These are visuals that we're picking up at the moment. And also the breaking news is about security being beefed up, sloganeering that is taking place right there. Sunilji Bhatt joins us. Sunilji, what is the kind of sloganeering that is going on right there in the valley?
What is your
Well, Chethi, I will just tell you that there are, handful of people who have come out of the Maisuma locality and they have indulged in sloganeering, and most of the slogans are religious slogans, and they have also alleged that Yasin Malik has been convicted in, fabricated cases. But the fact of the matter remains that Yasin Malik is a self-confessed terrorist. He has, confessed to his crimes not once but many times. And this time, as far as this NIA court is concerned, he has confessed to his crimes in the NIA court. He has said that he was involved in terror funding, and that is why he was convicted in this case. And now court is all set to pronounce quantum of punishment. The security agencies don't want to take any chances. That is why security has been beefed up in most parts of Srinagar city, particularly in sensitive places in downtown Srinagar, including Maisuma locality where Yasin Malik's residence is. Chethi, this is huge. I mean, this may sound, like that it's a court judgment, but this is very huge, because Yasin Malik has escaped law for a long time, and in fact he has been visiting the top offices of the country also, including the then Prime Minister Dr. Manmohan Singh. We have seen that he met even the then Prime Minister Dr. Manmohan Singh. So he has enjoyed the sympathy of the civil society of the country also, because time and again the civil society members who were in fact part of track 2, track 3 diplomacy, they were engaging with Yasin Malik, and they were trying to bring him on board in order to buy temporary peace. So these people have also been basically pampered by our agencies also. That's a fact, and now that law is catching up.
And it really must be frustrating. It must be really frustrating for the families of the victims of even the Kashmiri Pandits, and you are with one of them right now, and you mentioned that she's going to only speak once the quantum of punishment is announced. So, when they see those particular visuals, the support that people like Yasin Malik enjoy from the civil society as well, it must be really distressing for them to see this.
Absolutely, Chethi. It has been very, a distressing experience for the families of the victims in last 30 years. They have seen Yasin Malik with the Prime Minister of the country. They have seen Yasin Malik with the who's who of the civil society of the country. And it was like, it was akin to that somehow, as if civil society was rubbing salt on their wounds. Civil society should have been standing with the victims' families. They should have been seeking justice for them. But instead, they chose to support this killer who is a self-confessed killer. And in an interview with an international news channel years ago, Yasin Malik had clearly, confessed that he had carried out killings, and this was part of his armed struggle, quote unquote. That's what he had said. And even during an interview with a print publication, he had, justified the killing of the Air Force personnel. He had said that they were, I'm quoting him from that interview, he had said that they were agents of enemy. So Yasin Malik had justified the killing of the Air Force personnel.
Any moment now, there will be the sentencing. The time given was 4 p.m. So the entire country is standing by to hear the quantum of sentence announced by the Delhi court. India Today, I promise you, will be the first channel getting you the latest developments as soon as it breaks. For now, we're slipping into a very short commercial break. Our coverage continues, taking a short break on these visuals of the drone surveillance that are coming in. Shivarur joins you next on 5 Live.
You are watching India Today.
After 2 years of paralyzing pandemic, the world is ready to bounce back. Will shifting power centers make this India's big moment? Risk, resilience and revival on the agenda. What's India's role in the global rebalance? India's top world watcher takes you to the front lines of the global high table with top minds from politics and business for the biggest global brainstorm. Live and exclusive coverage only on India Today TV. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com or call 9999892171.
You are watching India Today.
Pour les entrepôts de préparation de commandes, donc typiquement un de nos clients est Cdiscount. Si vous passez une commande chez Cdiscount, avant c'est des gens qui dans un entrepôt essayaient de retrouver le téléphone et la coque de téléphone que vous aviez commandé qui pouvaient faire jusqu'à 15 km par jour dans des entrepôts immenses.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com or call 9999892171.
Mars exploration missions are exciting, but nearly 4 years after its launch on Mars, the InSight lander will have to end its activity. The US probe will soon be out of power. There's too much dust on its solar panels. Using an ultra-sensitive French-made seismometer called SEIS, InSight carried out its mission to map the interior of the red planet thanks to recording of 1,300 Mars quakes. Scientists are now able to confirm that the core of Mars is indeed liquid, that the thickness of the planet's crust is less thick than expected, and that it is probably made up of 3 layers. The seismic activity could be a result of temperature anomalies caused by the mantle of planet's crust. The InSight mission did experience one failure with its heat flux sensor HP cubed. It had to be buried 5 meters below Mars' surface to measure its temperature, but it could not dig down far enough and the effort was abandoned.
In association with Sensodyne Daily Sensitivity Protection, Voltas Pure Air Adjustable AC.
The sentencing of terrorist Yasin Malik is expected in minutes from now. The order has been slightly delayed by over 2 hours now in an NIA court in the national capital
After the conviction of Yasin Malik on charges of terrorism and waging war against the government, all eyes are now on the National Investigation Court that will pronounce the quantum of sentence. Will it be death for the face of Pakistan-sponsored terror in the Kashmir Valley, or will it be a life term? Those are the only two real possibilities at this point of time. The NIA has asked for the death sentence. Yasin Malik has pleaded guilty to all charges. In the shadow of the suspense over Yasin Malik is the young Safa, 9-year-old Kashmiri girl who was shot by terrorists yesterday, even as she tried to save her father, a police constable in the Jammu and Kashmir police. The newest face of the same kind of terror that Yasin Malik has bred, fermented and spread across Jammu and Kashmir for decades before he claims he gave it all up and became an ally of successive governments of the day. The point is, his victims are asking for justice, and they want nothing less than death for Yasin Malik. But pronouncement of death or life term is not in the public's hands. It is in the hands of the National Investigation Court that will be making its pronouncement very shortly. And I'm going to be taking you live through these big developments right here on India Today. Non-stop coverage here on India Today. Thanks for staying with me. I'm Shiv Arur. These are the headlines at 5. Like I said, NIA court to pronounce quantum of punishment for Valley terrorist Yasin Malik in terror funding case shortly. Faces minimum of life imprisonment, maximum of death penalty, which is what the investigation agencies want. 9-year-old Safa Qadri inflames the entire nation. Terrorists killed her father, Constable Saifullah Qadri, and shot her in Srinagar yesterday. India prays for her recovery. Anger erupts over the targeted killings of innocents. Another huge setback to the Gandhis. India Today, big news break. Kapil Sibal dumps the Congress, files Rajya Sabha nomination on a Samajwadi Party ticket. It's dumping season for the Congress party.
मुझे कि अब वक्त आ गया है कि मुझे एक निर्दलीय के रूप में, अगर मुझे सदन में जगह मिलती है तो मैं एक निर्दलीय के रूप में आवाज उठाऊं.
Is it a Gyanvapi rerun in Karnataka's Mangaluru after Hindu temple-like architectural design found allegedly beneath a mosque? VHP vows to perform puja near the disputed site. Non-stop communal polarization less than 11 months before the assembly elections in Karnataka. And no stopping the horrifying spree of murders in the city of Chennai. BJP functionary hacked to death with a sickle 2 days before Prime Minister Modi arrives in the Tamil Nadu capital. Big heat on the Stalin government. And we're waiting on the big order from the National Investigation Agency Court in Delhi that will, expected to, in the next few minutes, provide the quantum of sentence on Jammu and Kashmir terrorist Yasin Malik. He's been convicted, he's pleaded guilty on all charges, and now it is for the court that convicted him to pronounce the quantum of sentence on Yasin Malik. It will happen anytime now. The Jammu and Kashmir Liberation Front, or JKLF leader, is an accused in a 2017 terror funding case. The NIA is pushing for the death sentence for Yasin Malik. Security, as you can see in some of these pictures, has been stepped up outside Yasin Malik's Srinagar residence. Drone surveillance has also been activated in sensitive parts of the city. There are also protests and sloganeering that are taking place in a small way in parts of Srinagar. Kamaljeet Sandhu is with us live from outside the Patiala House Court, where the quantum of sentence is to be pronounced very shortly. Sunilji Bhatt is live with us from Jammu, from the home of squadron leader Ravi Khanna, one of the 4 Air Force victims that Yasin Malik murdered way back in 1990. Kamaljeet, I want to come to you first. This order was supposed to come out. The first question I want to ask you, Kamal, is are things delayed? How delayed are they? Because this order was supposed to come out sometime around 3 p.m. Now we're past 5. What's happening inside court?
Well, Shiv, we do expect the court order anytime soon. But before that, Yasin Malik, who's currently lodged here in the lockup of the Patiala House Court. We'll just try and show you the visual from afar. You can see there is a heavy presence of security on one side, and this is the route he's going to take when he is produced. He'll be called in when the order is to be delivered. The quantum of punishment is to be announced, and before that, you can actually see a plethora of media out here. So we do expect the judgment to come. It may take some time. Remember, this is going to be a detailed judgment. This is regarding the 2017 terror funding case, about how post-2016, after Burhan Wani was killed, how terror was unleashed. There was stone pelting. The entire terror ecosystem worked in a way. So more than 24 people have been accused in the case. Conviction of Yasin Malik has taken place. Now this is regarding quantum of punishment. Now from guns to claiming to be a Gandhian is what Yasin Malik has said. And MS Cure was appointed to him. He's asked for a minimum punishment. The NI has asked for maximum punishment of death sentence. So this is going to be very unusual. Now there are cases in Tada court which are regarding the killing of the 4 Air Force officers. There are the other cases which are pending against him. But this one is very significant because one, this is a newer case. This is regarding the terror funding, about how terror was unleashed, and all the top players, including Yasin Malik, and remember, he's been the top commander of JKLF. So there has been a history of terrorism and militancy before he became a separatist leader. Now, one of the pleas that he has taken is that at least 7 prime ministers have met him, even Prime Minister Vajpayee at that point of time gave him his passport. And remember, this is...
Okay, we've lost that link with Kamal. I'll come back to Kamal in just a moment. Sunil Ji Bhatt is with us in Jammu. He is at the home of Squadron Leader Ravi Khanna. Sunil has just had a conversation with Squadron Leader Ravi Khanna's wife, one of the victims of Yasin Malik. Sunil, I heard you earlier say that this is not just any ordinary court judgment. A huge amount of, sentiment, sorrow, tragedy, the hopes and dreams that have been smashed of so many people are all tied to this one individual. Because Yasin Malik, as you and I have discussed in the past as well, Sunilji, is someone who represents the worst of anti-India action, a person who has colluded with the enemy, the person who has, facilitated an environment where the killing and, injuring of children like Safa is possible. So in many ways, while we report the story of Safa today, Sunil, all of that is linked to what happens to Yasin Malik. Am I right?
Absolutely, Shiv, you are bang on. Yasin Malik is someone who is synonymous to terror, and he carried out some of the most gruesome killings in the Kashmir Valley in early 90s, and people have been suffering for last 30 years. The families of the victims, they have been crying for justice, but the system failed them, the system betrayed them. Finally, there is a ray of hope, and the victims, the families of the victims are hoping that Yasin Malik will be given death sentence. That's what they are saying. I spoke to Nirmal Khanna ji today also, and few days ago also. She clearly said that she wants death sentence for Yasin Malik. She was there in Srinagar when her husband was martyred in that terror attack which was carried out by Yasin Malik. Her grudge is that the system failed her, and her husband's valor was not recognized for last 3 decades until recently. So she's saying that there has not been that she's not just the victim of terrorism, she's also the victim of the system. She's the victim of the successive government. She told me that she idolized Dr. Manmohan Singh, but when Dr. Manmohan Singh was seen shaking hands with Yasin Malik, she was pained, she was aghast. She's saying that enough is enough, now justice should be delivered. Although, Shiv, this case pertains to a terror funding case, but nevertheless it has come as a ray of hope for the families of the victims. They hope that the other cases that are pending against Yasin Malik in Jammu's Tada court will be expedited now, and Yasin Malik will be brought to justice. But Shiv, one needs to remember that Yasin Malik is not only a terrorist, a killer, but he's a self-confessed terrorist.
Right.
He's a self-confessed killer, and he's a remorseless killer, because in his interview to BBC's Tim Sebastian, he had clearly, proudly proclaimed that he was the one who initiated, so-called armed struggle against the government of India in the Kashmir Valley. So he was proudly proclaimed that he was the one who started terrorism in the Kashmir Valley. But despite that,
Sunil, we've just got breaking news that Yasin Malik is being brought to court. So the sentencing is going to happen in just a few seconds or a few minutes from now. So the suspense has built up to fever pitch, and the sentencing is going to happen any moment now. Yasin Malik is being brought to the NIA court, which is happening in the Patiala House Court complex, and that's where the sentencing is all set to take place in just a few minutes from now. High security outside Yasin Malik's residence in Srinagar. There have been some protests and some sloganeering by his terror supporters. There are drones that are keeping tabs on sensitive parts of Srinagar at this point of time. The security agency is obviously keeping a very close watch on different groups and different sections between Delhi and Srinagar. And Yasin Malik is now being brought to the NIA court for that sentencing. Just less than 10 days after he was convicted, Yasin Malik will now face the full might of the law. He faces charges under Section 16 for terrorism acts, Section 17, raising funds for a terrorism act, 18, conspiracy to commit a terrorist act, and 20, being a member of a terrorist gang or organization of the UAPA. And Sections 120B, criminal conspiracy, and 124A, sedition of the Indian Penal Code. These are the charges against Yasin Malik. This is what he has been convicted of. He's not contesting any of these charges leveled against him. But the immediate case on which he's being sentenced is for a terror funding case that dates back to 2017. Let's give you a recap once again of the charges against a man who has perhaps more than any other Valley terrorist become the face of terror, Pak-sponsored terror. Charge 1, indulging in acts of terror. That's under Section 16. Raising funds for terror activities. That's Section 17 of the Unlawful Activities Prevention Act, or UAPA. Section 18, conspiracy to commit an act of terror. Then there is Section 20, charge number 4 under UAPA, being member of a terrorist gang or organization, links to terror groups basically. And finally, you also have 120B, which is 124A, which is sedition or anti-India activities, and 120B, which is criminal conspiracy. So these are the 6 charges against Yasin Malik. He has not contested any of them. He's been convicted on these charges, and now the sentencing will take place. All eyes are on the sentencing. The view is it can only either be a death sentence, which is what the National Investigation Agency is pushing for, or it could be a life term. It is unlikely to be anything else. Yasin Malik, who has basically pleaded before the court that he does not contest these charges, but has portrayed himself as a Gandhian. He has portrayed himself as someone who has dropped the gun and taken on Gandhiism. But that doesn't change the fact that he is a terrorist and continues to remain a terrorist, and he has faced due process of Indian law under sections of Indian legislations. Listen into some of these voices that have been coming in on India Today's big news break coverage of Yasin Malik's fate. He's being taken to court, sentencing in a moment. Listen into these voices.
देखिए यहाँ तो ये तो मैंने पहले भी कहा एक सियासी मसला है जम्मू कश्मीर। यहाँ पहले भी कई लोगों को फांसी दी गई, उम्र कैद हो गई, फांसी हो गई, उससे तो मसला कश्मीर हल नहीं हुआ बल्कि और उलझ गया। तो मैं तो समझती हूँ कि ये जो इनकी मस्कुलर पॉलिसी है गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया की, इसके नताइज बरक्स होंगे, इसके नताइज अच्छे नहीं होंगे बल्कि इससे हालात जो है दिन ब दिन खराब होते जा रहे हैं।
He was very calm and he has told the court that कि मैं कुछ नहीं बोलूँगा, I will not say anything. आप अपने दिल खोल के पनिशमेंट दीजिए, जैसा भी आप दे सकते हैं, बट आप जो है ईमानदारी से पनिशमेंट दीजिएगा। आप जो भी मेरे को रखें, मेरे सारे सर्कमस्टेंसेस, सारे मिटिगेटिंग फैक्टर्स को ध्यान रखते हुए आप पनिशमेंट।
Yasin Malik is a terrorist. There should be no doubts for it. The court has convicted him. He's involved in terrorist activities. He's involved in supporting on terrorism in Jammu and Kashmir. He has been a sympathizer. He has been a tool of the Pakistan ISI.
Kamaljeet, Yasin Malik apparently being brought to court right now. What can you tell us? Has he arrived there already? Because this means sentencing will happen any moment now.
Yes, the security has been beefed up all along the way. The checking and frisking has been done. So at any point of time, he will be taken to the court where quantum of punishment will be announced. But significantly, this case has gone on for several years. And if you remember, Shiv, this entire investigation which was done by India today in 2017, which eventually led the government to order a NI probe into the unrest and terror funding which was taking place in Jammu and Kashmir. This has been very significant. There have been several players, at least 24 of them, who've been named and accused in the case. Yasin Malik now being convicted of this. He's been booked under Section 16, 17, 18 and 20 of the UAPA and Section 120B of IPC, which is waging war against the nation. The entire case is about terror funding, about how terror was unleashed, stone pelting done, hartal calendars given. It was going on in a very systematic way. Now, there were players who were operating very smoothly. Now, there has been put a stop to it. One part is that, yes, when he pleaded guilty, it was perhaps on the suggestion of some of those lawyers who would have said that this would actually kind of give a concession to him. We do not know if that is going to be the case, because remember when he spoke in the court, Yasin Malik said that he had moved, he'd given up guns, and from giving up guns to being a Gandhian, saying he had met several prime ministers. So that kind of a logic being given out there. Meanwhile, we've seen a spate of violence, those hartals and strikes and continuous turmoil
and
in
Kamal,
Kashmir
sorry to interrupt you, but just wanted to quickly refer to the live images that we're getting. Not live images, they're deferred images, but we got them just a couple of minutes ago. They're the latest images that we're getting that we've been cleared to use of the dog squad and the bomb squad, the sniffer squad that is at the Patiala House court right now, because all security checks are being conducted because this is a very sensitive matter. Yasin Malik is still someone who is supported by Pakistan, as has been seen by the many, tweets that have been coming in from Pakistan, a country that has funded Yasin Malik for decades together, a country that has funded pretty much all the terror that you see in the region, and certainly all the terror that you see in the Kashmir Valley. And therefore, Yasin Malik for Pakistan is an asset. This is an asset who is going to, face his fate right now at the hands of an Indian court. He is a Kashmiri. He is a person who has taken Pakistan funding and used it to wreak misery on the people of Jammu and Kashmir, including the youth and children. And an entire generation is now hoping that this man finally meets his just desserts. That's what this sentencing is really all about, ladies and gentlemen. And that's the reason why from Shahid Afridi to Shahbaz Sharif to all the galaxy of Pakistani politicians and celebrities are all rooting for Yasin Malik, because he's their man. Ye Pakistani banda hai. He's their guy. He was the guy they funded. He's the guy they nurtured. He's the guy they trained. He's the guy through whom Pakistan channeled their will into the Kashmir Valley. And that's the reason why when he apparently gave up the gun and was caught and was put into prison. He had a free run for a very long time within civil society, but when he was finally arrested, he has pleaded guilty because there is simply no way that he could have pleaded innocent, because the proof against him is so big, the proof against him is so extensive and explicit that Yasin Malik cannot cry victim right now, no matter what Pakistan does to try and paint him as some kind of a martyr. It's not going to happen. Whether they are Kashmiri Pandits, whether they are Muslims, people have suffered because of the brand of terror that Pakistan has unleashed on the Kashmir Valley through the hands of Mr. Yasin Malik. And that's what today's sentencing is all about. I'm going to go to Kamal in just a moment, but I wanted to just point you to those images on your screen of security checks taking place before Yasin Malik is produced in court. He's being brought to the NIA court in Delhi, where the sentencing will take place. It's it's already delayed by over an hour and 20 minutes. Obviously, some procedural delays on the ground there, but this is a sensitive matter. All things have to be taken into account before the sentencing takes place, and that's also the reason why you're seeing drones in Srinagar. You're seeing security hiked in parts of Jammu and Srinagar as well, the Kashmir Valley as well, because there will almost definitely be a backlash. There will almost definitely be some kind of a flare-up, based on what's going to happen in court in the next few minutes. Sunil, what can you tell us about that? The security arrangements. This is very sensitive. We've seen preparations of this kind take place, in the case of Afzal Guru, of various other terrorists who've been convicted and then sentenced, and even when they actually met their fate. Just describe for us what kind of preparations have been taken in Jammu as well as Srinagar, Sunil.
Absolutely, Shiv. Security has been beefed up in most parts of the Srinagar city because the security agencies don't want to take any chances. There is apprehension that there could be a backlash the moment after the quantum of sentence is pronounced against Yasin Malik. Drones have been pressed into action, and there have been some protests. Handful of people have come out of their residences in Maisuma locality where Yasin Malik lives. They have come out of their residences. They have raised religious slogans, Islamic slogans, and they have also alleged that Yasin Malik has been, framed in a fabricated case. But the fact of the matter remains that Yasin Malik has confessed to his crimes. He has pleaded guilty, and that is why he was convicted. And today is the D-Day as far as Yasin Malik is concerned. He is going to be given punishment. And right now, Shiv, I am with the family of squadron leader Ravi Khanna. And Ravi Khanna was one of those 4 Air Force officials who attained martyrdom in that terror attack that was carried out by Yasin Malik and his other terror associates. And right now you can see that Nirmal Khanna, wife of squadron leader Ravi Khanna, is glued to the mobile phone. She is watching the news, and she is getting herself updated with every development that is taking place in the courtroom.
Amazing.
I will just try and again request her to talk, although she has said that she will only talk after the verdict is out. Nirmal Khanna ji, I know that you are not going to comment on the verdict, but can you just tell us about what happened that day when your husband attained martyrdom?
आप सबको पता ही है कि उस दिन क्या हुआ था। 25 जनवरी 1990 को रावलपुरा में ये लोग अपने प्रेस्क्राइब्ड बस स्टैंड पे खड़े थे और बस का इंतज़ार कर रहे थे। सुबह 7:10 हुए होंगे। कोच वॉज लेट बाई 2-3 मिनट्स और 5 मिनट्स। तो इतने में यासीन मलिक हीरो होंडा पे आते हैं और आके उनको पूछता है कि नटीपुरा का रास्ता आप मुझे बता सकते हैं। मेरे हस्बैंड उसको नटीपुरा का रास्ता बताने लगे। ये बात मुझे इस तरह पता है कि उनके साथ जो दूसरा फ्लाइट लेफ्टिनेंट BR शर्मा थे, उनको मैं ये शहादत के बाद मिलने गई थी श्रीनगर बेस हॉस्पिटल। उन्होंने मुझे पूरी कहानी सुनाई थी हुआ क्या है। तो नटीपुरा का रास्ता जब ये बता रहे थे मेरे हस्बैंड, तो उसने इनके एब्डोमेन पे एक गोली मारी उनके शोल्डर डिसलोकेट हो रखा था और वो गोली लगने के बावजूद उन्होंने अपनी ब्रीफ केस से उसका निशाना ख़राब करके उसकी गन को उन्होंने स्कफल किया और उसकी गन को एयर में कर दिया और सारी गन खाली कर दी पीछे से। और उसी टाइम उन्होंने BR शर्मा को शाउट करके कहा, शर्मा यू सेव योर सेल्फ, बिकॉज ही वॉज स्कफलिंग विद हिम, फाइटिंग विद हिम एंड ही वॉज अनआर्म्ड, गन भी उसी के हाथ में थी। तो पीछे से इन्हीं के और लोग आ रहे थे जिन्होंने 27 गोलियों का मैगज़ीन उनकी पीठ में खाली कर दिया। 28 गोलियां टोटल मेरे हस्बैंड को लगी हैं। और लड़ाई देखो, जब निहत्था इंसान मौत के मुंह में हो और उस टाइम एक की जान भी बचानी,
saved lives also.
Yes, BR शर्मा's life was saved by, उस टाइम सिचुएशन ऐसी बन गई थी कि उन्होंने उसको तो बिजी रखा और वो BR शर्मा को आवाज़ दी और BR शर्मा पेड़ के पीछे जाके वो लेट गए तो वो बच गए। जब मैं अपने गोलियों की आवाज़ आई, मैं अपने एटिक से देखती हूँ तो देख के क्या देखती हूँ कि बहुत सारे लोग एक घेरा बनाए हुए नाच रहे हैं। वो नाचना मुझे महाभारत का वो सीन याद आ गया जब अभिमन्यु मैदान जंग में लेटा हुआ है, उसके इर्द गिर्द ये कौरव नाच रहे थे। मैंने कहा पता नहीं क्या हुआ। एक गाड़ी भी फौजी गाड़ी खड़ी थी, कुछ फौजी लोग थे, क्योंकि मेरे घर के एक नीचे ही सड़क थी, सारा कुछ दिखाई दे रहा था। जब मैं वहाँ गई तो मैंने क्या देखा कि मेरे हस्बैंड का ब्रीफ केस जो है उसको बुलेट लगी हुई है, वो सड़क के ऊपर पड़ा है और मेरे हस्बैंड सीधा लेटे हुए हैं। और मैंने ये समझा कि एक गोली लगने से ये जवान लेट गया है तो हमारे देश का क्या होगा। मुझे पता नहीं था कि 28 गोलियां लगी हुई हैं उनको। और उसके बाद उनको जब बेस हॉस्पिटल ले जाया गया,
there was nobody to who reached that spot and they who tried to take them to the hospital.
नहीं, एयरफोर्स की गाड़ी आ गई थी, वहाँ पे गाड़ी थी एयरफोर्स की और बस तो तब तक पहुँच चुकी थी जब तक ये हादसा हो गया और ये नाच नूच के भाग गए।
You saw Yasin Malik with your own eyes at that point of time?
देखिए जी, यासीन मलिक मेरा चचेरा भाई तो है नहीं जिसको मैं पहचानती थी बचपन से। एक्चुअली मुझे फ्लाइट लेफ्टिनेंट BR शर्मा ने ही ये बात बताई थी और वहाँ के लोगों ने कश्मीरी में, मैं कश्मीरी बेटी हूँ, उन्होंने कहा त्रट पड़ी यासीन मलिक को कि क्योंकि
अभी आप क्या चाहते, do you want death sentence for Yasin Malik?
सिस्टम से
Do you want death sentence for Yasin?
हाँ जी,
सिस्टम ने आपको बार बार कहीं ना कहीं निराश किया उसके बाद?
बिल्कुल। यासीन मलिक ने तो एक बार मारा था, उसका एजेंडा था इंडियन यूनिफॉर्म को टारगेट। पहले तो वो वैसे जो उसने उत्पात मचाया हुआ था, बाद में उसने इंडियन डिफेंस को टारगेट बनाया, यूनिफॉर्म को कॉल दे रखी थी, तो जिसमें मेरे हस्बैंड और 3 और जवान जो थे वो शहीद हुए हैं। मैं कहती हूँ यासीन मलिक ने तो एक बार मारा। हुकूमतों ने मुझे 32 साल 4 महीने हो गए हैं आज 25 तारीख।
मैम, do you want death sentence for Yasin Malik?
मेरी बात सुनिए, इस वक्त मेरे केस की बात करोगे ना, अगर आप, ये टेरर फंडिंग का केस चल रहा है, आज उसकी सुनवाई है, उसमें हमारे ऑनरेबल जजेस क्या देते, NIA कोर्ट में क्या फैसला देते हैं, इट इज़ अप टू देम। लेकिन मैं कहती हूँ देशद्रोही कोई भी हो, देश को एक कानून बनाना चाहिए, एक कानून बनना चाहिए। तो देशद्रोही जो है उसको देशद्रोह की जो सही सज़ा है वो दे देनी चाहिए। और रही मेरे केस की बात, तो मैं तो यही कहूँगी भाई, खून का बदला खून, मेरे केस की।
उम्मीद जगी है इसकी बात की अब यासीन मलिक या ऐसे ही कई लोगों पे कार्रवाई होगी?
बिल्कुल, कार्रवाई तो होनी चाहिए। अगर देखिए, कोई भी कानून बनता है, प्रेसिडेंट बनता है, एक को अगर कुछ मिलता है तो सारे खड़े हो जाते हैं। अब एक को इंसाफ मिलेगा तो बाकी चुप बैठेंगे, बाकी भी खड़े होंगे। तो ये देश को देखना है, हमारी हुकूमतों को, हमारी जुडिशरी को, सब कुछ। मुझे बड़ी शर्म आती है ऐसी बातें सुन के। महात्मा गांधी ने तो अहिंसा परमो धर्मा कहा था, उन्होंने हिंसा नहीं कहा। और उन्होंने लाठी मारने के लिए नहीं उठाई थी, लाठी चलने के लिए उठाई थी। आज मैं आपको कह दूं, मैं सुभाष चंद्र बोस हूँ, जय हिंद की सेना तैयार कर रही हूँ मैं। तो ये सारी जो बातें हैं ना, इन बातों का कोई मतलब नहीं है। कोई गांधीयन कहे, कोई बुद्धा कहे, कोई कुछ कहे, जब जिसकी जो चीज़ भीतर से जाग जाती है। दृश्यम पिक्चर आपने देखी होगी, आप जो दिमाग में दृश्यम बना लेते हैं उस दृश्यम से चलते रहो।
जो पाकिस्तान की तरफ से जो बयान आ रहे हैं यासीन मलिक के समर्थन में, उस पर आप क्या कहेंगे?
भाई उनको अपना देखिए जी, उनके विषय में मैं क्या कह सकती हूँ। हर एक की, क्या हिंदुस्तान क्या पाकिस्तान, जिन जिन की दुकानें चल रही थी, रोजी रोटी चल रही थी, वो आज सारे एक हो गए हुए हैं।
ये आज महबूबा मुफ्ती ने कहा कि फांसी से या
इससे कोई मसला हल नहीं होगा। महबूबा मुफ्ती ने भी यासिन मलिक का समर्थन किया है।
कैसे देखती हैं? महबूबा मुफ्ती ने जो ये कहा कि फांसी से या उम्र कैद से कोई मसला हल नहीं होगा, महबूबा मुफ्ती की स्टेटमेंट को कैसे देखती है कि अभी भी कश्मीर के पॉलिटिशियन जो हैं पैटर्नेज दे रहे हैं आतंकवादी यासीन मलिक जैसे आतंकवादियों को? देखिए,
महबूबा मुफ्ती जो हैं वो पॉलिटिशियन हैं और सीएम रह चुकी हैं। उनका अगर पॉलिटिक्स का ट्रैक रिकॉर्ड गवर्नमेंट देखेगी तो सारी बातें गवर्नमेंट को समझ आ जाएंगी कि वो ऐसी बातें क्यों कर रही हैं। उनको ये बातें करनी है।
आहत हैं उनकी स्टेटमेंट से, क्योंकि
मेरी बात सुनिए, मैं आहत इसी बात से हूँ कि 32 साल 4 महीने वो मेरे हस्बैंड को मारने के बाद जी लिया, बस सिंपल।
मैम अब आप क्या चाहते हैं, आप क्या मांग करते हैं?
मैं आज के केस में क्या मांग कर सकती हूँ, मुझे बताइए।
तो
वर्डिक्ट आएगा तो मैं अपनी स्टेटमेंट दूंगी कि मैं क्या इंसाफ हुआ है। वर्डिक्ट आने तो
निर्मल जी आपने कहा कि आप डॉक्टर मनमोहन सिंह को अपना प्रेरणा स्रोत मानते थे, लेकिन जब आपने उनको यासिन मलिक के साथ देखा, उसके साथ हाथ मिलाते हुए देखा, ठहाके लगाते हुए देखा, आपको काफी पीड़ा हुई।
मैं आज भी उनको अपना प्रेरणा स्रोत मानती हूँ। ये बात थोड़ा है कि अगर उन्होंने अपने ऑफिस में किसी दबाव में या किसी, आप मेरे घर में सब लोग आए हो, मैंने आपकी इज्जत की है, आइए जी आज आपने मेरा इंटरव्यू लेना है, लीजिए। इसी तरह जब वो प्राइम मिनिस्टर थे, ना जाने ऐसा कौन सा दबाव था उनके ऊपर कि उनको उसको मिलना भी पड़ा, बात भी करनी पड़ी। ये सारी जो है कुक्ड होती हैं ये सारी चीज़ें। डॉक्टर मनमोहन सिंह जी बजाते खुद एक बहुत ही नेक खुदा दोस्त इंसान है, उनके लिए मैं कोई भी अपशब्द नहीं कह सकती हूँ। हाँ,
Okay, the police squad has entered the Yasin Malik lockup at the Patiala House Court. The Deputy Commissioner of Police has reached the court premises as well. The sentencing is all set to take place in the next few minutes. Yasin Malik is going to be taken out from his lockup and produced in court, and that's when the sentencing is going to take place. All of this will happen in a manner of the next few minutes. Bomb squads have swept the entire area. Senior police officers have taken stock of the security arrangements. Our editor on the ground is Kamaljeet Sandhu, looking into every aspect of this unfolding story. Kamal, what's the latest? It looks like that sentencing is finally going to happen in the next few minutes, Kamal.
Matram! 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 Shiv, as the countdown for the quantum of punishment begins, there are people who are gathering with tricolour flag. And let's just try and get you an emotion and a word out from here. लाल चौक से कोई रिश्ता है आपका? आप कहाँ से हैं और आज झंडा लेकर आए हैं, कोर्ट में आए हैं, बच्चों के साथ आए हैं, क्या?
मेरा नाम संजीव लाकड़ा है। मैं देश की राजधानी का एक आम नागरिक। जिस तरीके से हमें बचपन से सिखाया, दूध मांगोगे तो खीर देंगे और कश्मीर मांगोगे तो चीर देंगे, कहीं ना कहीं वो दर्द मेरे भी दिल में था। मुझे भी हमेशा लगता था कि क्यों नहीं हमारा ऐसे गद्दार लोगों ने, यासीन मलिक जैसे गद्दार लोगों ने, जैसे 1990 से आज तक घाटी को लगातार तोड़ा है, देश की सेना पर हमला किया है, देश की सेना पर गोली चलाई है, पत्थरबाजी कराई है, हुर्रियत लोगों से जिस तरीके से आतंकवाद फैला है, ऐसा है पहला नतीजा जब देश की राजधानी में सुनवाई हो रही है।
तो किस तरह का नतीजा आप कर रहे हैं? उम्र कैद देख रहे हैं या फिर क्या?
कम से कम फांसी, ताकि ऐसा नासूर देश में पैदा ना हो दोबारा। जितने भी आतंकवाद मूवमेंट को लेकर वैली में जो हादसे होते हैं, उनके जनकों को, उनके लोगों को ये संदेश जाए कि आगे कोई सर ना उठा सके, आतंकवाद का कोई राह ना चुने, कोई युवा ना भटके। केवल और केवल राष्ट्रवाद, देशवाद, इसके अलावा नहीं चलेगा कोई आतंकवाद।
So sentiment is high and we can give you a 365-degree view. There is a lot of security out here. There is obviously a lot of huge media presence out here. But what is important and significant is that even as Yasin Malik is to be produced, this is going to be very significant. His first conviction, and yes, NI has already sought that he should be given death sentence, the maximum. The plea also being given by the MS Cure that it should be minimum of a life sentence.
Yeah.
Remember, the emotions have been running high. There has been no closure for Kashmiri Pandit families. This is a case of terror funding, so it has not to do with those particular cases which are going on in Tada, in Jammu. But clearly, the entire country is looking at it. They're looking and monitoring very closely.
Yeah.
As the first word really gets out of the conviction has taken place, but it's the quantum of punishment. And this is from where, and you can see it, this is choke-a-block. So all eyes definitely on the sentencing, which is to do with terror funding. Remember, it's 3 decades of terrorism, a low conflict. And remember the way the sort of Pakistani establishment has been giving the statements, right from Shahbaz Sharif to Bilal Bhutto to the likes of the cricketers. So remember, this is something that Pakistan has championed. Remember, several of those people who've been saying that there are stooges in Kashmir who've been running that entire plot. Yasin Malik being the commander of JKLF and has spearheaded terrorism there and then moved on to separatism. So he has taken a plea that he's shunned guns and it has become Gandhian. But will that break any sort of ice or cut any ice as far as that plea is concerned? But definitely order being given, and since it has taken so much time, a detailed order is expected to come out. And yes, Yasin Malik
only a few minutes to go, Kamal, because Yasin Malik is inside the NIA court now. So I'm guessing only a few minutes to go. The operative part of it should be out, hopefully very, very quickly. In the next few minutes, we will have the details of what it's going to be for Yasin Malik. Gaurav Sawant is also with us live. We'll have Ashraf Wani from Srinagar, where there is a security hike that's taken place there. Sunilji Bhatt is with the family of the victims of Yasin Malik. So India Today has you covered 360 degrees as we wait for the verdict that's going to be dropping any moment now. Gaurav, in your view, you've tracked not only these terror cases, but also the case pertaining to Yasin Malik. How much is riding on what the sentencing is going to be, Gaurav?
Shiv, Yasin Malik is the big daddy of terror. He's amongst the first batches of terrorists to have gone across the line of control and was trained by Pakistan Army and ISI in 1988-89. He's the one who was crucial in the abduction
Gaurav,
of
apologies for the interruption. I'm coming back to you in just a moment. Just want to show our viewers these live pictures from outside the Patiala House Court. Gaurav, I'm just coming back to you in 30 seconds. Live images of Yasin Malik, we are told, who's now being produced inside the Patiala House NIA court. This is the Patiala House court complex in the national capital, so that our viewers are not confused. The Patiala House Court is called Patiala House Court, but it is very much in Delhi, the national capital. And there is a lockup in the court premises where Yasin Malik, has been all this while, and he's been taken out from that lockup. And as you can see in these pictures on India Today, first and exclusive, of course, Yasin Malik is in that crowd being taken inside to be produced inside that court. Go ahead, Gaurav.
So, Shiv, Yasin Malik went to Pakistan-occupied Kashmir for training. He's the one who's alleged to have played a very critical role in the abduction of then Union Home Minister Mufti Mohammad Saeed's daughter, Rubaiya Saeed. Rubaiya Saeed is the sister of the former Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir, Mufti Mohammad Mehbooba Mufti. Shiv, 5 hardcore terrorists were released for the release of Rubaiya Saeed, and that in many ways is seen as the beginning of armed terror in Jammu and Kashmir. He is alleged to have played a very crucial role in the murder of Lassa Kaul. The killings of Kashmiri Pandits started after that. Like, Sunilji Bhatt was reporting, the brutal murder of 4 unarmed Indian Air Force personnel in Srinagar. Yasin Malik is alleged to be involved in those cases, and charges have been framed against him in both the Rubaiya Saeed and in the IEF officer's case. So he's the big daddy of terror in Kashmir. He may call himself a Gandhian, shunning the gun, but this case, where the quantum of sentences to be pronounced moments from now, this terrorist was funding terror, taking money from Pakistan, from Hafiz Saeed. He's confessed he took money from Hafiz Saeed. He's confessed he's taken money from Sayyid Salahuddin. He's confessed after the killing of Burhan Wani. He was a part of that group that organized terror and arson, including burning down schools in the Kashmir Valley so
Absolutely.
that stone pelters would be available. So here is a man who's finally being sentenced in that terror financing case.
That terror financing case is just one of many cases against him. He has pleaded, he has not pleaded against the cases. He has not contested any of the charges against him of terrorism, waging war against the government. Live pictures on your screen, ladies and gentlemen. Those are live pictures on your screen right now of Yasin Malik being taken out of the lockup, being escorted by the police and being produced inside the NIA court. That's what those pictures you're looking at right now are. Please don't be concerned, viewer. India Today is cleared to show such footage, so there is no security breach in what we're showing you. In case you have any concerns of that kind, I can assure you, India Today's Kamaljeet Sandhu is on the ground. She's speaking to her sources. These are pictures coming in from the Patiala House Court. Yasin Malik, and I'm going to have pictures of him being escorted through a corridor in just 30 seconds from now as well. The first pictures you will see today of the man who is inside the NIA court right now, and he's about to face his fate. There are only two real possibilities. Either he's going to face the death sentence, which is what the investigators want in this 2017 terror funding case, or he's going to face a life sentence. These are pictures that Kamaljeet is bringing to us from outside the court premises right now. Here you have images. Take a look at these images now. You're not going to see them anywhere else. Look very closely at these images, ladies and gentlemen, and you will spot Yasin Malik. There he is. There is Yasin Malik there in the shirt, holding documents as he walks. He's wearing glasses. There you have it. The first pictures of terrorist Yasin Malik being taken out from the lockup and being walked, escorted by police. Heavy security, obviously, because this is a Pakistan-funded terrorist, as Gaurav said, the big daddy of Pak terror. Here he is being produced inside the court. There is Yasin Malik. There he is among the khaki-clad police escorting him towards the NIA courtroom. The judge is yet to arrive. Yasin Malik is inside the courtroom. The judge is on his way. He's going to be there very shortly. Kamal, talk us through these images. Very, very heavy security escorting Yasin Malik as we're seeing in these pictures. He's now inside the NIA court. Kamal.
Well, big announcement expected at any point of time. We are outside the court and we'll just tell you how it is. The gates have now been locked and heavy security has been deployed all along till the time the verdict is announced. And before that, heavy barricading being done, extra deployment has been done. The DCP himself is present here. So what is also very clear is that as far as security is concerned, this is choke-a-block security arrangements being done here. But more importantly is the verdict and the conviction which has been happening. This point of time, we're looking at quantum of punishment. The NIA taking a plea of maximum, which is the death penalty. And remember, there have been several who have been waited for decades for justice to happen. That has not come around. And for the first time after conviction, we will hear that sort of pronouncement take place. And yes, either he's looking at a life imprisonment or, for that matter, a death sentence. And remember, this is only the first channel. There he can appeal to the High Court and then finally to the Supreme Court. But meanwhile, it does seem that the law is finally closing in on the leader, especially after 3 decades of terrorism. And even when he became a separatist leader, giving up guns, remember, there was a spate of time where there were hartal, there was strikes happening time again. Obviously, there were terror attacks which happened, and this is where the leads have been all stitched together by the NIA. Interestingly and ironically, Digvijay Arvind Negi, who was the IO in the case, was, however, arrested in another case of Khurram Parvez, saying that he had passed on some sensitive information. But as far as the case is concerned, this was a meticulously put together case by the NIA. And this is where they said that post-2016, once Burhan Wani was killed, the HM commander, that is where there was incessant number of stone pelting cases done in order to keep the valley on the boil. And we've seen how businessmen came together for funding. There was funds coming in from Pakistan. There was Zahur Watali, there was Fantoush, there was the other leaders including Shabir Shah. So finally, the law is closing in on Yasin Malik. The others will obviously be put through the same
Okay, Kamal,
test
I'm just coming back to you in a moment. In just a few seconds, we've got pictures. We've got, we've got a developing situation now coming in from Srinagar, which is, the city where Yasin Malik's residence is. His family still lives there. We're looking at pictures of tear gas. There's tear gas apparently being fired in some parts of Srinagar. That's been captured on India Today's cameras. You can see some policemen, you can see some photographers of the local media as well taking pictures of tear gas being fired. Gaurav, situation obviously tense. The Unified Command and the security forces in Srinagar will definitely not be taking any chances, because there is the possibility, as we saw earlier as well, of dharnas and crowds forming, because what happens inside that NIA court in Delhi in many ways could have a ripple effect in Srinagar. And that's what we're probably seeing right now as well, or the beginnings of it, Gaurav.
Shiv, you're spot on. This is the Maisuma area of Srinagar. Maisuma is in the heart of Srinagar, and this is where Yasin Malik comes from. This is actually his stronghold. In fact, members of his family were reading the Holy Quran with their, from their house window. As a large crowd assembled there, they were asked to disperse. When they did not disperse, we are told that the police dispersed them, and we are looking at these images of tear gas shells being fired in the Maisuma area of Srinagar. Police officers on ground say the situation is well and truly under control. Troublemakers have been warned. If they continue to peddle Pakistan's agenda in Kashmir, then action will be taken against them. And the fact that Yasin Malik has been convicted, the fact that action is being taken against him, quantum of sentence will be announced soon. And there are other terror supporters and the enabling system. As Kamaljit Kaur Sandhu was just telling us, the terror financing network, and it's very difficult to crack. But whether it's the Income Tax Department, the Enforcement Directorate, the NIA, there are parallel investigations that are going on, and terror enablers are also facing the strong arm of the law, where cases are being filed against those who provide funding for stone pelters and armed terrorists, Shiv.
Okay, look at those pictures. Gaurav, coming back to you. Look at those pictures from inside the NIA court right now. The corridor from the lockup to the actual courtroom. These are the first pictures that India Today is getting to you of Yasin Malik being escorted by security forces and the police and being taken straight to the courtroom. He's inside the courtroom. He's been given a chair to sit down, and now the wait is on for the judge who will deliver the verdict. Is it going to be death? Is it going to be life? We are waiting to see what happens. Sunil Ji Bhatt is our man on the ground in Jammu. Remember, there are cases against Yasin Malik in Jammu as well. Those charges have been framed separately, but important to remind our viewers that the sentencing that's happening today pertains to a 2017 terror funding case that has been investigated by the National Investigation Agency, or the NIA. Sunil Ji, I don't know if you can see these images, but these images of Yasin Malik being escorted now through a corridor at the NIA court, tear gas shells being fired in Srinagar, things could get tense depending on what happens. What are you hearing from Jammu, Sunil?
Absolutely, Shiv. There is already, some kind of protest happening in the Kashmir Valley, and as you said, that tear gas shelling, has taken place. The security forces don't want to take any chances, and that is why they had beefed up security already in sensitive localities of Srinagar, particularly Maisuma, which is the stronghold of Yasin Malik. Yasin Malik's residence is in Maisuma locality of Srinagar, but the security agencies are holding deliberations. That's what our sources are saying, and they could should take some more measures as far as, preventing any untoward incident is concerned. Because in the previously also, when terrorist Afzal Guru was hanged, there was prior, security measures that were taken. And in this case also, security measures have been taken, but the security agencies want to, take some more steps, and that's why deliberations are taking place within the security agencies. But Shiv, as I said, that this is not an ordinary court judgment. It's going to have huge implications, because Yasin Malik has been a blue-eyed boy of the civil society of the country as well as of Pakistan. Pakistan has already, stepped up campaign. If we go to the social media, to Twitter, we see that how Pakistani politicians, Pakistani, civil society people, they have been, coming out in support of Yasin Malik. And Pakistan Prime Minister and Pakistan former Prime Minister have even gone on to say that international community must take note of this. And this was an issue which even, Shiv, echoed in the Parliament of Britain. But that there in British Parliament, the minister said that this case pertains to a court in India, and they can't, interfere in that. But they said they are closely monitoring this case. So, Shiv, it's going to have huge implications. But for the families of the victims, it is some kind of relief. They have been, crying for justice for last 30 years.
I hope so.
This man, Yasin Malik, got a long rope from the security agencies. In fact, he was engaged. He was engaged by the government. He was engaged by the agency in track 2, track 3 diplomacy in order to buy temporary peace. But now time is up for Yasin Malik. D-Day has
time is up. Time is up. I hope time is up. The victims of Yasin Malik's terror, which include as recently as yesterday, Saifullah Qadri, policeman, and his daughter who was shot in the arm, Safa, who we've been campaigning for here on India Today. All of these people, their faces, their families, their suffering is linked to the fate of this man on your screen. Because if India does not punish Yasin Malik, if a precedent is not set today, it means that terror can be normalized, terror can be mainstreamed, terror can give speeches and bhashans, terror can be part of civil society, terror can be embraced. It can be embraced in this country and forgiven. That is the message that will actually go out. Remember, on India Today, we do not second guess the role of our courts. The court will decide what happens. But in the court of public opinion, Yasin Malik is beyond just being a terrorist. He's a man who is not contesting these charges. The charges against him are beyond proof. They don't need to be proven. He's been convicted as part of due process in this country. And as you look at these live, his outfits have butchered and killed, including 2 between yesterday and today. It's an ironic image. 2 constables have been killed in the last 24 hours in Kashmir between Srinagar and Baramulla. And it is police constables like those who've been butchered by Pakistan-sponsored terror who now have no choice but to escort this murderer from the jail cell to the courtroom where he will meet his fate. There is stone pelting taking place in the Kashmir Valley right now, because that is, what does that tell you? That tells you that Pakistan's tentacles to foment tension keep, the lives of ordinary Kashmiris always on tenterhooks. They can never really catch a break. That is the brand of life that Yasin Malik has poisoned the Kashmir Valley with, and that is what his legacy is. So even as you watch the smoke from those tear gas grenades landing there, look at the pictures. Those pictures on the left-hand side, that's the man who's responsible for this kind of necessary response by India's security forces. Gaurav Sawant continues to be with me. Sunil ji continues to be with me, but I'm going straight back to Kamaljeet once again, because she's on the ground at the NIA court, the Patiala House Court premises in Delhi, where the proceedings are about to begin any moment now. Kamal, are you hearing anything about why the judge hasn't arrived just yet? Are there some procedural delays? This entire proceeding has been delayed by almost 3 hours now.
Well, this is going to be a very detailed order, and obviously this is going to take time. Well, it's taken 3 decades for all you know But yes,
Yeah.
this is a more recent case of 2017 of terror funding, where this has been stitched up together by NIA, going from right from the beginning till the time the India Today had done that particular sting operation, after which investigation was done. The case was handed over to NIA. For now, it's taken almost 5 years or so for this entire case to be heard and the conviction to take place. Today, it's all about quantum of sentencing. But remember, as far as the Kashmiri Pandits are concerned, who've been at the receiving end and the wrath of terrorism, and this is where several of those people may be looking at the closure. But remember, there is going to be a High Court and Supreme Court. Pleas could be made there as well. But today is going to be much more symbolic in that particular sense, because many would say that earlier it had been a sort of fixed match that, a stone pelting happened or a Hartal calendar would be given. There would be arrest, and then these leaders would be let off after several days. But this is the first time that we're looking at a heavy-duty conviction of that side. The NIA has already said we're looking at a death sentence because, remember, there has been evidence and there has now been confession as far as Section 16, 17, 18, as well as Section 20 is concerned of the UAPA, and waging war, which is 120 IPC. That is now going to be very significant. Let me just show you. This is the family court. This is where Yasin Malik went in. We do expect him to be led from this particular way out. The security has been beefed up around here. So if you just turn around, there is the paramilitary force which has been deployed. We see a lot of SSB Jawans, the Delhi police out here. But clearly, in the twists and turns that we've seen in the case, Yasin Malik, just few months before 5th August 2019, was arrested. At that point of time, in a dramatic turn of events, when he was being taken away, he had tried to push away the cops and hit his head against the wall, trying to show that there was atrocity being done on him. Again, there were certain pleas made by his family that he was not being treated well. But that beside, the evidence has finally nailed him down. This is going to be an important conviction, not just in terror funding, but we are also looking at subsequent cases, the Tada Court cases, the Rubaiya Khan cases, as well as the cases of the 4 IF officers who were martyred, a direct role of Yasin Malik, the JKLF commander, at that point of time, one of the biggest terror organizations. So clearly, this at one point of time, the sort of pressure which has now been sustained by the government and the agencies, especially on separatist groups. But this will come down and boil down to the conviction and the larger messaging for the separatist organizations. Many would say this is the lowest part as far as the tenure is concerned, but clearly it is also about justice. It may be justice delayed, but it may not be justice denied. So we're looking at the first step, quantum of punishment, and then obviously the legal cases. There could be a challenge in the High Court and finally in the Supreme Court. But clearly, the law closing in on Yasin Malik, who has escaped the clutches of law for very, very long.
Yeah, there are courts of appeal, but the fact is this is an extremely grave case that is under judgment today. Yasin Malik has already been convicted, and the quantum of punishment, the sentencing is going to take place right now, viewer, where he faces in all likelihood either a life term or the death sentence, which is the extreme case that the NIA is hoping for at this point of time. The charges have not been contested, and therefore in many eyes this is an open and shut case, but there are sensitivities involved, as can be seen by what's happening in Srinagar. Tear gas is having to be fired at stone pelters in the Maisuma area of Srinagar, which is where Yasin Malik and his residents are. But in the Patiala House Court is when things will be taking place at this point of time. Just the next few minutes, the sentencing will take place. Yasin Malik is inside. Obviously, we can't show you what's happening inside court, but he's sitting on a chair. There are other persons also inside the court right now. And all eyes are on the judge, who will be arriving in court in just a few minutes to read out the order. As Kamaljeet just pointed out, it is expected to be a very detailed order. There are many charges against Yasin Malik, but this particular case pertains to terror funding. It's a case that goes back to 2017. Yasin Malik was convicted in this case only a few days ago. He has not contested any of the charges, But we're going to take this story forward because India today has the most number of images from inside the Patiala House Court, and as you can see on your right, we are deployed in Srinagar as well as in Jammu to bring you what's happening there. This is a story which has multiple facets and the possibility of impact in Srinagar, in Jammu, most certainly in Pakistan, where it's already had an impact with persons like the Pakistan Prime Minister, star cricketer Shahid Afridi and others coming to the aid of their #1 jihadi asset, Yasin Malik. Pooja and Gaurav take forward our coverage. India Today on Yasin Malik, the sentencing taking place in just a few minutes from now. Over to you, Pooja.
Thank you so much, Shiv. What a historic day, and our non-stop coverage continues on the Yasin Malik conviction and the quantum of sentence. Remember, this is a terror funding case, but for terrorist Yasin Malik, who's accused of massive crimes in Kashmir, repercussions of that violence still being felt until 24 hours ago when a cop was killed in front of his daughter. We are tracking minute-by-minute updates. India Today, the only channel getting you not only updates from the court in Delhi, but also from Kashmir, where in Mysoma, there are protests and tear gas shelling that are on. And I'm going to take you through, in the next 1 hour, exactly what you need to know about this case, about where the status is, and of course we are waiting for the NIA court to finally pronounce the verdict on what happens and what next for Yasin Malik. Will it be death penalty or will it be life term? Because remember, either way, this is a big day. For the victims who have suffered all these years, this is a start when it comes to what Yasin Malik has been accused of. This could just be the beginning, remember. This is a terror funding case, but it will also pertain to many other cases. I'll be soon joined by Gaurav Sawant as well on this telecast, going across also first to Sunil G. Bhatt on the ground. Because Sunil, you have been talking to one of the most significant victims of Kashmir, the wife of squadron leader Ravi Khanna. Nirmal Khanna has been such a brave woman. And she's been not only restarting her life, but is clearly watching the proceedings today. Sunil, over to you.
Well, Pooja, I am at the residence of Nirmal Khanna, wife of late squadron leader Ravi Khanna, and I have been talking to her, and she has been saying that she wants death penalty for Yasin Malik and nothing less than that. It has been a long legal battle for the families of the victims. But Pooja, one needs to understand that this case pertains to a terror funding case from 2017. And as far as the cases of the Air Force personal killing case are concerned, they are still pending in Jammu's Tada court. Hearing is on and trial is on there. What the families of the victims now want is that this trial should be expedited at the Tada court also. But what has happened in Delhi's NIA court has come as a ray of hope for the families of the victims. They say that they now are quite hopeful that Yasin Malik will be brought to justice. I am at the residence of squadron leader Ravi Khanna here in Jammu, and I have with me his wife Nirmal Khanna. Squadron leader, remember, was one of those 4 Air Force officers who attained martyrdom in a terror attack which was carried out by Yasin Malik and his terror associates. We will try and get a word from Nirmal Khanna ji. Nirmal ji, मुझे पता है कि आपने कहा कि अभी आप वर्डिक्ट पर कुछ नहीं कहेंगे, अभी वो अवेटेड है, लेकिन उस दिन क्या हुआ जिस दिन यासिन मलिक ने वो आतंकी हमला किया श्रीनगर के रावलपुरा में?
ये बात तो मेरा ख्याल पिछले 32 साल से सन 2019 से लेके अभी तक तो मैंने कोई 1000 बार ये बात बताई है कि एयरफोर्स की जो कोच है अपने प्रेस्क्राइब्ड बस स्टैंड पे आती है, ऑफिसर्स की अलग और एयरमैन की अलग। एयरमैन की बरजला में आई थी और रावलपुरा में इन ऑफिसर्स की। बरजला में कोई 20 लोग थे, जिनमें से 3 जवान शहीद हो गए थे और 17 जख्मी हो गए थे। और आगे वो जब रावलपुरा में आए हैं तो एक फ़्लाइट लेफ्टिनेंट BR शर्मा और मेरे हस्बैंड खड़े थे, स्क्वाड्रन लीडर रवि खन्ना। तो अचानक यासीन मलिक हीरो होंडा पे एक और एसोसिएट के साथ आता है और रट्टीपुरा का रास्ता पूछता है। वो रट्टीपुरा का रास्ता बता रहे हैं तो ये उनके एब्डोमेन पे गोली मार देता है। उनके हाथ में ब्रीफ केस था, उन्होंने उसका निशाना ख़राब किया, उसकी गन उन्होंने हवा में ऊपर कर दी दी, स्कफल किया, उसकी गन खाली कर दी और साथ ही BR शर्मा, उनको पता था मेरा एक और साथी है वो कहीं मारे ना जाए हम, उन्होंने उसको आवाज़ दी शर्मा सेव योर सेल्फ, और एक बहुत बड़ा पेड़ था पास में उधर, उन्होंने शर्मा साहब उसके पीछे चले गए और खन्ना को जब उसकी पीठ सड़क की तरफ हो गई तो पीछे से इसका जो एसोसिएट था, इन लोगों ने उनको 27 गोलियां और मारी पीठ पे, टोटल 28 गोलियां लगी।
28 bullets were pumped into his body.
हाँ जी। तो बाद में जब मैंने अपने एटिक से देखा कि बड़ी पटाखों जैसी आवाज़ आ रही है, देखूं तो सही, तो देखा कि बड़े लोग गन्स हाथ में उठाए हुए, घेरा बनाए हुए, हा हुल्लड़ करके, दे वर सो थ्रिल्ड कि जैसे एज इफ दे हैव डन समथिंग,
They were celebrating his killing.
दे वर सेलिब्रेटिंग कि हमने यूनिफॉर्म को टारगेट कर दिया है, चाहे कर्फ्यू है चाहे कुछ है। और उसके बाद मेरे हस्बैंड को जब हम बेस हॉस्पिटल लेके गए हैं तो देयर ही वाज डिक्लेयर्ड। और
तो निर्मल जी, महबूबा मुफ्ती PDP की मुखिया और जम्मू कश्मीर की पूर्व मुख्यमंत्री, वो कह रही है कि इससे क्या हासिल होगा यासिन मलिक को सज़ा देके, जबकि देखिए कितनी विडंबना है कि उनकी जो बहन है रुबिया सईद, उसका भी अपहरण यासिन मलिक ने ही किया।
नहीं तो अगर आपको ये लगता है कि उनको दुख होना चाहिए कि यासिन मलिक ने अपहरण मेरी बहन का किया, जो अभी तक कलंक लगा हुआ है और बदनामी है, एक होम मिनिस्टर के माथे पे दाग है कि उसने उसके एवज में इतने लोग छुड़वा लिए और फिर हिंदुस्तान की क्रीम को एलिमिनेट करा दिया, नालियों में खून बहा दिया, उनको बजाय अगर शर्मिंदगी हो या बुरा लगता हो तो ये ऐसी बात कहेंगी। ये सब मिली भगत है, ये सब उनका रिश्तेदार है, उनका क्या चचेरा मबेरा जो भी है भाई होगा, और यही एक, और ये सब किसी साजिश के तहत हुआ था उस टाइम। ऐसे कैसे हो सकता होम मिनिस्टर की बेटी एक कॉमन मेटाडोर से अबडक्ट हो जाती है?
Do you feel that it was staged?
बिल्कुल पक्का। मुझे क्या लगता है, सारी दुनिया को लगता है।
So there was a fixed match between the home minister and the terrorist. That's what you are trying to say?
होम मिनिस्टर साहब ही बताएंगे, जो उनको ऊपर जाके पूछना चाहेगा जाके उनको बता देंगे वो। मैं यहाँ पर ये बात क्या कह सकती हूँ इस बारे में।
बट निर्मल जी, अभी पाकिस्तान से जिस प्रकार से बयानबाजी आ रही है, चाहे वेदर इट्स द प्राइम मिनिस्टर ऑफ पाकिस्तान शहबाज शरीफ और फॉर्मर प्राइम मिनिस्टर ऑफ पाकिस्तान इमरान खान और इवन सेलिब्रिटीज ऑफ पाकिस्तान, दे हैव कम आउट इन ओपन सपोर्ट ऑफ यासिन मलिक एंड दे आर क्लेमिंग दैट ही हैज बीन फैब्रिकेटेड, ही हैज बीन फ्रेम्ड इन फैब्रिकेटेड केसेस। व्हाट डू यू हैव टू से एज फार एज पाकिस्तान इज कंसर्न?
मैं उनके विषय में क्या कहूँ, देखो ये उनका ही एक किस्म का स्टेज उन्होंने बनाई थी ना, तो अगर एक बंदे को उन्होंने पूरा ड्रामा उसके हाथ में दे दिया और उसने भी बेस्ट रोल अदा करके दिया है उनको, तो नेचुरली अब उन्होंने उसके सपोर्ट में खड़ा तो होना है।
तो निर्मल जी, अभी आप क्या चाहती हैं, किस अदालत की तरफ से सजाए मौत हो यासिन मलिक के लिए?
देखिए जी, मैं एक बार नहीं, हर बार मुझे आप बेहोशी में पूछो, होश में पूछो, इंजेक्शन लगा के पूछो, मैं हर बार एक ही बात, सच्ची बात, अपने ज़मीर की बात कहूँगी। ये टेरर फंडिंग का केस है, ये देश को देखना है, देश की एजेंसीज को देखना है कि देशद्रोह के लिए कौन सा प्रेसिडेंट बनाया जाए जो आने वाली जनरेशंस को भी एक लाउड मैसेज दिया जाए। ये देश को देखना है, मेरा कोई काम नहीं है इसमें।
Do you feel betrayed by the system?
So far my case is concerned, my husband's case is concerned, 32 साल 4 महीने से मैं तो मुंह उठा के देख रही हूँ, वो 32 साल 4 महीने ज़्यादा जी लिया, तो क्या आज मैं हूँ तो मेरे हस्बैंड भी शायद मेरे साथ होते, नेचुरल डेथ होती तो ठीक है, ऊपर वाला, हम मरने के लिए आए हैं यहाँ पर इस प्लेनेट पे, मरना है, पैदा होना है, मरना है, पैदा होना है, लेकिन जो लोगों ने एक ही बार मरना है तो उनको मालिक रास्ते पे भी सीधे चलाता है। यासीन मलिक के लिए मैं और कुछ नहीं कहना चाहती, मैं कहती हूँ उसको मुबारक है। अगर मेरे केस में, मेरे हस्बैंड के खून के केस में, उन 3 शहीदों के, जो एयरफोर्स के जवान शहीद हुए हैं, उनके केस में, और जो जितने इनोसेंट लोग अपने घर में हाथ उठाए उसकी बारगाह में बैठे हुए हैं, इसको मुबारक है। अगर इसको अपने किए की सज़ा मिल जाती है और इसको ईश्वर माफ़ कर देता है तो इसके जैसा भी मुबारक बंदा कौन होगा। खून की सज़ा, खून अगर हो तो आइंदा और भी हमारी जनरेशन्स में ये मैसेज जाता है कि हमें आउटला होके कोई काम नहीं करना.
So Nirmal ji, do you feel betrayed by the system that all these 30 years, you were fighting, a lone battle against the system, against terrorism. So do you think that the successive governments were not serious as far as, taking these cases to logical conclusion is concerned?
सुनील जी, आपने मेरे से पूछा है 32 साल 4 महीने में. मैं आपको बता रही हूँ कि आज 25 मई है ना, तो ये 25 जनवरी 1990 को हुआ था. तब से ये मैं इंतज़ार में बैठी हुई हूँ. यासीन मलिक ने तो उस दिन स्क्वाड्रन लीडर खन्ना और 3 दूसरों को एक ही बार मारा था. उन लड़कियों ने मुझे ज्वाइन भी नहीं किया. किसी की 2 महीने की शादी थी, 3 महीने की थी, किसी की बच्ची 2-4 महीने की थी, किसी ने घर में ही शादी कर ली, किसी ने रिश्तेदारों में कर ली. उन लोगों ने कहा कि हमें कुछ नहीं करना. मैंने आई हैव फॉट माई केस माई सेल्फ, और मुझे पेंशन केस भी कोर्ट में जाके लेना पड़ा. क्या हुक्म, आप मुझसे ये बात पूछ रहे हो, आज मैं आपके माध्यम से कहती हूँ, ज़रा सोचिए एक फौजी शहीद की बीवी को कोर्ट में जाके अपनी पेंशन क्यों लेनी पड़े, जबकि ये उसको सारा काम, ये डिफेंस मिनिस्ट्री का काम है.
Saying that you had to even knock the door of the judiciary for getting
How
pension.
can one not salute,
4.5 साल I have
not support
from
this brave woman who you are listening to on the channel right now? 32 years this woman has been fighting legally, and Gaurav Sawant now joins me on this special telecast. Gaurav, what a significant day today as we go to the court. Yasin Malik's verdict is set to be pronounced. From a time, remember Gaurav, when Yasin Malik, the terrorist, thought he's got away easily. He's got away from his killings and crimes. Over to you, Gaurav.
For decades, he got away with murder and terror, but finally the law is catching up with this big daddy of terror. Remember, he is one of the first terrorists who went across the line of control to Pakistan-occupied Kashmir for training. He was involved in a series of murders in Jammu and Kashmir, including of Kashmiri Pandits, the abduction of Rubaiya Saeed, the daughter of then Union Home Minister of India, Mufti Mohammad Saeed, and the killing of these 4 Indian Air Force personnel. But those trials are being carried out separately. This is a very crucial case of terror financing. And I want to bring in Kamaljeet Kaur Sandhu into our conversation, Pooja, because Kamal, this terrorist may claim to be a Gandhian, may have abandoned his gun, but he was actually preparing future generations of terrorists and stone pelters with funds arranged from Pakistan, something he's now confessed to.
It's not just about days and years, it's about 3 decades of terrorism. And this is where Yasin Malik has been a very important player, from being a commander of JKLF to going to Pakistan and being with Hafiz Saeed. Remember, he's been very important because what NIA says, and the investigation and the charge sheet very clearly points out, is about how the terror funding was being used to actually have a spell of trouble in Kashmir Valley, right from Hartal calendars to months and months we saw of dark times there as far as Kashmir is concerned. This is where the funds were used to channel terror activities. He's been charged under Section 16, 17, 18, 20 of the UAPA, and also very clearly when it comes to Section 120B of the IPC, which is waging war against the country. And under this section is where the NIA actually asked for a death sentence. This point of time, Yasin Malik has taken plea that if he was somebody who shunned violence and he became a Gandhian in terms of principles, why did the 7 prime ministers of the country really meet him? There was a delegation of the Hurriyat conference which met the prime ministers. So this is where he's taken a plea and has asked the judge to give a fair judgment of sorts. But clearly he comes with a lot of baggage. The baggage has terror activities. There are cases not just of kidnapping of Rubaiya Saeed, as you were mentioning, but also the 4 Air Force personnel. There have been cases where JKLF has been involved in direct terror activities, and this has gone on for several decades. The other part was whether there was some sort of fixed match. How were they free for so long? The final part is the law finally closing in on Yasin Malik. Now we're looking at a judgment, a quantum of sentence coming in. But remember, they can always have a plea in High Court as well as the Supreme Court, so it has to go through. But today, it may not come as a closure to several of those who are looking at the first possible conviction of Yasin Malik, not just as a terrorist, but also as a separatist leader. He spent several years and being part of that, and whether it's Zahoor Vitali, whether it is the likes of Shabir Shah, the others who've been involved, there has been this entire networking, and that is why even Hafiz Saeed as well as Saeed Salahuddin, and let me just try and get you a sentiment out here. This is a small family which has come in here, getting a flag. आप लोग यहाँ पर आए हैं, कश्मीर से आपका कोई नाता नहीं, पंडित भी नहीं है आप, लेकिन आज अगर आप आए हैं, किस तरह की उम्मीद से आए?
देखो, आज मेरा कश्मीर से रिश्ता है, मेरे भारत का ताज है, वो धरती का स्वर्ग है। इस देश के गद्दार पाकिस्तानी प्रस्ती एजेंट यासीन मलिक ने जिस तरीके से घाटी को लाल करके छोड़ा है, आज उसकी फांसी की सजा की अपील करने के लिए माननीय सर्वोच्च न्यायालय और पटियाला हाउस कोर्ट के बाहर यही प्रदर्शन करने चाहते हैं। आम नागरिक होने के नाते हमारा एक कर्तव्य बनता है।
बच्चे से बात करते हैं, आप यहाँ पर आए हैं, आपको केस के बारे में क्या पता है?
यासीन मलिक ने उस छोटी बच्ची को क्यों मारा?
So the sentiments are high. There may not be a direct correlation with Kashmir, but people do have sentiments. They've seen what has really happened in 3 decades.
I think people have woken up. For years, there was this deliberate attempt by Yasin Malik and his supporters to play it down. But people have woken up, and now in just a short while, Gaurav, judge is all set to read out the sentence.
Life or death for Yasin Malik, we'll know moments from now. He stands convicted of terror financing in a 2016-17 terror funding case. This is extremely critical. The learned judge is now reading out the sentence in the special NIA court in Patiala House. Here is a man who's confessed he took funds from Pakistan. He took funds from Hafiz Muhammad Saeed and Sayyid Salahuddin and prepared Pooja, the next generation of stone pelters after terrorist Burhan Wani was killed. Very, very crucial verdict expected moments from now.
Absolutely, and it's important to understand that apart from the funding of terror, there are clear charges of waging a war against nation, anti-India activities that have been charged against Yasin Malik. Of course, the victims will tell you that he has committed much more heinous crimes. Nevertheless, right now, Gaurav, over to you. We have the big verdict coming in. Life imprisonment for terrorist Yasin Malik.
It's a big verdict. Yasin Malik will spend his entire life in jail for terror funding. Big verdict coming first here on India Today. Yasin Malik has been sentenced to a life in prison for terror financing in 2016-17.
Raising funds for terrorists, indulging in act of terror, conspiracy to commit act of terror, links to terror group, anti-India activities, all these 5 charges at least, found guilty. He did not contest, tried to put forth his representation. Nevertheless, life imprisonment has come from the NIA court. Remember, this is just the beginning of the face of terror you see on your screens right now. He tried to get away for as long as possible, tried to become a hero, tried to reach out to as many supporters. Today, Yasin Malik stands isolated. Life imprisonment has been announced, so the much-awaited verdict has come from the court, the NIA court in Delhi. Remember, this is only the start. For many years, there was a demand coming in for death penalty, but now, Nirmal Khanna, the wife, the brave wife of squadron leader Ravi Khanna, who was shot dead outside his house, is speaking. Let's listen.
बुद्धि के आधार पर, तथ्यों के आधार पर जो भी उसको सजा दी है, मैं उसको ऑनर करती हूँ, क्योंकि दे नो बेटर देन मी कि इस केस में कौन सी सजा देनी चाहिए. हो सकता है लाइफ इम्प्रिजनमेंट के दौरान ही उनको कई ऐसी चीज़ें और चाहिए हैं जो वो पता लगाते रहेंगे. मेरी बुद्धि तो इतनी बात कहती है कि अभी हुकूमतों ने अपना काम करना है.
Do you think that now the cases, other cases that are pending against Yasin Malik, like the killing of the Air Force personnel and Rubia Saeed kidnapping case, those cases will be expedited and Yasin Malik will be brought to justice? Do you feel that in those cases he will get death sentence?
I'm 100% sure that justice will be given to me. People say justice delayed, justice denied. But I don't agree on this, because I had been denied my legitimate right of getting my pension, my husband's pension, when Naga Mizo militants were rehabilitated in this country. But defense forces were denied their legitimate right. I fought my case, and with the grace of Almighty God, I got that case. Now that is a precedent of India, an officer going to his office en route to his office or while coming from office, if any untoward incident occurs on the way, the deceased family will be given last pay drawn till death, even after remarriage on reduced pay scale. So I believe I am given this justice. So I am drawing my husband's pension on liberalized pensionary award, or after that my husband is given that honor of this National War Memorial in present government's regime.
So are you satisfied with the verdict in this case? Are you satisfied?
For my case, I am again, time and again, I am requesting time and again, I am requesting that in my case, what I want, with loud voice, I can say, I can claim that there should be the same.
2 life imprisonments have been given, and besides that 10 years rigorous imprisonment in 10 offences, besides monetary penalty, and all the punishments will run concurrently.
Okay. So that's the latest.
Umesh Sharma.
Death sentence was sought, but a life imprisonment has been given.
Death has been declined. Death has been declined.
Can you tell us in detail as to what really?
No, I have not read the order. You will get the entire detailed order. That court will justify what court has considered, what are the circumstances, whatever has been considered, that will get
What
in the
is the
detailed
final
order.
quantum of punishment besides
2 life imprisonments and 5-10 years, all to run concurrently. 1 life means everything, entire life.
यानी दोनों जो उम्र कैद, 2 मामलों में जो उम्र कैद की सजा हुई है साथ साथ चलेगी, ये कोर्ट ने साथ किया है। अच्छा, कितना जुर्माना किया गया है?
10 लाख है और 10,000, 5,000, सब में अलग अलग है।
कुल मिलाकर के कितना जुर्माना है?
ये जोड़ा नहीं मैंने, वो जोड़ा नहीं मैंने।
अच्छा, जज साहब ने क्या फैसले में की जो ये निष्कर्ष निकाला है कि उम्र कैद की सजा है, इसका आधार भी बताया है कुछ ऑपरेटिव पार्ट जो पढ़ा गया है?
नहीं, उन्होंने प्लीड गिल्टी किया था, तो सेंटेंसिंग है, आज कोई जजमेंट नहीं हुई है, सेंटेंसिंग पे ऑर्डर हुआ है, ये सिर्फ सेंटेंसिंग है।
तो जो उम्र कैद की सजा हुई है 121 के तहत हुई है और दूसरा कौन सा सेक्शन?
121 और दूसरा शायद 17 है, अभी ऑर्डर में आएगा।
अच्छा, जो यूएपीए का जो सेक्शन है। ओके, ठीक ठीक।
सर एक बार अपना पूरा नाम बता दीजिए।
उमेश शर्मा, एडवोकेट हूँ
क्या कोर्ट में हुआ, प्लीज थोड़ा सा।
अभी सेंटेंसिंग पे ऑर्डर हुआ है, अभी जज साहब ने प्रोनाउंस किया है, 2 लाइफ सेंटेंसिंग है और 10 ईयर्स की 5 पनिशमेंट है इनकी।
जुर्माने को लेकर
जुर्माना 10 लाख रुपए है, 10,000 है।
और what he was told about all the consequences which he was supposed to face once he plead guilty, and all the things were told to him, and today now the matter has been decided and he is sentenced for 120B. He has been punished with 10 years and 10,000 fine. For 121 IPC he is punished with life imprisonment and 10,000 fine. 121A IPC 10 years with 10,000 fine. 13 UAPA read with 120B IPC 5-year fine. 5 year 5,000 fine. 15 UAPA punishment under 16 UAPA 10 years 10,000 fine. 17 UAPA life 10 lakh fine. 18 UAPA 10 years 10,000 fine. 38 UAPA 5 years 5,000 fine. 39 UAPA 5 year 5,000 fine. Section 20 UAPA 10 year 10,000 fine. Anything else you people want to ask?
Question.
Any questions from your side?
कोई क्वेश्चन पूछेगा?
सर इस तरफ आएंगे रिपोर्टर सर। I will come outside.
Big case, terrorist Yasin Malik has been sentenced to a life in prison, and in 2 different cases, which means 2 concurrent life sentences. He will spend the rest of his remaining years in jail, is what the learned judge said. In other cases, he's been fined up to 10 lakh rupees. He's been fined 10 lakh rupees. In some cases, 10,000 rupees fine. In other cases, and 10 years rigorous imprisonment. In 5 other cases, including criminal conspiracy for terror funding and terror strikes. It's a huge judgment. This, of course, is the first case, the first trial of Yasin Malik in an NIA court. He does have an opportunity to appeal in a superior court. Let's listen into reactions coming in.
Then basically a chance was given to Yasin Malik. The court has permitted him to basically say, and Yasin Malik has already pleaded before the court that he has said that मैं ज़्यादा कुछ नहीं बोलने वाला हूँ, आप जो भी सेंटेंस देना चाहते हैं आप दे सकते हैं. And but he has said कि I have been a non-violence leader, political leader in the country, and I have never basically raised this thing to divide the country for any reason. And I have been worked with for 7 Prime Minister of India, and lastly basically when Atal Bihari Vajpayee was there, so I have been even given the passport. तो उन्होंने ये कहा था, फिर उसके बाद कोर्ट ने ऑर्डर रिजर्व किया था, उन्होंने ये भी बोला था कि कोर्ट जो है ये सब चीज़ों का ध्यान रखेगी वाइल गिविंग दीज बात बेसिकली मिटिगेटिंग फैक्टर्स विच कोर्ट हैज़ टू टेक केयर. देन अभी 3:30 बजे के लिए कोर्ट ने ऑर्डर प्रोनाउंस के लिए रखा था, बट सिंस ऑर्डर वाज लॉन्ग, सो अब जाके 6 बजे सो बेसिकली ऑन ईच सेक्शंस 10,000 हुआ है, एंड मैक्सिमम पनिशमेंट वाज लाइफ इम्प्रिजनमेंट.
What will be the further proceedings, you know?
Because he has pleaded guilty, so there will not much thing. I mean, that we'll see. That we'll see. I mean, at that point. So basically, court doesn't. I mean, this right now the proceedings have happened, and court has pronounced the imprisonment right now. The maximum punishment was given is life imprisonment by the court. There was 8 to 10 sections basically, in which under 2 sections life imprisonment was given. So that's all basically. What else you want to know?
Also, do tell us what is the quantum of punishment in terms of fine, in terms of concurrent.
So basically, under section 120B, it was a 10 years imprisonment along with 10,000 fine. Under section 121, it was given life imprisonment along with 10,000 regress. 10,000 fine, and 121 it was again 10 years of regress imprisonment. But section 17 of UAPA, he has been given life imprisonment.
Under section 17?
17. Basically, under 2 sections, he has been given life imprisonment.
Where is the section 17?
17 and 121. IPC. 121 also, IPC, 17 of UAPA.
The NI had sought death penalty for him.
Court has not. Court was
so
not.
What is the next proceeding? Can he appeal in the High Court?
So we cannot much say right now because he has pleaded guilty, so he cannot go on appeal. But things. Wait for the other things. We will see what other actions.
What about the other accused?
So it has been pronounced again only Yasin Malik right now.
Thank you so much for speaking to us. So a big day as far as the terror financing is concerned. Conviction for Yasin Malik and quantum of sentence as 2 life imprisonment and yes, 10,000 rupees fine each. So very clearly under the stringent sections 17 of the UAPA and section 121 of the IPC, this is where Yasin Malik been given life imprisonment. There's a heavy fine which has been imposed to him. There is going to be obviously perhaps a closure for many, but as far as the other cases are concerned, they are currently going on in several other courts. But clearly, the first conviction really coming in here.
Just a start, nevertheless, it has come. Let's go across now to Shreya Chatterjee. Shreya, let's get this straight now. Of course, there are different, there are 10 years, 10,000, 10 lakh rupees fine, 7 UPA charges under which the quantum has been announced. But the waging war against the government, against the country, terror funding 17 UAPA, 121 UPC, this is against which he's got life imprisonment.
Well, absolutely. So, Pooja, now there are 10 sections under which he's been convicted in this 2017 terror funding case, but 2 of the sections against which he's been guaranteed life imprisonment. One is section 121 of the IPC, which is waging war. For that, he's been given life imprisonment and a fine of 10,000. And under 17 UAPA, it's life imprisonment and a fine of 10 lakh. Now, all these sections under which he's been given punishments will be running concurrently. The judgment was pronounced by the special NIA judge Praveen Singh. 10 of the total sections under which he's been pronounced guilty, but 2 of those main, Pooja, are section 121 and 17 UAPA.
He was in court. How did Yasin Malik react to the sentencing? What was the atmosphere like in the courtroom, Shreya?
Well, inside the courtroom, we saw Yasin Malik. He held his calm. He was calm since morning. Remember, he's the one who fought his case by himself. He refused for a lawyer is why an amicus curiae was also given, so that the charges are explained to him. The same happened when the judge was pronouncing the order. The amicus curiae was explaining the charges to Yasin Malik. He held calm and he heard all the charges. Before the judge was arriving, he was also given a chair to sit because it was quite a long time.
Stay on with me because right now reactions coming in from all sides. Let's listen in to what lawyers are saying.
Imprisonment ग्रेवर है, मतलब उसके अलावा दो ही ऑप्शन थी, लाइफ और डेथ. तो लाइफ मिल गया तो इट्स ठीक है, बाकी डिसाइड करेंगे. अभी फाइल पे पुट अप होगा, हायर अथॉरिटीज़ का क्या व्यू है वो लोग बताएंगे.
लेकिन इसमें जो धाराएं लगाई गई वो काफ़ी स्ट्रांग धाराएं हैं जिस पर कोर्ट ने बहुत अच्छे से संज्ञान लिया है और आपकी अधिकतर चीज़ें आपने सिद्ध भी की और सिद्ध होने के साथ साथ, आरोप सिद्ध होने के साथ साथ मुजरिम ने तस्लीम भी किया, ये स्वीकार किया कि हाँ उसने ये अपराध किए हैं.
देखिए, पहले तो इन्वेस्टिगेशन बढ़िया हुई है केस में, तभी अक्यूज्ड को पता था कि कॉन्टेस्ट करके भी कोई फ़ायदा नहीं है, तो उसने ऐसे बिना सोचे समझे तो किया नहीं. तो ग्रेवर ऑफेंस था, बड़े लेवल पे कॉन्स्पिरेसी थी, इंडिया से थी, फॉरेन कंट्री से थी, तो बड़े लेवल का हाई प्रोफाइल होता.
जो लोग इस मामले में पीड़ित रहे हैं, जिन वायु सैनिकों की हत्या की यासीन मलिक ने अपनी गोली से और निहत्थे लोगों की, ऐसे मासूम लोगों की, उनके परिवार वालों का कहना है कि बाकी तो अदालत जो भी सजा दे, लेकिन हम चाहते हैं खून का बदला.
देखिए, मेरा ये आर्गुमेंट आज ये रहा है कि देखिए, रेट्रीब्यूटिव जो थ्योरी है ना पनिशमेंट, इट टॉक्स अबाउट आई फॉर आई एंड टूथ फॉर टूथ. And I have made submission to the court that in the case of Yasin Malik, even reformatory theory can't be think of because he is a hardcore fundamentalist.
वो तो ठीक है. क्या यासीन मलिक ने जब ये कहा कि वो गांधी जी के रास्ते पर चल रहा है हिंसा छोड़ने के बाद, तो अदालत क्या उससे भी कुछ कन्विंस हुई?
उनका आर्गुमेंट था, उनके वकील ने भी कहा, और वो लेकिन वो ऑन रिकॉर्ड नहीं है ना चीज़ें बोलने में. कुछ मेरी गांधीयन पर प्रोटेस्ट कैलेंडर मिला है, ईमेल्स मिली हैं, वो सब कुछ एविडेंस, स्ट्रॉन्ग एविडेंस था हमारे पास.
इलेक्ट्रॉनिक एविडेंस भी मिले?
बहुत मिला है, सब कुछ था. व्हाट्सएप चैट्स थी, ईमेल्स थी, वो सब एविडेंस था.
तो सिर्फ ये कह देने से कितना वो रहता है कि साहब हम तो गांधी जी के रास्ते पर चल रहे हैं और हथियार छोड़ने के बाद हमने तो 7 प्रधानमंत्रियों के साथ काम किया और गांधी जी के रास्ते पर है.
कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता. देखिए, आपका बिहेवियर और आपकी एक्टिविटीज़, मुंह में कुछ और है, अंदर कुछ और है, वो नहीं चलेगा.
तो ये कहते हैं कि 900 चूहे खा के बिल्ली हज को चली, तो बिल्ली तो हाजी हो सकती है लेकिन कानून की निगाह में कोई निर्दोष नहीं हो सकता.
कोर्ट हैज डिसाइडेड आफ्टर टेकिंग इनटू कंसीडरेशन all the oral and documentary evidence which we have submitted in the charge sheet.
कितना चुनौतीपूर्ण रहा आप लोगों के लिए एनआईए का इसे यहाँ तक अंजाम तक पहुँचाना? कितने लोगों की टीम लगी थी और कितने आप लोगों ने दिन रात काम किए था?
देखिए, पहले मैं ना थोड़ा हमारा ऑफिशियल स्टेटमेंट जो है इसको ना माना जाए. बीइंग अ प्रोसिक्यूटर मैं ठीक है, वो शाम को एक प्रेस रिलीज आ जाएगा, लेकिन ठीक है, मैं थोड़ा बहुत इसके मतलब इस केस में जुड़ा हुआ हूँ शुरू से.
अंजना कश्यप सीधा आपसे सवाल पूछ रही हैं कि फांसी की सजा की मांग को लेकर आप, जिसके आप प्रोसिक्यूटर हैं एनआईए के, तो क्या आप लोग हायर कोर्ट में जाएंगे चुनौती देने के?
वी विल थिंक ओवर इट. इट विल बी द इशू विल बी टेकन अप बिफोर द हायर अथॉरिटीज एंड इसको हर एंगल से देखा जाएगा. तो जो भी डिसाइड होता है सामने आ जाएगा कुछ दिनों में.
इनका कहना है कि सीधा जो भी चीजें हायर अथॉरिटी तय करेंगी वो सामने.
All right, Gaurav, so that was the NIA lawyer, the prosecutor, and very clearly stating that they had enough evidence. Listen into more reactions.
अब सजा की जरूरत थी और खास करके बहुत से ऐसे केस पेंडिंग्स हैं. ये तो टेरर फंडिंग का मामला है, लेकिन जो अपहरण, हत्या, इस प्रकार के जो कई इन पर केस पेंडिंग, उसमें मुझे उम्मीद है कि आने वाले समय में इससे भी सख्त सजा इनको सुनाई जाएगी.
तो लगता है कि ये सही जस्टिस हुआ?
देखिए, न्यायालय पर सवाल खड़ा करना, उन्होंने सबूतों और दूसरे आधार पर ये काम किया है, उसका हिसाब से ही फैसला सुनाया है, तो मुझे लगता है मान्य हमें होना चाहिए. इसके साथ ही मैंने पहले कहा कि जो इन पर और केसेस है हत्याओं के या माहौल वहाँ पर ख़राब करने के, पाकिस्तान के इशारों पर काम करने की, ये सब चीज़ें पहले से तय है और इसको मद्देनज़र रखते हुए उन परिवारों को कम से कम न्याय मिलेगा जिनको कि आज तक 30 सालों में किसी ने पूछा नहीं, किसी का परिवार का कोई व्यक्ति चला गया, किसी का अपहरण किया, किसी को मारा गया, ये जो अपराध हैं जब साबित होंगे तो निश्चय ही इससे भी सख्त सज़ा होनी ही चाहिए। तो अभी टेरर फंडिंग का और हवाले का मामला है।
Deputy Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir, BJP Neta Kavinder Gupta. But look at this man on your screens. Right now, he was walking out of prison. This is a short while ago. Yasin Malik, still managing to have a smile on his face because he felt he has got away for so long, but not anymore. The law has caught up. And the clock is ticking for Yasin Malik, the terrorist who's right now convicted of terror funding. Gaurav, finally the day has come. Nevertheless, a start today for waging war against the country, for brainwashing young men and women. Yasin Malik convicted today.
A very dangerous mind, a very dangerous terrorist, Yasin Malik, involved in active cases of terror in Jammu and Kashmir. He's finally been sentenced to a life in prison in 2 cases. They will run concurrently. So he will spend the rest of his living years in Tihar Central Jail. That's as of now. He's also been fined up to 10 lakh rupees in multiple cases and 10,000 rupees in other cases and 5 years in prison and 10 years. But let's listen into more reactions that are coming in.
ठीक है, मेरा नंबर ले लीजिएगा. I will provide the copy. Court has only pronounced the order on sentence in which he has given sentences in various sections. कई धाराओं में सजा सुनाई है. उसमें 121 IPC और 17 UAPA के अंदर उन्होंने उम्र कैद की सजा सुनाई है.
But the maximum sentence could have been a death sentence.
Maximum sentence, but लेकिन court has also looked into the past antecedent and also the probability of the reformation of any of the accused whenever any sentence is decided.
टोटल जुर्माना कितना होगा लगभग?
टोटल जुर्माना मेरे हिसाब से जो देख के समझ में आ रहा 11 के आसपास आएगा.
11 लाख के आसपास.
हाँ जी,
11 लाख के आसपास. 11 लाख के आसपास कह रहे हैं.
हाँ.
सर आज क्या कुछ एक मिनट यार फिर आप ही कर लो फिर यार.
ये पहले जो
आज क्या हुआ सर? आप पूरा डीडी का माइक आ रहा है, थोड़ा सा विस्तार बना दीजिए. अरे आप नाराज ना कर लो, निकल लो. एक साथ नहीं करना है ना. ये ले ले फिर आप
या फोटो ले लो ना आराम से.
सर आज
डबल
सर आज
नंबर दे दे.
सर आप केस क्यों रहे थे सर? आज क्या पूरा मामला हो
सर?
लाइव है.
आ रहा
क्या हुआ सर? सर बताइए क्या हुआ?
सर आज कोर्ट में मैटर फिक्स था ऑन द पॉइंट ऑफ, इंग्लिश में बोल सकते हैं?
यस.
ऑन द पॉइंट ऑफ quantum of sentence to be awarded in the judgment which was pronounced on 19th of May 2022 in State versus Hafiz Saeed, in which Yasin Malik was one of the accused as accused number 14. Okay. Both the party, the state which is NIA in the present case, and I as a amicus curiae appointed by the Honorable Court, both people argued regarding the quantum of the sentence. Under section 121 IPC, the maximum sentence was death or the capital punishment, and the minimum punishment was life imprisonment. Both the parties, NIA asked for a capital punishment, and I, being a amicus curiae, I requested before the Honorable Court to award a life imprisonment, which was the minimum sentence in the sentences in which he has been convicted.
Sir, what was the matter of plea? What was the matter of plea? What Malik said?
What
was the matter of plea? I am asking. What Malik said when judge asked him? You have just said.
Malik has stated before the Honorable Court that he is totally satisfied by the Honorable Court decision, and he is fully satisfied with all the legal assistance he has been provided to him during the course of the, on the point of the plead guilty and the sentence and also the judgment.
What will be the further process? Now the people can go to High Court also?
Sir, once the person plead guilty, then there is a very, very less chances that he can challenge the sentence order, because he himself stated that he has committed those crimes. So only the sentence or only the challenge will be regarding the quantum of the sentence, that not more than that.
हिंदी में बता दीजिए कितना जुर्माना लगा है
सर टोटल जुर्माना 11 लाख के आसपास लगा होगा।
थैंक यू सर। क्या कुछ आज कोर्ट में हुआ सर यासीन मलिक?
Gaurav, as we watch these proceedings of the court, as I watch this man walking out of the court, knowing he's convicted, knowing he has been exposed, it is a big day because this reminds us that our courts are ensuring that terrorists like him will not get away easily.
And here was a man who actually confessed to all his
Yes.
charges. He pleaded guilty. And as the learned amicus curiae or the friend of the court was mentioning, to journalists that once he's pleaded guilty, once he's been sentenced, he cannot go and appeal against the sentence to a superior court. Very little chance of that. But the NIA will take a call whether the NIA wants to appeal against life in prison and seek the death penalty, because the NIA sought capital punishment in both cases of terror funding, where he's one of the accused and Hafiz Mohammed Saeed, the Pakistani terrorist, is the main accused in the terror financing case. Remember, these are cases that are pertaining to 2016-17, where Pakistani money was used to fuel terror in Jammu and Kashmir, and Yasin Malik stands accused or now convicted of organizing those protests after terrorist Burhan Wani was killed while claiming to be a peaceful Gandhian.
It is also important to understand how the national investigative agencies ensured that they gather strong evidence to be put in court, whether it was the conversations, whether it was digital evidence, whether it was accounts they managed, Gaurav. They ensured this is an opportunity. They had to be sure. They had solid evidence, and that is the reason that minimum, at least life imprisonment, is a quantum that has been given. NI prosecutors are likely to, of course, possibly take this further.
You know, you have the courts that are watching this very carefully. You have hostile elements from across the border who are already crying themselves hoarse given the sentencing, because they realize that one of the main conduits of Pakistan's state-sponsored terror in Jammu and Kashmir has been sentenced to a life in prison in one case. He's facing trials where charges have been framed in multiple cases, including the murder of 4 Indian Air Force personnel and the abduction of the daughter of then Union Home Minister of India Rubaiya Saeed, sister of former Jammu and Kashmir Chief Minister Mehbooba Mufti. So those cases, the trial is continuing and charges have been framed, and action is likely to be taken soon in them. And I want to quickly bring in Shreya Chatterjee for more, Pooja, in this conversation. Yes. Shreya, give us details of the kind of evidence NIA had gathered against Yasin Malik in terms of terror funding from Pakistan.
Well, Gaurav, when NIA was investigating the case, which it is registered in 2017, they had got digital evidences. They had also got transactions. Because remember, there were shell companies that were flouted, Hawala routes that were created, and then money was pumped in from UAE, from Pakistan, by ISI agencies into the valley to create an atmosphere of terror. Now, we also do know that during the raids from Yasin Malik's home, a note was also recovered where there was clear instructions given that the youth should be disengaged and then used for stone pelting. Remember, it's the same period of time when 89 cases of stone pelting was registered in the valley. So there is incriminating evidence against Yasin Malik. There is an establishment of the fact that money was indeed received by Yasin Malik, because Zahur Batali, one of the Kashmir businessmen who was a Hawala conduit, who was helping in getting the money, there was a transaction detail that the NIA had recovered of 15 lakhs that was transferred from Zahur Batali to Yasin Malik. So definitely there was incriminating evidences why the charges were framed, and then we also saw Yasin Malik plead guilty on the 10th of May, and finally today the court has pronounced the order, and life imprisonment is the maximum that Yasin Malik has got under the sections 121 and 17 UAPA.
And it is very important here as we look at these photographs coming in from Kashmir, from the protests against Yasin Malik taking place in Delhi as well, and of course him walking out of the court. Shreya, as we talk about the court proceedings, it is important to mention here, Yasin Malik pleaded guilty on all charges. He clearly realized his time is up. The clock is ticking for him. He tried to put as defense as much as possible, but courts ensuring he does not walk out a hero. He walks out for the crimes that he he has been known for, and that convicted, and now a life imprisonment has been announced as a quantum of sentence. And do tell us at this point, Shreya, what are we expecting here on with regard to the court? Are we expecting the NIA prosecutors to take it further for a possible demand for a death penalty? Because we do know whether it is the wife of squadron leader Ravi Khanna, Nirmal Khanna, or we know about the Kashmiri Pandits, all of them have been demanding a death penalty and no less for Yasin Malik.
Well, absolutely. So, Pooja, we'll have to wait and watch whether NIA actually mulls about appealing before higher courts for a death penalty, because indeed today NIA had sought for a death penalty in the matter under the section 121 IPC, which is waging war. However, the court has awarded a life imprisonment. So whether or not NIA would like to take forward is something that we will have to wait and watch out further. But that is very much possible, because even earlier today morning, the NIA had sought for death penalty. They use the very word that they want deterrent punishment in the matter, because they want to set an example what happens when people plan such a huge thing. Because remember, protest calendars were created. There was incriminating evidence how the youth was also engaged in creating an atmosphere of terror, in creating an atmosphere of unrest in the valley, which was absolutely planned from across the border. So we'll have to wait and watch whether NIA mulls further plans. But so far, a life imprisonment is what is awaiting Yasin Malik.
All right, Gaurav, as we listen to what Shreya is also telling us, remember, he tried to say, I've become a Gandhian. I do not use weapons anymore. The fact is, his repercussions of his actions are still felt. Young men are still taking up arms because of people like Yasin Malik.
This was such a facade, and such a carefully created facade by forces rather hostile. Here is an armed terrorist trained in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, carried out a series of terror attacks, then claimed that he'd given up the gun and claimed he'd turned a Gandhian. Another terrorist/separatist facing trial for terror cases called himself Nelson Mandela of India. So one guy calls himself the Gandhi of India. And what are they actually doing? They are arranging funds from Pakistan and other countries to create the next crop of terrorists. They are the ones who are funding terror in Jammu and Kashmir, like after the killing of terrorist Burhan Wani in 2016-17, and a large number of people, civilians and security force personnel, were killed in violence fueled by actions of these elements. They burned schools. You've been to Kashmir so many times. You've lived in Kashmir. They burned down schools so that school children are available as stone pelters. So it's a very carefully crafted radical Islamist terror mindset that these people cover up with this facade of being Gandhians.
And remember, right now, the victims, the survivors of those crimes must be watching with hope that there is still hope for them to ensure that he gets maximum punishment. We are talking about Doordarshan director Lasa Kaul. We're talking about Nirmal Khanna. We're talking about other armed forces. And just recently, the daughter of Saifullah Qadri, who is currently battling for her life. Let's go across now to Sunil Ji Bhatt in Jammu. All our reporters in Delhi also updating us. Sunil, Nirmal Khanna, the wife of squadron leader Ravi Khanna, watched the husband got killed, but so much dignity and resilience, even today in her voice, it's incredible. What is she saying now, Sunil, if you can hear me, and how is she going to ensure that her fight continues?
Well, Pooja, we have been speaking to Nirmal Khanna ji right throughout the day, and even when the verdict was out, we were the first one to talk to her to get her reaction, and she has spoken exclusively to us, and she has said that she's satisfied with the verdict. In this case, she honors the verdict that has come out, but at the same time, she has said that she now hopes that the cases that are pending against Yasin Malik, whether it's the Air Force personal killing case or the other, serious cases, now there should be that the trial should take place in an expedited manner, and day-to-day hearings should take place, and she is quite hopeful now that justice will be delivered in Air Force personal killing case. She's saying that the current dispensation has the political will. She's quite hopeful. She has appealed to the Prime Minister Narendra Modi to ensure that there is speedy trial in other cases against Yasin Malik so that he is punished soon, because he has been given a long rope, and he has gone scot-free for last 32 years. Finally, justice has been delivered and he has been awarded life imprisonment in terror funding case. She says that now there is a ray of hope for her. She will continue her fight, and she's pinning her hopes on the judiciary. She had to fight a long legal battle for last 32 years, and she had to also go through, mental trauma, because even for her pension, she had to run from pillar to post. She says that she feels betrayed by the system at a time when the nation should have been standing with her. She was aghast and pained to see Yasin Malik being given VIP treatment by the civil society of the country. But she now hopes that justice will be delivered, and you can see that this has been a very long, legal battle, and she has a smile on her face today. She wants now that the prosecution should pursue the cases against Yasin Malik with all seriousness now, whether it's the Air Force personal case or the Rubia Saeed kidnapping case. She has pinned her
as you very
hopes on
rightly
the
point
judiciary
out,
now.
she's actually a witness. And Pooja,
yes,
Mrs. Nirmal Khanna is actually a witness in her husband's murder case. And when you hear her, it is shocking. After her husband was shot dead by these terrorists, 4 Indian Air Force personnel were shot dead as they waited for the Air Force bus to take them to the Air Force station in Srinagar. The terrorists danced on the dead bodies. The terrorists danced around the dead bodies. And these are people who were for decades hailed as Gandhians in our society.
These
Those
Air
who were
Force
dancing.
personnel, Gaurav, were unarmed, and 28 bullets were fired into the body of Ravi Khanna. And the wife, that young woman, had to watch all this and has been fighting. And just listen even today to the dignity and resilience of that woman, Gaurav.
Oh, absolutely. I have Kamaljeet Kaur Sandhu also joining Pooja and I on this special broadcast. Kamal, as far as the NIA is concerned, and you cover internal security better than anyone in our country, but give us details, Kamal, of the kind of investigations that went into it to secure a conviction of 2 lives in prison and 10 years in prison in other cases, and a penalty of 10 lakh in some cases and 10,000 in others. What kind of evidence was gathered? How was it gathered that it stood scrutiny in a court of law?
Well, this will require patience, because remember in 2017 when India Today did that sting operation where they really unraveled about how money was being pumped in and how this was being fueled to used to fuel unrest in Kashmir Valley. That is when the government and the center, MHA, had actually started an investigation by the NIA, after which a first few arrests were made. In that, it was also Zahoor Watali, at one time very influential businessman, and thereafter we saw it was Shabir Shah and Yasin Malik who were picked up, investigated, and finally very meticulously NIA put together the evidence, and the evidence was very clear, whether it was through technical evidence, mobile phones, that how money was really pumped in to fuel unrest, give the Hartal calendars, the calls, strikes, stone pelting, all these were done in a certain modus operandi. This is where post 2016, the killing of Burhan Wani, the HM commander, the entire system was used to ensure that there was unrest which was fueled in Kashmir Valley. So this is a more recent case, but remember there are concurrent cases in Tadar, the Rubia Saeed case, the killing of 4 personnel. So it should not be confused as a life imprisonment only. This is a terror funding case. This is a significant case in terms of a crackdown on the ecosystem, about how even those who had actually claimed to shun away violence were involved in violence by using vicarious means, by using terror funding. And this is where the importance of this investigation is. And clearly, one of the lawyers that we spoke to, who was in the amicus curiae team, said if Yasin Malik has pleaded guilty, he cannot further go in for an appeal, which means that the life imprisonment will stand. But remember, he's one of the 24 accused. So one by one, once the conviction takes place, we'll see how it really proceeds. But at this point of time, Yasin Malik of making a very important statement. He ensured that there was no baggage on him, whether it was regarding the killings, about the terror acts. He said that he'd shunned violence and become a Gandhian. But
Kamaljeet, he can say that he shunned violence, and as much as he can say, the fact is he's accused of not only sponsoring terror, indulging in terror, and the law eventually has caught up with Yasin Malik, and it's just a start, it's a precedence, and of course this will reflect on many of those terrorists and separatists who are currently behind bars. We are heading into a very short break, but Gaurav Sawant and I will ensure to get you minute-by-minute updates of the proceedings now, as what the lawyers are planning to, and what next for Yasin Malik, the terrorist, as he calls himself, turned Gandhian. That and more after the break.
ही देता है आपकी कार का बेस्ट प्राइस।
क्या बात कर रहे हो? यही कि OLX ऑटोज ही देता है आपकी कार का बेस्ट प्राइस। ये प्राइस नहीं, सरप्राइज है। विजिट olxautos.in।
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com or call 9999892171. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com or call 9999892171.
You are watching India Today.
Pour les entrepôts de préparation de commandes, donc typiquement un de nos clients est Cdiscount. Si vous passez une commande chez Cdiscount, avant c'est des gens qui dans un entrepôt essayaient de retrouver le téléphone et la coque de téléphone que vous aviez commandé, qui pouvaient faire jusqu'à 15 km par jour dans des entrepôts immenses.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India Today.
Presented by Aditya Birla Group, Big in Your Life. Co-powered by only OLX Autos gives the best price for your car. Co-powered by Panasonic Smart AC, AC for healthier homes. In association with SBI Life, अपने लिए, अपनों के लिए.
You are watching India Today.
Good evening, viewers. You're watching India Today. I'm Preeti Chaudhary. You're watching the only news bulletin where I curate the day's top special stories for our viewers. Let me take you through the headlines. NI court gives life imprisonment for Yasin Malik, found guilty under 7 UAPA charges, including waging war against India and terror funding. Nine-year-old Safa inflames the entire nation. Terrorists killed her father, Constable Saifullah Qadri, and shot her. India prays for her recovery. Anger erupts over targeted killings of innocents. Another big setback to Gandhi's. Kapil Sibal drums Congress, files Rajya Sabha nomination on SP ticket.
मुझे क्या वक्त आ गया है कि मुझे एक निर्दलीय के रूप में, अगर मुझे सदन में जगह मिलती है तो मैं एक निर्दलीय के रूप में आवाज उठाऊं.
Is it a Gyan Vapi rerun? In Karnataka's Mangaluru, after Hindu temple-like architectural design found allegedly beneath a mosque, VHP vows to perform puja near the disputed site. All right, viewers, it's taken decades for justice to finally been delivered. After a fair amount of time where the court kept stalling the verdict, Yasin Malik has been given the life term. It's taken decades of justice for finally to be delivered. Jammu and Kashmir Liberation Front chief and terrorists involved in many attacks in the valley. Yasin Malik gets life imprisonment in a terror funding case. An NI court in Delhi has found the JKLF leader guilty of 7 charges under the Unlawful Activities Prevention Act. The court has also imposed 10 lakh rupees fine on Malik. Right ahead of the verdict, Malik supporters gathered outside his house in Srinagar and started sloganeering. The cops had to fire tear gas to disperse the protesters and restore normalcy. Malik had pleaded guilty to charges related to terror funding, spreading terrorism and secessionist activities in the Kashmir Valley in 2017. Malik is also accused of attacking Kashmiri pundits and killing 4 Indian Air Force personnel in the valley.
क्या निराशा लगती है या लगता है कि चलो हाई कोर्ट है, हाई कोर्ट में जाएंगे?
नहीं, इट्स अ मिक्स्ड रिस्पांस. एक्चुअली हमारा एफर्ट था, लेकिन लाइफ इम्प्रिजमेंट भी ग्रेवर है. मतलब उसके 2 ही ऑप्शन थी, लाइफ और डेथ. तो लाइफ मिल गया तो इट्स ठीक है. बाकी डिसाइड करेंगे, अभी फाइल पे पुट अप होगा, हायर अथॉरिटीज़ का क्या व्यू है वो लोग बताएंगे.
लेकिन इसमें जो धाराएं लगाई गई वो काफ़ी स्ट्रांग धाराएं हैं, जिस पर कोर्ट ने बहुत अच्छे से संज्ञान लिया है और आपकी अधिकतर चीज़ें आपने सिद्ध भी की और सिद्ध होने के साथ साथ, आरोप सिद्ध होने के साथ साथ मुजरिम ने तस्लीम भी किया, ये स्वीकार किया कि हाँ उसने ये अपराध किए हैं.
देखिए, पहले तो इन्वेस्टिगेशन बढ़िया हुई है केस में, तभी अक्यूज्ड को पता था कि कॉन्टेस्ट करके भी कोई फ़ायदा नहीं है, तो उसने ऐसे बिना सोचे समझे तो किया नहीं. तो ग्रेवर ऑफेंस था, बड़े लेवल पे कॉन्स्पिरेसी थी, इंडिया से थी, फॉरेन कंट्री से थी, तो बड़े लेवल का हाई प्रोफाइल वो था.
जो लोग इस मामले में पीड़ित रहे हैं, जिन वायु सैनिकों की हत्या की यासिन मलिक ने अपनी गोली से और निहत्थे लोगों की, ऐसे मासूम लोगों की, उनके परिवार वालों का कहना है कि बाकी तो अदालत जो भी सजा दे, लेकिन हम चाहते हैं खून का बदला.
देखिए, मेरा ये आर्गुमेंट आज ये रहा है कि देखिए, रेट्रीब्यूटिव जो थ्योरी है ना, पनिशमेंट, इट टॉक्स अबाउट आई फॉर आई एंड टूथ फॉर टूथ. And I have made submission to the court that in the case of Yasin Malik, Even reformatory theory can't be think of because he is a hardcore fundamentalist.
इलेक्ट्रॉनिक एविडेंस भी मिले?
बहुत मिला है, सब कुछ था, व्हाट्सएप चैट्स थी, ईमेल्स थी, वो सब एविडेंस था.
As he was planning to plead guilty, I tried to convince him to contest the trial, but he has already made up his mind. So in view of that, whatever the best legal consequences or what he was told about all the consequences, today now the matter has been decided and he is sentenced for 120B. He has been punished with 10 years and 10,000 fine. For 121 IPC, he is punished with life imprisonment and 10,000 fine. 121A IPC, 10 years with 10,000 fine. 13 UAPA, read with 120B IPC, 5-year fine, 5 year, 5,000 fine. 15 UAPA, punishment under 16 UAPA, 10 years, 10,000 fine.
जो इन पर और केसेस है हत्याओं के या माहौल वहाँ पर ख़राब करने के, पाकिस्तान के इशारों पर काम करने की, ये सब चीज़ें पहले से तय है और इसको मद्देनज़र रखते हुए उन परिवारों को कम से कम न्याय मिलेगा जिनको कि आज तक 30 सालों में किसी ने पूछा नहीं, किसी का परिवार का कोई व्यक्ति चला गया, किसी का अपहरण किया, किसी को मारा गया. ये जो अपराध हैं जब साबित होंगे तो निश्चय ही इससे भी सख्त सज़ा होनी ही चाहिए. तो अभी टेरर फंडिंग का और हवाले का मामला है.
All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to cut across to the court where this order was announced. We're going to cut across to the valley because earlier on tear gas shelling had to take place to disperse the supporters of Yasin Malik. In the studio with me right now in the newsroom is our senior executive editor Gaurav Sawant. Gaurav, will you take us through the trajectory of terror which this man reigned in the country?
So, Preeti, Yasin Malik is amongst the first batch of terrorists in 1988-89. These were the people who were radicalized by Pakistani operatives. In 1989, he went across the border, trained in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir, stands accused of playing a critical role in the abduction of Rubaiyah Saeed, the daughter of then Home Minister of India, Mufti Mohammad Saeed, and the sister of former Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir, Mehbooba Mufti. So he was involved in that abduction. And 5 hardcore terrorists were released. Now, it is said that armed terror in Kashmir got a big flip at that point of time.
Right.
Then he was involved in the murder of 4 Indian Air Force personnel. He was alleged to have been involved in the murder of Lassa Kaul, director All India Radio Doordarshan in Srinagar. He was involved in the plotting and murder of Kashmiri Pandits in the valley. And then in 1996, he said he'd given up the gun and he'd become a Gandhian. So an armed terrorist, a terror motivator, became a Gandhian. For decades, according to the NIA, he continued to arrange funds for terrorists, including in 2016-17, when Burhan was killed. He arranged funds from Pakistan, from Hafiz Saeed incidentally. He was directly in touch with Hafiz Mohammad Saeed. He was in touch with Sayyid Salahuddin of Hizbul Mujahideen. He was in touch with other terrorists, arranged funds to foment trouble in Kashmir and burn down schools so that there would be a new crop of terrorists that are ready. Finally, he's been convicted in some cases.
All right, we're going to, Gaurav, just stay on with me. All right, let's quickly cut across. We're getting reactions coming in from the court. Listen in.
यासीन मलिक को उम्र कैद हुई है आतंकी फंडिंग केस में. क्या मानते हैं आप, ये सही जजमेंट है?
अगर आप मुझे ये सवाल करें क्या ये सही जजमेंट है, इसका मतलब मैं किन के ऊपर डाउट कर रही हूँ.
नहीं, आप चाहती थी कि सजाए मौत मिले, अभी उनको उम्र कैद की सजा मिली है.
तो मेरे केस में थोड़ा मिली है. मेरा केस तो अभी 12-13 जुलाई को उसकी हेयरिंग है, तो उसके लिए तो मैंने रिक्वेस्ट की हुई है और कहा हुआ है कि एक ही प्रेसिडेंट बनाना चाहिए, एक कानून बनाना चाहिए. जैसे इतने कानून बने हैं, उसमें कानून जो है देश विद्रोह में जो कानून है उनको थोड़ा सा हटके और कड़े तरीके से तैयार करना चाहिए ताकि आने वाली जनरेशन्स को ये मैसेज जाए कि हमने देश हित में खड़े होना है, देश द्रोह के लिए हमें अपने आप को तैयार नहीं करना.
आपने देखा होगा
What you see on your television screen, we're going to just put out visuals there. Yasin Malik's visuals after the pronouncement of verdict. We're going to play those visuals out for our viewers. What you see on those visuals as well, he's holding a file, and Gaurav, I'll pull you in on this. What's interesting is he chose not to contest this particular trial. He chose to fight it out on his own.
Not only did he do that, he actually confessed to all the charges, and he said, I'm okay with whatever you may want to do. So the court appointed an amicus curiae.
All right, so we're getting Gaurav right on our television screen. Yasin Malik being taken right now, being escorted. Which jail will he be taken to immediately? Take us through what's going to be the next
So now that he's a convict.
Yeah.
So far he was an under trial. Now that he's a convict, Yasin Malik, there'll be a medical that will be carried out, and he'll be taken to Tihar Central Prison. Convicted terrorists are taken to Tihar. He is kept in a high security section of the Tihar Central Jail. That is where he is likely to be. Because he remains an under trial in other cases, including the abduction of Rubaiya Saeed and the cases that are on against him in terms of the murder of Indian Air Force personnel, where charges have been framed against him. The trial is to continue. But this is extremely significant right now.
Also what one would need to note right now, Gaurav, and we're going to cut across to Ashraf Bani, who's joining us not very far off from where Yasin Malik's residence is in Srinagar. Ashraf, stay with me for 10 seconds. I want to bring in Gaurav again, because Gaurav, this particular case, this particular judgment will not now be contested because he's not contesting it. So there is no higher court.
That's a very significant point.
He will serve this life term. There is no higher court right now.
That's a very important point that you make. Since he confessed to all charges, he cannot go and appeal to a superior court.
And he's fighting his own case.
And he's fighting his own case. But the NIA may go seeking death penalty, because in both cases, NIA sought death penalty, or they may prosecute him in other cases where, since it's murder in both cases or abduction, he could then face either death penalty or more life in prison.
So that's an interesting point to note, viewers. As he goes to Tihar jail, this court, if it is left to Yasin Malik, is not going to a higher court. There is no higher court. There is no apex Supreme Court here. There is no review petition here at all in any of the courts, because he's not going to contest it. He's accepted the verdict. But there are other cases, and what Gaurav pointed out here, that the NIA could very well approach a higher court saying, no, not death penalty. This man deserves not life imprisonment. This man deserves the death penalty. I want to cut across right now and bring in Ashraf Bani, who's been getting us the latest from Srinagar, not very far from where Yasin Malik lives. Ashraf, a short while ago, there was tear gas which was used because there were a lot of supporters and it would have gotten out of hand. What's the latest?
Pakistan's Prime Minister Shahbaz Sharif has just reacted. Pakistan's Prime Minister Shahbaz Sharif claims it's a black day for Indian democracy and its justice system. India can imprison Yasin Malik physically, but it can never imprison ideas of freedom he symbolizes. So basically, Shahbaz Sharif is only parroting Pakistan ISI's lines here.
All right, so Pakistan supporting Yasin Malik, lamenting the life imprisonment for Yasin Malik. That was announced exactly 25 minutes ago, viewers. Cutting across back to Ashraf Bani. Ashraf, thank you for holding on. Take us through what's the situation right now. Things got to a boil a little while earlier, so tear gas was used. What's the latest?
Priti, absolutely, the security has been put on high alert all across the Kashmir Valley after this verdict. In fact, we have seen today, after a long time, the Situn parroting in the Maisuma area of Srinagar, which was known once the hotspot for the clashes, for the protesters. And in fact, today, the supporters of Yasin Malik early in the morning first protested. Then there was clash between the police and the Yasin Malik supporters in the Maisuma area of Srinagar. Maisuma area of Srinagar is the locality where not only the Yasin Malik lives, but in fact his office, Jammu and Kashmir Liberation Front office, is situated in the same area, and that is why there was some kind of tension day long. But now after the verdict, the deployment of the security forces, particularly police and the paramilitary forces, has been increased, not only particularly in that area, but in fact in other areas of the Srinagar city, so that any kind of law and order situation could be curbed, not only in the Srinagar, but in fact in different parts of the Kashmir Valley. There are supporters of Yasin Malik as well as the Jammu and Kashmir Liberation Front in the Kashmir Valley. Taking that into the consideration, these kind of security measures had been taken into consideration all across the Kashmir Valley. But so far the situation is under control, particularly after the verdict. The deployment of security forces all across the Srinagar city, particularly in the Maisuma area where the Yasin Malik resides. And now the whole situation will be to keep the eye on the developments, and particularly the main focus will be to avoid any kind of law and order situation or protesters in the Kashmir Valley, particularly in the Srinagar city, for the security forces.
Angus, we're going to come back to you for more updates on that story. I want to bring in Gaurav very quickly for 2 more minutes before we let him go. He's got another bulletin to go to. But Gaurav, take us through right now, what are the other cases on Yasin Malik? Because this is just one of the many cases that he is accused under.
So, and this is a terror financing case where the main accused remains Hafiz Mohammed Saeed in Pakistan, and he was accused, now convicted, of arranging funds for fomenting trouble in Jammu and Kashmir. There is a very significant case which is the abduction of Rubaiya Saeed, sister of Mehbooba Mufti, daughter of then Home Minister Mufti Mohammed Saeed. And there is the case where 4 Indian Air Force personnel were gunned down, Preeti, in Srinagar. They were unarmed. They were on their way to office. And that was actually the beginning of terror.
May I just come in? I just come in? And the reason why I'm doing so is we're going to cut across to Kamaljeet Sandhu right now. Yasin Malik been taken away. Listen it.
Tense, but were given life imprisonment in this case. With camera person Ashok Banot and with Shreya, this is Kamaljeet Sandhu in Delhi for India Today.
All right, viewers. So what you see right there, Kamaljeet Sandhu filing that report. Yasin Malik has been taken in that bus. He's going to be taken to Tihar jail. Till now, Gaurav, how much time has Yasin Malik already spent behind bars? So
he's been in jail for a number of cases for different points of time. But right now, what becomes extremely crucial is 2 concurrent life imprisonment sentences that he will undergo in jail, which means as long as he lives, he will now remain in jail, at least in these cases. It depends on what's the conviction in the other cases where he's an under trial. You know, we were speaking to the widow of squad leader Khanna. She said, and she's an eyewitness in one of those cases, that these terrorists were actually dancing on the dead bodies of 4 Indian Air Force personnel, and she saw it. So that is the level of the terror that these people were starting, the radical Islamic jihad that these people were waging in Jammu and Kashmir. And then they claim to be Gandhians, in some cases with or without guns.
All right, Gaurav, appreciate you joining us. Thank you there. So that's the latest that we're getting in. Once again, we're going to cut across to the visuals of Yasin Malik being taken, escorted now to Tihar jail. In this particular, viewers, in this particular case, it seems until and unless the NIA approaches a higher court and seeks the death penalty, because the NIA had sought the death penalty for Yasin Malik in this case. Of course, it wasn't the death penalty, but a life sentence that was awarded to Yasin Malik. Yasin Malik is not going to contest that sentence. He's accepted it. In all likelihood, Yasin Malik will spend the rest of his days behind bars. But what can completely turn the events is if the NIA, in this case, approaches a higher court, or if the other cases against Yasin Malik, and in which, in all possibility, the NIA will once again seek the death penalty. What if that is accorded? One thing that we can say for sure is that Yasin Malik will spend the rest of his days behind bars. All right, so we're going to once again encapsulate on what's gone down in the last couple of hours. High drama at the Patiala House Court today. Yasin Malik's case came up. He was already convicted. The quantum of sentence had to be announced, and the quantum of sentence, the judge in this case deemed fit to be a life penalty, life imprisonment. The NIA had sought for the death penalty. That wasn't awarded. Yasin Malik chose not to contest the case through a lawyer. He presented his own case where he said he accepted all the charges, and he said he's turned into a Gandhian. He wants to now live by Gandhian principles, and said he will abide and he will accept any quantum of sentence that he has been given by the courts. Well, he's been awarded the life behind bars penalty, at least in this case. With these visuals, viewers, the final visuals of Yasin Malik there being taken now to the Tihar jail. I'm going to cut into a quick break. You do stay with me. On the other side is a fact check segment.
You are watching India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com or call 9999892171.
हिंदी मतलब हिंद के पहले भी है, हिंदुस्तानी के पहले भी है ही है। हम हिंदुस्तानी हैं और हमको हिंदुस्तानी भाषा बोलनी चाहिए और मैं हिंदुस्तानी भाषा बोलता हूँ कई सालों से और मेरे हर गानों में हिंदुस्तानी कल्चर निकलता है। तो इसमें डेबिट की तो बातें है ही नहीं कुछ, मतलब आई एम इंडियन। पहली बात तो इस चीज़ से मैं एकदम खिलाफ हूँ, क्योंकि उस चीज़ पे आप लोग या कोई भी इंसान फोकस करता है कि ये बॉलीवुड, ये कॉलीवुड या टॉलीवुड, ये है ही नहीं। हम हिंदुस्तान के एक अंग हैं, हिंदुस्तान में रहते हैं। अगर आज साउथ की फिल्में चल रही है तो कल बॉलीवुड की चलेगी, कल भोजपुरी की चलेगी, मराठी चलेगी, गुजराती चलेगी, वक्त चलता है। इसमें मुझे लगता है कोई भी इंसान को है ना ये इस चीज़ पे जाना ही नहीं चाहिए कि आज देखो साउथ की फिल्म में कितना ये किया है कि बॉलीवुड की फिल्में ही चल नहीं रही।
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com or call 9999892171.
You are watching India. You are watching India Today.
Welcome back, viewers. You're watching our fact check segment where we bust certain claims masquerading to be facts on social media platforms and WhatsApp group. There's a claim suggesting that Congress leader and Congress MP Shashi Tharoor danced with party workers during the Chintan Shivar in Rajasthan, Udaipur. Incorrect. The fact check on that. These visuals are of May 18th and they are of Shashi Tharoor participating in a party event on by-elections. With that quick fact check, time for us to go into a quick break. You do stay with us. On the other side is To the Point.
You are watching India Today.
Wearing a blue and grey hooded sweatshirt, silently watching the court proceedings from behind a reinforced glass box. This 21-year-old Russian soldier has been sentenced to life imprisonment for killing a Ukrainian civilian. The man he killed was 62 years old and unarmed. In the first war crimes trial being held in Ukraine since Russia's invasion, a young tank commander, Vadim Shishimarin, pleaded guilty to killing Alexander Shelipov. He was killed by the young commander on Feb 28th, 4 days after Russia's invasion. The Russians saw the elderly man riding a bicycle and talking on his phone. He killed the man to prevent him from reporting on their location. As per the judge, Shishimarin had fired several shots at the victim's head from an automatic weapon on the orders of a higher-ranked soldier. The judge stated, given that the crime committed is a crime against peace, security, humanity, and the international legal order, the court does not see the possibility of imposing a shorter sentence.
Шишимаріна Вадима Євгенійовича, 17.10.2000 року народження, визнати винуватим у вчиненні кримінального правопорушення, передбаченого частиною 2 статті 438 Кримінального кодексу України, та призначити йому покарання у виді довічного позбавлення волі.
While the baby-faced soldier showed no emotion upon hearing the court's verdict, his bowed head and shaky hands told a different story. The trial is of huge symbolic importance for Ukraine as it has accused Russia of atrocities and brutality against civilians during the invasion, claiming that there are more than 10,000 possible war crimes. The court reached its verdict 5 days after holding its first full hearing. There has been no response from Russia to the trial yet, previously stating that it has no information about the trial either.
Pollution has killed over 2.3 million Indians in 2019. Nearly 1.6 million deaths were just due to air pollution. This is the latest Lancet report on pollution and health that's unveiled such data. The report also blamed pollution for 9 million premature deaths globally. According to that report, modern forms of pollution were particularly evident in South Asia, East Asia, and Southeast Asia. And India is one of the worst affected countries due to air pollution. 90% of pollution-related deaths happened in low-income and middle-income households. Furthermore, pollution has a profound economic impact on the whole GDP of a country. Not just human lives, it also affects people's livelihoods, damages food, destroys historical monuments, and also affects culture. In essence, pollution stops ecosystems from functioning normally. And when ecosystems are affected, it costs a lot more money. In fact, the study said that between 2000 and 2019, the economic losses caused by population in India amounts to approximately 1% of its GDP. The global cost of fossil fuel air pollution costs about $8 billion per day. And New Delhi, being the most polluted in the world, according to the World Air Quality Report 2021, should give you an idea here of the rate at which India bleeds money due to pollution alone. Indian cities are routinely ranked on the global pollution leaderboard. More than 480 million people in northern India face the most extreme cases of air pollution in the world. Research has shown that Delhi residents could add 10 years to their lives if air pollution was indeed curbed. The guideline by WHO stipulates that the average particulate matter 10 should not go beyond 50 micrograms per cubic meter of air. Particulate matters are a mixture of pollutants. Burning of solid fuels in households is the single most significant contributor to air pollution in India. In 2016, the Pradhan Mantri Ujjwala Yojana program was launched to make LPG connections a lot more accessible. And according to an independent assessment of this program, the scheme prevented at least 1.5 lakh pollution-related deaths in 2019. However, in 2019, India's average particulate matter concentration was 70.3 microgram per cubic meter of air, which is the highest globally.
You are watching.
Association with Philips Beard Trimmer adapts to you.
Good evening, viewers. You're watching To The Point. I'm Preeti Chaudhary. Well, another one has bitten the dust. If you talk about what, it's Kapil Sibal. He has quit the Congress, viewers. He was one of the key members of G23, very vocal, where it came down to criticism of the Gandhis. And he has now left the Congress, quit the Congress, and with the support of Akhilesh Yadav, filed his Rajya Sabha nomination. In midst of this, once again, there is an age-old question which will now be raised again with more fervor. Is the Congress bleeding out? And is it impossible now to stop the exodus from the party?
Another massive blow to Congress. Veteran leader and one of Congress's biggest legal voices, Kapil Sibal, has dumped the Gandhi family. Sibal, who till recently fronted the G23 rebel group calling for Congress reforms repeatedly, said he quit the party on May 16th. On Wednesday, he was accompanied by SP Chief Akhilesh Yadav while filing nomination for Rajya Sabha from UP, backed by SP. After filing nomination, he said that he wants to be an independent voice in Rajya Sabha to take on the Modi government's shortcomings.
2024 में एक ऐसा माहौल बने हिंदुस्तान में कि मोदी सरकार की जो खामियां हैं वो जनता तक पहुंचाई जाएं और हम इसका प्रयास करेंगे। मैं खुद इसमें अपना इसका प्रयास करूंगा।
कांग्रेस से तब से अखिलेश यादव के साथ किस तरीके से बातचीत जो है
मैंने दे दिया है 16 मई को मैंने कांग्रेस पार्टी से त्याग पत्र दे दिया है। नहीं, कोई वजह नहीं है। ये एक परिवार से हम जुड़े हुए थे 30-31 साल के बाद। लगा मुझे कि अब वक्त आ गया है कि मुझे एक निर्दलीय के रूप में, अगर मुझे सदन में जगह मिलती है तो मैं एक निर्दलीय के रूप में आवाज उठाऊं। यही एक वजह है। मुझे कांग्रेस से कोई खटाव नहीं है, कोई ऐसे कंप्लेंट नहीं है। मेरे संबंध आज भी बड़े अच्छे हैं, लेकिन इस्तीफा देने का वक्त आ गया था। मैं यहाँ जो नॉमिनेशन फॉर्म जो मैंने भरा है वो निर्दलीय का भरा है।
अच्छा, निर्दलीय का भरा?
निर्दलीय का भरा है, इंडिपेंडेंट का भरा है। और मैं आभारी हूँ अखिलेश जी का कि उन्होंने मेरा समर्थन दिया है। As an independent, I'll be going to the Rajya Sabha after scrutiny and everything is in order. I have always wanted to be an independent voice in this country, and I'm glad that Akhilesh ji understands why that is so.
Sibal is believed to share a warm relationship with many SP leaders, including Akhilesh Yadav and Azam Khan. He recently represented Azam Khan in Supreme Court and helped him secure interim bail.
हमें उम्मीद है कि देश में जो बड़े बड़े सवाल हैं आज देश किस रास्ते पर है। आज बेरोजगारी सबसे ज़्यादा है, महंगाई रुक नहीं रही है, कानून व्यवस्था ध्वस्त होती चली जा रही है, हमारी सीमाएं सुरक्षित नहीं हैं, चीन लगातार हमारी सीमाओं के अंदर आ रहा है। तो इन तमाम बड़े बड़े सवालों पर मुझे लगता है कपिल सिब्बल जी समाजवादी पार्टी और अपने विचारों को रख पाएंगे।
The Congress seemed to resign by Sibal's ouster after his banner of revolt targeting the Gandhi family directly on past occasions.
कांग्रेस पार्टी को लीडर क्यों छोड़ रहे हैं, इसका निरीक्षण तो कांग्रेस के नेतृत्व को करना होगा। चिंतन शिविर के बाद ऐसे कई लोग हैं जिन्होंने पार्टी को अलविदा कहा है। मैं समझता हूं कांग्रेस पार्टी इस पर कहीं ना कहीं विचार कर रही होगी। इस पर मैं टिप्पणी नहीं करना चाहता।
कपिल सिब्बल जी से ये उम्मीद या आशा नहीं थी, क्योंकि एक लंबे समय से वो कांग्रेस में रहे और विभिन्न पदों पर रहे और कांग्रेस से ने भी उनको पूरी तरह से सम्मान और प्रतिष्ठा दी थी। लेकिन इस तरह से वो पार्टी छोड़कर चले जाएंगे और सिर्फ एक राज्यसभा की सीट के लिए, ये ऐसी उम्मीद हम लोग उनसे नहीं थी।
The BJP rubbed it in, mocking Rahul Gandhi's leadership, saying he should launch a Congress Mat Chodo drive now.
मुझे लगता है कि अखिलेश यादव जी की वो ज़रूरत हो सकते हैं, लेकिन जिस तरह का उनका बयान आया, जिस तरह से उन्होंने बात कही, तो जब वो देश के इतने बड़े मंत्रालयों में रहे तब उन्होंने देश हित में क्या कर दिया, इसका जवाब उन्हें देना होगा।
Sibal's march from Congress comes days after two well-known faces dumped the Gandhis in run-up to crucial polls. While Gujarat Patidar leader Hardik Patel is heading to the BJP, Congress's Punjab face Sunil Jakhar has already joined the saffron camp.
After drawing swords with the Gandhi family and giving the Chintan Shivir a miss, when veteran lawyer Kapil Sibal filed his nominations from Lucknow, it didn't come as a surprise for the party high command. Perhaps the Gandhi family loyalists heaved a sigh of relief because amidst all the other exits, this exit was much awaited for. This is Mosmi Singh in Delhi for India Today.
You know, once again, one can't really help but talk about all those various committees that were formed after the Chintan Shiver, because this is acute Chinta, one after the other. Sunil Jakhar, Hardik Patel, and now you have Kapil Sibal, who've all quit the party, all post-Shiver of the Congress. I want to quickly cut across to our panelists this evening to actually break down, is the Congress now bleeding out and is the exodus from the Congress unstoppable? Is there anything that the Congress can do now? Swati Chaturvedi, senior journalist, Rashid Kidwai, senior journalist, Tom Wadakan, spokesperson BJP. But today, Mr. Wadakan, we hope that you will join us in the capacity of someone who was disillusioned with the Congress and decided to quit the party. And I'll begin with you on that note, Mr. Wadakan. You know, Kapil Sibal is not, a young new leader who is getting restless. He's been in the works for a very, very long time. He understands how the party works. What makes somebody like him walk out of the Congress?
Priti, I've seen and worked with Mr. Kapil Sibal for quite some time when he was the spokesman of the Congress. And I think there was that commitment in him, that fire, and the fire in the belly, in fact, in which he spoke at the briefing hall. I think Rashid was there at that point of time. And there was that commitment to the party. And I think it is a huge loss for the Congress party. It is not a question of Rajya Sabha as people are trying to make it. It's not a question of Rajya Sabha. It's much more than that. He has made a statement. It's a very peaceful, non-violent kind of a statement, I would say, in which he says, well, I'm saying goodbye to a party where I've served for so long. And my utility there, he didn't say that, but has reached a zero level. So I think this was waiting to happen. And I think he's the one man who calls a spade a spade. He does not mince words. And yes, this kind of people are rare to find in any political party. As a lawyer, he was extraordinary. And the National Herald cases were, the bail was granted to the family because of him. And I think it's very ungrateful of them if they haven't treated him properly. Because I don't think he was asking for more. He wasn't asking for a ticket or something.
Okay.
He was there as a person trying to bring the party back to power. I'm not speaking as a spokesman of the BJP, but I'm telling you the personality of the man.
But that's why, and we're going to super you correctly as well. In this bulletin, you're not the spokesperson for the BJP, which you are. But on the show tonight, we'd hope you'd be just joining us as former Congress. Swati Chaturvedi, I'll bring you in. There are 2 points of views that are being debated about, especially on social media and offline, which is number one, is this someone who's paid the price because of the G23? Kapil Sibal was the most vocal critique when it came down of the Gandhis, of Rahul Gandhi in particular. Or is it what was made out and said at the Chintan Shiver, that it's now not what the party's done for you or what you have to do for the party? It's an opportunist who has now been shed. Which way do you see it?
Well, I will see it another way entirely, Preeti. The Congress party is facing a death by 1,000 cuts. You got Hardik Patel, who's in his 40s, leaving, and now Mr. Sibal, who's in his early 80s. There is clearly a problem. And the Gandhi family, which keeps saying that, people should be grateful to the party and look what they can do for the party, they should actually look at what they have done to the party. Kapil Sibal is an exceptional lawyer. I know for a fact that he was the convener, so to speak, of the G23. And, he has gone public many times with this utter and absolute crisis of leadership. Now, the problem is that, if you do things like death by committee, that doesn't solve a problem. The essential problem the Congress party currently faces is that all its leaders, it doesn't seem to have any workers at all, but all its leaders have zero faith in the leadership of Rahul Gandhi, which is sort of hanging over the party like a sword, because Mrs. Sonia Gandhi is doing like a holding operation. And, I don't think it's a matter of Rajya Sabha. They will give another Rajya Sabha to somebody else on the G23 today, Mr. Azad probably. But it's also the fact that there is no hope left. These leaders are telling us by their exits, leaders like Jyotiraditta Scindia, leaders like Kapil Sibal, leaders like Hardik Patel, across the board, that the Congress party's own leaders have no faith, have absolutely a zero vote. They're voting with their feet when they leave the Congress in the leadership of Rahul Gandhi.
A plausible point, and I'd bring in Rashid Kidwai into this conversation. You know, Swati has raised a very prominent point, Mr. Kidwai. The fact is, it's not the old guard, it's not the G23 in particular, the old, the new. Nobody really trusts the party anymore.
So I think, Preeti, it is Mr. Sibal is more disillusioned with G23 or their failure to raise some of the issues at Udaipur than the Gandhis. See, you must remember Mr. Kapil Sibal is a professional. He's always been, I mean, I saw him first time in Parliament when he was in that impeachment motion against a Supreme Court judge. So he always wants to be in thick of things. And in the present day Congress, he didn't have any role. So therefore, I think he had reasons to feel disillusioned, and it looks like a long shot being an independent MP from Samajwadi Party and bring this kind of umbrella of non-NDA parties together, etc. But Mr. Sibal is taking his chance, and he was always a kind of dissenter. I remember in 1999 when Sonia Gandhi was contesting as Congress president, and there was a lot of people were unhappy, and in one of the meetings, and mind you, Mr. Sibal formally joined the Congress, I think in 96 or so, and he said, if nobody contests, I will contest against Sonia Gandhi. And finally, of course, Mr. Jitendra Prasad had contested. So I'm saying this streak of independence, this is actually a problem. If you leave aside Dr. Manmohan Singh, see, most professionals in the Congress, they always have this thing about their professional integrity, self-esteem, and this sense of loyalty. So Mr. Sibal was carrying that baggage, but finally he's out of it today.
Also, the fact that out of the entire G23 lot, over time, he's been the most vocal critique where the Gandhis are concerned. Has he somewhere down the line paid the price of that and completely sidelined? We're going to take that question next. Swati, you were shaking your head. You want to come and give me 2 minutes. I want to quickly dip in to this exclusive interview. Rajdeep Sardesai, our consulting editor, spoke to Kapil Sibal just a short while ago. Listen in.
And joining us now is today's newsmaker of the day, the former Congress leader and union minister, Kapil Sibal, who's just filed his nomination for the Rajya Sabha, supported by the Samajwadi Party. Mr. Sibal, is this the end of the chapter? I use the word ex-Congress leader. Is it all over for you with the Congress party with which you were for more than 2 decades?
You cannot say anything about the future, right? At the moment, I want to be an independent voice in this country. Mm-hmm. And I believe that there are hardly any independent voices in Parliament. Everybody is tied to the coattails of a political party. So members of Parliament cannot speak their mind. It is time that in a democracy as large as India, as significant as the largest democracy in the world, there are no independent voices in Parliament.
But are you truly independent because you're taking the support of the Samajwadi Party? You haven't joined them, but you've taken their support. So effectively, you will be batting for the Samajwadi Party in Parliament or for the opposition. What is your role? What is the role you see for yourself? And you've left the Congress.
What does an independent member mean? He's independent of political parties. They may have supported me, but it is their graciousness. It is their generosity that they accepted this. Which political party accepts, one seat being lost by them and giving it to a person who stands as an independent? No political party does it. I think
that's because you've appeared in several cases for them.
I've appeared in several cases for several other parties also. You tell me which party I've not appeared for. I've appeared for DMK, I've appeared for Anna DMK, I've appeared for, Samajwadi, I got them the symbol of the cycle. I've appeared for Mayawati, I've appeared for
So you...
9 o'clock viewers, we're going to put out the entire interview with Kapil Sibal on the reason why he quit the Congress. He did say, though, for now, he doesn't want anything to do with the party. For now, the operative word. But I want to cut across back to our panel. Tom Vadakan, the fact is what we were talking about earlier, which was raised with Mr. Kidwai as well. Did Kapil Sibal somewhere down the line pay a price of being completely sidelined because he chose to be openly vocal against the Gandhis, the proverbial high command?
Well, that is obvious enough, because anybody who speaks against the high command has shown the exit route or sidelined. It happened many a times when, especially not only with the Gandhis, but there were second-level leaders. If you refuse to fall in line with their thought, they would say it openly, we'll sideline you. I mean, I've heard that many times. So it doesn't come as a surprise because these are people who said it on your face. But here it is done very silently. They put you in the back of some particular bench and they form a committee which never meets and all that. I'm not into that. But I think there's much more significant thing that is happening. Congress's next exposure is going to be in the next general election. And if Kapil Sibal ji is supported by SP, this is my assessment, is supported by SP and the team that will follow, the alignments that will follow, I don't see Congress being part of it. I think that is a message that has gone very clearly. Under no circumstances are the Gandhis going to be led. Well, I know it was very kind of Mr. Sibal to say, I don't know the future. Well, nobody knows the future. But if facts are to be followed, I think in future, the alignment of the SP with the Congress party is over and out. That is my assessment. But I wish him best of luck for what he has done because he stood by what he believed. And this is not something he would hide. During a private conversation, he would mention a lot of things which I don't want to go to in public at this juncture. Because there are many things he told me and many things I will carry till my death, what I heard. Because that's the confidentiality that we maintain. He's a good friend. He's a good mentor. He has been the spokesman of the party. And he would be very frank, if you hurt him or said something against him, he would come back to you and say, well, did you say such a thing? But then if you say that you didn't say that, and he believed you. I mean, that's the kind of a man he is. But I wish he's an asset for any party, but now that he's standing up as an independent, and his views as an independent member in Rajya Sabha will be heard. But yes, I think in the national interest, he would speak for the nation, for the country, and the country first. I think that is one thing which I think he would move one step forward.
Independent with the support of the Samajwadi Party, Swati Chaturvedi, you wanted to make a point there. As a political analyst, if you see the road ahead with these multiple committees, we've lost count on the ones that were set up at the Chintan Shivar, where the Congress is concerned, especially for the Gandhis. How ominous is the script?
Well, Preeti, if you remember the last time you and I chatted on television was when Prashant Kishore refused to join the Congress. I don't think we've, in the past 8 years, ever discussed anything or any kind of good news for the Congress. They have the Gujarat and the Himachal Pradesh elections coming up. And as a lot of people are saying, and I'm adding my voice to that, they just have no hope there. Because, the fundament, it's not about Kapil Sibal. Kapil Sibal still represents, by the way, the Gandhi family in a huge amount of cases which the government has filed against them. So I think he's going to continue being their lawyer. He is raising a different point. His point is, and the point of other leaders who I speak to all the time, is that there is no leadership. The Rahul Gandhi and the Gandhi family currently do not inspire either the voters or the Congress leaders. The problem is that they are not being heard. Like Kapil Sibal was snubbed by not being called to Udaipur, not being included in all these myriad committees which don't meet. But that's the Congress party for you. Today they're saying they're not surprised. I mean, why are they not surprised? They should feel shock and horror that, senior leaders are leaving across the board. The party is bleeding. It's bleeding out. And they keep saying we're not surprised. Why? What are they waiting for? Are they the three Gandhis going to be the only people left in the Congress finally as leaders?
Rashid Kidwai, the fact is, post the Chintan Shivar, the internal exuberance of how the Congress is going to be rejuvenated, all those multiple reactions and sound bites that we played ad nauseum as well. It shows the mirror to the Congress. Since then, you've had three big people who've quit your party.
I'm surprised that only 3 people have quit because the kind of outcome of Chintan Shivar, all the G23 people who were talking about internal democracy and range of issues, they should have resigned. But here are the people who are bargaining for Rajya Sabha berths. So, and you see the Congress has set up a task force for 2024. They have not set up any task force for Gujarat election or for Himachal elections because everyone in the Congress knows that, the outcome is not going to be great. The problem is, no matter what all we keep saying in the television studio, it is for the stakeholders. When Indira Gandhi started performing badly, people revolted against her. 1977, everyone left her. So, and that's what happened with LK Advani after 2009 defeat of the BJP. So what I'm saying is, here the Congress leadership, Gandhis are sitting pretty. They are very comfortable. They have the mantle of leadership, whether Rahul Gandhi formally takes over or not. But the stakeholders, that is the leaders of the Congress party, Congress workers, they are not doing anything.
All
so
right,
what will happen?
Right. Swati Chaturvedi, I'll bring you all in for 30 seconds there. And the question is, Yogendra Yadav, had said very famously and got slammed for it about 6 months ago, which is that the Congress needs to die for the Congress to rise again. Do you see it happening sooner than later, possibly post Himachal, Gujarat?
No, Preeti, I don't. I see the Gandhis virtually holding the Congress party as a hostage. They are holding the 20% of the opposition vote as a hostage. The opposition leaders don't trust them. The voters don't trust them. But currently, the Congress party is a hostage to the Gandhi family, who are inspiring no confidence. And nothing seems to faze them. Nothing seems to shock them. And finally, eventually it's just going to be the three of them left because everybody else is voting with their feet.
Tom Vadakan, do you see the Gandhis ever stepping down, or is it something which is completely unimaginable, that it's not going to happen? An alternate Congress needs to be created for that.
Preeti, at the present moment, I see the Congress party as a private limited company with the board of directors, the daughter, the son, and the mother. And that's all that matters. The rest, they come and go. They don't matter. If they fall in line, fine. But what future holds for them, I'm not an astrologer. But if the way they are going, the signs are not too good. And I think they're going to face turbulence, not just in midair, but even when they land, if they land.
Rashid Kidwai, what do you see happen right now? Do you see till 24 Congress once again teetering at the fringes of every possible elections and then a huge debacle, and then there's practically nothing would be left?
See, 2024 everybody is having a kind of dream. Of course, the BJP NDA has its own dream of very smooth sailing, and perhaps that their dream will come true. Now, the opposition is also Aam Aadmi Party and Trinamool Congress are trying to upstage the Congress. But there cannot be any numbers, Preeti. Even if Congress ends up with 10 MPs, the combined non-India opposition would need that. So therefore, that is a problem, and therefore you see there is a lot of cozy relationship. Nobody is abusing, criticizing each other because they know, as Kapil Sibal himself said, that there is future for that. Now the future is, whether you're talking about future is for 50 seats or 100 seats. The combined
or 10 seats, Swati. Who would have thought the Congress coming down and said, even if the Congress gets 10 seats?
And nobody takes responsibility. They lose the election, then the cry goes out, Rahul Gandhi come back. I mean, why? What is going on with this opposition? This is the country's oldest opposition party, and they've forgotten politics.
Right. All right. Okay. With that, I'm going to bow out of this debate. Appreciate all three of you for taking the time out and joining us, Mr. Vadakan, Swati Chaturvedi and Rashid Kidwai. Well, unfortunately for the Congress, and I also doubt, and one can put their money on it, this is not the last of the debates that we're going to be having on the unending, unstoppable exodus where the Congress is concerned. Bleeding out right now. How much life does it still have? Well, we don't quite know. A quick break to stay with us. Up next is Rahul Kanwal, and he's joining us from Davos.
History is at a turning point, from the war in Ukraine to the climate and food crisis. From the much-wanted metaverse to unstable cryptocurrencies, get a ringside view to the ideas and challenges that are shaping the post-pandemic world. Catch me all through this week on India Today and Business Today as I bring you all the latest from a World Economic Forum that's being held this time in summer in Davos.
就是像你看10年前大家追求的一些美丽是比较标准化的，但最近好像感觉非常标准化的美呢又被颠覆了，要整成就是弄成比自己原本更好的样子，而不是说就自己本来就很美啦，就是做优化就好。
会在意，我觉得再强大的人都应该会有一些在意吧，只会多多少少的问题。就像我为什么会去做光电，可能我觉得我最近皮肤可能不像之前一样了，可能不像几年前一样，所以我会想去做一个改变，对。
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching
These are visuals from Afghanistan's newsrooms where women were forced to cover their faces. The Information and Culture Ministry previously announced that the policy was final and non-negotiable. Back at home, in Karnataka, some Muslim students wanted to wear the hijab in the classroom and were banned. This made hijab a topic of a fierce debate. But the practice of parda is not just an issue restricted to the Muslim community. It's widely prevalent among other religions as well. The practice of parda among women in India exists in different forms of the ghungat, the pallu, dupatta, burqa, hijab and so on. Hijab is a traditional scarf worn by Muslim women to cover the hair and neck and sometimes the face. Burqa is a tip-to-toe gown covering the entire body. A study in 2019 by Lokniti was conducted among 6,348 women of 18 years and above in 11 Indian states. Respondents were asked if they practiced any kind of parda. The results showed that about 2 in every 5 Indian women wore a parda under 3 situations. 1/3 in front of male members of their family, 2/5 in front of their relatives, and nearly the same proportion in public places. And if we look at the data across religions, then it shows 2/5 of both Hindu women and Muslim women observe parda even in their personal spaces, that is from the men of their family. That's 42% and 45% respectively. Muslim women appear more likely to comply with the practice when in public, and the proportion of Hindu women remains high, with over 2/5 wearing a ghungat or a pallu while out in public. A negligible portion of Christian and Sikh women report practicing any form of parda. Over 2/5 of rural women, that's 42%, practice.
Presented by Aditya Birla Group, Big in Your Life. Powered by Berger Paints, paint your imagination. Co-powered by only OLX Autos gives the best price for your car. Co-powered by NetMeds, India की अपनी pharmacy.
Hello and welcome. We live in unprecedented times. Very rarely have so many different kinds of crises played themselves out at the same time. Nobody quite knows where this geopolitical uncertainty will lead to next. But what we are doing here at the India Today studio at the World Economic Forum in Davos is setting up a very high quality conversation with some of the world's leading experts. There is no way we could have assembled this kind of a panel, the same place at the same time at any other place. I am privileged to welcome at this time, and I'll start from the far corner by introducing Ian Bremmer, one of the world's leading experts on global political risk. He runs the Eurasia Group, so welcome, thank you. Flanking him is Kishore Mehbubani. He's been former president of the United Nations Security Council, top Singapore diplomat, academic. He's been on several of our shows, and we're seeing him in person for the first time. It's great to have you with us.
Thank you.
We have Ivana Klimpush, Member of Parliament in Ukraine, Chair of the Parliamentary Committee on Integration of Ukraine to the EU. I want to introduce a special guest joining us on India Today television for the first time, Alexander Stubb, former Prime Minister of Finland, a top expert on the European Union, very respected voice here in Europe. He's the director and professor at the School of Transnational Governance in Florence. He's been finance minister, foreign minister, trade and Europe minister in Finland. Thank you, Mr. Stubb. It's great to have you with us. One of my favorite global commentators, Martin Wolf, chief economics commentator for the Financial Times, widely tracked. Everyone knows him. Everyone wants to know what Martin Wolf is saying. So we're delighted that you could join us. Thank you so much. And our very own Samir Saran. He's been lighting quite a few fires. They're calling him a fire starter here in Davos. President of the Observer Research Foundation. Samir, welcome again. I want to start by asking Ian Bremmer, because you look at risk very carefully. Everyone watching at this time, and nobody really knows what happens next. But if I were to say, given the fact that we're now months into the Russia-Ukraine conflict, where do you see this war head militarily? And then we'll talk geopolitically.
Well, it's obviously too early to say what we think the outcome of the war is going to be. The Ukrainians have fought incredibly admirably, and NATO has come together to provide support. Will that continue to be the case in 3 months, in 6 months, in 12 months? Most people that I know at Davos and on this panel believe that this war is not going to end anytime soon. And so I think a level of humility around how uncertain the outcome is going to be is still a smart thing to do. But one thing that I think we can be very clear on is that Europe does feel an existential threat on the basis of this invasion. It is a threat to democracy, is a threat to their territorial integrity. It is the end of the peace dividend. They know they must spend real money on defense and prioritize national security going forward. That we know. The second thing that we know is that the level of decoupling of Russia from the advanced industrial democracies, not from the entire world, not from the democracies in the entire world, Lord knows India, but from the United States and its wealthy allies, that feels to me near complete and effectively permanent. I mean, for the long term, as long as Putin is in charge of Russia, as long as Russia looks like it does today, there is some form of Cold War between Russia and the West. But I think beyond that, there's still an awful lot to recognize that we don't know today.
Martin Wolf, your sense of what could be the next step in this war, where do you think things are heading?
Well, I would be an absolute fool, which I try to avoid, to predict the military outcomes. If Ian isn't prepared to do that, I won't. I think, to me, leaving aside that, this war obviously creates huge economic consequences. It's had big effects on energy prices, coming on top of already important energy price movements. It's creating a real risk and at least worry of a famine, because this is the grain basket, or a grain basket of the world. That will have profound implications for developing countries. I think serious unrest is very likely in important food importing countries and energy importing countries, sometimes the same. And this is in the context of a still very unsettled world economy. The COVID shock is still there. We have exceptional inflation surges. So I think we have to look at this in addition to the tragedy there, the uncertainty about the outcome of the war, and I agree with everything Ian said. It's existential, clearly, for Europe. This is a very big global moment at a time of substantial economic stress, and we don't know how that will play out either.
So let's deal with the economics for a moment, leaving aside the military aspects. There's a lot of talk about the potential of famine. How real do you see the fear being, especially in places like North Africa? And economically, where do you see this war lead to next?
Well, the general rule that all economists have learned basically from the work of a very famous Indian economist, Amartya Sen, is that famine is a policy choice. That is to say, we basically never had a situation when there was generalized food shortages and where anybody, at least in the modern world, the last 100 years or so, has had to starve to death. It's a policy choice. There's certainly enough food. The question is whether, given the prices and given where the stocks are, the food will be found and moved from the countries that have it to the countries that don't have it. This is a policy choice that has not yet been made. The IMF's managing director has made that very, very clear. I am optimistic, but it's a very big issue, that the wealthier countries of the world, including some very big food producers like Canada, Australia, the United States, and others, will be able to find ways, and Europe is actually very comfortably self-sufficient, to manage this. But it's a question of management. Like the debt crises, we are certainly going to see, given what's happening to the dollar and what's going to happen to interest rates, there is going to be a succession of significant crises in the developing and emerging world. And the question is not whether we can deal with them, there's no question we can, but whether the people will deal with them. And there's one important element in some of them, but not all, and that's China. If we're dealing with a debt crisis, China is now one of the biggest creditors of the developing and emerging world, and cooperation between the West and China on debt is essentially non-existent. So there are policy challenges I see rather than fatalities.
Very few people outside China understand China quite the way that Ambassador Mehbubani does. Looked at from your perspective, where do you see this crisis head next? Also possibly from a Chinese point of view?
Well, there's no doubt that the Ukraine war has hit China very badly. And it's been negative for China on at least 4 counts. Number one, President Xi Jinping wanted in the year 2022 calm and stability because there's an important political transition coming up. Instead, he's got to deal with the domestic challenge of ending COVID-19, zero policy, and also dealing with Ukraine. Number two, his number one strategic partner, Russia, has been seriously weakened. That's a loss for China. And number three, President Xi wanted to deal with a separate United States and a separate Europe, but Ukraine has completely consolidated Western solidarity, and so that's a setback geopolitically also for Xi Jinping. And fourthly, of course, I think probably the biggest shock for China was the fact that they thought they had $3.2 trillion of assets in their foreign reserves. Now they realize they can be seized overnight, just like half the central bank reserves of Russia was seized. So you can see how it's been negative for China on several counts. But having said that, I think it's very important to counterbalance the short-term shocks that we are facing with the long-term trends that are happening. And if you do a kind of a long-term trend, for let's say take this decade of 2020s, I can confidently predict that, and I'm going to say this even though I'm not the expert, for the 1.3 billion people in India, for the 1.4 billion people in China, and for the 700 million people in Southeast Asia and ASEAN, that this makes it 3.4 billion people, at the end of this decade, they'll be much better off. Because there are profound, deeply instituted policy changes have been put in place to ensure that growth will happen in this region. So let me just conclude with one statistic so you understand what I'm talking about. In the year 2000, the combined economy of ASEAN was 1/8 the size of Japan. Japan's economy was 8 times bigger. Now Japan's economy is only 1.5 times bigger. By 2030, ASEAN's economy will be bigger than Japan's.
Mr. Stubb, from a European point of view, we're seeing greater European consolidation, EU looking more purposeful than it's seemed forever, at least on the outside. How do you see this war play itself out from here on, from an EU and Europe perspective?
Yeah, certainly in the beginning, there was an unprecedented unity between the European states. And in many ways, the exact opposite happened to what Putin had wanted. You know, Ukraine became European, Europe became united, NATO found its new purpose, Transatlantic Partnership 2.0, and the icing on the cake, of course, Finnish and Swedish NATO membership. But I've been speaking with Ukrainian MPs today, and I'm warning of this sentiment of war fatigue. We're into day 90 of the war now, and the problem here is that our political leaders are not communicating the price of war. And we're pretty much in a situation whereby the focus is soon going to move towards inflation, It's going to move towards higher energy prices, higher food prices, the asylum crisis, and this is going to cause, I think, a lot of unrest in Europe and a conversation on a political level. I predict that this will start sometime around August, September, so this unity is unfortunately going to be a little bit shorter than expected.
You don't think it'll stay this way? You don't think this is a new EU which is seeing the risks posed by Russia, possibly moving away from China, at least the countries which seem to be coming into China's grip, now realizing potentially the challenges posed by China?
Sure, to a certain extent. I mean, there's nothing that unites you more than a common enemy, and I guess, you know, Putin has done his best to do that on the European front, and this has revived the transatlantic relationship, and in that sense, taken a little bit away the focus from the US antagonism towards China. But I'm an old enough EU nerd to understand that, you know, the European Union is not a utopia. It's always more than an international organization, less than a state, and there's always going to be bickering. And the more of us we have in the European Union, the more we're going to bicker. And in many ways, I say that it always advances in 3 stages. 1 is a crisis, 2 is chaos, and 3 is suboptimal solution. So that's, you know, the EU that we live with.
And that's very interestingly put, and it reflects a bit of what happens back home in India as well on most issues. But Ivana, Mr. Stubb made an important point about fatigue. Everyone here outside of Ukraine wants the war to get over, as do people in Ukraine. But there's a certain sense of growing fatigue about where this ends. When you hear all of this, as a member of parliament, as a representative of the Ukrainian people, what's going through your head? Where do you actually see things go next?
Well, for sure, we Ukrainians do not have the right to be fatigued or tired, because it's not only existential for Europe or for the free world, as far as I believe. It's totally existential for us, because what Russia is trying to do is trying to erase us from the map of the world, so as a nation and as a state. And therefore, for us, is the only choice to fight till we regain our territories, till we restore our territorial integrity, sovereignty and independence. And there we definitely need this backing from the free nations, which, you know, I would be more optimistic in terms of hoping that there will be finally an understanding in the EU and transatlantic-wise that values are important, specifically when they are defended, and they should not be taken for granted, as several generations of Europeans and Americans have been already thinking of values.
One of the themes that we pick up here in Davos is that we're talking so much about war, whereas we should also be talking about peace and what can potentially lead to that peace, and that there isn't enough of a conversation at this moment about how Putin can possibly get off the ramp and how we can find a way of establishing peace.
Well, first and foremost, there is no way for any face-saving exercise for Putin, because Putin doesn't have a face. That's one thing. Secondly, what's important to understand that this war, in order to ensure that there is security after this war is finished, needs to be ended in victory of Ukraine and the free world. And so if that is well understood, that means that we will restore the security in the world, the rule-based order, which is definitely vanishing at this particular moment because of Russian actions, and that we will be able to actually think of the future not only exclusively of Ukrainian peaceful future, but actually much wider, not only region-wise, but also world-wise.
Samir, Ukraine isn't losing, Russia isn't winning. Far from what should happen, tell us, what do you think is most likely to happen next?
I don't know, and I think Ian is right. We all need to be a little humble here. We are in uncharted territory. Firstly, because in the 21st century, violating someone's territorial integrity is unacceptable, should be unacceptable, was not something that most military planners were planning for. So I think this is in some sense a grey swan, because we knew it was coming, and it came. It came faster than we thought it would come. Now, having said that, I think there are 3 interesting perspectives that have been shared in this particular discussion. The first is on EU and its role going ahead. Can this be the moment when EU really becomes a political strategic security actor? Or as the conflict lingers on, will we see a reversal and will we see back to the old ways? Will we see trade and transactionalism trumping any other value-based framework that EU today believes is fundamental to defend and fight for? I think that's one thing that we need to watch. The second, what about the other votes that were garnered in the first big UNGA vote, 140 odd votes that came? How many of them are going to feel the same a few months from now, 3 months, 6 months? Are we going to poll similar numbers, or are we going to begin to see those outside of the proverbial West really begin to get exasperated by a never-ending family feud? Because some are going to see this as a European problem and are going to begin to get on with their lives, as Kishore mentioned, and that's the third point. Most of Asia sees this decade as important for their transformation. And for us sitting in India as well, I mean, yes, we'll have to steady the boat. We are being buffeted by inflation and challenges around some commodities and energy supplies. But I think there is also an opportunity in this crisis. And I can think of a few. The first, of course, is can we right-size some of our relationships? This is the moment to reflect. Can we right, when I'm talking about dependencies, all sorts of dependencies on Russia, on the West, on some other important contributors to our political economy. And I think that right-sizing of relationships is one thing. And you mentioned China, but I'm sure most countries are being faced with a few questions that they need to respond to today. And certainly India is going to be engaging with that, or should be engaging with that in terms of resetting its relationships. That's first. The second, of course, is the economic question. And here I think there is a positive side to it. We are seeing growth and momentum, and we're beginning to see many folks unlock their economic potential in the fourth industrial revolution. But we are also seeing that what was the basis, the undergirding of the fourth industrial revolution may actually be a political arena. For example, technology. Technology is not apolitical. When Uncle Sam decides that we need to cancel Russia, technology companies cancel Russia. And so how safe is the fundamental assumption that our growth based on international platforms is sanguine? And I think that's the second question. And final question that I really want to leave here is what does it do to the world's approach to China going ahead? Now, is a value-based war only applicable in Europe, or is that a global?
So let me build on that and ask Ian Bremmer whether the war in Ukraine and the impact on Russia increases, in your view, the probability of China going to war on Taiwan, or does it decrease the probability, and why?
Well, I would say that it decreases the possibility, except that I thought the possibility was very, very low before Russia invaded Ukraine. So it's about the same. Why is that? Well, unlike Russia, which is a country that has been in decline, that viewed the Soviet collapse as a humiliation, as a geopolitical debacle, China is not. You've heard this in the panel. China's a country that feels like its future is ahead of it, and it is. And so as a consequence, they have the ability to be strategically patient. Furthermore, this is a tough year for China, not just because of Xi Jinping's third term that needs to be gone through smoothly, but also because the economy is going very badly. Now that they have, this big challenge with Russia, you've heard all of that before. Taiwan is the absolute critical semiconductor producer in the world for China and for others. They're not going to risk that suddenly. Furthermore, if they've learned any lesson from the course of the last 3 months, it's that the West is prepared to respond collectively when there is a crisis, when there is a true challenge. Not 2008 in Georgia, which was marginal. Not 2014 in Ukraine, which was at the margins. But, the Chinese frequently learn from the mistakes of the Russians. When Gorbachev decided to engage in political and economic reform simultaneously, they said, that was a really bad idea. Let's not do that again. And indeed, they haven't. Full throttle on economic reforms, no political reform whatsoever, no decentralization. I see exactly that going forward right now. Putin thinking that he has an easy way forward to grab Ukraine and no one's going to respond. You think the Chinese are going to say, let's roll the dice a second time on that one, or they're going to let Putin flail around a bit? I would make a strong bet on the latter.
But that is assuming that there's a rational mind and a rational decision. The reason I say it, for example, if you look at some of the policy choices, just over the past few weeks, the continuing with the zero COVID idea that you can somehow lock the pandemic away, which isn't very clearly the case. And some of Putin's policy choices also, at least outside Moscow, have seemed rather irrational. And so does zero COVID seem at this moment. So is Xi Jinping going to act in a completely rational, strategic way?
Look, on an Indian show, I understand that presuming rationality for the Chinese leadership is not necessarily a common perspective. But to go further than that, I would say that over the course of the last 3 years, the Chinese government thought, understandably, that their zero COVID policy was working. They were the one economy in the world in the G20 that actually grew in 2020. Furthermore, they were in nightclubs and their businesses, supply chain was working back when the Europeans, the Americans, the Indians were locking down or couldn't, right? And over the last 2 years, what do they see? 1 million dead in the United States, 1 million dead in Europe, thousands in China. I think that Xi Jinping believes that the Americans and the Europeans have been irresponsible libertines that don't care about their old and their sick. And the Chinese believe that they do. And to say that the Chinese government is irrational because they are willing to take significant economic pain and they're willing to actually throw away some individual liberties to ensure that 1 million don't die, I think that that's a fairly nationalist perspective.
Alexander Stubb, you make this point yesterday in your panel at the World Economic Forum where you said, don't assume that Vladimir Putin is an irrational actor. From a Russian point of view, a lot of what he's doing is the perfectly logical thing to do. Can you try and explain, because looked at from an Indian perspective, some of what Vladimir Putin's been doing looks completely irrational.
Yeah, and probably from a Western perspective as well. But I think we need to look a little bit deeper into Russian history and understand that there was a period of unrest before the 1600s. And that's when the Romanovs came in and stabilized the situation. And the Russian leader has always been supreme, either with God-given rights or class-given rights. And the starting point is that the Russian leader tries to unify Russia. And that is his rationality. He wants to see a historic Russia with one language, one religion, and one leader. And that is what his basis is. He also wants to cement his own legacy. He sees himself as Stalin or Peter the Great. This is his starting point. That's why for us it doesn't seem rational, because we ask the question, why is he doing that, and why is he mixing tactics and strategy and making these huge mistakes? But he is in this sort of historical power nostalgia frenzy and can't get out of it. That's why from his perspective he's doing the rational thing. Just because we don't think he's rational doesn't mean that he isn't.
Martin Wolf, your sense of what Beijing is picking up from the war in Ukraine, and does it increase Xi Jinping's chances of getting more aggressive with Taiwan? Why I ask this question is also because we've got the People's Liberation Army amassed in our perspective in a completely irrational, illogical fashion against India and refusing to go back.
Well, again, I try not to get involved in discussions on subjects which I don't regard myself as having any expertise upon. I think Ian's analysis is completely convincing. So if they were even borderline sane, they will not invade Taiwan. And if I were having to bet my life on it, I would take very, very long odds against that happening. But if I've learned anything from my life history, I mean, I've made this point often enough. I was thinking about what Alexander was saying about Putin's motivations. My parents were both refugees from Hitler, who had very similar motivations. So one of the things I believe very, very determinedly is that by and large, you can assume that from time to time, a psychopath will get into power and will do things that most people would regard as completely unreasonable, because that's the sort of people that tend to get into power. My guess, very strong guess, is that Xi Jinping is not one of them. And therefore I'm reasonably confident that he's not going to do something which would certainly damage China, I think, immensely, quite apart from its damage to the world. So I hope that Mr. Putin is, at least for my lifetime, a one-off in this regard. And I think we all have to pray that. The problem is, and we haven't discussed it, of course, he owns about 4,000 nuclear weapons, and nobody knows what he will do if it becomes obvious that he's going to be beaten. And I share completely the desire for Ukraine to win, absolutely. But the question is, how does Russia lose? I don't see that.
So then where do we go?
I'm happy to leave it to the immensely wise people who run our foreign affairs and our governments to handle this very major mess. But I do think, actually, this is one point I've had this discussion with Kishore, it is in China's interest to help the West in this case. It is in both to help end the war. And she is one of the very, very few people who has the position, the standing, the relationship with Putin to encourage, cajole, influence him in the direction of saying, this is enough. Let's get this over with. Because I do think otherwise I don't see how this is ending.
Kishore Mehbubani, the contra perspective on that is that it suits the Chinese people, Chinese civilization, for Russia to be weakened even further. As a state dependent on Beijing, the weaker Moscow gets, the better it is, and therefore, contrary to what Martin Wolf is suggesting, it actually suits Xi Jinping for this war to go on.
Well, I think the biggest mistake we can all make is to underestimate the Chinese mind. Because the one strategic advantage the Chinese have when they enter into discussions about geopolitics is they never look at this year and next year. They look at the next 10 years, the next 20 years. And they have a very clear idea of where they're heading 10 years, 20 years from now. And they are absolutely certain that they'll become the #1 economy in the world within 10 to 20 years. And they are absolutely certain that when they become the #1 economy in the world, there'll be a reshuffling of the world order. Because countries, in some ways, in a very natural way, fall into place. They acknowledge, okay, there's a new top dog in the room, and we have to work
Very
with
often it doesn't happen in a bloodless, peaceful fashion.
Yes, exactly. But that's exactly my point about not underestimating the Chinese mind. They also realize that the biggest mistake that China can make is to engage in a war in the next 10 to 20 years. Because they learned from Sun Tzu, that's a couple of thousand years ago, that the best way to win a war is to not fight it. And that's why they would avoid the use of massive war. And frankly, the big lesson I'm sure they learned from Ukraine is that you can have all the tanks in the world, you can have all the aircraft in the world, you don't necessarily win a war. So at the end of the day, it's in China's interest to have as much stability and order as possible. So if they can find a way of, in some way, bringing about an end to the war, certainly they'll be inclined to do that. But at the same time, a weakened Russia is not in China's interest. Because frankly, if you want to be absolutely cynical, and frankly in geopolitics it's better to be cynical than to be naive and altruistic. If this war in Ukraine drags on for 10 years, and it completely preoccupies Europe and the United States, China will get a free decade, just as it got a free decade after the United States invaded Iraq. I can tell you, I was in the Security Council when the discussions came about whether or not to support the United States invasion of Iraq. In theory, China opposed it. In reality, China was so happy that the United States invaded Iraq. So when it comes to geopolitics, assume that you're dealing with a master chess player with a long-term horizon and that can move and adjust and adapt in a way that many in the world
Do you share
cannot do so.
Kishore's point of view, Samir? Because that almost makes it seem like the 10-feet soldiers, they play six-dimensional chess, and that there's no way India or anybody else can outmaneuver them.
No, I think.
But India can outmaneuver them.
I think it's based on a few assumptions, Rahul. First is that I call it the Martin threshold. Is Xi Jinping a psychopath or not? I think that's the first test. And if he has similar nostalgic yearnings for the Middle Kingdom, Alex, as clearly someone else does, of Ruski meat, the question is, will that in many ways override the rationality we are attributing to China as an actor? And some would suggest, sitting in this part of the world where we live, Rahul, that we are seeing a degree of irrational aggression from China in more than one space. And I do not want to give a certificate of sanity to Xi Jinping just yet. I think this is a space to watch out for, and it would be to our detriment if we were to give that certificate. We will have to contend with two realities vis-a-vis China. One, China, an economic actor that is going to be overwhelmingly numero uno in the next decade, in the coming decade, and that may be true. But we will also have to contend with our own response to that, which means building our economic resilience, but also building political muscularity to rebuff any adventurism that clearly we have begun to see emerge from Beijing in the last decade. And to pretend that the 2010s did not happen would be insanity. Now, I mean, you know, I want to just make one more point. And I think the Chinese lesson from Ukraine is yet to be learned. Let's not reach a conclusion that the Chinese believe that the 3 months have taught them a lesson. The Chinese play the long game, as Kishore mentioned. In 1 year time, the Chinese may have learned that this is all the response the Europeans could muster, and they may reach a very different conclusion. They may realize that it was all bluster. They are paying in rubles for energy. The political relationships with the rest of the world are fine. Everything has been normalized. Let's make a go for it. So I think the idea that the Chinese have taken any negative lesson as of now may not be valid, and we may have to yet wait it out to know what would be the implications for the business.
As we come to the last part of this conversation, I just want final words, and I'll start with Ivana. You spoke very passionately about Ukraine's desire to win, and most people watching would share that emotion that the people of Ukraine are dealing with an unjust, unfair war, and that ideally Ukraine should win. But in a realistic military sense, how do you think this battle could end, this war could end in a way with the Zelensky and the Ukrainian army and people winning?
Well, we definitely very well understand that our courage and our heroism of our armed forces is not enough to win. And even the unity of all the society is not enough to win. Nevertheless, what we are counting on, and that's why we are reaching out to all the nations who can provide us with some backing, is to give us instruments in order to be able to win. And that envisages a couple of things. First is heavy weaponry given to Ukraine so that we can push Russians out from our soil. That's one thing. Secondly, definitely we see the difficulties in holding this unity with sanctions in the EU right now with the 6th package of sanctions. But I think that exactly sanctions should be another leverage of pressure on the Russian Federation. And third, we definitely need the understanding that there is a financial backing for Ukraine in order to be able to just meet the basic needs that are there today. Not to mention, I think that even during this Davos forum here, a lot has been surfacing with regard to potential food crisis. And I would like all of us to understand that food crisis is not because someone has imposed sanctions on Russian Federation, but that is because Russian Federation invaded unjustly, unprovokedly Ukraine. And that means that maybe we can get more nations on board with helping Ukraine to reach to that point to win.
What's your sense, Mr. Stubb, before I end, of whether these sanctions are working as a tool of war? Have economic sanctions done enough damage? And what more should or could the EU be doing to try and put greater pressure on Putin to end the war?
Sanctions are never a magic bullet, but they are an instrument of war. And we've seen 5 waves of sanction coming from the European Union, 6th one on the way. We've seen sanctions from the UK, the US, many other places. We have to understand the base case here, and that is that Russia will be utterly and completely isolated. That means politics, finance, economics, culture, sport, transport, and eventually energy. These just happen step by step. Now, I live in a country with 1,340 kilometers of border. Do I feel comfortable living to the biggest North Korea in the world? No, I don't. But this is the harsh reality and the value-based choice that we have to take in this particular situation. So sanctions are a big part of what's going on. Will they be enough? Never. But without them, we would not be where we are at the moment.
Martin Wolf, your sense on whether the economic sanctions that have been imposed have done enough punitive damage? Do they act as a deterrent? Are they really hurting Putin in the way that they should?
They're certainly hurting Russia But unfortunately, sanctions are always a limited tool, and the particular difficulty here is that because energy prices have risen, and because Russia is an energy exporter and is able to continue to export energy products, oil worldwide and gas to Europe, its actual fiscal revenue from energy exports and its energy export revenue has risen. So we have to recognize this is why the war is such a difficult challenge for, obviously for Ukraine, but for all its allies, that the tools we have at the moment are economic tools are of only modest effect. And that's why the military support and the support for Ukraine directly, financially and so forth, is so crucial. Russia will not be destroyed by our sanctions. The Russian society will be profoundly transformed as a result of Putin's choices.
One of the points made by the International Monetary Fund is the fear of technical recession in certain geographies. Are you concerned that with rising commodity prices, with rising inflation, with interest rates going up, that the whole bounce back on the back of the pandemic is now badly derailed in some geographies, including potentially the US, could definitely see slowing growth and possibly even recession?
I think in the West, in Europe, because of the things you've mentioned, plus the risk of an energy cut-off, which would certainly be very damaging economically, that's just a fact. And in America, because of very high inflation, the tightening which will follow, a very significant slowdown, if not a recession, is probable, and not possible. And the rest of the world will be affected by that for completely different reasons, mainly related to the COVID policy. China's economy is clearly slowing down dramatically. I don't think we'll go to a technical recession, but it's slowing dramatically. That will start bringing commodity prices down, by the way. But yes, we are, I think, very clearly moving into a year, the next 12 months, of very considerable economic slowdown in the major economies of the world.
And which is problematic, Samir, from an Indian perspective, because each time it seemed that corporate taxes being brought down would lead to an investment cycle. The pandemic happened, now the Russia-Ukraine crisis, energy crisis, potentially a food crisis. So everyone's been talking about and waiting for the India story to kickstart, and somehow something happens which is beyond control, which stops that or pushes it back into the future.
You know, Rahul, clearly this is a tough period for economic planners in most parts of the world, and India is no exception. Of course, we have a double imperative of not only sustaining growth, but actually also responding to our development needs. And I think that's the bigger challenge for India, that how does it cater to its SDG goals and objectives in this decade of action, even as it spurs investments and growth. But, you know, I just want to, my final thought on this, I think, I'm not sure the world has been creative enough in its pursuit of peace, as it has been in its implementation of measures to respond to the invasion. And by the way, I'm not in any ways condoning what has happened. I think it must be responded to. But I think we will have to, at some point, knock heads and come up with a framework that allows this conflict to end. And perhaps start thinking about a new multilateral arrangement that will prevent similar situations from arising in other parts of the world. Let us be honest here. What was devised in 1945 is no longer valid, relevant, or even going to stand the test of time in the days ahead. We'll have to rethink multilateralism and the global order. And Ukraine is a wake-up call for all of us to invest in pursuit of peace for the decades ahead.
Let that be a very quick final word. Kishore Mehbubani, do you think the pursuit of peace hasn't been pushed as much as it should or could have? Do you have any diplomatic, creative solution which can potentially create space for peace?
Well, I must say I would agree with Samir that at the end of the day, the war has to end. It's either going to end this year, next year, 5 years, it has to end. And I believe that we should try and end it as quickly as possible, also to save lives in Ukraine. But as you know, Henry Kissinger just said yesterday at the World Economic Forum that it's better for us to work harder to find solutions. And as a diplomat for 33 years, I would say that good diplomacy at the end of the day can find solutions. And it's called what they call creative fudges. And if creative fudges have to help to save lives and end wars, I think we should do it. And I think, by the way, we should continue to use the United Nations. And to be fair, the United Nations did condemn very clearly the Russian invasion of Ukraine. And don't give up on the UN. The UN will always come alive again just when everyone says it's dead and gone.
Europe come alive. Hopefully the UN will also prove it's a body which still serves some purpose in this era. Thank you very much to all of you for joining us. Everybody has really stretched busy schedules at the World Economic Forum, and I'm deeply thankful for you to take out time and join us in this very insightful conversation. Thank you. Thank you, Martin. Thank you, Kushal. Thank you very much. Thank you.
After 2 years of paralyzing pandemic, the world is ready to bounce back. Will shifting power centers make this India's big moment? Risk, resilience and revival on the agenda. What's India's role in the global rebalance? India's top world watcher takes you to the front lines of the global high table with top minds from politics and business for the biggest global brainstorm, live and exclusive coverage. Only on India Today TV.
Что объявлять бойкот культуре еще по национальному признаку, это, конечно, в этой точке истории мы уже были. Это невозможно, мне кажется, и, честно говоря, это нельзя сделать, потому что культура – это как воздух, это как вода, как облако, она живет помимо нас с вами. На самом деле, конечно, вы понимаете, что этот фильм снят задолго до всех трагических событий, и он, когда начинается война, когда начинаются такие катастрофические вещи, которые сейчас происходят в Европе, то ты вольно или невольно думаешь, а как вообще, возможно ли поэзия после Освенцима? Нас с вами. Поэтому нельзя запретить русский язык, нельзя запретить Достоевского, нельзя запретить Чайковского. Кто-то может отменить концерт Чайковского, и это будет глупо, потому что он лишит людей потрясающей музыки. А в тяжелые времена именно искусство, музыка, кино, театр может дать людям возможность чувствовать себя живыми.
Make your media plans smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Make your media plans smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India Today.
History is at a turning point, from the war in Ukraine to the climate and food crisis. From the much-wanted metaverse to unstable cryptocurrencies, get a ringside view to the ideas and challenges that are shaping the post-pandemic world. Catch me all through this week on India Today and Business Today as I bring you all the latest from a World Economic Forum that's being held this time in summer in Davos.
Presented by Aditya Birla Group, Big in Your Life. Co-powered by only OLX Autos gives the best price for your car. Co-powered by NetMeds, India की अपनी pharmacy.
Here at the World Economic Forum in Davos, there is intense competition amongst Indian states to try and woo top investors to their pavilion and to their states. Joining us now, the man leading the charge for Karnataka, the state's Chief Minister, Basavaraj Bommai. Mr. Bommai, thank you so much and welcome to India Today. I'm very well.
How is Davos doing?
It's doing really well. And how are you doing here?
I'm doing very fantastically fine.
You know, that signage at the back says that you're getting 40% of the nation's total FDI, and all the pavilions to our left and our right are trying very hard to change that, Chief Minister.
No, I mean, this is not new. It has been, it's a fact, and it's not a statement.
But we are seeing very aggressive pitches from Andhra Pradesh. Jagan is here, KTR is here from Telangana. They're trying to pull investors to their states.
No, it's most welcome. A healthy competition is most welcome. And this shows that India is an emerging economy in the backdrop of COVID and lockouts and Chinese economy going back. India is emerging, so all states are trying to pitch in. Karnataka is leading it, and we have already got a international footprint for a long time.
But I was listening to the pitches being made by some of the other states. They're saying it's easier to get permissions to come to a state like, say, Andhra Pradesh or Telangana. They have land more readily available. They're citing corruption in other states, saying policy making is slower. So they're trying to pull people away from your state.
Okay. They easy permission they are asking. We have got a ease to do business where you start the business, then ask permission. So we are one step ahead of them. You start the business and you get 2 years time to get all the permissions except some statutory. So we are way ahead of all those things. And people come not only for that, people come for technology, human skilled requirements.
But now we're seeing there are more startups happening in Gurgaon, for example, than there are in
That's the wrong
Bengaluru.
figure, you are wrong.
I read a story before coming here.
Please read the right story. Highest number of startups are in Bangalore even now, 52%.
No,
and let me complete. And highest number of unicorns are there in Bangalore. Out of 4 decacons, 3 are in Karnataka. That speaks volume.
No, but it's about where the new, more hip happening and startups with an eye on the future are coming up from. And do you accept now that there is more competition for Bengaluru as India's Silicon City than there has been so far?
Among the startups also, the major startups which are grown into global players, all are from Bangalore. So the high-tech niche areas are still in Bangalore because of the strong technical base we have, which no states can do it overnight.
But the one fact is that if you look at the commentary around Karnataka over the last several weeks, your state, sir, has been in the news for the wrong reasons. You know, whether it is, say, the Azan controversy, the anti-conversion controversy, the hijab controversy.
You are going back to
but that's
local
what Karnataka
change.
has been in the news.
You are in Davos, Rahul, change. Because these Azan controversy is over, all controversies are already over. We have solved it as per the rule of the law. Secondly, it's all more in the newsrooms rather than the ground.
But is it fair to say that as Karnataka heads towards elections, your government is just allowing for some of these fires to be stoked in the hope that you can polarize a state like Karnataka, which has typically been a not so communally sensitive state?
See, nobody can polarize Karnataka. The history speaks for itself. And the highest educated people are there in Karnataka, and we don't intend to polarize. See, there are some fringe elements always trying to overplay certain things, and we've been very well in control with the situation, and we have solved all these issues as per the rule of law. If the same thing would have happened in other states, it would have been something else. Secondly, I don't want to speak or belittle any of my sister states. It's a healthy competition. My competition is international. So we are looking way beyond the overseas. Therefore, I welcome a healthy.
During the pandemic, a new billionaire was minted every 30 hours, and now in 2022, every 33 hours, 1 million people are falling into extreme poverty.
Is it time to tax the billionaire club? The pandemic crushed economies, and we can already see its effects on many countries. What you didn't see is that the pandemic created billionaires. The Oxfam report shows that at the rate of 1 every 30 hours, 573 people became new billionaires during the pandemic. On the contrary, Oxfam says that they expect at least 263 million people will crash into extreme poverty at the rate of 1 million people every 33 hours.
Pandemic hit very differently depending on who you were, what country you were in. But things, for example, like vaccine access made a huge difference. So the rich world got vaccines very early on, and most low-income countries still only have 15% rate vaccinations, and that has had implications on health, but also on social and economic consequences.
The pandemic was where the rich grew richer and the poor poorer. In fact, it's surprising that billionaires' wealth has risen more in 24 months of the pandemic than it ever did in 23 years combined. Oxfam said that decades of progress towards reducing poverty is now in reverse. The food shortage is a huge growing concern in many countries.
We see all these problems, this crisis happening, multiple levels of crisis, and it can seem overwhelming. But what we're saying is there's a message of hope in the sense there is money. It's not well distributed. So there are measures that can reduce this inequality. So taxation at low percentages, we're talking 2% for millionaires going up to 5%. And with that, we can raise enough money to address these deep social problems.
The world is reeling through the pandemic and facing challenges that come with the Russia-Ukraine crisis. So is it now time to tax the rich to support the less fortunate?
History is at a turning point, from the war in Ukraine to the climate and food crisis. From the much-wanted metaverse to unstable cryptocurrencies, get a ringside view to the ideas and challenges that are shaping the post-pandemic world. Catch me all through this week on India Today and Business Today as I bring you all the latest from a World Economic Forum that's being held this time in summer in Davos.
Presented by Aditya Birla Group, Big in Your Life. Co-powered by only OLX Autos gives the best price for your car. Co-powered by NetMeds, India की अपनी pharmacy.
Another virus is on the rise, and it is called monkeypox. The World Health Organization is worried
and has called for an emergency meeting to discuss the rise in monkeypox cases, especially in the UK. European and American health authorities have identified cases of monkeypox. The outbreak comes as a bit of a surprise this time around because these cases hardly appear outside of Africa. Experts feel that the risk to the general population is rather low. This virus comes from animals like rodents and primates. It rarely jumps to people. The commonly observed human cases were seen in Central and West Africa up until now. It was first identified in 1958 when there were 2 outbreaks of a pox-like disease in research monkeys. Hence, it's called monkeypox. Monkeypox belongs to the same virus family as smallpox, which has long been eradicated. Although it has milder symptoms, it is considered to be severe in children. Patients experience fever, body aches, chills and fatigue, and those with severe symptoms may develop a rash and lesions on the face and hands. The incubation period of the virus is between 5 days to 3 weeks. People can recover within 2 to 4 weeks without being hospitalized. The virus can be fatal as well, but only in 1 in 10 people. People exposed to the virus are often given one of several smallpox vaccines which have shown to be effective against monkeypox. The WHO estimates that there are at least a dozen African countries that see regular outbreaks of monkeypox. Other cases in the world apart from Africa were associated with travel to the country, but this time it's different. Experts also believe that it is not going to be causing a COVID-like spiral across the world.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com or call 9999892171. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India Today.
History is at a turning point, from the war in Ukraine to the climate and food crisis. From the much-wanted metaverse to unstable cryptocurrencies, get a ringside view to the ideas and challenges that are shaping the post-pandemic world. Catch me all through this week on India Today and Business Today as I bring you all the latest from a World Economic Forum that's being held this time in summer in Davos.
Presented by Aditya Birla Group, Big in Your Life. Co-powered by only OLX Autos gives the best price for your car. Co-powered by NetMeds, India की अपनी pharmacy. Presented by Berger Easy Clean. No dag, no dhabba, only beautiful walls.
is at a turning point, from the war in Ukraine to the climate and food crisis. From the much-wanted metaverse to unstable cryptocurrencies, get a ringside view to the ideas and challenges that are shaping the post-pandemic world. Catch me all through this week on India Today and Business Today as I bring you all the latest from a World Economic Forum that's being held this time in summer in Davos.
Presented by Aditya Birla Group, Big in Your Life. Co-powered by only OLX Autos gives the best price for your car. Co-powered by NetMeds, India की अपनी pharmacy. Presented by Berger Easy Clean. No dag, no dhabba, only beautiful walls. Presented by Aditya Birla Group, Big in Your Life. Co-presented by Star Health Insurance, the health insurance specialist. Co-presented by JK Pancherghat Tire, अब हवा नहीं निकलेगी. Powered by NECC, Sunday हो या Monday, रोज खाओ अंडे. Co-powered by Dish HD, cricket का असली partner.
Good evening. Hello and welcome. You're with the news today. This is your primetime destination. News, newsmakers, talking points on the news today. Wednesday night, the big story, Kapil Sibal has exited the Congress. The latest high-profile exit from the Congress party. Where does that leave the so-called G23, the group of rebels? We'll have Kapil Sibal telling us why he's left the party that he was with for 3 decades. Also, a US school shooting that has shocked the world. More than 20 students and teachers shot dead. What does it say about the gun culture in that country? More on that in a moment. But first, as always, it's time for the 9 headlines at 9. An NIA court gives life imprisonment to Yasin Malik, the Kashmiri separatist leader found guilty under 7 UAPA charges, including waging war against India and terror funding. Protests erupt in the Kashmir Valley over targeted killings once again. Anger over terrorists attacking a 9-year-old Safa, shooting her policeman father dead in broad daylight. Another big setback to the Congress. 2-time union minister, senior Congress leader Kapil Sibal dumps party, files Rajya Sabha nomination from Uttar Pradesh with Samajwadi Party support. After CBI, Enforcement Directorate now books former Finance Minister's son, Karti Chidambaram, for alleged money laundering in a Chinese visa scam. No stopping the horrifying street murders in Chennai. BJP functionary hacked with sickle 2 days before Prime Minister Modi's trip to the city. Heat on the Stalin government. Fresh curbs on sugar exports to contain inflation, restricted by the government to 10 million tons a day. This a day after import duties on edible oils are reduced. Government sources say BPCL privatization is not off the table. Centre to re-invite competitive bidding process for all assets of BPCL. SpiceJet ground systems allegedly hit by a ransomware attack results in long queues at airports and delays in flights. The airline IT team rectifies the situation now. And a teen gunman kills 19 children, 2 teachers in a horrific Texas school shooting. U.S. President Joe Biden calls for fresh curbs on firearms as shock and anger erupts across the United States. But our top story tonight is the massive blow once again, or a blow to the Congress party once again, because veteran leader, former union minister, and one of the Congress's biggest legal voices, Kapil Sibal, has left the party. Sibal, who fronted the so-called G23 rebel group that was calling for reforms in the Congress party over the last 2 years, said he quit the party on 16th May. Today, he was accompanied by Samajwadi Party Chief Akhilesh Yadav while filing a nomination for the Rajya Sabha with the SP's support in Lucknow. After filing the nomination, Sibal said that he wants to be an independent voice in the Rajya Sabha and he will take on the Modi government there. Sibal's exit comes just days after Patidar leader Hardik Patel and the Congress's Punjab face Sunil Jakhar had also quit the party. I spoke to Kapil Sibal earlier today to find out why had Kapil Sibal chosen to take this big step. Listen in to Sibal Unplugged. And joining us now is today's newsmaker of the day, the former Congress leader and union minister, Kapil Sibal, who's just filed his nomination for the Rajya Sabha, supported by the Samajwadi Party. Mr. Sibal, is this the end of the chapter? I use the word ex-Congress leader. Is it all over for you with the Congress party with which you were for more than 2 decades?
You cannot say anything about the future, right? At the moment, I want to be an independent voice in this country. And I believe that there are hardly any independent voices in Parliament. Everybody is tied to the coattails of a political party. So members of Parliament cannot speak their mind. It is time that in a democracy as large as India, as significant as the largest democracy in the world, there are no independent voices in Parliament.
But are you truly independent because you're taking the support of the Samajwadi Party? You haven't joined them, but you've taken their support. So effectively, you will be batting for the Samajwadi Party in Parliament or for the opposition. What is your role? What is the role you see for yourself? And you've left the Congress.
What does an independent member mean? He's independent of political parties. They may have supported me, but it is their graciousness. It is their generosity that they accepted this. Which political party accepts, you know, one seat being lost by them and giving it to a person who stands as an independent? No political party does it. I think
that's because you've appeared in several cases for them.
I've appeared in several cases for several other parties also. You tell me which party I've not appeared for. I've appeared for DMK, I've appeared for Anna DMK, I have appeared for, Samajwadi, I got them the symbol of the cycle. I've appeared for Mayawati, I've appeared for So you had a basket of options, but the key issue is your decision. The key decision, Mr. Sibal, is your decision to leave the Congress. Because until now you were seen as the rebel voice within the Congress. The so-called G23, you were the one voice calling for the Gandhis to, in a sense, step aside and a new leadership. Is that the core reason why you left? Let's now call a spade a spade. Look, Rajdeep, I am not given to living in the past. I am given to thinking of the future. And I think my country's future is more important than start talking about why I left the Congress and why didn't I remain in the Congress. There's a time when, in a man's life, when you decide that it's time for me to move forward, be a voice in the opposition,
that's not tied to any political party. And that voice must reflect the needs of the people of this country, which are not being dealt with at all. Nobody is bothered about the real problems of our country. It is politics, politics, and politics alone that seems to reverberate throughout the House.
No, but do I sense a sense of disillusionment? Someone who for the last 2 years has been consistently raising a voice in a sense within the Congress that you need change, you need to break the status quo, you need to find a new leadership. Others seem to be aligned with you, but none of them spoke out. You were the one person who spoke out, and eventually it appears, particularly after the Udaipur Chintan Shivir, that the Congress has decided that the Gandhis are going nowhere. So is this a sense of disillusionment that has led you to take this step?
You're a very clever journalist and you're trying to persuade me to say something about what happened and why I left. I think that you leave that alone because that's a matter of the past. I was for 31 years in this party. I was brought into this party by Rajiv Gandhiji. And I served this party to the best of my ability. I have no angst, no anger, no grievances. It's time for me to move on. And that's why I have decided to be, and they have graciously accepted that. Azam Khan, Shivpal, Akhilesh ji have agreed that yes, through their support, I can be an independent voice in the House, and I'm grateful to them.
So no regrets. No regrets that someone who gave, as you say, 30 years to the party eventually found that he was a voice in the wilderness, that even those who you thought would come along with you, the Ghulam Nabi Azads, the Anand Sharmas, the so-called G23, none of them have spoken out in support of anything that you said eventually in public.
You can keep on taking their names. You're not going to get any answers from me. I have great respect for all of them. They're my friends. I don't want to say anything. I'll never say anything. I'll never say anything against the Gandhis either. When I was in the party, I had the right to raise my voice. I'm not in the party anymore. Why should I comment on a party of which I do not belong today? Therefore, I will not comment. It is for them to decide what their future should be, how they should rejuvenate the party, and how that party should be at the forefront of national politics.
Your views have not changed, though, on the Congress party at the moment, that it needs change.
Whether my views have changed or not, I'm an outsider. I'm nobody to comment on that.
The reason I'm asking you this, Mr. Sibal, is because the state of the opposition in this country at the moment is a cause of concern for many, that India doesn't have a strong, viable opposition. That's one of the reasons why it appears that it's Mr. Modi all the way. Is that how you see it, that the opposition is facing a serious credibility crisis in this country?
One of the reasons why I have done what I have done, that my effort will be to try and bring about all the opposition parties on one platform so that we can fight this juggernaut. And I think we should all be prepared for 2024. Unite all those who are in the opposition and on one platform fight the BJP. That's one of the reasons why I have done what I have done.
You want all the opposition parties to come together, all the non-BJP parties to come together, and you will try to work towards that.
Yes, that's my aim.
The reason I'm asking you this is the cynics and the skeptics will say, here is Kapil Sibal, who was speaking about against dynastical politics in the Congress, now goes and joins a party which is as dynastical as anyone else, or takes the support of the Samajwadi Party.
Very clever journalists. When you say joins the party, sometimes
takes the support.
I take the support of every party. I've taken the support of every party in this country. Why do you say takes? See, somebody has supported me to come to Rajya Sabha. On whose terms? That we will support you even if you are an independent candidate. So why are you mixing two things up altogether?
But I still come back to the state of the opposition, which is Kapil Sibal today takes the support of the Samajwadi Party. The Congress doesn't seem to be going anywhere, as the Chintan Shivir seems to suggest. They believe that they are moving in a particular direction. Where does that leave the opposition? I want to know, who do you see? You say 2024, you want to bring all the parties together. Do you really believe you have the time, and do you really believe that there is a leader who can actually take on a Mr. Modi and the BJP?
Therefore, we should live in despair and not hope for change, not hope for people getting together. If the media is in such a bad state as it is today, and you are the one who raises voices against the media, you have no hopes that it will change.
Why are you bringing the media in? I'm asking.
You have been talking about what a disgraceful situation the media itself is in, but yet you speak voice. You are the sane voice of hope in the media. I hopefully will be the sane voice of politics in politics.
But do you believe that in 2 years you can actually bring together parties to take on the BJP juggernaut? Is Kapil Sibal, who is not seen as a mass leader, living in a bit of a bubble?
Let me assume I'm no leader at all, but I do have a voice. I will raise that voice. I'll let the leadership be done by others. I will try and ensure that people try and come together. I am no leader at all, neither a mass leader or any leader, but I do have a conscience and I do have a voice. I hope people listen to me.
My final question, therefore, to you, if you had any piece of advice to the Congress party, and I'm sure you have, what would that be? Because you're talking about bringing parties together. If you're talking about bringing parties together, what is that advice that you would give the Congress party, which at the moment seems to be struggling to take on, as I said, the BJP both electorally, ideologically and organizationally?
I am no one to give any advice to the Congress party. The Congress leaders within the Congress party will get together and decide what they want to do for the future.
So you're not ruling out the possibility that the Congress also will be part of this grand coalition that you would like to create. You accept that the Congress, because Sharad Pawar has been very clear that any coalition for the future, opposition coalition, will need to involve the Congress party. Do you also share that?
I already told you all political parties must come together. Did I exclude the Congress? No. All political parties must come together.
My final question. Has all of this happened with a sense of frustration? I know that you've felt very strongly about a few issues. Do you feel frustrated that no one eventually listened or came along with you within the party? Has the Congress even lost that capacity to actually have these debates and dialogues within the party?
Saying all these things about the Congress, which I have not endorsed at all. Okay, you keep on saying them, and I'm not going to endorse it. But let me tell you
You've
this.
said them in the past. That there
As I
is
said,
no
I'm not going
inner party dialogue.
I am not in the Congress anymore. If I were in the party, I could have spoken.
As you did at the time.
Whether I did or not, you know. Now, in fact, if I have a case to fight, right, and you know, people say it's not much of a case, right? What do? I fight, and many a times I win. So don't be despondent. There are things that happen in life which cannot be predicted now, may happen tomorrow. We may all get together to fight the present dispensation.
And what will you tell your critics who will say, look at Kapil Sibal, did he just want a Rajya Sabha seat, or was it something much more than that this fight was?
Rajya Sabha seat, I could get it from anybody, joining any party. No problem. But remember what I said. I said, over my dead body will I ever join the BJP, and I will never join any political party. I said that publicly. I have stood by that. Political parties could have told me, we will not give you a ticket. I would not have been in politics. I would not be in Rajya Sabha.
So this is not a battle for a post or a position. This is a battle for
I need not be in Rajya Sabha even to be a voice, quite frankly.
But you've chosen that.
I've chosen that because people agreed. The Samajwadi very kindly, graciously agreed for me to be that voice.
But sir, I'm sorry I must push this, because in the last couple of weeks, we've seen several others also depart, high-profile departures, like the Hardik Patels of the world. We've seen Sunil Jakhar leave, all of which raises the question, is there something intrinsically wrong with the Congress party or not?
I'm not here as a commentator now to start talking about other political parties. Let me do my job, for which I have hoped to enter Rajya Sabha very soon.
Mr. Kapil Sibal, as always, a pleasure talking to you. Thanks very much. Kapil Sibal, who says that he hopes to bring the opposition parties together and will remain an independent voice, is what he claims in Parliament and outside. Rajdeep Sardesai for India Today. So is this the end of the road for the so-called G23 rebellion within the Congress? Is the challenge to the Gandhis that was allegedly there within the party now over? Was Kapil Sibal the last voice ready to take them on from within the party? Joining me now is Sanjay Jha. Remember, Sanjay was suspended as the Congress spokesperson for speaking out. Also joining me, Ghanshyam Tiwari of the Samajwadi Party, which Kapil Sibal has taken support from to enter the Rajya Sabha, and Rahul Srivastav, our National Affairs Editor. Appreciate all of you joining us. Sanjay Jha, you tell us, you were suspended. Kapil Sibal has now
not only left the party, but also got a Rajya Sabha nomination courtesy the Samajwadi Party. Is the message very clear? If you challenge the leadership of the Gandhis in any form in the Congress today, you have no place in the party. The G23 and the voices of rebellion are now over, finished.
Well, Rajdeep, I cannot deny that Mr. Sibal was the linchpin who basically tried to get people together to demand organizational reforms and some very drastic and dramatic changes that he felt that the Congress party needed. And all of us, I think, agreed with that stance. I have been equally publicly vocal about it. As far as Mr. Sibal's departure today is concerned, I think it's a loss of a very formidable asset for the Congress. You have already interviewed him. I heard the interview. And I think Mr. Sibal, in my experience with him, has ideological commitment to the Congress's values of liberalism and secularism and an inclusive democracy. The message for the Congress actually, Rajdeep, is pretty unambiguous actually. Losing elections is bad, but losing good people is worse. And I do believe that the Congress leadership needs to stem this decline. These leakages cannot be, an uninterrupted outflow going on from the party. And I get disappointed when I hear people come on TV screens and say, it's okay, so what? Some people come, some people go. Because the truth, Rajdeep, is that ultimately political organizations are not some abstract, kind of terminology. They are actually made by the people who run them.
But the flip side, Sanjay Jha, would be that you can't be in a political party, target the leadership day in and day out in public fora, and then expect eventually the party to reward you. So either you go full-fledged with the rebellion and split the Congress party, or you stay within and accept where you stand. I mean, in the past, in the 60s and 70s, when leaders had problems with Indira Gandhi, for example, if Indira Gandhi had a problem with the established leadership, they split the party. Now you can't even split the party. All you can do is look outside for a Rajya Sabha seat.
Well, Rajdeep, let me tell you from my own personal experience with the Congress. I think the Congress party ought to have been distinctly different, uniquely different from the other political parties. I mean, it has got a phenomenal history. I mean, you have had people like Mahatma Gandhi and Pandit Nehru. I don't need to add more to that. For the party today to not be able to encourage what I call as a constructive feedback, or let's enlarge that to even, let's say, strong criticism. If you can't stomach that, you, frankly speaking, are missing the plot. And that's exactly what's happening to the Congress. I would have said, actually, why
can't you do it in internal fora? Which political party allows you in India to do it publicly? This is not the Westminster democracy of Britain. In India, you've got to do it behind closed doors.
A valid point, Rajdeep. This is the point I'm making, that the Congress leadership should actually surround itself with people who tell you what are the home truths, what are the ground realities. You need to have people around you who tell you what is the bad news first, which is why this whole culture of, what you call as chamchagiri or chapulsi has come into the Congress, because people aren't speaking truth to power. And that's one of the reasons why the Congress has declined. I do believe G23 has definitely dwindled, if not itself completely come to a full stop.
Many of the G23 members have simply been accommodated by the Congress in various groups, but the chamchagiri culture, as you call it, is part of the problem. You're saying it exists in every party. It's not as if the Congress is unusual in that respect, but Ghanshyam Tiwari, you have gladly accepted Kapil Sibal in a way. What's the message that you're sending out? That if you are out of the Congress and you're going to fight legal cases for our leaders, whether Azam Khan or Akhilesh Yadav, you're very welcome. Is Kapil Sibal being accepted because of the values he claims to represent, or because he's very useful to you to fight all the legal battles that lie ahead of the Samajwadi Party?
Good evening, Rajdeep, to you, the viewers, and my fellow co-panelists. You look at a basic Wikipedia search on Kapil Sibal's resume. Minister of Communications and Information Technology, Minister of HRD. He was the one who introduced IIT JEE pattern. Minister of Science and Technology, Minister of Earth Sciences. These were the portfolio of charges he led for India in the government. And you compare him with the people who are leading these charges right now. He hands down is a better individual in terms of training, knowledge, as well as performance to the people who are leading these departments in BJP itself. And this is what Samajwadi Party believes in. This is a time when the nation wants opposition parties to build an alternative. That alternative doesn't build on studios and simple ideas. It builds on people who have the credibility to stand up and say that India must stand for thought leadership, for knowledge, and must stand on the shoulders of those.
No,
who
no.
have,
So are you talking about? Are you saying that Mr. Sibal is the first step towards anyone disillusioned with the present Congress leadership has a space in the sort of non-BJP opposition? Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying that opposition parties across the country must look at the fact that India is being dumbed down by people like Ajay Mishra being a Minister of State for Home, and people who have no performance or background to prove of their public standing, becoming ministers and Rajya Sabha members as part of BJP. Whereas on the other side, you have people who have decades of experience and performance, knowledge, thought leadership working for India. And if opposition parties, whether it
and
is
also argue for you in court. And also argue for you in court.
Everyone has a profession, and at a time when the Indian democracy is getting attacked, the citizens' rights are being snatched away. You look at any institution in the Indian democracy, right. It is under threat. At a time, people like Kapil Sibal don't argue for one person in the court. They argue for betterment of and security of Indian democracy and our institutions. Okay. So it's a great thing that there are people of his stature who are standing and arguing for the country.
Let me bring in Rahul Srivastava. Rahul Srivastava makes sense of this. Hardik Patel leaves the Congress and is likely to join the BJP because there are elections in Gujarat, and he believes that the present Congress is unlikely to win there in Gujarat. Sunil Jakhar leaves because he feels he was treated shabbily and not given the chief ministership of Punjab. Kapil Sibal, why do you think he's left? Is it because this is a fight which he found himself increasingly becoming isolated in, the one voice against the Gandhis, all the others refused to join him in actually taking on the Gandhis publicly? Is that the reason why he left?
Rajdeep, there are two elements to your question. One, why did Kapil Sibal leave and take Samajwadi Party support, and why did the Samajwadi Party accept? The first part, you see, when the G23 initially started, it started well. But one expected, as you said, either rebel, split the party, do something drastic and achieve what you really wanted. In politics, there is no charitable rebellion. And I think the G23 initially seemed to be trying to negotiate with more decks in its favor, means on its own terms, while the Congress High Command was on the back foot. But if you see over the last few months what has happened, or last 1 year what has happened, somebody like Ashok Gehlot on the day of the Chintan Baitak batted for Rahul Gandhi. He didn't bat for G23 or anybody. He made it very clear he's not there because he wants to serve out his term, doesn't want any troubles with the High Command. Now, in that, the isolation that the High Command could create for G23 was very clear. The terms of negotiation were being controlled now by the High Command than the G23.
But that's because none of these that's because
Sibal, who was a very vocal voice,
that's because Rahul Srivastava, none of these G23 members are mass leaders. That's because none of these G23 leaders are mass leaders, so they can't take on the Gandhis. That's their limitation.
Yes, Rajdeep, they were not mass leaders. That is why it was easier for a weakened High Command to take over the terms of negotiation. Now, what is more interesting is that for the whole day, everybody is talking about the fact that Kapil Sibal goes for a Rajya Sabha seat. Samajwadi Party accepts him because of some court cases. That's true. To a certain extent. Rajdeep, the fact is that in Samajwadi Party, suddenly there are voices that the man who said zero loss for the 2G spectrum is actually brings zero gain to Samajwadi Party. That zero loss, zero gain element is being talked about. But the fact is, out of the 11 seats going to election in Rajya Sabha in UP, Samajwadi Party is certain to win 3 of them with 125 odd seats. Now, 1 seat has been given to Javed Ali. Now, Javed Ali is an ex-RS Rajya Sabha man. The Samajwadi Party had to give him a ticket because Samajwadi Party fielded 64 Muslim candidates, 50% almost strike rate, 31 of them won a Samajwadi Party ticket. You had to accommodate 1 Muslim. Now the third seat is open, either Dimple Yadav or Jain Chaudhary could come in. Why Kapil Sibal? Kapil Sibal, Rajdeep, it's not just that he will fight the cases. Yes, Azam Khan was a driving force. In 2017, he represented Akhilesh Yadav's battle for the party symbol in Supreme Court. But Rajdeep, We are living in a time when the Congress is diminishing. Every chief minister, every opposition leader is trying to create a space for himself in Delhi. Praful Patel for Sharad Pawar, Derek O'Brien for Mamta Banerjee. That strong presence in Delhi. And Akhilesh Yadav gets Kapil Sibal. Remember, Rajdeep, Kapil Sibal has a worldview and a political and national worldview which actually Samajwadi Party did not have in parliament or outside. And that's what he brings for Akhilesh Yadav. And that's perhaps the reason why Akhilesh has sacrificed one seat out of the 3 he's going to win. Although he can accommodate more people later, because by January there will be 3 more seats he'll be getting, and by 2027 he will have 9 more total. So that's not a problem. Accommodation of some people who might be disgruntled right now because Kapil Sibal has come in.
My final word, therefore, from you, Sanjay Jha, is the real story this, that the Congress today has the Gandhis with their diminishing clout, but also has a party with leaders with diminishing mass appeal. So from both ends, at the end of the day, you've got no one within the G23 who can take over the party, and the Gandhis themselves are in no position to challenge Narendra Modi and the BJP.
Well, Rajdeep, the sum and substance of the answer is simple. Number one, the Congress party definitely can't do without the Gandhis. That is an established fact. The problem is that the rest of the country is asking the Congress to reform itself and perhaps give them an alternative leadership. So there is a dichotomy between what the Congress wants and what the country is expecting from the Congress. Until the two reconcile, I think the party will be actually skating with both its feet on a banana peel.
Okay, let's leave it there, gentlemen. Sanjay Jha, Ghanshyam Tiwari and Rahul Srivastava on a day of another high-profile exit from the Congress party. Someone just sent me a message, why are all of you journalists obsessed with the Congress party if you're writing our obituary on screen? That question and debate for another day. But for now, thank you all very much for joining me here on the news today. Let's turn to the other big story. You're seeing flashes coming out of a Kashmiri actor who's been attacked in Budgam. All of this is coming on a day when many would believe justice has finally been done in a major case, because the Jammu and Kashmir Liberation Front chief and someone involved in or allegedly involved in many attacks in the valley, Yasin Malik, has been given life imprisonment in a terror funding case. An NIA court in Delhi today found the JKLF leader guilty of 7 charges under the Unlawful Activities Prevention Act. The court has also imposed a 10 lakh rupee fine on Malik. Ahead of the verdict, Malik's supporters had gathered outside his house in Srinagar and started sloganeering. The police had to fire tear gas to disperse the protesters, restore normalcy. Malik pleaded guilty to the charges related to terror funding.
2 life imprisonments have been given, and besides that 10 years rigorous imprisonment in 10 offences, besides monetary penalty, and all the punishments will run concurrently. You will get the entire detailed order that court will justify what court has considered what are the circumstances.
And India Today exclusively spoke to the NIA officer who arrested Yasin Malik. Listen in.
सर, यासीन मलिक को उम्र कैद की सजा हुई है। एनआईए में रहते हुए आपने यासीन मलिक को अरेस्ट किया था। सारा आपने एविडेंस, किस तरह के एविडेंस थे? सबसे पहले तो जो ये सजा सुनाई गई है, इस पर आपकी प्रतिक्रिया सर?
ये राष्ट्र हित में है और राष्ट्रद्रोह के ऊपर राष्ट्र प्रेम की जीत है, और जो भी लोग राष्ट्रद्रोह में जड़ित हैं उनके लिए एक क्लियर वार्निंग है कि जो नया भारत है इसमें इस प्रकार की किसी भी गतिविधि के लिए स्थान नहीं है।
Now, a Jammu and Kashmir police constable was killed yesterday while his 9-year-old daughter was injured when terrorists opened fire on them in the Saura area outskirts of Srinagar. According to sources, the constable was going to drop his daughter for her tuition classes when they were attacked. The story has now led to protests erupting over the killing of the policeman and the injury to her daughter in the valley. Here's more.
This is 9-year-old Safa. blooded by terrorists in Kashmir while her father was shot dead. On Tuesday, terrorists fired indiscriminately at Saifullah Qadri, constable of the Jammu and Kashmir police, who was on leave. He was targeted right outside his house in Saura's Ganai Mohalla in Srinagar. Watching the shots fired, this 9-year-old girl ran to save her father, clung to his arms as he battled for life. Heartless terrorists did not spare the child either and fired at her. Both received critical gunshot injuries and were rushed to the hospital, where the policeman succumbed. The child has suffered heavy blood loss, but is said to be stable at present. The area around Ganai Mohalla is cordoned off and a search is on to nab the terrorists. The police have vowed to bring the killers to justice.
पूरी सोसाइटी कश्मीर सोसाइटी एज ए होल सोसाइटी को इसका क्रिटिसाइज करना चाहिए, इसको करना चाहिए, हम सब क्रिटिसाइज करना चाहिए और टेररिस्ट की फैमिली को भी समझना पड़ेगा कि उनकी फैमिली को भी आगे आके टेररिस्ट के खिलाफ बोलना चाहिए.
One more innocent life has been snuffed out by radicalization and terrorism in Kashmir. Bureau Report, India Today.
From terror in Kashmir, we turn to horror in Texas in the United States. A story that has shocked not just the US but the world, where in a Texas elementary school shooting, an 18-year-old gunman opened fire inside an elementary or a primary school in a small town in Texas. A total of 21 people have been killed, including 19 children and 2 teachers. The suspected shooter, Salvador Ramos, was shot dead by the US police, armed with a handgun and a rifle. Take a look.
Innocence lost to school carnage. Smiles wiped out by mindless savagery. The victims of Texas shooting horror, who fell to volleys of automatic gunfire by a gunman who was just 18 and himself perished. Children not older than 10 years old and their teachers in their US primary school were the latest victims of United States gun culture. The butcher this time, an 18-year-old, Salvador Ramos, who opened fire on children and staffers at Robb Elementary School. Using handgun, automatic rifle and high-capacity magazines. Clad in body armor, Ramos had just shot his aging grandmother before bursting into the school premises. He was eventually gunned down by security personnel who responded to distress calls. But by that time, America had seen one of its biggest school slaughters.
The suspect is deceased at this point. DPS is assisting with the investigation. And at this point, the investigation is leading to tell us that the suspect did act alone during this heinous crime.
Bewildered parents waited late into the night at a nearby civic center to learn whether their young children had survived. The now deleted Instagram account of Ramos shows his obsession with guns, where he had tagged strangers in images of automatic weapons. The carnage shocked US and the world, and once again put the glare on the need to impose gun curbs.
Why are we willing to live with this carnage? Why do we keep letting this happen? Where in God's name is our backbone to have the courage to deal with it and stand up to the lobbies? It's time to turn this pain into action. For every parent, for every citizen in this country, we have to make it clear to every elected official in this country, it's time to act.
Tuesday's tragic events marked the deadliest school shooting in nearly a decade, since 26 children and adults were killed at Sandy Hook Elementary School in 2012. When will the US wake up and put an end to slaughter of innocents? Bureau Report, India Today.
So the US calls itself the world's super cop, globo cop, but it can't get its act together at home. Why? Joining me now, Puneet Ahluwalia is an Indian-American businessman who's been connected in the past with the Democratic Party. Also joining me is Prakash Shah, member of the Democratic Party. Appreciate both of you joining me at the moment. Prakash Shah, we had the US president saying virtually almost sounding helpless, suggesting when are we going to get your act together? In the US, 213 mass shootings this year alone, 10 attacks a week, 30 shootings in elementary schools, over 30 deaths in school shooting, and the US president can do nothing but hand-wringing.
Thank you for having me, Rajdeep. I totally agree with you. It's the fault of our system. We really need to get our act together, and we haven't done that repeatedly. These incidents keep happening. This proliferation of weapons everywhere. There is absolutely no need to allow weapons of mass destruction like AR-15 rifles, machine guns. All these are not needed by ordinary citizens. And to allow ordinary citizens to freely purchase these types of weapons is the cause of this problem. US stands alone almost in the world in this type of incidents that are happening repeatedly. So it is not a question of something that you can say, okay, it happened once, it was accidental.
No, but you call yourself... it almost sounds, we all know what the problem is. The solution also is well known. Gun control laws are needed across the United States, but they're not being implemented because various senators have links to the National Rifles Association or groups connected who help them and sponsor their election. Mr. Ahluwalia, do you believe...
I totally agree with you, and it's so frustrating.
You say it's frustrating.
And in fact, there is a majority of people who are in favor of these regulations. And yet it is not happening because of the power of the National Rifle Association. And this is really very, very bad. And it really hurts us. Each time when this happens, it really bothers so many of us.
Let me bring in Mr. Ahluwalia. Mr. Ahluwalia, is all that's going to happen in the United States hand-wringing? We don't have a backbone, we are not getting our act together, but at the end of the day, gun control is in deep freeze because the fact is that there are enough senators who today are unwilling to take on the gun lobby.
Rajdeep, first thing is, thank you for having me on your show. I'm a Republican, I'm not a Democrat, and I believe in the constitutional right of the Second Amendment of owning, ability to own firearms. First thing, it's very tragic. It's horrible what happened. Our hearts go to the families who've lost their loved ones, and not a word can express their loss and grief. But this is a different debate. If you think the lobby is that strong, that the senators or the leadership is unable to move this pivot on gun control. But just I want to correct Mr. Shah. We have an ample of laws and we have regulations. But as you know, Rajdeep, that the bad actors or the bad players do not play by the same rules. What happens is people like us who are law-abiding citizens who would like to have the ability to protect ourselves in circumstances like these, that we can protect ourselves with the guns. But more importantly, we do have laws, and the people of America at every given moment have supported the ability to protect themselves. And I'll give you a reason. It's the policies of Biden's administration which is basically leading to defunding of the mental health services, defunding of the police, and the inability for the school system to have enough funds because the money is going more to pay for the school unions rather than fixing the school and having security for our kids. That's where the problem is.
Are you saying, one minute, Mr. Ahluwalia, you can't say, are you telling me every primary school now will have to have the kind of security that is required to stop these guns? I mean, but the real problem is the number of guns that are floating around. I'm looking at per capita, the amount of guns that exist in America compared to any other country in the world. There are just far too many. So guns per 100 person. Just look at those numbers. You're way ahead of anyone else in the world.
Rajdeep, we have 5 guns in our own home. So let's not go there.
So why?
Why not? We have the ability to protect ourselves. I'll give you an answer. between the time you call the police officer and then you have a bad actor in your house or somebody trying to rob your home, it's between those 2 to 3 minutes you have the ability to protect yourself and your family. Because after the police comes, it's too late. So that's the reason we also believe very importantly in the Second Amendment. And I'll give you the reason why that is. The day the government starts taking away our guns, we don't become citizens anymore. We become subjects. And that's the reason why we have seen in countries where the genocide has happened, including in India, in 84 riots, when the Sikhs were disarmed, their swords were taken, their guns were taken, the mob came into their home, they killed them, raped them, burned them alive. This is the way we as individual citizens can protect ourselves against atrocities of the overreach of the government, at the same time from marauding mobs. And almost 2 months ago, or 2 years ago, when there were mobs in DC and in Tyson's Corner, looting and robbing shops, the reason why some of these mobs did not come into communities and homes, because they know we were armed. And you come to our home, we will shoot, we'll fight back and shoot back. That's the importance of the Second Amendment.
Okay, that's one view. Mr. Shah, you have a very different view, and therefore, unfortunately, in the United States, you're going to continue to find yourself racked by what is a polarizing debate in which a lot of young people are losing their lives at the moment. Mr. Shah, Mr. Ahluwalia, I appreciate your joining me. You want to make a final point? Yes, Mr. Shah, you wanted to say something.
Yes, I think basically we cannot keep blaming individuals. Individuals are everywhere in the world, and yet it is only in the United States that this type of thing is happening. So we have to recognize, understand our problem, and solve our problem. And the majority of the people, 89%, are in favor of taking some action. So at least some action has to be taken. We cannot just keep on pretending that, oh, this happened or that happened or this guy's fault or that guy's fault. The system
Mr. Shah,
is
the people of
and
America believe in guns, and that's the reason both Democrats and Republicans have guns. Thank you, Rajdeep, for having us.
Thank you both very much for joining me here on the news today. Let me leave it there. Let's take a break at this point. On the other side, we'll bring you our good news today story. The unsung heroes of ASHA workers who've been lauded by the World Health Organization. How they really have been the foot soldiers in the war against COVID. We'll have more on them in a moment. You're watching the news today. News without the noise.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com or call 9999 892171. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com or call 9999 892171. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
Welcome back. Let's turn to tonight's Get Real India story. From hilly areas to remote villages to every corner of this country, India's ASHA workers have been in the forefront in the battle against COVID, testing, tracing, isolating and vaccinating people. Earlier this week, ASHA workers have won the World Health Organization's Director General's Global Health Leaders Award. They are the backbone of India's primary care, but unfortunately, they remain underpaid and undervalued. Tonight's Get Real India story on the plight of ASHA workers. Take a look.
If not for them, India couldn't have won the war on coronavirus. ASHA workers first helped in testing, tracing and isolating patients. Then they took the lifesaver anti-COVID vaccines to every nook and corner of this vast country. Now, they have won the WHO Director General's Global Health Leaders Award.
मैंने कोरोना काल में बहुत अच्छा काम किया है, सभी का वैक्सीनेशन करवा है, इसलिए WHO की टीम ने हम लोगों को सम्मानित किया है एवं प्रधानमंत्री जी ने हम लोगों का बहुत बहुत सम्मानित किया है, इसलिए मैं माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का बहुत बहुत आभार व्यक्त करती हूँ.
While these unsung heroes appreciate the praise lavished on them, they feel neglected by the government and have hit the street many times. ASHA workers say their demand for an increase in honorarium and crucial benefits are yet to be met. There are more than 1 million ASHA workers in India. They are crucial to the success of any public health mission, yet they remain ignored. With Vijay Meena in Ratlam, Bureau Report, India Today.
Let's turn from there to a story which is coming in from Tamil Nadu. BJP's minority wing leader in Chennai was hacked to death by 3 people on Tuesday, the 24th of May. Now, 24 hours later, a 30-year-old Balachandar was murdered brutally by an unknown gang again in Chennai. What explains what's happening on the ground? Here's a report.
A spate of spine-chilling murders rock Tamil Nadu's capital city. Has Tamil Nadu turned into lawless Nadu? Following the double murder in Chennai on the 18th of May, another horrific murder has come to light, just hours before Prime Minister Narendra Modi's visit to Chennai. A BJP minority wing leader was hacked to death by 3 assailants. 30-year-old Balachandar was brutally murdered by unknown gang in Chennai's Chintadripet. Balachandar was receiving death threats and he was later provided with a personal security officer.
The bigger question is that how come gangsters and such elements have become bold, and how come such murders are occurring in broad daylight? In fact, on 18th of May, 2 murders occurred in Chennai. Both were captured on CCTV. Brutal murders, 2 men hacked to death with sharp weapons, sickles, and even now, the strange part is that the Tamil Nadu police is claiming that they are trying everything to make sure that the public is safe. But the question is, are the public safe?
The attack took place when Balachandar was on the street speaking to a few men when his security officer had gone to have tea. 3 men surrounded him and brutally hacked him to death. The gang fled the spot on 2-wheelers before the security officer returned.
எங்க கூட பேசுறதுக்கு ரொம்ப நன்றி. என்ன நடந்துச்சுன்னு கொஞ்சம் சொல்ல முடியுங்களா?
ஐயா, இது வந்து தொடர்ச்சியா நடந்துனே இருக்குது ஐயா. இது விடிவு காலமே இன்னொன்று முல்ல. ரெண்டாவது வந்து தொடர்ச்சியாக வந்து பிஜேபியில் சேர்க்கணும்னு சொல்லிட்டு ஆர்வம் காட்டி இது பண்ணானுங்க. அவனா சொல்ல ரவுடி பசங்க சேர்த்து கட்சி நாசமாக போடும், கட்சியில் எனக்கு கெட்ட பேர் ஆகிடும், அதெல்லாம் வந்து பிஜேபியில் சேர்க்க மாட்டாங்க சொன்னாங்க.
அதுக்கப்புறம் லாஸ்ட் வீக் 3 days பிஃபோர் வந்து என் தம்பியை வழியில பார்த்து உங்க தம்பியை விட மாட்டேன், உங்க தம்பி சாவியை கையில தான் அப்படின்னு சொல்லிட்டு மிரட்டுறாங்க. மிரட்டினோடனே சண்டே நைட்டு நாங்கள் வந்து எஃப்ஐஆர் போடுறோம், அவங்க மேல இது மாதிரி மிரட்டுறாங்க, கொலை முயற்சி பண்றாங்கன்ட்டு. எஃப்ஐஆர் போட்டேன், இன்னும் அவனுக்கு பிடிக்கவே இல்லை. ஆனா என் தம்பி தான் உயிர் விட்டா செவ்வாய்க்கிழமை.
Opposition leader Edapadi K. Palanisamy has criticized the law and order in Chennai, calling it a city of murders.
I challenge DMK. If they were to give out the data, 1,000 deaths would have been so far after Stalin resumed power. It was 660 murders and deaths in 6th or 7th month of MK Stalin's rule. It's now 1 year, but I'm sure that it will be 1,000 plus.
See, most of these cases, it's a vengeance. As the BJP functionary must have been involved in any crime. So the tit for tat action is taking place in every part. Now police are very active. That is why so much of murder cases are coming to know to the public.
In the case, we have investigation, hospital and weed protection team potrukkom 3 team. 4 team தகவல் படி வெளியே போயிருக்காங்க. மொத்தமா 7 டீம் இருக்கு. டிசி நம்ம முதல்ல இந்த பந்தோபஸ்துல எல்லாம் போட்டிருந்தோம். அவர் வெளியே எடுத்துட்டு இந்த வேலைக்கு மட்டும் ஸ்பெஷல் வச்சிருக்கோம். அங்கே கூட ஆள் தனியா போட்டோம்.
18 murders in 20 days. 3 hackings in the last week. Chennai doesn't appear a safe city anymore. With Pramod Madhav in Chennai, Bureau Report, India Today.
Tonight, I want to leave you, though, with a video which really should show what civil society can do in the face of adversity. Golden State Warriors coach Steve Kerr, one of the great basketball coaches of the world, today spoke out strongly and emotionally on the Texas school shooting. It's a reaction that's gone viral on social media. It is also symbolic of the fact that when you see injustice, like the gun control laws in the United States, you speak out. Steve Kerr's speaking out is a message to many people out there in civil society that when you find injustice, you cannot stay silent. Listen in to Steve Kerr and think about it. Can we have a few more Steve Kerrs in our country today when we see injustice at times? Good night, goodbye, namaskar, Jai Hind.
Since we left shoot-around, 14 children were killed 400 miles from here, and a teacher. And in the last 10 days, we've had elderly black people killed in a supermarket in Buffalo. We've had Asian churchgoers killed in Southern California, and now we have children murdered at school. When are we going to do something? I'm tired. I'm so tired of getting up here and offering condolences to the devastated families that are out there. I'm so tired of I'm tired of the moments of silence. Enough. So I ask you, Mitch McConnell, I ask all of you senators who refuse to do anything about the violence in school shootings and supermarket shootings, I ask you, are you going to put your own desire for power ahead of the lives of our children and our elderly and our churchgoers? Because that's what it looks like.
History is at a turning point, from the war in Ukraine to the climate and food crisis. From the much-wanted metaverse to unstable cryptocurrencies, get a ringside view to the ideas and challenges that are shaping the post. As I bring you all the latest from a World Economic Forum that's being held this time in summer in Davos.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com or call 9999892171. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching
India Today.
Black holes. Did you ever worry that Earth could get sucked into one of them? Black holes do have a massive gravitational pull that allows it to swallow anything that gets in its way. Let's find out more about them. Black holes have been lurking in the galaxies for billions of years. The most powerful known forces in the universe, their gravitational field is so strong that nothing, not even light, can escape from them. They're actually packed full of space matter, so they're not really holes. There are at least two types of black holes. Stellar mass black holes form when a huge star, more than 10 times bigger than our Sun, burns up all its fuel and collapses in on itself. Scientists say there could be billions in our galaxy, the Milky Way alone. They grow by gobbling up other stars or merging with other black holes to become a supermassive black hole, millions to billions of times bigger than the Sun. Humans can't even see black holes, but we can observe their effect on matter close by. When normal stars are sucked in, they accelerate and heat up, emitting X-rays which are detected by orbiting space telescopes.
You are watching India Today.
Association with LIC, हर पल आपके साथ. A big vindication for the patriots. Celebration erupts across India. Terrorist Yasin Malik gets life imprisonment. Yasin found guilty under 7 UAPA charges. Jail for war against India and terror funding. Life in jail for Yasin.
Hello and welcome. You're watching India First. I'm Gaurav Sawant. Big day. Terror financer Yasin Malik has been convicted and sentenced to a life in prison and 2 sentences. So he will spend the rest of his living years in prison. He confessed to his crimes. What does this mean for action against terrorists and self-confessed Gandhians? It's a big story that we're tracking here on India Today. In parts of Srinagar, internet has been shut down. Security forces are on high alert and Pakistan is very upset. First, as always, we start with the headlines. NIA court sentences Yasin Malik to a life in prison, found guilty under UPA charge 7, including waging war against India and terror financing. The entire nation is moved by the plight of 9-year-old Safa in Kashmir. Terrorists killed her father, Constable Saifullah Qadri, and shot and injured her. Anger erupts over targeted killings of innocents by Pakistan-sponsored radical Islamist terrorists. Another huge setback to the Gandhis. 2-time union minister and veteran Congress leader Kapil Sibal dumps the Congress, files Rajya Sabha nomination on the Samajwadi Party ticket. After the Central Bureau of Investigation, the Enforcement Directorate books former Finance Minister's son Karti Chidambaram for alleged money laundering in the Chinese visa scam. A
A teenage armed shooter kills 19 children, 2 teachers in a horrific Texas school shooting. US President Joe Biden calls for fresh curbs on firearms. A Delhi court on Wednesday awarded life in prison to terror financer and Jammu and Kashmir Liberation Front chief Yasin Malik in multiple terror funding cases. An NIA court found Yasin Malik guilty on 7 charges under the Unlawful Activities Prevention Act. Yasin Malik had pleaded guilty to all charges related to terror funding, spreading terrorism and secessionist activities in the Kashmir Valley in 2017-18 after the killing of terrorist Burhan Wani. He took money, Yasin Malik took money from Pakistani terrorists including UN designated global terrorist Hafiz Mohammed Saeed and Syed Salahuddin to burn schools in the Kashmir Valley and foment unrest.
It has taken decades, but justice is finally done. Jammu and Kashmir Liberation Front chief and terrorist involved in many attacks in the valley, Yasin Malik gets life imprisonment in a terror funding case. An NIA court in Delhi has found the JKLF leader guilty of 7 charges under the Unlawful Activities Prevention Act. The court has also imposed 10 lakh rupees fine on Malik.
On 18th of April, I was appointed as an amicus curiae. As on that day, in the Honorable Court, the Yasin Malik says that he don't want to contest the trial as he is ready to plead the guilty for the offences for which he is charged. I met him, Yasin Malik, twice in a Tihar jail where I tried to convince him to rethink about his decision of pleading guilty. And today the matter was fixed for the argument on sentence in which the Honorable Court has convicted him under 121 IPC and 17 UAPA, life imprisonment along with 10 lakh fine under Section 17 UAPA Act.
Ahead of the verdict, Malik's supporters gathered outside his house in Srinagar and started sloganeering. The police had to fire tear gas to disperse the protesters and restore normalcy.
जो इन पर और केसेस है हत्याओं के या माहौल वहाँ पर ख़राब करने के, पाकिस्तान के इशारों पर काम करने की, किसी का अपहरण किया, किसी को मारा गया, ये सब ये जो अपराध हैं जब साबित होंगे तो निश्चय ही इससे भी सख्त सज़ा होनी ही चाहिए. ये तो अभी टेरर फंडिंग का और हवाले का मामला है.
Malik had pleaded guilty to charges related to terror funding, spreading terror and secessionist activities in the Kashmir Valley in 2017. Malik is also accused of attacking Kashmiri Pandits and killing 4 Indian Air Force personnel in the valley. Nirmal Khanna, the wife of the slain squadron leader Ravi Khanna, who Yasin Malik allegedly killed, called the verdict a big win and added that Yasin should also be convicted for her martyr husband's murder.
एक ही प्रेसिडेंट बनाना चाहिए, एक कानून बनाना चाहिए. जैसे इतने कानून बने हैं उसमें कानून जो है देश विद्रोह में जो कानून है उनको थोड़ा सा हटके और कड़े तरीके से तैयार करना चाहिए ताकि आने वाली जनरेशन्स को ये मैसेज जाए कि हमने देश हित में खड़े होना है, देश द्रोह के लिए हमें अपने आप को तैयार नहीं करना.
Malik is also facing trial for the kidnapping of Rubaya Saeed, daughter of the then Union Home Minister Mufti Muhammad Saeed, in December 1989. Rubaya was freed in exchange for 5 terrorists. Among the first homegrown terror leaders of Kashmir, Malik has lost clout in the valley over the last few decades. With Kamaljeet Sandhu in New Delhi, Sunilji Bhatt in Jammu, and Ashraf Wani in Srinagar, Bureau Report, India Today.
The fakery of the Gandhian non-violent protest of a terror financer, Yasin Malik, stood exposed with his conviction by a special NIA court in the national capital. For decades after allegedly abducting Rubaya Saeed, the daughter of then Union Home Minister Mufti Muhammad Saeed, and the killing of 4 Indian Air Force personnel in cold blood, Yasin Malik claimed to be a Gandhian while consorting with a UN-designated global terrorist Hafiz Saeed to burn the valley. Joining me on India First is Peer Vikarul Aslam, a political analyst and activist from the Kashmir Valley. Ravinder Raina, the BJP president of Jammu and Kashmir, will join us in a moment. I also have with me SP Vaid, former Director General of the Jammu and Kashmir Police. But Peer, I want to ask you first. Is the mask of a non-violent Gandhian of Yasin Malik not only confessed to taking funds from Pakistan from a UN-designated global terrorist like Hafiz Saeed to spread terror in Kashmir, he actually stands convicted now?
Well, I would like to begin with these two lines from the Urdu poetry. Mera qatil hi mera munsif hai, kya mere haq mein faisla dega? This is the same Yasin Malik from the Haji group who returned and was involved in armed struggle here. But then he chose the path of non-violence and surrendered along with his associates, almost 500 of them.
The armed struggle is called terrorism. Armed struggle is called terrorism, my friend.
That's your terminology. Well, let's use neutral terminologies. I'm a political analyst. I don't take sides, or you as a journalist should not as well.
So Kashmir is not an integral part of India according to you?
Sir, let me answer the Yasin Malik question first. And about the integral part, if India considers this as an integral part, BJP government would not disrupt peace. Every time there is prolonged peace in Kashmir, after Article 370, this was the first day where stone pelting happened in the heart of the city. That's Mysuma. We saw relative peace in last season, and we had quite a good tourist footfall here. But now BJP doesn't want it because elections are near. For their agenda, they will start picking, cherry picking issues that would, create some hassle in the public life here. We have internet shutdown. For this connection to establish, I had to travel from my home 4 kilometers to reach a Wi-Fi point. So my point here is that BJP does not want peace in Kashmir.
Okay.
As long as it is in center, it will start calling all Kashmiris separatists or terrorists. Well, it was the BJP's Vajpayee Sahab, the PM, who, shook hands with Yasin Malik and tried to establish peace. For BJP, whenever it is convenient, Yasin Malik is a peacemaker. When it's not, he's a terrorist and he should be convicted.
So, no, I'm trying to understand. I'm trying to understand from you. I heard your monologue for quite some time. For you, Yasin Malik is all Kashmir. Is it an armed terrorist with a gun, or somebody who the court has convicted with evidence that he did not reform, he did not regret killing people, and that he continued to spread terror even though he claimed to be a Gandhian? For none of that matters, some agenda matters. Fair enough. Let me bring in Ravinder Raina of the Bharatiya Janata Party. Ravinder Raina, the BJP is being accused of turning the valley into a tinderbox. First Article 370 and now prosecution and conviction of Yasin Malik to suit a political agenda. Response, sir.
It is not the BJP that has disrupted the peace in Kashmir Valley. It is the Pakistan and Pakistani sponsored terrorism that created bloodbath in Kashmir. It is the Pakistan and the Pakistani sympathizers, Pakistani supporters and the terrorists. Those are responsible for the chaos, mess, terrorism, bullets, bombs and the killing of the innocent peoples in Kashmir Valley. It is not the BJP that is responsible for the strikes and the agitational calendars. It is the separatist
Respond to Peer Vikar when he says Vajpayee as Prime Minister, Atal Bihari Vajpayee engaged with these separatists / terrorists. You engage when it's convenient, you convict when it's convenient.
Not at all. It is not the BJP that convicted them. It is the Honorable Court, NIA Court, having the evidences, they sentenced the life imprisonment to Yasin Malik. He is punished for his crimes. And BJP has always shown the zero tolerance. It was the Congress government. It was the former Prime Minister Sri Manmohan Singh ji and Srimati Sonia Gandhi ji. Those were having the repeated meetings and sittings with the Yasin Malik, and they were having the biryani at their dining tables. Not once, for many times.
Let me bring
in the Congress leadership. Those were always dancing on the tones of Pakistanis.
Okay, that's
BJP
a
has
big
taken
point. That's a big point you're raising.
Very strong measures. Operation All Out. Forces were given free hand to deal with Pakistani terrorism, and we have neutralized, our forces have neutralized the top commanders of the terrorist outfits.
And yet Valley remains on the edge.
Yasin Malik,
sir, yet Valley remains on the edge. Give me a moment.
Can I respond to
Yes,
Mr.
but I want to
Ravindra
bring in Mr. Vaid for a moment.
All right.
Mr. Vaid,
All right.
is Yasin Malik this fake Gandhian? Is he finally exposed, or has the central government put Kashmir on the edge again, as Peer Vikar seems to allege?
Gaurav, please don't insult the father of the nation, Gandhiji, by associating his name with the terrorist. That I think will be taken offense of by everyone, not only me, everyone in this country and across the world. Number two, the crimes you commit here haunt you not only in this life, even the life after this. And you have killed in public view 4 Indian Air Force men. You have kidnapped Rubayya Sayyed. You know the significance of that? 5 terrorists were exchanged. A mighty government of India was brought to its knees. The whole Kashmir that time felt this. So it was a huge crime against the nation. And then the genocide of Kashmiri Pandits. I don't want to count how many of them were butchered. So one has to answer for the crimes one commits.
Okay.
You may surrender, doesn't mean your crimes are banished. I commit murders and then I say I surrender my arms, or I become Gandhi. I have changed my my path. Does that absolve me of my crimes? The one has to be answerable to the law and the law of the land. I'm glad that
fair enough.
It is being applied. The law of land is showing
self-styled Gandhi. I mean, you know, he calls himself Gandhi. Another separatist calls himself Nelson Mandela, and yet they continue to foment trouble. And Peer Vikar, that's the point I'm coming to. Pakistan, that was funding Yasin Malik to burn this valley, is very upset. If a terror financer stands convicted, why are some elements in Jammu and Kashmir upset? Because charges were framed against him, even for abducting Rubayya Sayyed, a fellow Kashmiri. And he's an under trial in the killing of 4 Indian Air Force personnel. एक आतंकी के लिए पीर इतनी हमदर्दी क्यों?
See, I don't have any sympathy for anybody here. I am just spitting facts at this. Let's ask Mr. Ravinder Raina, why did PM Modi go to Pakistan? Because PM Modi as well wanted peace, right? So you engage these players that you are convicting now. Why did it take you so long to convict Yasin Malik after the surrender? So this raises a question, and people of India should ask, why did it take 30 long years? So what I am saying is it should not be selective, and there should be, if the law is fair and independent, I think most of the BJP ministers would be behind bars. Hindu Mahasabha activists should be, arrested. Similarly, Shiv Sena leaders who have committed crimes against humanity.
Produce evidence,
if the government
produce
has
evidence,
to make...
take action in courts of law. I mean, you may say this in some madrasa, you may say this at a political rally, but at least on India Today, speak facts, sir. On India Today, I would appreciate it if you speak facts and not rhetoric. I've heard this rhetoric for decades in the valley. You know, Kashmiris need to wake up and smell the coffee and realize the world has moved on. How long will you echo Pakistan ISI and ISPR lines? You know, that's what I want to understand. But I also want to bring in Ravinder Raina. And Ravinder Raina, Peer Vikar is asking a very fair question. Here was a terrorist who killed Indian Air Force personnel, who abducted the Home Minister's daughter and brought the country down to its knees. And yet, this country, called him a Gandhian for 3 decades before finally convicting him. And thank God for that.
No. He is a terrorist. Some people in Kashmir Valley, those are having sympathies with the killers, murderers, and the Pakistanis. They called him Gandhian. He is not a Gandhian. He is a terrorist who himself admitted, even in the NIA court, that he received huge amount of money from Pakistan, Hawala transaction, to carry forward the agenda of Pakistan to kill the innocent people in Kashmir. Even he in an interview with the BBC, he admitted that he is responsible for the killing of 4 Indian Air Force Jawans. He is a terrorist. He is not a Gandhian. All those who called him the Gandhian are the sympathizers and the supporters of Pakistan. They are the anti-national forces. Those are just trying to shield the terrorists. Those are the killer of people of Kashmir.
Okay. I am short on time. I have to go, but let me end this on this note here. If there are less number of people that support the separatism here or are supporters of Yasin Malik, why has been internet shut down in entire Srinagar right now? Why is entire Srinagar turned into a garrison right now? There is patrolling, there is so much security forces on the ground.
To save the lives of innocent people.
Just cordon off Maisuma,
to save the lives of innocent people, as the anti-national forces are trying to instigate the common Kashmiris against the country. There is a propaganda on the social media from the Pakistani side. Videos are being circulated. That's why, to prevent destroying the life of innocent Kashmiris, the government has taken this decision.
Ranaji, with utmost respect, since 2019, are you trying to say that your government here has not been able to contain militancy? So we cannot live freely, I cannot go right now anywhere I want? Are you trying to say that you have failed? Your home minister on the floor of parliament said that there will be
your home minister, is he not your country's home minister? I want to understand what kind of mindset is this, Vikas? Is he not your country's home minister?
Sir,
forces are given the free hands by the Modi government.
I do not subscribe to BJP's hotline opinion.
Have been given the free hands.
No, but do you consider Kashmir an integral part of this country? Do you consider Kashmir?
Amit Shah is the home minister.
Do you accept Kashmir is an integral part of this country?
Sir, I do not have respect for designations.
No,
I have respect for character.
Sir, you are not answering a very direct question I'm asking you, because it is time that intelligentsia in Kashmir is also asked certain questions, because there's a terror enabling ecosystem that has survived for far too long, and that ecosystem needs to be questioned now. So tell me, sir, do you consider Jammu and Kashmir an integral part of India?
I am here in a professional capacity as a political analyst. I do not have to answer that question. And you don't have to ask me such questions.
Really? I have to ask you, sir. I ask everybody this question, sir. I ask this question. I know I'm not a part of that ecosystem, that Ghulam Nabi 5, that Ghulam Nabi 5 sponsored ecosystem that calls, Yasin Malik or Sahab, kaise aap Sahab, and hang on to every word that terrorists utter. No, sir. We will ask hard questions, sir.
We have doubts about us. Are you doubting a Kashmiri? That's why you.
Oh, I am not doubting every Kashmiri, and I'm sorry, sir. You may play this victimhood card elsewhere, but not here. Do not play a victim card, at least not on India First. But Mr. Ved, and Vikas, stay on. I request you to stay on. Do not play a victim card, sir. This country is as much yours as it is mine, and Kashmir is as much mine as it is yours. But Mr. Ved, this narrative building. Correct. This narrative building, this ecosystem, it remains a cause for concern. If a terror financer is convicted, this narrative is built that the government is trying to destabilize Kashmir, when it is actually Pakistan that is trying to destabilize Kashmir.
So, Gaurav, this is the tragedy. My friends in Kashmir must understand that ultimately the sufferer are the people who are living in Kashmir. Not only the families of 4 Air Force officers are waiting for justice, including the families of Kashmiri Pandits who were butchered and who faced genocide. They are waiting for justice for the last 32 years, more than that. And I think the whole criminal justice system, including investigation, prosecution, and judiciary, owes a explanation to the victims' families. Yes. And apart from that, one should, my friends in Kashmir must understand, by terror funding, what was Yasin doing? He was instigating young boys to join terrorist ranks, indulge in stone pelting, as a result provoke the security forces to open fire. So many families have been
such willing stooges of Pakistan state-sponsored terror.
Yes,
It is bizarre.
and so many families have lost their young boys.
Absolutely. What level of radical Islamist terror is this?
So many schools and panchayat ghars were burnt.
Absolutely.
So many bridges were burnt. Look
no,
at
but
the
Ravinder Rena, there's a fair point. There's a fair point that Peer Vikar was raising. For so many years, your government and before your government, other governments. I mean, we've been a democracy. We're celebrating 75 years of India's independence. And yet Pakistan, a state sponsor of terror, a radical Islamist country, remains so relevant in Kashmir. Somewhere down the line, all governments have failed, sir.
See, our government has taken very bold decisions in Jammu and Kashmir. The abrogation of Article 370 and the extending and implementation of all the central laws. Those are now applicable in Jammu and Kashmir. It is because of abrogation of Article 370 and because of Modi government. Second thing, our government has given the clear directions to the forces. No mercy against the killers of democracy. No mercy against terrorists. Operation All Out, which is being carried out massively. All the top terror commanders have been neutralized by Jammu and Kashmir police and Indian army.
So that is why
there
these hybrid terrorists are coming, and these hybrid terrorists are also a cause for grave concern. Yeah, but you know the point that our friend from Kashmir was raising.
They have shifted, Gauravji.
Yeah, I've last 30 seconds on the broadcast, but I want to ask Mr. Vaid. Mr. Vaid, is there an apprehension that there could be violence in Jammu and Kashmir? Will this give a new lease of life? Because that cyclical violence that had stopped after action on Article 370 and more important, after the bombing of Balakot, is there an apprehension that Pakistan could use this and once again try and burn Kashmir?
See, I don't think people of Kashmir would be much concerned accepting his area of stronghold like Maisma and Koti Bagh area, and the small area, and that has been whenever we used to arrest him, that was the area where stone pelting would resort to, and there's a very minor thing that could be controlled, not an issue. But yes, Pakistan would explain, because Pakistan is co-conspirator.
Yes.
The terror funding was coming from somebody was asking, why is Pakistan so rattled? They would be rattled. He was their stooge. If money from Hafiz Sayyid and Salahuddin was coming, it is not without the consent of the deep state of Pakistan.
Okay.
So obviously, my personal view is, in fact, the DG ISI should have been the co-accused in this case.
Oh, absolutely.
It cannot happen without his consent.
Including in 26/11 Mumbai terror attacks and Pathankot and Pulwama terror strikes, because it can't happen without the active connivance of Pakistan DG ISI. I've run out of time on this part of the show, but Ravinder Rena, it's your government's responsibility to ensure action against terrorists and the terror-enabling ecosystem is taken to its logical conclusion. For joining me here on India First, Mr. S.P. Vaid, Ravinder Rena and Peer Vikarul Aslam, many thanks. A quick break. Coming up next is Business Today with Abha Bakaya and Siddharth Zaravi.
After 2 years of paralyzing pandemic, the world is ready to bounce back. Will shifting power centers make this India's big moment? Risk, resilience and revival on the agenda. What's India's role in the global rebalance? India's top world watcher takes you to the front lines of the global high table with top minds from politics and business for the biggest global brainstorm, live and exclusive coverage. Only on India Today TV.
Мій офіс разом із представниками українського уряду у співпраці з нашими громадянським суспільством та міжнародними партнерами запускає загальнонаціональну ініціативу щодо зміцнення психічного здоров'я. Саме зараз мій офіс разом із представниками українського уряду у співпраці з нашими громадянським суспільством та міжнародними партнерами запускає загальнонаціональну ініціативу щодо зміцнення психічного здоров'я та психосоціальної підтримки. Ми хочемо робити це разом з вами, беручи за основу ваш найкращий досвід. Ніхто з українців, ані дорослий, ані дитина, не може бути певним, що прокинеться завтра, що ракета не прилетить у його дім. Лікар не може бути певен, чи не розбомблять його швидку дорогою до пацієнта.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
Presented by Aditya Birla Group, Big in Your Life. Powered by Berger Paints, paint your imagination. Co-powered by only OLX Autos gives the best price for your car. Co-powered by NetMeds, India की अपनी pharmacy.
Hello and welcome. You're with us here on Business Today. I'm Abha Bakaya. Here are the top business stories. Cabinet reportedly approves complete disinvestment in Hindustan Zinc. Sources say government to sell its entire 29.5% residual stake in the company. Hopes to get 36,000 crore rupees. Bears stay put on the Lal Street for third day. Sensex drops 303 points as IT index plunges 3%. Nifty ends below 16,050. Metal, realty and capital goods stocks drag. Fresh curbs on sugar exports to contain inflation, restricted by the government to 10 million tons a year. Union Cabinet takes the plunge a day after import duties on edible oils were reduced. Wheat exports were also restricted earlier to cool prices. SpiceJet ground systems allegedly hit by a ransomware attack results in long queues at airports and delays in flights. The airline confirmed the attack this morning and said its IT team had rectified the situation. In another crypto scam, Monkey Pox Inu coin has tanked 99% after developers have allegedly run off with $400 million of investors' money. Someone exploited the monkeypox hype and created a crypto token called Monkeypox Inu. Cryptocurrency reached a significant market cap in just the past few days. Well, it's day 3 at Davos, and the World Economic Forum attendees were dodging light rains all day. For the Indian contingent, it was a busy day with just one more to go for the annual mega corporate mela. Business Today TV, as you know, has a large presence there, including managing editor Siddharth Zarabi, who will, in the next half hour, bring us up to speed with all of the action on day 3. Siddharth.
An exclusive conversation with Kumar Mangalam Birla, the chairperson of the Aditya Birla Group. Take a look.
One of the key drivers of growth for India from here on is how the marquee names of India Inc. view the India story. Will the old business houses which have defined corporate India so far want to plow back into the India story, or would they rather take their money abroad and be part of the global story? Joining us now for perspective on where his group is at this moment, the different factors playing themselves out domestically and geopolitically, is the head of the Aditya Birla Group, Kumar Mangalam Birla. Thank you so much, sir, and it's fantastic to have you. Thank you. It's great to have you with us at the India Day Studio. I want to understand from you your macro view on the economy from the perspective of the Aditya Birla Group, because it seemed like India was poised for a takeoff on the back of the pandemic, and then Russia, Ukraine happened. We're seeing inflation, we're seeing interest rates go up. Is that dampening spirits about the bounce back, and to what extent?
So I can speak for myself, Rahul. I think that inflation is obviously a global phenomenon, right? After what's happening with Ukraine and Russia, energy prices are going up, inflation is going up, commodity prices, metal prices, food shortage could be a real problem, unemployment. So I don't think inflation is obviously not an issue that's specific to us. I think that the government actually seems to be, very quick to take action to contain inflation. The fundamentals remain very much the same as far as we're concerned. We would look at structural, sectoral trends, multi-decadal trends, because that's the kind of time horizon that we have in mind when we invest. And I think India looks very good. I remain very positive about India. It is the fastest growing economy in the world, something that people here in Davos also recognize. It doesn't go unnoticed. We have about $7 billion of capex, $7 billion of capex announced and under implementation in India. We also have about $3 billion announced and again underway overseas, largely in Novelis. So I think it's very exciting times. The fact that we are very low on debt, hardly have debt, and have strong cash flows, gives us that extra sort of power and extra headroom. So yeah, on India, I remain very positive. I think that we really are shining out vis-a-vis the rest of the global economies.
Now there are two theories that are playing themselves out at this time, and I'm curious to know what you think. One is that we're poised for a 5-year investment cycle because of cuts in corporate tax, because of pent-up demand, because of the fact that there were 2 no-show years because of the pandemic, that this is India's opportunity and we're set for takeoff. The other is that given the lingering geopolitical uncertainty, no one knows when the war will end, no one knows what may happen next. Could there, God forbid, be nuclear escalation? Therefore, industrialists and corporate houses will hold back, see how things play themselves out before taking decisions to invest. How do you see this?
So, these macro issues will always be there. I mean, we've been through many macro situations. We had the US-China trade war, we had the tsunami in Japan, we had floods in Thailand. So obviously, a nuclear story is a much bigger and more impactful one. But that's not new. I mean, there's nothing new that really could practically happen there. The war is a matter of worry. And obviously interest rates will go up, not just here in India but across the world. 9 central banks, if I remember right, have increased rates in the last 4 weeks, and the Fed's increase is the highest it's been in the last 20 years, so that's very telling. I don't see how that dampens the India story though. In fact, I think it makes the India story even stronger.
In what way?
Because you have macros that are very much in place. I think that some of the steps the government is taking, like I was saying, have to be seen in the context that we're in today. Demand is good. Costs have gone up because of fuel costs going up globally. cost of commodities going up for people for whom it's an input. So our margins have come down in Q4 almost across the board. But the fundamentals of most of the businesses and India as a growth story, to me, remains pretty much unchanged.
I'm curious to understand how you see the group evolve in the post-pandemic era, because it's said that these 2 years have changed everything. So between the vision that you had for the Aditya Birla Group just before the pandemic, how have you seen that vision evolve, and where do you hope to take the group in the next few years?
So I think the vision remains pretty much the same. It's about being a leader in the sector that we are in, which has only sort of in the last 2 years we've only bolstered our position as leaders. Leaders being defined as number 1 or number 2. We focus very much on cash flows. We have very strong cash generating businesses. I think I was saying that debt at a group level, debt to EBITDA is less than 1. So huge headroom for growth. I think the one big change is going to be on technology, not just in digital, but also in the sense of, let's say, the whole supply chain part of things. Right from the sort of point where my supplier ships his, my raw material to the time that I sell to my customer. The ideal situation would be to have a see-through across the entire part of the value chain. That's going to have an impact, and that's going to take a lot of reskilling and learning new skills.
Do you want to build
a lot of technology
and explain how? Because one of the big changes that we are seeing is that supply chains are moving from just in time to just in case, and all kinds of eventualities are now being factored in. Resilience is the key driving theme about ensuring that supply chains stay resilient. So how are you trying to register that?
So very broadly, I mean, it depends from business to business, but I think that we use JIT so far to, control costs, to improve efficiencies. Now it's more about reliability, it's more about resilience. So, you would need to keep some buffer stock. To that extent, your costs would go up at a granular level. But I think the way to keep costs down is going to be through technology. It's going to be a lot of stuff. It could be IoT, it could be digitization, it could be sensors, it could be drones, all of that put together. So you require, a whole lot of people, maybe very young people who are digitally native and who can put this in place for all of our businesses.
Does this rapid march of technology unnerve you at times, that as a legacy business group, the speed at which you're able to move versus some of these much wanted startups that can move far more agile and can get things done faster? So how do you see this concern about startups setting the pace and as a legacy business house trying to keep up with those same transformations?
No, I don't think we're trying to keep up with anyone. I think that a startup has its own advantages, as does a traditional business house like us. I think that once we focus on a particular issue or a particular, a cause, so to speak, we are very quick to move on it. So it doesn't mean that big is slow. I think that we've shown a lot of aggression, both internally in our in the way we run our businesses, also externally in the way we've grown. I'm not comparing with startups because they're very unlike situations. I'm just saying that for us, for large businesses, I think adopting technology with greater depth, especially on the side of the whole supply chain part of things, is going to be a whole new area of focus.
Let's take a very quick break. When we return, a mega unicorn panel straight from Davos. Do stay tuned. Back in just a moment.
only lots of people can help to change climate change, you know. And we want to show that the breath is a slogan to make the world a little bit better.
We hiked yesterday from Kyblis to Davos. We hiked in 2 days here. It was a protest for climate justice, and in the end, we demand more action from the economic leaders that are here in Davos, that they do more for climate change. I think there are a lot of things that changed, but in the end the big steps were not made yet, and we need big steps that we actually tackle the climate crisis. And I see that there is a shift in values slowly, and that people talk about it more, and it's more important, it's more on the agenda.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India Today.
Welcome back. We've had a stellar conversation with some of India's most famous startups. Here's a slice of that conversation from Davos.
Let me start by asking, and this is not just about your individual companies, but also about what's happening in the startup space in general. So Ritesh, while you're saying apna time aa gaya, explain why, and what do you have to say about the headwinds that we're now seeing in the startup ecosystem, with it seeming that this one big unbelievable party could be coming to an end?
First off, thank you so much, Rahul, for having me here. Great to be in the company of all my young colleagues from the industry, including Mr. Bhargav. We consider him on our side.
Like I am the veteran line, huh? He's like, yeah, young hai, main veteran hu of startup ka.
But thank you for having me here. Look, I think I started by telling you apna time aa gaya because last time we were together, we talked about how travel was shut. And now the Indian travel is coming back with vengeance. Whether you are in the hills, in the beaches, in urban towns, people are traveling significantly more. Last month, in the Easter weekend, just in 1 week, we did over 8 lakh bookings, and every week after that, we've done more, which is every week beats the record ever since pandemic. So that was the reason I was telling that about travel. I think that said, generally, if you look at the broader startup ecosystem, I would like to call out 3 things, right? The first bit is no one can take away that the last 3 years have been transformational for the Indian startup ecosystem. And, everything that grows so quickly needs to consolidate for a little time before it starts growing all over again. And that's what I feel is what's happening here. There have been some restructuring in some of the other startups in the country. And I think my perspective is there at the same time a lot of startups which are also hiring. So my hope and aspiration is that all the talent will get accepted very quickly. And last but not the least is the same way as you think about inflation. Inflation is happening around the world. But India is in a relatively much more sweeter spot than most parts of the world. That's the same thing I tell about the startup ecosystem. That you're seeing startup ecosystem challenges around the world, but India is in a much sweeter spot. And my perspective is, I went through 2 years of challenge in the times of COVID. And it was a definitive character building phase. It allowed me to make sure our company was significantly more product and engineering focused. We improved our margins, our cost structures. I think, the next 8-9 months will be character building for business, corporate governance, and so on for startups.
Earlier, other people's parties ending now, and you're hoping that a new party is starting for you.
For everyone together in a little while from now is my hope.
Nikhil, the narrative suddenly seems to have turned. That headline that every 4 days we are throwing up a unicorn was phenomenal. 1 in every 10 unicorns globally was coming from India. Now it suddenly seems that there's a bit of an air bubble. How are you viewing this?
So Rahul, for the lack of a better word, the private markets for a while now have been more expensive than public markets. When retail investors and the public at large experienced a bunch of IPOs which kind of failed, I think people are re-questioning why startups are valued at the level that they are. Cost of money, I think, is going up significantly. The only tool the central banks across the world have to fight inflation is to take interest rates above inflation. And when that were to happen, especially in the West, the amount of money percolating down into India to invest into startups will probably go down. So put cost of capital as maybe twice as much as we had in the past in 1 year from now. I think the valuations they can attribute with that money to startups in India will go down proportionally. And I think we are seeing the first semblance of that in a way. And in my experience, if you go back in time and look at history, cycles where inflation starts going up do not end overnight. I think it will be a long drawn cycle, and hopefully, India does better than the rest of the world in that cycle.
Vidit, there have been lots of reports in the media recently about Meesho not struggling, I'm just trying to frame this correctly, to raise the next round, the kind of level of valuation that you'd achieved previously. So explain the kind of troubles that you've been dealing with, how you're dealing with those, and your sense on the larger question about whether the startup party is coming to an end.
Sure. I think first of all, I'll start with the point around what is Meesho. As you said, a lot of people don't know.
A lot of the Indian industrialists, like the old timers who've been coming here, they look at what you do and say, okay, but this doesn't make sense. And ye karta kya hai? So I heard at least 2 or 3 people ask the same.
Correct. So that's why I want to take a minute and kind of talk about it. So we are an e-commerce platform focused on bringing the small business Indian economy online, right? And why is that important? Because 85% of overall retail in India is unorganized, unstructured, and driven via small businesses. Whereas everything that we saw in e-commerce before us was focused on brands, on organized commerce, right? So this had to come up, like at some point in time. We are building that e-commerce platform for Bharat, like for the next billion consumers, and on the other side, really enabling the smallest of businesses in India to come online and become successful, right? Over the last 12 months, we have had more than 100 million people in India transact with us. Number of people who are on the platform is even more. And on the other side, we have close to 1 million small businesses who are selling their products across the platform. So it's quite significant in that sense.
Is that feeling more pressure now to deliver profits than in the past? Are you seeing the gauge of determining the viability turning from just projections on an Excel sheet to actual path to revenue, and when that starts coming in?
So I don't think, let me say this, the objective has changed. Like things that you were projecting earlier was a lot more around, hey, what is the kind of top line you want? Now the goal is top line and bottom line. I think that's the only thing that has changed. So the objective has changed, but I don't think there's anything fundamentally changing apart from that. Like
Which is a big change.
Yeah,
it's not just a small change, it's a whole different landscape.
As Ritesh was saying, like you have to grow, you have a phase of growth and then you have a phase of fix. Yeah? Then you have a phase of growth, then you have a phase of fix. You have to do it. Because if you do it too late, then the cut that you have to do to go back is much, much harder. Like if you ask me, it's a good thing to happen. Like the entire ecosystem will become a lot more disciplined, will focus on the right things. Like you can't have a phase of 5 years when you just focus on growth and then ask that person to make profits tomorrow. You can't do it. So if you ask me, it's a very, very good thing for the ecosystem. And you're right, like I know a lot of my friends, like everyone in the ecosystem, I think we have had to make some hard choices. It's not easy for anyone, but these are the right things to do and people are making it happen. It's tough now, but I think 6 months down the line, all of us will realize that it was a great thing for the ecosystem.
So because has the music, Deepak, in your view, just been paused as Vidit hopes for 6 months? Or do you think that potentially this artificial party could be over?
So let me first start. You mentioned about Tokyo. Let me give you an example, and you're talking about valuations. The market capitalization of Suzuki Motor Company on Tokyo Stock Exchange is $14.8 billion. The market capitalization this morning of Maruti Suzuki on the Mumbai Stock Exchange is $26.8 billion. That, Rahul, is the magic of India. Now let me move beyond valuations. Startup is not just a story of valuations and unicorns. Actually, startup is a story of solutions, innovation and disruption. This story has just begun. You've heard the 4 stars which we have here. They just represent the beginning of a new story. And let me start and tell you why I say that. Of my 764 districts in India, today over 700 of them have a registered startup with us. The story of India is now beginning. The story of India is moving beyond those 10 or 12 metro centers and centric ones where this has happened, and it's moving down to those villages where the real disruption is coming up, because the disruptions coming from there are disruptions for solutions which are coming there, are the ones which would cater to 6.5 billion of the world's population and not just the top 500 million. That is where this story has just begun. And the other element to that is that the new India which is emerging out of this, and by the way, when we are in Davos, everybody agreed today, India has arrived. That, I think, is a common sentiment, not just by us, but by everybody across, and not just in Davos, but they said on the world stage. So the new story of India which is coming up is now bottom-up, is not any longer top-down, Rahul. And when you have this bottom-up, which is diverse, because one of the other elements of the success of Indian startup story is it's a reflection of the Indian economic story and the social story, where the acceptance of startups has come. But look at our economic story. Even in the midst of the most unprecedented lockdown in human history, we have retained our position of being the fastest growing large economy on the planet. We were just discussing, we are 9,200 days away from our 100th birthday. At this rate, I will add $25 trillion by 15th August 2047.
We couldn't even hit 5 trillion in 2022, which was promised, partly because of the pandemic. But the fact is that we're running at a far slower run rate than your government had hoped for.
But Rahul, let me just point to the other thing. IMF had said that we will do a 5 trillion in 28, 29. They've revised it to make it earlier to 26, 27. Times, when you're looking at a span of time in the history of a nation, there'll always be 12 to 24 months here and there. So sometimes you go faster, and sometimes you might go a little later.
The party is just beginning.
Only just begun.
The one place where the party is definitely very turbulent right now is in the crypto ocean, where we're seeing with some stable coins like Luna, the bottom just fall off. It's like the Titanic hitting an iceberg, and then it's just going down really fast. And we've seen all other cryptocurrencies also, including Bitcoins, taking a big hit. So is your party over?
Absolutely not. And I think what is happening is, it is happening across, be it stock market, be it any other market that you see, right? The same is happening with crypto market, because the Fed has increased the rate, the liquidity is drying up. You're seeing same thing with startup valuations, startup funding, all across the market, right? Crypto is an asset class in the making. It's new. It's defining the rules of the new internet. So the party has just begun, right? And
yours is a very dangerous party. I mean, it's a party with potentially no rules, a party where the cops are keeping a very close eye and they could come barging in with sirens and everybody in the party could end up in trouble.
I think that's a very wrong representation of what crypto industry is. And I wouldn't be sitting here if that was the party I was part of. The party that I am part of is building the new internet. In 90s, when the internet was just starting, I think there were a lot of skeptics. We were saying the same thing about the internet, that it is used for all the wrong reasons. Now we have seen that crypto has moved away from Silk Road. It has now come to the main street, and tomorrow it would be part of the Wall Street as well.
What's your view on cryptocurrencies? Like, do they make sense to you, or is this a party which makes absolutely no sense to you?
Well, I would hate to say that it doesn't make sense. I believe don't be a skeptic of something you're not an expert at.
No, don't be diplomatic. This just sounds like you trying to weave a very diplomatic answer. Tell me what you think.
Well, I've always debated between gold and crypto, for example. I have been more favorable to gold, and I've been, adding gold in my portfolio. I'm probably like 15-20% old school gold right now. The problem.
How much crypto are you?
0. Yeah, I have never ever transacted, never bought a single crypto.
So it doesn't make sense to you then? Yeah, Ashish is saying, I realize that he's feeling pressure. Just walk out together. मैं क्या बोलूं, so that, so I have to go back. I might meet him in the evening. Now, how do I keep it sane and diplomatic? But tell me.
No, see, the thing with crypto is, I get why we need something like the crypto. I think the Federal Reserve in America, whatever, the 11 trillion they've printed in the last 18 months, it's more money than they've ever printed and backed by nothing essentially, right? I think they've been obnoxious in how cavalier they've been with their money printing. If you were to put in so much excessive supply of a certain commodity, it is bound to devalue. But it's a mystery why the dollar is strengthening in the last quarter. It's strengthening even this month. For those reasons, I think an asset class outside of that domain makes sense to me. Why that asset class has to be crypto, Bitcoin, Ethereum, that I don't get. I get the finite nature of, Bitcoin and these crypto coins, but I do not see why for that use case this is the answer. I'm not able to draw that bridge.
And that's all we have time for on the show today. All the highlights, the biggest voices from World Economic Forum continue this week on Business Today TV.
Pour les entrepôts de préparation de commandes, donc typiquement un de nos clients est Cdiscount. Si vous passez une commande chez Cdiscount, avant c'est des gens qui dans un entrepôt essayaient de retrouver le téléphone et la coque de téléphone que vous aviez commandé, qui pouvaient faire jusqu'à 15 km par jour dans des entrepôts immenses.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India Today.
Hello and welcome. Thank you for tuning in. I'm Pooja Shali. Let's begin first with the headlines. NIA court gives life imprisonment for Yasin Malik, found guilty under 7 UAPA charges, including waging war against India and terror funding. 9-year-old Safa inflames the entire nation. Terrorists first killed her father, Constable Saifullah Qadri, and also then shot at her. Anger erupts over targeted killings of innocent people. Another big setback to the Gandhis. Two-time Union Minister and senior Congress leader Kapil Sibal dumps the party, files Rajya Sabha nomination with support of the Samajwadi Party. After CBI, Enforcement Directorate books former Finance Minister's son Karti Chidambaram for alleged money laundering in the Chinese visa scam.
Teenager gunman kills 19 children, 2 teachers in a horrific Texas school shooting. US President Joe Biden calls for fresh restrictions on firearms. It's a massive blow to the Congress party. Veteran leader and one of Congress's biggest legal voices, Kapil Sibal, dumped the Gandhi family. Sibal, who fronted the G23 rebel group, remember, calling for reforms inside the Congress party, repeatedly said that he quit the party on 16th of May and this time was accompanied by Samajwadi Party chief Akhilesh Yadav while he filed the nomination for the Rajya Sabha, which is the upper house of the parliament, on a Samajwadi Party support ticket in Lucknow. After filing the nomination, he said he wants to be an independent voice in the Rajya Sabha to take on Modi government's shortcoming.
Another massive blow to Congress. Veteran leader and one of Congress's biggest legal voices, Kapil Sibal, has dumped the Gandhi family. Sibal, who till recently fronted the G23 rebel group, calling for Congress reforms repeatedly, said he quit the party on May 16th. On Wednesday, he was accompanied by SP chief Akhilesh Yadav while filing nomination for Rajya Sabha from UP, backed by SP. After filing nomination, he said that he wants to be an independent voice in Rajya Sabha to take on the Modi government's shortcomings.
परिवार से हम जुड़े हुए थे 30-31 साल के बाद लगा मुझे कि अब वक्त आ गया है कि मुझे एक निर्दलीय के रूप में अगर मुझे सदन में जगह मिलती है तो मैं एक निर्दलीय के रूप में आवाज उठाऊं.
Sibal is believed to share a warm relationship with many SP leaders, including Akhilesh Yadav and Azam Khan. He recently represented Azam Khan in Supreme Court and helped him secure interim bail.
हमें उम्मीद है कि देश में जो बड़े बड़े सवाल हैं आज देश किस रास्ते पर है. आज बेरोजगारी सबसे ज़्यादा है, महंगाई रुक नहीं रही है, कानून व्यवस्था ध्वस्त होती चली जा रही है, हमारी सीमाएं सुरक्षित नहीं हैं, चीन लगातार हमारी सीमाओं के अंदर आ रहा है. तो इन तमाम बड़े बड़े सवालों पर मुझे लगता है कपिल सिब्बल जी समाजवादी पार्टी और अपने विचारों को रख पाएंगे.
The Congress seemed to resigned by Sibal's ouster after his banner of revolt targeting the Gandhi family directly on past occasions.
The party has given a lot to all these leaders, and when the time is for them to pay back, they are paying back in very unsavory and unfortunate comments. It's very unfortunate.
Sibal's march from Congress comes days after 2 well-known faces dumped the Gandhis in run-up to crucial polls. While Gujarat Patidar leader Hardik Patel is heading to the BJP, Congress's Punjab face Sunil Jakhar has already joined the saffron camp.
After drawing swords with the Gandhi family and giving the Chintan Shivir a miss, when veteran lawyer Kapil Sibal filed his nominations from Lucknow, it didn't come as a surprise for the party high command. Perhaps the Gandhi family loyalists heaved a sigh of relief because amidst all the other exits, this exit was much awaited for. This is Mosmi Singh in Delhi for India Today.
A Delhi court on Wednesday awarded life imprisonment sentence to terrorist and Jammu and Kashmir Liberation Front chief Yasin Malik in a terror funding case. The NIA court found Yasin Malik guilty of 7 charges under the Unlawful Activities Prevention Act. Malik, interestingly, pleaded guilty to all these charges related to terror funding, spreading terrorism and chaos in the Kashmir Valley, secessionist activities against India. All these cases pertained to 2017. Here's a report now of what really happened.
It has taken decades, but justice is finally done. Jammu and Kashmir Liberation Front chief and terrorist involved in many attacks in the valley, Yasin Malik gets life imprisonment in a terror funding case. An NIA court in Delhi has found the JKLF leader guilty of 7 charges under the Unlawful Activities Prevention Act. The court has also imposed 10 lakh rupees fine on Malik.
On 18th of April, I was appointed as an amicus curiae, as on that day in the Honorable Court, the Yasin Malik says that he don't want to contest the trial as he is ready to plead the guilty for the offences for which he is charged. I met him, Yasin Malik, twice in a Tihar jail where I tried to convince him to rethink about his decision of pleading guilty, and today the matter was fixed for the argument on sentence in which the Honorable Court has convicted him under 121 IPC and 17 UAPA, life imprisonment along with 10 lakh fine under Section 17 UAPA Act.
Ahead of the verdict, Malik's supporters gathered outside his house in Srinagar and started sloganeering. The police had to fire tear gas to disperse the protesters and restore normalcy.
जो इन पर और केसेस है हत्याओं के या माहौल वहाँ पर ख़राब करने के, पाकिस्तान के इशारों पर काम करने की, किसी का अपहरण किया, किसी को मारा गया, ये सब ये जो अपराध हैं जब साबित होंगे तो निश्चय ही इससे भी सख्त सज़ा होनी ही चाहिए। तो अभी टेरर फंडिंग का और हवाले का मामला है।
Malik had pleaded guilty to charges related to terror funding, spreading terror and secessionist activities in the Kashmir Valley in 2017. Malik is also accused of attacking Kashmiri Pandits and killing 4 Indian Air Force personnel in the valley. Nirmal Khanna, the wife of the slain squadron leader Ravi Khanna, who Yasin Malik allegedly killed, called the verdict a big win and added that Yasin should also be convicted for her martyr husband's murder.
एक ही प्रेसिडेंट बनाना चाहिए, एक कानून बनाना चाहिए। जैसे इतने कानून बने हैं, उसमें कानून जो है देश विद्रोह में जो कानून है उनको थोड़ा सा हटके और कड़े तरीके से तैयार करना चाहिए ताकि आने वाली जनरेशन्स को ये मैसेज जाए कि हमने देश हित में खड़े होना है, देश द्रोह के लिए हमें अपने आप को तैयार नहीं करना।
Malik is also facing trial for the kidnapping of Rubaiya Saeed, daughter of the then Union Home Minister Mufti Muhammad Saeed, in December 1989. Rubaiya was freed in exchange for 5 terrorists. Among the first homegrown terror leaders of Kashmir, Malik has lost clout in the valley over the last few decades. With Kamaljeet Sandhu in New Delhi, Sunilji Bhatt in Jammu, and Ashraf Wani in Srinagar, Bureau Report, India Today.
India Today's Kamaljeet Sandhu had a conversation with Anil Shukla, the then IG of the National Investigation Agency, who had supervised the case of terror funding against Yasin Malik. Listen in to what he is revealing here.
A big day in the terror funding case. Yasin Malik, the big separatist leader, has been convicted and imprisoned for life. But all the nitty-gritty and the work done by the NIA officer who supervised this entire case, we have with us then IG in NIA, Anil Shukla. He joins us live on the bulletin. Sir, do tell us, it's been a big day. How much work has really gone into this? How much of hard work, and do you think this has actually come out as a very satisfying day as far as the work done by officers and by you?
Absolutely. You know, today is the sentence order by the Honorable Court is very satisfying, and the entire credit goes to my team and the leadership, which has put in a lot of hard work and has given right decisions at critical moments. So today's order is a vindication of the validation of the hard work which has been put in by officers over the last 4 to 5 years in this case investigation.
But do tell us, because since 2017, it's taken a lot of time, and this entire terror funding case happened post-2016 after Burhan Wani was killed, about how this entire terror ecosystem was working, about how funding was coming in, whether it's through Zahur Watali, it is through other separatist leaders, and finally the big leaders itself got caught up in this entire case. So how much time and the sort of evidence you've been bringing to the fore, if you can elaborate on that?
So, you know, we have placed more than 6 charge sheets in this case, and more than 30,000 pages have been written and submitted before the court. So I have nothing more to add, except for the fact that the entire terror political ecosystem was exposed, and we could find the tracks of terror funding from LOC trade, from Hawala channels, from fake accounts, and also even the educational network and the scholarship regime for Kashmiri students were also used to generate funds. So all these were pieced together painstakingly by my team, and I also must give credit to the sister agencies as well as the J&K police and CRPF, because these were some of the challenging times post Buranwani when we conducted raids and the investigations were done in a difficult situation.
If you can elaborate the part on difficult situation, because obviously you were going all across Kashmir Valley, particularly South Kashmir as well.
So, the situation in Kashmir can become tricky quickly. So we have to take adequate precaution, do our homework regarding what we can find and how the links of evidence can be made viable in a way that which can be presented before the court. So the entire credit has to go to the investigating officers who have done a lot of hard work before and after the raids, and then during the part of investigation and interrogations.
Also, one final question, and that would be specific to not just the credit which is being shared by you and the officers who worked very hard on it, but how much of a free hand was there, and are we looking at more convictions? Because there was a talk about the NI had pleaded that they should be hanging done or should be death sentence. That has not been taken, but are you satisfied with the way the case has come out and the verdict has come out?
So, we had, placed charge sheet against 20 odd person in this case, and this is the first step of conviction of one of the very important leaders or separatist leaders. More would follow. The case appears to be watertight, and we and our prosecution team would be working hard to seek more conviction in future.
Official record of emergence of Yasin Malik as a terrorist and terror mastermind starts with his 1988 terror training in Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. But the initiation in this terror path started way back in his teenage years. Now, son of a government bus driver, born in Mysoma in Srinagar in 1966, Yasin Malik tried to turn the pages a number of times, but eventually he is the face of terror in Jammu and Kashmir, and that was not forgotten.
At 5 feet 10 inches, this 56-year-old man is the face of Kashmir terrorism. He's the man who crossed the border for terror training in Pakistan in 1988. Yasin Malik was then 22 years old. That wasn't his first step towards terror. Years before this, he formed the Tala Party. The revolutionary group was involved in printing, distributing political materials, and causing disturbances like attempting to disrupt the 1983 cricket match with West Indies in the Sher-e-Kashmir Stadium. Malik's Tala Party was also part of disturbing National Conference gatherings in Srinagar and protesting Maqbool Bhatt's execution. Malik was arrested and detained for 4 months in 1986. After his release, Tala Party was renamed as Islamic Students League. Yasin Malik became the General Secretary of ISL. During the fateful 1987 Assembly elections of Jammu and Kashmir, ISL though stayed away from participation. It campaigned for Muslim United Front. It was an alliance of parties that were anti-India. In the aftermath of the election-winning National Conference, Congress Alliance was accused of large-scale rigging. Yasin Malik was arrested and imprisoned till the end of the year in 1987. Since this election, Kashmir has never seen peace again. Terror robbed this land and its people of any chance to prosper in peace. The very next year, Yasin Malik crossed the border for terror training in POK and became the face of terrorist youth of Kashmir. He returned a year later in 1989 as a core member of the Jammu and Kashmir Liberation Front, or the JKLF. They waged a guerrilla war with Indian security forces. Yasin Malik was one of the masterminds in the kidnapping of the then Union Home Minister Mufti Muhammad Saeed's daughter, Rubia Saeed. They demanded the release of 5 of their terror members. Indian government secured Rubia Saeed's release in exchange of jailed terrorists, a deal that has cost dearly for the peace of Jammu and Kashmir since. Yasin Malik is also the man known for his killing of Kashmiri Pandits, leading to their mass exodus in the late 80s. NIA investigation report claims that Yasin Malik has been involved in more than 65 criminal cases. Most of them are of murder, attempt to murder, rioting and sedition. Yasin Malik was involved in the abduction of Rubia Saeed in 1989 and was also involved in the killing of 4 Indian Air Force personnel in the early part of the 1990s. Malik was captured in 1990 and imprisoned till 1994. After his release in May 1994, Yasin Malik declared an indefinite ceasefire of the JKLF and chose politics to strive forward.
I will stick to the non-violent democratic movement. My job is to strengthen it more again and again, and I believe that non-violent revolution is more powerful than atomic bomb.
6 years after he chose the path of terrorism and unleashed a reign of terror in the valley, the son of a government bus driver decided to become a leader with a mission: to remain a sworn India hater. In subsequent years, he married a Pakistani painter, Mushal Hussain, and was seen at a protest rally in Islamabad in 2013 with Lashkar-e-Taiba chief Hafiz Muhammad Saeed, the man who carried out the heinous Mumbai terror attack in 2008.
देखिए, हम दीवाने हैं, हम इनकलाब से पैदा हुए हैं। जो लोग इनकलाब से पैदा होते हैं वो दीवाने होते हैं और पागल लोगों को कोई डरा नहीं सकता है, लेकिन ये हैं, वो खुश हैं कि मैं लोगों को डरा रहा हूँ।
Yasin Malik shunned the gun in public nearly 3 decades ago, but he continued to fire bullets through numerous terror attacks on Indian soil as the mastermind and kingpin of terror funding. Bureau Report, India Today.
Time for a quick commercial break. Don't go anywhere. Lots more on the other side.
History is at a turning point, from the war in Ukraine to the climate and food crisis. From the much-wanted metaverse to unstable cryptocurrencies, get a ringside view to the ideas and challenges that are shaping the post-pandemic world. Catch me all through this week on India Today and Business Today as I bring you all the latest from a World Economic Forum that's being held this time in summer in Davos.
You are watching
Horrific Texas elementary school shooting has shocked the world. An 18-year-old gunman opened fire inside an elementary school in Texas, and in total 21 people, including children, have been killed. And that includes 19 children and 2 teachers. The suspected shooter, Salvador Ramos, was shot dead eventually by the police of United States of America. He was armed with a handgun and a rifle.
Innocence lost to school carnage. Smiles wiped out by mindless savagery. The victims of Texas shooting horror who fell to volleys of automatic gunfire by a gunman who was just 18 and himself perished. Children not older than 10 years old and their teachers in their US primary school were the latest victims of United States gun culture. The butcher this time, an 18-year-old, Salvador Ramos, who opened fire on children and staffers at Robb Elementary School, using handgun, automatic rifle and high-capacity magazines. Clad in body armor, Ramos had just shot his aging grandmother before bursting into the school premises. He was eventually gunned down by security personnel who responded to distress calls. But by that time, America had seen one of its biggest school slaughters.
The suspect is deceased at this point. DPS is assisting with the investigation. And at this point, the investigation is leading to tell us that the suspect did act alone during this heinous crime.
Bewildered parents waited late into the night at a nearby civic center to learn whether their young children had survived. The now deleted Instagram account of Ramos shows his obsession with guns, where he had tagged strangers in images of automatic weapons. The carnage shocked US and the world, and once again put the glare on the need to impose gun curbs.
Why are we willing to live with this carnage? Why do we keep letting this happen? Where in God's name is our backbone to have the courage to deal with it and stand up to the lobbies? It's time to turn this pain into action. For every parent, for every citizen in this country, we have to make it clear to every elected official in this country, it's time to act.
Tuesday's tragic events mark the deadliest school shooting in nearly a decade, since 26 children and adults were killed at Sandy Hook Elementary School in 2012. When will the US wake up and put an end to slaughter of innocence? Bureau Report, India Today.
It's a wrap on this bulletin from me. Thank you so much for watching. Take care. You can always log on to indiatoday.in for all the latest. Thank you.
Wearing a blue and grey hooded sweatshirt, silently watching the court proceedings from behind a reinforced glass box. This 21-year-old Russian soldier has been sentenced to life imprisonment for killing a Ukrainian civilian. The man he killed was 62 years old and unarmed. In the first war crimes trial being held in Ukraine since Russia's invasion, a young tank commander, Vadim Shishimarin, pleaded guilty to killing Alexander Shelipov. He was killed by the young commander on Feb 28th, 4 days after Russia's invasion. The Russians saw the elderly man riding a bicycle and talking on his phone. He killed the man to prevent him from reporting on their location. As per the judge, Shishimarin had fired several shots at the victim's head from an automatic weapon on the orders of a higher-ranked soldier. The judge stated, given that the crime committed is a crime against peace, security, humanity, and the international legal order, the court does not see the possibility of imposing a shorter sentence.
Шишимаріна Вадима Євгенійовича, 17.10.2000 року народження, визнати винуватим у вчиненні кримінального правопорушення, передбаченого частиною 2 статті 438 Кримінального кодексу України, та призначити йому покарання у виді довічного позбавлення волі.
While the baby-faced soldier showed no emotion upon hearing the court's verdict, his bowed head and shaky hands told a different story. The trial is of huge symbolic importance for Ukraine as it has accused Russia of atrocities and brutality against civilians during the invasion, claiming that there are more than 10,000 possible war crimes. The court reached its verdict 5 days after holding its first full hearing. There has been no response from Russia to the trial yet, previously stating that it has no information about the trial either.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are
Hello and welcome. You're watching In the Club. I'm Akshita Nandagopal. And first up, let's get you details from the Cannes Film Festival, where jury member Deepika Padukone opted for an Ashi Studio creation for her 4th red carpet look. But the actress was kind of struggling to even walk, or for that matter, even stand in the gown at the Cannes Film Festival. Here's the complete story by my colleague Chetty Narula.
Member Deepika Padukone walked the red carpet in a dramatic Ashi Studio dress. Only that she couldn't walk, stand, or take photos without any help. It looked like the struggle was super real. One wonders if she wore the dress or the dress wore her. This orange custom-made dress was paired with green earrings to color block the attire. Interestingly, the heels were of the same orange color, but it was the dangling earrings that were used to color block the orange splash. The strapless orange taffeta gown with a floor-grazing hem and weightless drape around her shoulder wasn't as extravagant and maximalist like her 2018 attire from the same designer house. Her looks this year have been keenly watched, right from Louis Vuitton Somme to Sabyasachi and Ashi Studio. Her looks this year seemed like a course correction from the over-the-top Jim Batista Bali gown until this particular Ashi Studio attire that was probably and perhaps just meant for the mannequin. In New Delhi, Chetty Narula for India Today.
New footage of Ranveer Singh taking a casual stroll in the French Riviera and obliging fans with selfies are doing the rounds on social media. This comes a day after Deepika made her 3rd red carpet appearance.
Ranveer Singh, who joined wife Deepika Padukone at Cannes, made the most of his time in the French Riviera, and these latest photos as well as a video of him are proof of that. A day after the Cannes jury member Deepika made her 3rd red carpet appearance in a black Louis Vuitton gown, these visuals of her husband and actor went viral on social media. In the video, he's seen venturing out of his hotel to take a casual stroll, while other posts show him obliging fans with selfies. Earlier, several other photos of both Deepika and Ranveer made it to the internet. In the pictures, Ranveer was seen having a gala time at Cannes while posing for the camera along with Deepika at a Dior event. Accompanying the duo for the event was also Rebecca Hall, who was a member of the prestigious Cannes jury, just like Deepika. For the event, Deepika opted for a Louis Vuitton outfit, while Ranveer made an impression in an animal print shirt. According to India Today's sources, Ranveer's Cannes visit was apparently a last-minute decision. Sources further reveal, and we quote, Ranveer has been very busy promoting his latest release, Jayesh Bhai Jodhar, and also shooting for Rocky Aur Rani Ki Prem Kahani with Alia Bhatt. This is his first break after the exhaustive promotional schedule. Ranveer, in fact, in an exclusive interview with India Today, mentioned that he's missing Deepika a lot as they've not been able to get time for each other due to their work commitments.
I'm really missing her. She's been busy shooting Pathaan. I've been busy shooting Rocky Rani.
It was on May 20th that Ranveer Singh left for Cannes, where the International Film Festival is being held. And now, after his first pictures, these new visuals from the French Riviera are breaking the internet. Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
The trailer of Kamal Hassan's Vikram has received a thunderous response at the Cannes Film Festival. The superstar is in the French Riviera to promote his film and has also rocked several looks since the time of his arrival.
Superstar Kamal Hassan, who is a part of the Indian delegation for the 75th edition of the Cannes Film Festival, has been making appearances in the French Riviera, and his new set of photos are going viral on social media. In the pictures, he can be seen making a strong sartorial statement in a custom-made black ensemble designed by designers Shantanu and Nikhil. The outfit featured a breezy kurta with an asymmetrical hem. The actor wore it with matching black trousers and a jacket that had patterns and dainty embellishments. Kamal Hassan arrived in the French Riviera to promote his upcoming movie Vikram, and in fact was seen doing the same when he flaunted the NFT poster of the film a few days ago in a plain white t-shirt which he teamed up with an ironed blue blazer and matching pants. Kamal Hassan has rocked several stylish outfits ever since he arrived for the 75th edition of the Cannes Film Festival, and this yellow suit is one of them. The actor also wore Gaurav Gupta's black suit for one of the events. The trailer of his film Vikram was also screened at the Cannes Film Festival 2022, and the video received a thunderous response from the audience present in the vicinity. Apart from Kamal Hassan, the film also stars actors Vijay Sethupathi, Fahad Fazil, Chemban Vinod and Narayan, and is directed by Lokesh Kanagaraj of Kaidi fame. Indian actor Surya Shivkumar of Jai Bhim fame is also a part of the film and plays a pivotal role in Vikram, which has been produced on a grand scale by Kamal Hassan and producer R. Mahendran. Vikram will hit theatres on June 3rd with special premiere screenings in the United States on June 2nd. Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
Vikram. Vikram. Vikram!
Let's fly 7 seas across to Hollywood and check out the biggest newsmakers from the West. Here's our fully foreign segment.
Kids, get your popcorn now. Let me tell you the story of the space Viking, Thor Odinson. He was no ordinary man. He was a god. After saving planet Earth for the 500th time, Thor set off on a new journey.
The trailer of Thor Love and Thunder is out, and it shows Thor going back on track and becoming worthy again of his ex-girlfriend Jane, played by Natalie Portman, and steals his thunder in more ways than one.
As the one and only Thor. Oh, spoke too soon. Jane?
With sparks of their old romance being rekindled.
The old ex-girlfriend.
What's it been like? 3, 4 years?
8 years, 7 months and 6 days, give or take.
Am I sensing feelings?
Well, you're right.
The new trailer is significant because it introduces Christian Bale's Gore, the God Butcher in white robe, white makeup and stark yellow eyes, and also gives a glimpse of Russell Crowe's character.
So this is my vow. All gods will die.
You are not like the other gods of kill.
Because I have something worth fighting for.
Thor: Love and Thunder is the fourth in the franchise after Thor.
Now.
Thor: Dark World.
All yours.
Anyone else?
And Thor: Ragnarok in 2017. The film, which released in theatres in July 8, has been directed by Taika Waititi, who also plays the role of Korg.
He's just my first bad guy.
You never forget your first.
Let's see who you are. I take off your disguise. And flick.
Oh, you flicked too hard, damn it!
Should we help him? And eventually, grape.
Lloyd. I got an urgent locate and destroy.
That could be fun. The man's got some street cred.
The makers of Grey Man have finally released the trailer, and it gives a sneak peek into the world of spies and espionage. The film explores the story of Ryan as CIA operative Corey Gentry, who goes by the codename Sierra 6, who is hunted by his former CIA worker. It is based on the novel The Grey Man by Mark Graney.
Of killing the infamous Sierra 6. I can kill any.
Directed by Anthony and Joe Russo, the film stars Chris Evans, Ryan Gosling, Dhanush, Anna de Armas, and Billy Bob Thornton, among others. The action thriller film will roll out in theatres on July 22. Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
Maybe not anybody.
It's the Platinum Jubilee celebrations for Queen Elizabeth II in June, and on this special occasion, the Sotheby's is hosting a special show called Power and Image Royal and Aristocratic Tiaras, where the tiaras from the royal family will be put on display. Chetin Arora gets you this special report.
It is Queen Elizabeth's Platinum Jubilee celebration in June. There is always much intrigue about the British royal family, and especially Princess Diana. The public interest in Diana has always been stupendous. Sotheby's is hosting a special show called Power and Image, Royal and Aristocratic Tiaras. This exhibition will feature approximately 50 tiaras of aristocratic and royal provenance, with some pieces exhibited publicly for the first time ever. Biggest draw here is Princess Diana's priceless wedding tiara. The show is all set to feature 40 striking pieces of fine jewelry from the royal family. This ornate diamond tiara that Princess Diana wore for her wedding to Prince Charles in 1981 at the St. Paul's Cathedral will be on display for the first time ever in decades. This envied piece will be showcased for the first time since the 1960s. Reportedly, it was the go-to accessory for Diana, who wore the piece 7 times between her marriage in 1981 and her death in 1997. This Spencer tiara features a garland-style design. It has a heart-shaped motif set with diamonds, star and trumpet-shaped flowers, also set with diamonds. It was originally created in 1767. The design is known to have changed over the years as it was passed down in the Spencer family.
is one of the most important pieces of the Spencer history. The tiara is being loaned to Sotheby's by Earl Spencer, the late Diana's brother. This is not it. Many who have loved the history of the British royal family will get a first-hand view of Queen Victoria's most ostentatious crowns. Even the tiara worn by Queen Elizabeth for her 1953 coronation will be on display. Tiaras continue to gain popularity even today. Whether it is popular culture or auction sales, the collectors are always ready to add to their collections. In New Delhi, Chaiti Narula for India Today.
Time for us to slip into a short break here on In the Club, but there's lots more coming up on the other side, so don't go anywhere.
Why does PM Modi prefer to travel at night during any foreign visit? While Modi visits Japan to attend the Quad Summit in Tokyo, he follows the same travel pattern he does. One of his party members even pointed it out. But what's the reason behind this? Is it a preference or a strategic choice? During his foreign visits, PM Modi has always followed a fixed pattern. He mostly boards flights at night to save time. He then attends engagements and meetings the next day and flies overnight to the next stop. During his recent trips to Germany and Denmark, PM Modi spent just one night in Germany and Denmark each. By turning this into a habit, PM Modi has managed to save time and resources during his foreign trips. During his Quad visit, Modi had a total of 23 engagements in around 40 hours of stay in Japan. Some sources even said that he does it to tune his sleep cycle according to Indian time. So, in short, it's his preference, not something to do with his security.
You are what?
Karthik Aaryan, who's basking in the success of his film Bhool Bhulaiya 2, visited the Kashi Vishwanath temple in Varanasi to seek blessings along with T-Series honcho Bhushan Kumar. His film is breaking all records at the box office. The Anees Basmi directorial managed to rake in over 70 crores in just 5 days of its release, making it Karthik's career's biggest opening and this year's highest grossing Hindi film.
15 साल बाद इस दरवाजे ने फिर दस्तक दी है। इसके पीछे कोई साधारण आत्मा नहीं है, काला जादू करने वाली मंजुलिका है।
I can see dead people. बचपन से भूतों के बीच पला बड़ा हूं मैं। वहां खड़े-खड़े मेरा मुंह क्या देख रहे हो? देख लो, अभी से बात करो। आपके पीछे जो दो आत्माएं खड़ी हैं, उनसे बात करो।
Bhool Bhulaiya 2, starring Karthik Aaryan, Kiara Advani and Tabu, had a successful first weekend at the box office. After registering a good opening of 14 crore rupees on May 20th, it went on to see immense growth during the weekend. The film minted 18.34 crore on the second day and raked in around 23.51 crore at the box office.
इससे तो अच्छा हो तो बिग बॉस में चलो जा, तो कम से कम वहाँ पे बेइज्जती के पैसे तो मिले।
पंडित जी ने कहा है कि शुक्रवार को कुत्तों को खाना खिलाने से पुण्य मिलता है। लो लो,
Taking its total first weekend collection to over 55 crore in 3 days of its release.
भूल भुलैया। बहुत सी आत्माओं से बात की होगी तुमने, लेकिन मंजुलिका सबसे अलग है रूहान।
चीचा, यस, जब से यहाँ आया हूँ मंजुलिका सुने जा रहा हूँ। कमिंग टू गेट यू मंजू। तुम मंजुलिका कैसे हो सकती हो? डोनाल्ड ट्रंप के ट्वीट और चुड़ैलों के फीट हमेशा उल्टे ही होते हैं।
According to reports, Bhool Bhulaiya 2 has become Kartik Aaryan's biggest opening till date.
मंजुलिका बाहर आ गई है, उसने मुझ पर हमला किया। अब भी मिलना चाहोगे तुम मंजुलिका से?
हमारी वजह से मंजुलिका बाहर आई है, सबकी जान खतरे में है।
तो भागते हैं ऐसे।
हम ठाकुर हैं और हम मुसीबत से कभी भागते नहीं हैं।
हाँ तो हम भी रंधावा हैं, मुसीबत आती ना निकल लेते हैं।
किथे गई आए मेरे दिल दी शारी, oh my god oh लगदी हारी, मैनू भी ओ कर गई नारी।
His 2019 film Pati Patni Aur Wo had earned 35.94 crore, while 2019's Luka Chuppi had managed to collect 32.13 crore in its first weekend. What's more, Kartik's 2020 release Love Aajkal raked in 28.51 crore at the box office in its opening weekend. In 2018's Sonu Ki Titu Ki Sweetie, on the other hand, minted 26.57 crore rupees. Even his Pyar Ka Panchnama 2 could only collect 22.75 crore, and 2011's Pyar Ka Panchnama managed to earn only 3.25 crore at the ticket counters on the first weekend. Kartik Aaryan, who is an outsider and has carved a niche for himself in the industry, left no stone unturned to promote Bhool Bhulaiya 2.
जब भूल भुलैया 2 की बात करता हूँ तो ग्रैटिट्यूड ही आता है, बिकॉज आई रियली फील कि यहाँ तक ये इंटरव्यूज़ में भी बैठना उस टाइम हमारे लिए बहुत प्रिविलेज था। इंटरव्यूज़ भी कि हमारे इंटरव्यू कर लो भी बहुत बड़ी बात थी। सो आई फील रियली हैप्पी एंड आई फील रियली प्रिविलेज नाउ कि ये सब हो रहा है। सो एंड आई फील कि और भी बढ़ता रहे सब।
Even after its release, the actor visited KT Cinemas in Mumbai to not only meet his fans but also to watch his film, but found the show to be houseful. For the unversed, directed by Anees Bazmi, Bhool Bhulaiya 2 is a standalone sequel to Akshay Kumar and Vidya Balan's 2007 hit Bhool Bhulaiya. Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
And let's get you a roundup of what's keeping our celebrities busy. Here's all that's trending in Tinseltown.
Alia Bhatt's first ever production venture, Darlings, alongside Shah Rukh Khan's production house Red Chillies, has taken a digital route. The film will now be released on streaming giant Netflix. Alia took to social media to drop this announcement video as she confirmed the news regarding the same. In the video, the cast of the film, including Alia Bhatt, Vijay Varma, Shefali Shah and Roshan Matthew, can be seen talking about Darlings coming on Netflix in hushed voices.
We heard Darlings is coming on Netflix.
What?
Sir, your next film Darlings is coming on Netflix, right?
Maybe not.
Shifali ma'am, could you tell us about your next project? We've heard it's coming on Netflix. Sir, can you please confirm the news?
To be or not to be is really the question. Not this.
Sir, आप nod करोगे तो भी चलेगा.
They're here now for the meeting.
Netflix? Sir, Darlings?
अरे मेरे चाचा जी का नाम Netflix है.
Ma'am, Darlings is coming on Netflix, right? Darlings. Netflix. Darlings. Sir, I am Malayali.
क्या बोलना है सबको?
Ma'am, ma'am, sir, ma'am, 1 second. Ma'am, please. Ma'am. अरे यार.
See you soon.
Touted as a dark comedy, Darlings is directed by Jasmeet Kareen and has a blend of soulful songs from Gulzar and Vishal Bharadwaj. For the unversed, Darlings marks Alia's debut as a producer, and when the actress started shooting for the film, she penned this special note on her social media. It read, "Day one of Darlings, my first film as a producer, but I will always be an actor first and forever." In this case, a very nervous actor. I don't know what it is. A night before I start a new film, I get this nervous, tingling energy all over my body. I dream all night about messing up my lines, become jumpy, reach set 15 minutes before time, fearing I'll be late. I guess this feeling will never go away. And it shouldn't, because being nervous and feeling unsure means you really, really care. Meanwhile, Alia will be seen next in Ayan Mukherjee's much-anticipated mythological trilogy, Brahmastra, opposite her husband Ranbir Kapoor. Part 1 of the same will hit cinemas on 9 September 2022. She also has the Hollywood film Heart of Stone alongside Gal Gadot and Jamie Dornan in her kitty. The shooting of Rohit Shetty's debut web show, Indian Police Force, is currently going on in Goa. The filmmaker took to social media to share this behind-the-scenes video of the same, where he can be seen filming a fight sequence with actor Siddharth Malhotra. The Cop First maestro captioned the post as, "It's weird how glass breaks, body hits and staircases fall as normal for us. By the way, the camera weighs 27 kgs. Apart from Siddharth Malhotra, this mega-scale action-packed cop series will also feature Shilpa Shetty and Vivek Oberoi in key roles. With Shilpa on board, she is now the first female in Rohit Shetty's cop universe. Earlier, the makers had also dropped the welcome on board posts for the key characters including Siddharth Malhotra, Shilpa Shetty and Vivek Oberoi.
अपन का दो बाप है, गॉड और जनता। दोनों ने बोला आने को, तो अब बुला रहा है।
It's a wrap for Tiger Shroff's next, Gunpat. The actor, who was shooting for the final schedule of his action thriller in Ladakh, took to social media to announce that he has completed the most challenging schedule of his life and that he can't wait to show it to his fans. Directed by Vikas Bahal, Gunpat also stars Kriti Sanon and Elia Ram in key roles. The film is expected to hit cinemas in December 2022. Apart from Gunpat, Tiger also has Rambo and Bade Miyan Chote Miyan co-starring Akshay Kumar in his kitty. Entertainment Bureau, India Today.
And that's all we could pack for you in the show today. Till next time, thanks for watching and goodbye.
Black holes. Did you ever worry that Earth could get sucked into one of them? Black holes do have a massive gravitational pull that allows it to swallow anything that gets in its way. Let's find out more about them. Black holes have been lurking in the galaxies for billions of years. The most powerful known forces in the universe, their gravitational field is so strong that nothing, not even light, can escape from them. They're actually packed full of space matter, so they're not really holes. There are at least two types of black holes. Stellar mass black holes form when a huge star, more than 10 times bigger than our Sun, burns up all its fuel and collapses in on itself. Scientists say there could be billions in our galaxy, the Milky Way alone. They grow by gobbling up other stars or merging with other black holes to become a supermassive black hole, millions to billions of times bigger than the Sun. Humans can't even see black holes, but we can observe their effect on matter close by. When normal stars are sucked in, they accelerate and heat up, emitting X-rays which are detected by orbiting space telescopes.
You are watching.
History is at a turning point, from the war in Ukraine to the climate and food crisis. From the much-wanted metaverse to unstable cryptocurrencies, get a ringside view to the ideas and challenges that are shaping the post-pandemic world. Catch me all through this week on India Today and Business Today as I bring you all the latest from a World Economic Forum that's being held this time in summer in Davos.
Presented by Aditya Birla Group, Big in Your Life. Co-powered by only OLX Autos gives the best price for your car.
Co-powered by NetMeds, India की अपनी pharmacy.
Good evening. Hello and welcome. You're with the news today. This is your primetime destination. News, newsmakers, talking points on the news today. Wednesday night. The big story, Kapil Sibal has exited the Congress, the latest high-profile exit from the Congress party. Where does that leave the so-called G23, the group of rebels? We'll have Kapil Sibal telling us why he's left the party that he was with for 3 decades. Also, a US school shooting that has shocked the world. More than 20 students and teachers shot dead. What does it say about the gun culture in that country? More on that in a moment. But first, as always, it's time for the 9 headlines at 9. An NIA court gives life imprisonment to Yasin Malik, the Kashmiri separatist leader found guilty under 7 UAPA charges, including waging war against India and terror funding. Protests erupt in the Kashmir Valley over targeted killings once again. Anger over terrorists attacking a 9-year-old Safa, shooting her policeman father dead in broad daylight. Another big setback to the Congress. 2-time Union Minister, senior Congress leader Kapil Sibal dumps party, files Rajya Sabha nomination from Uttar Pradesh with Samajwadi Party support. After CBI, Enforcement Directorate now books former Finance Minister's son, Karthi Chidambaram, for alleged money laundering in a Chinese visa scam. No stopping the horrifying street murders in Chennai. BJP functionary hacked with sickle 2 days before Prime Minister Modi's trip to the city. Heat on the Stalin government. Fresh curbs on sugar exports to contain inflation. Restricted by the government to 10 million tons a day. This a day after import duties on edible oils are reduced. Government sources say BPCL privatization is not off the table. Centre to re-invite competitive bidding process for all assets of BPCL. SpiceJet ground systems allegedly hit by a ransomware attack results in long queues at airports and delays in flights. The airline IT team rectifies the situation now. And a teen gunman kills 19 children, 2 teachers in a horrific Texas school shooting. US President Joe Biden calls for fresh curbs on firearms as shock and anger erupts across the United States. But our top story tonight is the massive blow once again, or a blow